The narrow and winding bridge of helplessness spanned the river of forgetfulness, leading to the ethereal depths of the clouds. Ghosts, untouched by earthly dust, sobbed as they drank their bowl of Ming Pa's soup, embarking on an unpredictable path to reincarnation. Deep within the clouds was an invisible force pulling them forward. Once a soul stepped onto the bridge, there was no turning back. It could only drift ahead like a moth drawn to a flame. At that moment, a brazen voice suddenly cried out, "Am filing a complaint? I absolutely must file a complaint." Following the voice, a handsome young man strode toward the bridge from the opposite side. His hair gleamed with styling gel, appearing neatly slicked back, and he wore a flashy white suit adorned with sequins. He looked like a pop star fresh off the stage. Slap! A bowl of fragrant Ming Pa soup shattered on the ground. Ming Pa's deeply wrinkled face seemed even more creased as she sighed softly. The ninth time this troublemaker has returned. Behind the ghostly pop star trailed a pair of ox-head and horse-faced demons. The ox's eyes were bulging to their maximum capacity, while the horse's face stretched longer than a donkey's. Their designated Donatwana with case, Zheng Shaopeng, had returned yet again. His legend of 9 deaths and 8 reincarnations began when he fell from a cable car on Nansong Mountain. Before plummeting, he managed to save a 3-year-old girl, earning him merit and extending his life by 3 years. However, these unlucky ox and horsehead demons eager to attend the city god's daughter's wedding banquet had mistakenly captured his soul before he hit the ravine. By the time they sobered up from their drunken revelry and realized their mistake, Zheng Shaopeng's mortal body had already been cremated. To evade responsibility, they bribed Judge Shui to send him back to the mortal realm, allowing him to possess another body and live out his extended 3 years. Who would have thought within a year, had died and returned 8 times, never surviving more than 2 months in any life? To be fair, Judge Shui had treated him well. For his first reincarnation, he was sent into the body of a recently drowned billionaire from Wenzhou. This tycoon owned 4 clothing companies, possessed assets worth 300 million yuan, and at 68 years old, had a 28-year-old wife along with 3 mistresses, the youngest just 18. Surely, this was a generous deal? The problem was this wealthy man hadn't drowned in a river or the sea, but in a bathtub, strangled by his beautiful yet deadly young wife during a bath. Watching from midair as he waited to possess the body, Zheng Shaopeng felt a chill run down his spine. Reluctantly pushed into the corpse by the ox and horsehead demons, he couldn't bring himself to enjoy such bliss. Over 2 weeks, he familiarized himself with the company's operations. Then, he transferred 1/3 of the fortune to the tycoon's neglected first wife and abandoned sons, donating the rest to charity. A month later, his now insane widow, terrified by his strange behavior and apparent resurrection, stabbed him repeatedly with a fruit knife. When the ox and horsehead demons arrived, they found his mutilated body too gruesome for reattachment, so they dragged his soul back to the underworld. Zheng Shaopeng didn't admit that he despised the state of the old man's body soft where it should have been firm, and vice versa. Instead, he let fate take its course as Judge Shui sent him to possess the body of a recently deceased vice mayor. This official, only 48 years old and vigorous, lay in a high-end hospital room, tubes protruding from every part of his body. Visitors once thronged the room, but after doctors declared him terminal, the crowd thinned. Zheng Shaopeng wasn't thrilled about being a high-ranking official, though he did want to accomplish something meaningful. Unfortunately, he couldn't stomach having a wife old enough to be his mother. So, he lingered in the hospital, refusing to return home. Discovering that the vice mayor was part of a corrupt network gave him immense relief. He gathered evidence and submitted it to the provincial disciplinary committee. As investigations intensified, his former accomplices promptly eliminated him in a glorious act of betrayal. To err is human, Zheng Shaopeng lamented. Why does the world lack young, wealthy, handsome, debonair men? Actually, such men existed, but they were usually healthy, carefree, and impossible for Zheng to possess anytime soon. Finally, for his 8th reincarnation, he inhabited the body of a famous singer renowned across Hong Kong and Taiwan, fulfilling his wish. Surely, had last long enough to use up his remaining years? Unexpectedly, he died again. Not only was poor Judge Shui exasperated, but even the ox and horsehead demons were losing their minds. Zheng Shaopeng, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after possessing the recently deceased singer, he discovered to his horror that this idol, adored by countless young women, was actually a homosexual who played the submissive role. The 2 burly male dancers who accompanied him often harassed him, and their heartbroken gazes when rejected made his scalp tingle. This defiled body, I am a proud, 7 feudal man. Starving is a small matter, losing my virtue is catastrophic, Zheng Shaopeng thought bitterly. Thus, during a charity performance in mainland China, the recently recovered star accidentally fell off the stage, hitting his head on a pebble-sized piece of popcorn. His lingering soul then drifted back to the underworld. In the Hall of Darkness, all was quiet. Piles of documents half a person's height sat on the ancient 8-sided table, but Judge Chui was nowhere to be seen. The ox and horsehead demons exchanged puzzled glances before approaching the table. An antiquated monitor resembling a computer rested on the table, while beneath it peeked the lower half of someone's body, as if someone were hiding underneath. The ox-head demon cautiously called out, "Your Excellency, Judge, what are you doing under the table?" Climbing out, Judge Chui appeared in his red, ancient robes, wearing a black hat with 2 peach-shaped wings fluttering atop. Resembling a county magistrate from a traditional opera, he had bushy eyebrows, small eyes, and a crinkled face resembling a folded bun, giving him a rather comical appearance. Seeing them, he sighed sorrowfully, alas. It's all because of this Windows X corrupted system. Since adopting it, efficiency in the underworld has improved, but we're forced to reinstall it every few months. By now, I can perform each installation step blindfolded. Even worse, the system frequently crashes, freezes, or restarts automatically. Rumor has it that over in the Hall of Reincarnation, many spirits exploit system vulnerabilities to travel through time and become studs in ancient history. People always strive for better lives, but why do some choose to reincarnate as animals? Being a stud sounds exhausting. I don't understand it all. Suppressing laughter, the ox-head demon decided not to explain the concept of studs to the elderly judge. Changing the subject, he asked, "Is there anything wrong with the system? Shall I assist in repairing it?" Judge Chui shook his head. No major issues this time. After booting, the hard drive light blinked wildly for half an hour before I could operate it. I nearly fell asleep waiting. The horse-faced demon muttered, "Our native D-Ting operating system worked perfectly fine. Why did we bother hiring a foreign city god to design this mess? I heard Lord Yin Luo and Lucifer, the Western Lord of Hell, are negotiating to send Bill Gates back to upgrade the system." Judge Chui sighed. "It's useless. That city god went on vacation to the mortal realm, and his name isn't listed in the Book of Life and Death. Until his leave ends, no one can find him. We'll just have to endure. By the way, didn't you apply for vacation? What brings you here?" The ox-head demon chuckled nervously. "Your Excellency, that guy who doesn't want to live has returned yet again. He's only used 1 year of his 3-year lifespan, but has already died 9 times. You must think of a solution. Too many missteps will draw Lord Yanluo's attention and then we're doomed." Hearing this, Judge Cuy's face twitched. Frantically typing on the keyboard, he stared silently at the screen. Sensing tension, the horse-faced demon leaned closer, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Any developments?" "There's nothing unusual," Judge Chui replied. "My computer needs another reinstall. Too much junk slowing it down. Its a Pentium processor, running agonizingly slow." The ox-head demon touched his horn thoughtfully, saying nothing. After a long pause, Judge Cuy's complexion turned deathly pale. If not for his bright red robes, the ox and horsehead demons might have mistaken him for an escaped prisoner. "What's wrong, Your Excellency?" the ox-head demon asked, visibly moved. "Did the system crash beyond repair?" Trembling, Judge Chui pointed at the screen, his voice filled with despair. "It's over. Over. Something's gone horribly wrong. Alas, if only ID reported your violation earlier that you improperly confiscated his soul. To cover this up, I've made mistake after mistake. Now we're truly doomed." The horse-faced demon snorted angrily. "What's so terrible? So he dies 8 times in a year? At worst, he'll die 16 times in the next 2 years. They'll keep bringing him back, no matter who can outlast him." Judge Cuy's face sagged. No, you misunderstand. Including the time you wrongly captured his soul, he's now died 9 times, each time perishing due to virtuous deeds. Therefore, taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth. He's now a 9-life virtuous man. A 9-life virtuous man? What does that mean? The ox-head demon asked, utterly confused. Shaking uncontrollably, Judge Chui explained, "If we send him back to life now and he dies again performing good deeds, he'll become a 10-life virtuous man, transcending the cycle of samsara." The ox-head demon frowned. "A 10-life virtuous man? Transcending samsara? What does that entail?" Judge Chui slapped his thigh. "It means he becomes a Buddha." The ox and horsehead demons gaped in disbelief. "Impossible. Becoming a Buddha can't be that easy." Judge Chui forced a bitter smile. Sometimes attaining Buddhahood depends on karmic opportunity. Avalokiteshvara, Bodhisattva, missed her chance to achieve Buddhahood because, on the day of the Buddha's sermon to liberate sentient beings, humanity faced calamity. She vowed, "I will not attain Buddhahood until all beings are saved." Though her powers surpass those of Buddhas, she remains a Bodhisattva. The ox-head demon clasped his hands together reverently. Such compassion. No wonder people call her the goddess of mercy. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva similarly vowed, "I will not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty." Though neither has achieved Buddhahood, in my heart they are true Buddhas. Judge Chui sighed deeply. But their great compassion won't save us today. Due to declining morals, the Buddha decreed 3 centuries ago that anyone completing 10 consecutive lifetimes of virtue would instantly attain Buddhahood. If he performs one more virtuous act and dies, he'll ascend. With the Buddha's omniscience, he'll surely uncover our deception. Then we'll face dire consequences. Stunned, the ox and horsehead demons stammered. What shall we do? We couldn't bear to see him smashed to bits, so we kindly collected his soul early. Who knew the book of life and death would change? What now? Suddenly, the ox-head demon narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Wait, Your Excellency. When we arranged for him to possess bodies, we bribed Mangpa to ensure he didn't drink her soup. Regardless of how many times he dies, shouldn't it count as 1 lifetime? How'd it turn into 9? Judge Chui sighed heavily. System glitch. After a stunned silence, both demons wailed in despair. We hate Bill Gates. Judge Chui paced frantically around the hall. After a moment, he glanced furtively around, motioning for the ox and horsehead demons to approach. Twirling his whiskers, he chuckled sinisterly. Ahem, ahem, since the Hall of Reincarnation's computer glitches allow ghosts to travel through time, I've devised a plan. If we arrange for him to possess a body, in ancient history, chuckling darkly, he trailed off. The ox-head demon blinked, puzzled. And then what? What if that scoundrel builds bridges or repairs roads, trips on a pebble, and dies again? Won't that fulfill the 10 lifetime requirement? He, Judge Chui, unleashed a chilling laugh. The Buddha's vow to grant Buddhahood to 10 life virtuous men occurred 300 years ago. If someone reincarnates before that point, even dying 100 times wouldn't qualify. Ha ha! The ox and horsehead demons clapped their hands, cackling evilly. Brilliant! Your Excellency truly is wise beyond measure, or rather, mature and prudent. Chapter 2. Crossing the temporal divide, Zheng Shaopeng found himself before Judge Chui, who, stroking his beard, wore a benevolent smile and spoke. Zheng Shaopeng. Although we have detained you 3 years prematurely, the individual you are to inhabit is either wealthy or noble, which is quite fitting for you. Yet, you seem unsatisfied. Having returned to your essence 8 times within a year. Very well, modern individuals have a penchant for traversing time to the ancient world, do they not? Since I have erred, I shall grant you passage to the past. What say you? To travel to ancient times? Zheng Shaopeng could hardly contain his excitement. I have but 2 years left to live. A journey to the past would be splendid. However, given my limited time, there shall be no opportunity for battles or the thrill of becoming a great hero. I must savor these 2 years. Perhaps I could be like King Zhou or Emperor Yang of Sui, both of whom had their share of pleasures. Yet, perhaps it would be wiser to embody Changzhen. Surrounded by the 8 beauties of Qin Huai, Hong Yangzi, and Qin Yuan, Judge Chui, with his eyes half closed and shaking his head, replied, Zheng Shaopeng, in this life. I intend for you to be reborn in the ancient era, and I must find you a suitable family. Tell me, do you possess any medical knowledge? Skills such as cranial surgery or the formulation of Western medicines? Zheng Shaopeng, lost in thoughts of enjoyment, was taken aback by the question. Was he expected to establish a practice as a divine healer? He chuckled and replied, I do not possess such skills. If someone were to suffer a headache, I could manage to procure some medicine. However, the ingredients of those potions? Who has the leisure to memorize those? As for the scientific names, they escape my memory. And cranial surgery? Do not jest. Hua Tua, the divine physician of his time, lost his head merely for suggesting he could perform a cranial operation for Cao Cao. Even if I could, I would not dare flaunt my abilities in ancient times. The knowledge of the people was far too limited. And they would surely regard me as a charlatan. Judge Chui's expression stiffened at this, but he suppressed his irritation and maintained a facade of cordiality. To heal the world and become a master of the medicinal arts, while indeed glorious, if you are unwilling, so be it. Let me ask you, can you concoct gunpowder or develop modern weaponry? To slay foes and achieve great deeds is also a joy of life. Zheng Shaopeng sighed. Gunpowder? I believe it requires saltpeter. Sulfur, And something else I cannot recall, surely not charcoal? As for the proportions, I cannot remember either. Nobel, the expert in explosives, was blown to pieces while researching it. For someone like me to delve into such matters would be akin to the old immortal hanging himself, lamenting a life too lengthy. Regarding modern weaponry, perhaps you should send me to an armaments factory for 3 to 5 years of study. Moreover, the iron of ancient times would not suffice. What if my endeavors resulted in an explosion? You ought to send me to learn mining, steelmaking, forging, and machine tool manufacturing for several years. Given my lack of technical prowess, I would need to at least attain the level of an engineer. Furthermore, the industrial standards of the time would not allow for any of these processes to be accomplished in a small workshop. In the ancient world, the overall productivity and technological capabilities were insufficient. Possessing skills akin to slaying dragons in a realm devoid of dragons would be sheer nonsense. Neo too couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked, "What a useless endeavor. Let us discuss something simpler. How about brewing wine? Or glassmaking? While you may not aspire to be a divine healer or a hero, becoming a wealthy merchant is still commendable." Zheng Shaopeng replied, "Brewing. I can't say I know how, but I do enjoy drinking. I believe that Red Star Erguo too surpasses Matai in taste, and it doesn't tea give me a headache. Why do you look so incredulous? Go ask around. How many people actually know how to brew? Most are just workers in the field, lacking any real understanding of the craft. As for glass, I only know it's made from sand. Beyond that, I'm at a loss. Even the employees at a glass factory likely only grasp one part of the process. Wouldn't you agree? However, I'm aware of a type of glass called fiberglass and another known as gelatinous glass, which is used for special effects in films. You might not know this, but I wonder if such concepts could inspire the artisans who craft colorful tiles." Ma Mian's long face stretched even further, with veins bulging on his forehead. He suppressed his anger and said, "You lack both literary and martial skills, unable to wield a weapon or bear a burden. What, pray tell, can you actually do with that mouth of yours? Perhaps you should consider entering a noble family? At the very least, you understand the nuances of modern society. Even a little insight derived from that could signify monumental innovation and progress in ancient times, allowing you to become a competent statesman." Zheng Shaopeng smirked and replied, "Brother Ma Mian, you can't possibly want to see me often, which is why you're suggesting this, can you?" Ma Mian stared blankly and asked, "What do you mean?" Zheng Shaopeng continued, "I don't recall much about ancient reforms, but I do remember a figure named Youniang, who was quite favored by his ruler. He didn't implement any grand transformations, merely encouraged agriculture and weaving, abolished the hereditary privileges of the nobility, and awarded titles based on military merit. Ultimately, he faced vehement opposition from the entire ruling class and met a gruesome end. Then there was Wang Ongshi from the Song Dynasty, who was even less impressive. His reforms were merely slight adjustments to the existing system, aimed at promoting commercial growth, enhancing military effectiveness, and slightly improving the imperial examination system. Despite being a prominent chancellor and having the emperor's backing, he could not enforce his ideas. He shouted for reform, but local officials simply ignored him. He faced repeated dismissals and ultimately suffered a humiliating fate. If such lofty ideas from historical reformers like Youniang and Wang Ongshi failed, what chance do I stand as someone utterly ignorant of ancient systems and ruling classes, attempting to espouse modern concepts? Not to mention whether they align with the developmental needs of that era. My advanced notions might even cause reformers to become conservatives, and I would be the one facing dire consequences. Alas, engaging in such idle chatter not only misleads the nation but also leads to one's own downfall." Chui the judge gazed at this incessantly rambling fool, his eyes glazed over. After a long pause, he finally said helplessly, "Well, at the very least, you must be aware of the trajectory of history, who rises and who falls. Surely, you should know something about that? Aligning yourself with a powerful figure could ensure a stable and prosperous life." Zheng Shaopeng shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. No. What do I know of history? I am aware that Qin Shi Huang was destined to unify the realm, but what skills do you possess? Just because you assert that he could succeed and profess your loyalty to him, does that guarantee your sustenance? I know of Li Shimin from the Tang Dynasty, alongside figures like Li Jing and Wei Zheng, while I am uncertain whether Qing Yaojin truly existed or was merely a creation of fiction. As for the Song Dynasty, I learned of Kojuan, later discovering that he was not the impoverished figure he was portrayed to be. He hailed from a wealthy background. Loyal ministers may be loyal, but they often succumb to corruption. Such is the limitation of history. What is even more alarming is the prospect of aligning oneself with their characterizations as depicted in historical texts or stories. One might not even grasp the manner of their demise. In my previous life, I was a singer and made a guest appearance in a historical drama, where I listened to a historian recount the tale of the infamous treacherous minister Yinsong, who served as prime minister for over a decade. Upon his downfall, the assets seized from him far exceeded those of the virtuous official Su Jie, who had only served for 6 years. Both started from the same point in their careers. Yin Song's wife was strict with their son, and Yin Shifan was not the debauched nobleman portrayed in tales. Yin dealt with his political adversaries decisively. But Su Jie and his fellow prime ministers were ruthless. However, those men met with a peaceful end, as historians dared not diminish their legacies. After all, Yin Song was executed. Alas, history can be treacherous. Judge Cui trembled all over, his eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. After a prolonged silence, he stammered. Then, how about I send you to the late Song or the late Yuan? Seek out the 9 Yang manual, or perhaps the Duga 9 swords, and become a legendary hero. Zheng Shaopeng sighed innocently. When reading, I do not seek profound understanding, and old Jin did not provide a map in the text. In the vast Kunlun Mountains, where am I to search? I only recall Zhang Wuji being pursued and then discovering the 9 Yang manual after falling from a cliff. Am I to carry ropes from one cliff to another? I would either perish from the rope snapping or be devoured by wild beasts. Even if I were to find it, do you think it would be like a comic book? The highest tier of martial arts secrets is akin to university courses. They certainly do not start with basic knowledge. Can I comprehend that? I would either die from deviating into madness or lose my sanity. He spoke with fervor, spitting as he declared, moreover, who do I think I am? Feng Qingyang is indeed easier to find, but would he teach me martial arts? That old fellow has hidden away in the mountains for decades, refusing to take disciples, and only in his old age did he accept Ling Hucheng. Do you truly regard him as so magnanimous? Who doesn't he know that he wouldn't extend a helping hand to outsiders? After all, Ling Hucheng is his disciple from the Huashan school, and even that took considerable time to assess. I have no connections in the martial world, otherwise. If Feng Qingyang were to reject me, I might end up being abducted by Tian Buiguang and turned into a brigand. The bull-headed figure's nostrils flared with frustration as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, You are the epitome of uselessness, utterly shameless, bringing disgrace to modern humanity. Zheng Shaopeng, far from feeling shame, took pride in his stance, proclaiming, isn't that the truth? No matter how formidable the Ming Dynasty was, once they entered the Central Plains, they were assimilated by the overwhelmingly populous Han people. To think a mere individual could venture into the ancient world and dream of altering it? It is best to embrace assimilation by antiquity. Is being a modern person truly remarkable? In contemporary society, disciplines are meticulously delineated, and the division of labor is distinctly defined. An individual, akin to a frog in a well, perceives only a fragment of the vast panorama, being aware of the surface yet oblivious to the underlying principles. Would such a mindset prove beneficial in ancient times? As for modern thought, it has become the very root of all mischief. It would be better if it were non-existent. The Judge Cui, exasperated and dizzy with frustration, helplessly turned to the Minotaur and inquired, were there individuals in ancient times who could simply laze about and live off others? The Minotaur answered proudly, Indeed, the nobility. To be an emperor entails the burden of state affairs, whereas to be a prince is far more advantageous. One need not concern oneself with governance, and interference often leads to calamity. After all, as a member of the royal family, one can simply indulge in a life of ease, akin to a mere cog in the machinery of society, a parasite draining vitality. Such a role suits him perfectly. Zheng Shaopeng pondered this notion. Indeed, being a prince has its merits. One could lead a retinue of sycophants and amuse oneself by teasing virtuous women, embodying the archetype of a foolish ruler. While there are perks, the scorn of history can linger for millennia. Cui the judge offered a wry smile. His current desire was to swiftly usher this gentleman away. However, contemplating the prospect of sending him back to ancient times proved challenging. Should he fail to lead a tranquil existence for 2 years and subsequently perish, the complications would be considerable. Thus, he composed his expression and declared, Very well. I shall grant you the chance to be reborn as a prince. But during these 2 years, you must diligently fulfill your duties as a prince and refrain from causing me any more trouble. Otherwise, upon encountering you again, I shall promptly send you back to antiquity, where you shall hold a position even more exalted than that of a prince. Zheng Shaopeng, upon hearing this, beamed with delight and inquired, Do you mean to make me the emperor? Judge Cui, with a stern expression, declared, If you dare to return before the appointed hour, I shall appoint you as the Grand Minister of 9,000 years. Zheng Shaopeng shuddered upon hearing this and hastily exclaimed, No, being a prince is quite splendid. I am content as I am. Alas, I have yet to finish speaking. What are you two gentlemen up to? The Oxhead and Horseface paid him no heed, seizing him and soaring out of the dark hall of the underworld. Swiftly traversing the bridge of helplessness and plunging into the vast sea of clouds. The Six Paths of Reincarnation is a circular structure 3 stories high, slowly rotating. The outer rim is inscribed with the golden characters Wheel-Turning Holy King, and upon the wheel rests the golden statue of the Three-World Buddha. This Buddha's visage is grotesque, with disheveled hair and tusks, standing upon a giant turtle, clutching the wheel's rim with his mouth, and his arms wrapped around himself. Baring his teeth as if to signify that even with his divine power, he cannot alter the karmic destiny of mortals. From the center, 6 rays of light emanate, piercing outward and dividing the wheel into 6 segments: the heavenly realm, the human realm, the realm of Asuras, the realm of beasts, the realm of hungry ghosts, and the realm of hell. Indeed, fortresses are most easily breached from within. The Oxhead and Horseface found an opportunity to deceive the guarding ghostly officer and hurry to the human realm. Upon careful observation, they gradually reversed the second layer of the Wheel of Time in the Great Wheel. The wondrous mechanism of the time wheel's movement caused the third layer, representing various societal identities, to manifest accordingly. The Oxhead ghostly officer adjusted the third layer to the position of nobility. In the previous 8 instances, the Oxhead and Horseface personally ventured into the mortal realm to seek suitable vessels for possession. However, this time, the reincarnation was facilitated through the Wheel of 6 Paths, a Buddhist treasure that dictates the fortunes and destinies of individuals throughout their lives. Zheng Shaopeng found it quite intriguing and could not resist approaching for a closer look. To his delight, he discovered that the destined soul was indeed situated among the nobility. Unexpectedly, being a spirit himself, Zheng Shaopeng, along with the Oxhead and Horseface, failed to notice as he dashed forward, inadvertently bumping into the elbow of the Oxhead. The Wheel of Time shifted slightly, yet none of them paid heed. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the reincarnation mechanism stabilized, and the radiant light emitted from the Wheel of 6 Paths intensified, gradually coalescing into a beam that enveloped Zheng Shaopeng. His form became almost translucent as countless strands of light penetrated him. In the next moment, his feet rose from the ground, and his entire figure diminished, vanishing into the golden light. The brilliance lingered for a brief instant before dispersing into 6 radiant beams as the wheel resumed its slow rotation. The Oxhead and Horseface erupted into hearty laughter. However, the Oxhead soon hesitated, casting a glance at the Horseface and inquiring, dear brother, what seems to be the matter? Did you happen to remember whose body he just entered? The Horseface replied, well, did you not take note? It seems we may have erred once again. This time, we transcended time and space, and we cannot accompany him directly, if he wishes to evade death. Yet the individual he possesses has long since passed away and has been erased from the records in the underworld. Where shall we go to retrieve his soul? The Horseface drew back his neck, pondering, well, it appears the underworld conducts population censuses as well. Those who reach a century may be registered and monitored by the authorities, so it is unlikely we will encounter a situation akin to that of Pingsu. So, you mean to say, wait, what are we discussing? Mere speculation. Who claims we are responsible for his traversal? Should someone destined to die within 2 years truly live beyond a century, by then, the affairs of the world will have shifted. And who could trace back to the cause? Clearly, this lad belongs to the lineage of temporal smugglers. Indeed, if a fellow spirit must perish, let it not be on our account. Brother Horse, I procured a fine jar of wine yesterday. I invite you to savor it with me. With that, the Oxhead and Horseface ambled away, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Chapter 3. Death and Rebirth Chilled to the Bone. Zheng Shaopeng awakened from a deep slumber. In this peculiar reincarnation, his memories from his previous life felt even more ephemeral. The recollections of 8 reincarnations over the past year merged with his former experiences, leaving him unable to discern which memories belonged to his past life and which were born of his new existence. They floated like clouds in the sky, elusive and tangible, akin to a surreal dream. The ox-headed and horse-faced beings, resembling harbingers of pestilence, had hastily brought him here, yet he could not ascertain the era he had entered. However, if they claimed he was to be bound to a noble, then the vessel he inhabited must surely belong to one of high status. But where exactly was he? The surroundings were shrouded in darkness and coldness. Zheng Shaopeng weakly extended his hand, finding himself covered by a thin blanket, suggesting it was winter, with the air thick with a chilling dampness. As Zheng Shaopeng pondered his circumstances, he was startled by the sharp sound of bamboo clappers, followed by a loud announcement. "Guests have arrived, oh dear. Elder Yang, what brings you here?" Young scholar Yang is but your junior, unworthy of such honor. Zheng Shaopeng steadied himself. Elder Yang? What an odd title. Amidst the commotion, darkness enveloped him, and he thought, heavens, could it be that I have been reborn as a blind prince? An elderly voice then coughed a few times, remarking, alas, my sixth brother's family is now finished. How could I not come to pay my respects? Ling is indeed a rare talent from our Yang family. My brother only had this lone heir at the age of 54, and now at 17, he has become the youngest scholar in Xianzhou. We had hoped he would bring glory to our lineage, but alas, faintly, a woman's sobs could be heard, leaving Zheng Shaopeng bewildered. What on earth was happening? Though he had never ventured into ancient times, the tone of the conversation did not suggest a noble lineage. In the pitch blackness, he felt an urge to rise. Yet the body he had just inhabited was still reviving. His frozen limbs were slowly regaining circulation, and he lacked the strength to support himself. Fortunately, he had experienced this before. Each time he reincarnated, he had to patiently gather strength as his body reasserted itself. The loud voice called out again, Elder, please take a seat. Dear friends, pay your respects. Suddenly, the room erupted with chaos, startling Zheng Shaopeng. What had once been a quiet space transformed into a cacophony of wails and cries. It seemed there were many more people present than he had realized. In previous reincarnations, he had encountered similar situations where family members mourned, but never had he faced such impenetrable darkness. Zheng Shaopeng blinked, though he could see nothing. He instinctively felt there was nothing wrong with his sight, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Amidst the tumult, he heard fragments of anguished exclamations. Brother, you departed far too early. Ling, how could you have died? He could not identify these distant relatives, lost in their sorrow. Zheng Shaopeng was almost amused. He had witnessed enough instances of both genuine and feigned weeping. In modern times, such displays were somewhat restrained, but now, listening to their lamentations was akin to attending a theatrical performance, which was indeed quite comical. A loud voice proclaimed, Guests, please pay your respects. Family, return the courtesy. With this declaration, the cacophony of wailing abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was utterly astonishing how synchronized they were in their display of grief. Then, a sorrowful female voice softly intoned. The widow Yang Han expresses her gratitude to the esteemed elder and to all relatives and friends. A widow? Zheng Shaopeng's forehead tightened. It became evident that these mourners were lamenting for him. This was rather amusing. They had even arranged a wife for him. However, why was there such an overwhelming absence of decorum in this darkened atmosphere? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hastily began to feel around. His limbs, still weak and unresponsive, made it difficult to exert any strength, but once his fingers brushed against his surroundings, he began to comprehend the situation. He had been placed in a coffin. Good heavens, was he about to be buried alive? Panic surged within him, but his frail body rendered him powerless to act. Then, the loud voice boomed again, Dear relatives, please express your condolences once more, and accompany the deceased on their final journey. The moment the words left his mouth, the wailing resumed, this time even closer. As the mourners gathered around the coffin to pay their last respects, seizing the opportunity, Zheng Shaopeng attempted to raise his hand and tap on the coffin, but the stiffness in his body made it painful to do so. The feeble sounds he produced were drowned out by those who were vociferously competing to showcase their grief, compelling him to abandon his efforts. At that moment, the loud voice declared, Our family expresses our gratitude once more. Dear friends, may you find solace in your sorrow. Our sentiments are conveyed through this ritual, and the ceremony is concluded. Like a masterful conductor, he commanded silence with his words. Outside, a clamor erupted, followed by an aged voice saying, Yang Han, your in-laws departed early, and now Ling has also gone to join them in the afterlife, leaving you all alone. What are your plans? A soft, youthful voice replied, Uncle, as a daughter-in-law who has entered the Yang family, I am bound to this household. Though my husband is ill and we are impoverished, we still possess 4 acres of land. I shall tend to the home. Although it may be difficult, I can manage. Old Master Yang cleared his throat twice and said, My dear, you are still quite young. It is no easy task to uphold this household alone. You are now a member of the Yang family, which is esteemed in this region. We cannot allow you to struggle alone and be the subject of ridicule. I have conferred with a few elders of our clan and proposed that you entrust those 4 acres to your husband's brother, who will oversee your daily sustenance, as it is reasonable for a woman to have her brother-in-law cultivate the land for her livelihood. What do you think? Zheng Shaopeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Once again, he found himself in the midst of a dispute over inheritance. It seemed that the grandeur of their words did little to mask the age-old nature of such matters. Upon arriving to offer condolences, the uncle, rather impatiently, revealed his true intentions. After a brief silence, the young widow spoke. "Your kind intentions are duly acknowledged, dear uncle. Alas, my life is frail, my husband departed too soon, leaving no descendants. Though I am but a commoner's daughter, I have studied the teachings of women, understanding the virtue of loyalty in marriage. I was born into the Yang family, and in death, I shall remain one with them. Although I am now the sole survivor, this lineage is not extinguished. Uncle, my husband and I may not share the same mother, and you two have long since established your own household. It would be inappropriate to transfer the ancestral estate to him." Her words, imbued with a gentle firmness, subtly admonished him not to presume that her youth rendered her incapable of enduring widowhood. She implied that should she be forced to sell the family estate, it would be tantamount to robbing her late husband's legacy. The old man, caught off guard by her eloquence, felt a flush of embarrassment. He had 4 sons. Yet it was the third, Yang Quan, who squandered his inheritance on vice. Despite his disappointment, the old man could not bear to see his flesh and blood in destitution. Thus, he shamelessly approached her with this unreasonable request, hoping that if his son acquired the land, he might redeem himself. Unbeknownst to him, his son sought his intervention for a more clandestine purpose. Yang Quan's notorious indulgences were well known, and after the bandits ravaged their village 2 years prior, killing his wife, he had remained unmarried, a solitary figure in his 40s. His cousin, Yang Ling, who had recently wed Han Youniang, a renowned beauty, had fallen ill while arranging the marriage. Tragically, he had not even lifted the bridal veil before his condition worsened, rendering him bedridden. Yang Quan exploited this opportunity, frequently visiting under the pretext of checking on his brother, only to be rebuffed by Han Youniang. Had it not been for her exceptional skills as the daughter of the Hunter King, he might have resorted to force. In his mind, seizing her land and controlling her means of living would ultimately allow him to possess the body and soul of this unfortunate young widow, barely 15. Standing nearby, Yang Quan greedily gazed at his sister-in-law, clad in mourning attire, which accentuated her delicate beauty. Her words had silenced his father, igniting his rebellious spirit. And he could not contain himself. "Han Youniang, you are but a child. How do you intend to sustain this household? My father speaks from goodwill. Do not let desperation drive you to actions that would tarnish the Yang family name." Despite her youth, Han Youniang possessed remarkable fortitude. Hearing his words, she stood tall, her brows furrowed with resolve, and replied coldly, "I am well versed in propriety and virtue, committed to my vows for life. Since entering the Yang household, I have served my husband faithfully, never once straying from the path of a dutiful wife. The Yang clan is vast, even if there are a few wayward descendants. They could never originate from my family." Upon hearing her scorn, Yang Quan could not help but feel a surge of anger and shouted, "You wretched girl. Ling Di is the only one in the Yang family who has successfully achieved the status of a scholar. Our family's glory rests upon him. If it weren't for your ill-fated influence causing his demise, how could such a vigorous young man perish so suddenly?" The accusation that a woman could bring about her husband's death is a charge that is both indefensible and burdensome. Han Youniang, with her fiery temperament, was provoked by this shameless, bloodless dagger of words, causing her to tremble with rage. She glanced around. Her husband's family was already sparse, and present were only direct relatives from her uncle's side, all wearing expressions that were both sardonic and contemptuous, their cold and disdainful gazes piercing her heart like needles. A torrent of indignation, sorrow, and grief surged within her. She had married a man who, from their very first meeting, appeared to be lying in bed awaiting death. Though their bond could hardly be described as deep, the unwavering principle of loyalty compelled her to don her wedding attire without ever removing it, tirelessly seeking doctors, procuring medicine, and selling her possessions to care for him, never leaving his side. Her misfortune was profound. At such a tender age, she was destined to live as a widow. To her dismay, before her husband's body had even cooled, his relatives came to seize her inheritance, and they placed such a vile stigma upon her. With her own resources so meager, how could she possibly survive in this large family? Overwhelmed by her sorrow, Han Youniang could no longer contain her tears and cried out, "Well, well, well." Qian Lian cast herself into the river, preserving her virtue for eternity. "What do I, Han Youniang, care for this life? I shall follow my husband into the afterlife, thus sparing myself from your petty malice." With that, the young woman turned, intent on throwing herself upon her husband's coffin. The elder Yang was taken aback. Han Youniang's father was renowned for his martial prowess, known far and wide. It was inherently unjust for her in-laws to demand her property so soon after her husband's death, and if she were to die by the coffin, It would not only incite gossip among the neighbors but also invoke her father's wrath. He hurriedly rose from his seat and shouted, "Quick, stop her." However, Youniang was swift, her words barely spoken before she dashed towards the coffin, aiming to strike her head against its edge. Just then, she abruptly halted, her eyes widening in horror as she gazed at the coffin. The slender casket had not yet been sealed, allowing for mourning. And now the lid appeared to shift slightly to the side. Suddenly, her pale fingers emerged, gripping the edge of the coffin. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, Youniang instinctively recoiled, causing those around her to turn their gaze towards the coffin, leading two elderly women to shriek, "It's a corpse explosion!" before they fled in terror. Though the men did not run, they huddled together, trembling. Youniang, being somewhat bolder, reflected that it was her husband within. Even if he had risen from the dead, he would not harm her. Could it be that he had returned from the underworld upon witnessing her mistreatment? She suppressed the terror within her and cautiously stepped forward, forcefully pushing aside the coffin lid. To her astonishment, she beheld her husband kneeling inside the sarcophagus, breathing heavily. The frigid air caused his exhaled breath to manifest as wisps of white mist. Youniang could not help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. How could a corpse emit warm breath? Heaven be praised, he is indeed alive. Zheng Shaopeng, having expended tremendous effort, managed to pry open a corner of the coffin lid, kneeling within and gasping for air. Suddenly, a bright light flooded his vision, causing him to squint as he took a moment to adjust. When he finally lifted his gaze, he found himself staring at the pitiable widow who had been wronged. It was truly difficult for him to associate her with a married woman. She appeared distinctly as a girl yet to fully bloom. Chapter 4. A home of bare walls clad in a coarse white linen mourning garment. Her head adorned with a white silk band, the girl with an oval face appeared remarkably delicate. Her eyes, tinged with red, bore lashes still damp, and her small nose was frostbitten to a vivid hue. She gazed at him timidly. Zheng Shaopeng stared at her in astonishment. Was this young Han? She seemed far too young. Shouldn't she be in her first or second year of junior high? Although he had experienced the phenomenon of life after death and swiftly adapting to a new existence multiple times, the sight of his new wife appearing so youthful struck him as profoundly peculiar. His frail body, having endured this kneeling position for a while, began to sway dangerously. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness once more, he mustered a weak smile and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am not dead yet." Youniang's eyes widened, fixated on him with an intensity that made her tears gradually blur her vision. After a long moment, a sob erupted from her lips. The intensity of her wailing sent a chilling shiver down Zheng Shaopeng's spine, a manifestation of the deep sorrow and torment that must have compelled such a heart-wrenching cry. As she wept mournfully, her hands clutched the coffin tightly, fearing that if she released her grip, she would collapse. Typically, she dutifully cared for him without complaint, fulfilling her marital obligations. They had just recently wed, and their conversations had been few, their emotional bond still tenuous. Yet, in that moment, she realized the profound significance he held in her life, how crucial he was to her existence. Even if he merely clung to life by a thread, he was still her husband. With him present, their home retained its stability, its very foundation. Zheng Shaopeng felt a pang of sympathy at her tears, intending to comfort her with some polite phrases like, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our time together." Regrettably, his body betrayed him. His lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Instead, he rolled his eyes and fainted again. The morning hall erupted into chaos once more as Youniang, regaining her composure, cried out and pulled him from the coffin. Old Master Yang, having heard tales of individuals reviving from a state of apparent death, was not overly astonished. Upon witnessing Yang Ling's revival, he felt a mix of embarrassment and overwhelming joy. After all, Yang Ling was the only one in the Jinyiwei fort with a reputable status, and having such a person in the family was indeed a matter of pride. After all, he represented the bloodline of the Yang clan. Initially swayed by his son's persuasion to seize the estate, his motives were partly selfish, as he harbored concerns that the young widow might fail to uphold the family legacy and remarry after a few years, thus dissipating their holdings. Now that his nephew had returned from the brink, his worries were alleviated, and he retracted his previous thoughts. Feeling quite awkward, he called for assistance to lift his nephew onto the bed and dispatch someone to fetch a doctor. After a flurry of activity lasting the better part of the day, he finally departed, supported by his children and grandchildren. 2 bowls of corn porridge and a plate of pickled radishes constituted the first meal shared by Zheng Shaopeng, the reincarnation of a great benefactor, now Yang Ling, and his wife. An oil lamp flickered unsteadily on the stove, casting shadows in the room. which was suffused with the comforting aroma of home-cooked meals. In the previous 8 lifetimes, he had either been born into affluent families or held positions of great power and prestige. Now, seated at a humble meal, despite his ravenous hunger, Zheng Shaopeng, presently known as Yang Ling, a scholar from the 17th year of the Hongji era of the Ming Dynasty, could barely manage to eat to 3/4 of his fill before the food became unpalatable. In contrast, Youniang savored her meal with great delight, although the simple fare was quite austere. The sight of her husband not only having returned to life but also able to rise and eat on his own filled her heart with joy and contentment. Observing the bare and desolate home, Yang Ling could not help but sigh inwardly. He watched as this girl, who seemed scarcely more than a child, consumed a bowl of corn porridge with such gusto, licking the bowl clean with her small tongue. A pang of sorrow struck him. It seemed that the Grim Reaper had played a cruel trick on him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have relished his days as a billionaire. Yet, what could he do now? Should he truly seek to live for 10,000 years and then subtract 1,000? Perhaps it would be better to simply muddle through a couple of years. At least, this young wife, though somewhat younger, was indeed pleasing to the eye. As he pondered, he noticed Youniang had set her bowl down, and he gently pushed his half-finished bowl of corn porridge toward her, softly saying, "You haven't had your fill, have you? Here, please finish this." At that moment, Youniang dared to glance at her husband, who appeared quite haggard. Yet his spirit had noticeably improved, and his eyes sparkled with life. Feeling the warmth of his gaze upon her, she became bashful, lowering her eyelids and softly replying, "Husband, you should eat more now that you are recovering." Yang Ling contemplated this and recalled that he ought to refer to her as wife, though such ancient terms felt awkward on his tongue. Fortunately, since his illness, he had been too lethargic to address her as such, having only called her by her childhood name. "Youniang, I am merely recovering, hence my inability to eat much. If you do not partake, it would be wasteful." Youniang considered his words, offering a shy smile as she accepted the bowl, murmuring, "Thank you, husband." Yang Ling scrutinized her closely. The girl had shed her mourning garments and donned a simple blue outfit. Her face still bore the innocence of youth, yet perhaps due to her years of martial training, her physique exhibited the form of a budding young woman. Her features were attractive, with slightly tanned skin, thick eyebrows, a delicate nose, full lips, and large, sparkling eyes that rendered her utterly charming. Noticing her husband's gaze, Youniang assumed her eating manners were unbecoming and shyly turned her body away. Since their marriage, this was the first time they had shared a meal together, and although they had been married for over half a year, she realized that her husband remained a stranger to her. Known only by name as the youngest scholar in SUNF and the only man of merit in JMYBO, the house was modest. With a dining area at its center, upon entering, one would find the stove, and to the right lay a bedroom, within which lingered a faint scent of medicine. The left side was originally the residence of Yang Ling's parents, but after their passing, it lay abandoned, serving merely as a storage for some odds and ends. The dining area doubled as a living room, and simultaneously as a mourning chamber for Yang Ling. Youniang, fearing for his frail health, insisted that he refrain from exerting himself. She guided him to sit on the bed, then busied herself with the wreaths, paper offerings, and gold and silver ingots sent by others, stacking them behind the door and dismantling the mourning chamber, working up a fine sweat in the process. Observing Youniang's efficient tidying, Yang Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was often said that modern girls, exposed to many things and enjoying better nourishment, mature quickly. But what did they truly mature in? Only their bodies and desires. Looking at Youniang, he realized that this was genuine maturity of the mind. A 15-year-old girl, newly wed, was tasked with caring for an invalid in such a destitute home. It truly tested her resilience. He couldn't fathom how she had endured the past 6 months. Her beauty and innocence stirred something within him. Her pure, unpretentious demeanor evoked feelings of compassion and tenderness. Contemplating his own mortality, he felt a pang of reluctance to cause her any distress. When Youniang turned to see him gazing at her from the bed, her cheeks flushed with warmth. For more than half a year, she had longed for his awakening, and now that it had come to pass, his scrutiny made her feel uneasy. Embarrassed, she shyly stepped further into the room to brighten the oil lamp. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, her face grew increasingly warm, and she struggled to find words to engage him. After fidgeting about the room, her cheeks aflame, she approached him, draping a thin quilt across his lap, stammering, "My lord, you have just awakened. Please rest for a while. I will visit Aunt Ling next door and return shortly." With that, she fled the room in haste. Yang Ling smiled faintly, a wave of warmth washing over him. He was uncertain of the illness that had befallen him, but since his arrival in this body, he had suffered only from prolonged bed rest and malnutrition, which left him weak and irritable, yet he was otherwise unharmed. Once Han Youniang dashed out, he threw off the quilt and rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with his surroundings. However, his heart sank upon seeing the desolation around him. The place was utterly bare, a stark reminder of their poverty. Venturing into the adjacent room, he recalled from Han Youniang's words that it had been the abode of his parents, now empty and filled with clutter. Approaching the doorway, he lifted a grain sack, discovering it held less than a bowl of broken corn. No wonder she had only managed to cook 2 bowls of porridge for dinner. And he had savored his half-bowl so thoroughly, it was evident that she had gone days without a proper meal. A wave of melancholy washed over him. This existence seemed unbearable, especially in the biting winter. While he might have resigned himself to a life of mere survival, he certainly had not anticipated enduring starvation. He cursed his fate in silence. The room was small and sparsely furnished, and he soon found himself wandering outside. The village night was shrouded in darkness, with the flickering oil lamps of each household casting a dim light that barely reached far, a stark contrast to the brightness of contemporary rural life. Gazing at the crescent moon obscured by dark clouds, he felt a bone-chilling cold enveloping him. The surroundings were eerily silent, and he pondered the whereabouts of Han Youniang. Just as he contemplated returning indoors, a sudden creak echoed from nearby, followed by the barking of a dog. Straining his ears, he heard an elderly woman's voice calling out, "Youniang, be careful as you walk in the dark." Then, the melodious voice of Youniang responded, "Thank you, Aunt Li. I promise to return this grain once my family's harvest is bountiful next year." Yang Ling stealthily approached the low wall, where a pile of swept snow lay, and leaned over to peer into the distance. He spotted an elderly woman, her hair a crown of white, holding an oil lamp in one hand while partially pushing open a door with the other, indicating that Youniang had likely exited the courtyard. The old woman sighed and shook her head, and as she closed the door, a man's voice emerged from within, "My dear, the Tartars visited us in autumn, and our remaining grain is scarce." As the old woman shut the door, she murmured, "Alas, I know, but the child Youniang is so pitiable. If we can offer assistance, we should. Besides, Ling, that child possesses ambition. Surviving great adversity surely leads to future blessings." As the door clicked shut, his ears strained to catch the rest of her words, but they faded into silence. Yang Ling then heard the sound of his own courtyard door creaking open, and a petite figure stepped inside. He instinctively moved forward to greet her. Han Youniang, upon seeing the silhouette approaching, was startled and momentarily feared it was the scoundrel Yang Quan come to harass her again. Clutching a small sack of grain in one hand and seizing a stick from behind the courtyard door with the other, she hissed, "Get out, or else I shall call for my husband." Chapter 5. Mutual support. Yang Ling had only taken 2 steps forward when he suddenly heard a whoosh, and a wooden stick, as thick as 2 fingers, was pointed at his chest, startling him. He hurriedly said, "Wait." His throat tightened, and after swallowing hard, he spoke softly, "Youniang, it's me, Yang Ling." "Oh dear." The stick clattered to the ground as Han Youniang rushed forward to support him, her voice filled with concern. "My husband, you've just begun to recover from your illness. Why are you out here? It's so cold. If something were to happen to you, what would I do?" Yang Ling reassured her, "It's nothing serious. I'm feeling much better. I just haven't moved around much, so I feel a bit weak." He reached out to help Han Youniang with the grain sack, but she couldn't bear to let him work any further. She quickly supported him back, saying, "You must return to bed immediately. It's too cold at night. Tomorrow, when the sun is warm, I'll help you out to bask in the sunlight." With no other option, Yang Ling allowed her to guide him back. Once inside, he couldn't help but voice his concern, "Youniang, have we exhausted all our savings for my treatment? It seems there's hardly anything left in the house." Han Youniang placed the grain sack on the stove and gently led him into the inner room. She softly replied, "When the Tartars came in autumn, I was preoccupied with escaping to the mountains with you. The food supplies were all taken by them. Thus, I had to pawn some furniture and belongings." She helped Yang Ling sit on the kong and, while assisting him in removing his shoes, lifted her head to smile at him, saying, "Don't worry, my husband. Once we have a harvest next year, life will improve. You are a scholar. Do not concern yourself with these trivial matters. Focus on your studies, as the provincial examination is just around the corner." Seeing her admiration and pride when she mentioned his status, Yang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. In his current state, he felt utterly incapable, relying solely on the hollow title of a scholar, while in her eyes, he had become a true man. In his own time, Even a graduate from Tsinghua or Peking University would likely be dismissed by his wife if he were so ineffectual. Would she still look at him with such reverence? Yet, it was no surprise that she placed such importance on this. In this era, agriculture was favored over commerce. Even wealthy merchants held a lower social standing than small landowners. The paths to wealth and advancement were predominantly through officialdom, with the primary route to a government career being the imperial examinations. Although Yang Ling was merely a scholar at present in this time, the status of a scholar was still considerable, whether in the city or countryside. Some scholars, even at the age of 70 or 80, might never achieve the title of a scholar. The Ming Dynasty enforced strict regulations on its citizens. Even visiting relatives or friends required a travel pass issued by local authorities, stamped and sealed, with no room for negligence. However, scholars and those with titles, such as licentiates, are distinct. They possess the privilege to wear swords, don azure silk garments, and travel freely, unimpeded by officials along their journey. They encounter county magistrates, figures whom ordinary farmers might never meet in their lifetimes, without the need to kneel, and are afforded seats. To common folk, such individuals naturally hold a position of great esteem. Han Youniang pulled the quilt to ensure his comfort and brought in a basin of warm water. Ignoring Yang Ling's repeated refusals, she gently began to wash his feet. Yang Ling had never experienced such treatment before. After a moment of hesitation, seeing the look of anxiety on Han Youniang's face, he resigned himself with a wry smile and allowed her to attend to him. As night fell, lying in bed with his arm as a pillow, Yang Ling contemplated his thoughts in silence. He could hear Han Youniang's soft breathing, indicating she had fallen into a deep slumber. Since their marriage, although they shared the same bed, she had devoted herself to caring for him daily without ever having performed the formal rites of marriage. They had only slept beside each other on his bedding. Tonight, however, her husband was no longer in a dazed state, which caused her great embarrassment. After extinguishing the lamp, although she could not see him, Han Youniang felt her entire body flush with warmth. Upon slipping beneath the covers, she buried her head into the quilt, too shy to reveal herself again. Yet, tonight marked the happiest day since their union. Not only had her husband returned from the brink of death, but it seemed he had also recovered from his illness. With a little time for recuperation, he might fully regain his health. And life was once again infused with hope and longing, filling her heart with immeasurable joy. Although Yang Ling and she were bound by marriage, in his heart, he felt deep compassion for this girl, whose beauty was only matched by her misfortunes and resilience. Knowing he had perhaps only 2 more years to live, he could not bear to entertain any selfish thoughts towards such a lovely woman. He glanced at Han Youniang's sleeping form, the room enveloped in darkness rendering everything indistinct, save for the gentle sound of her breathing, reminiscent of a tiny kitten. With a soft sigh, he pondered the implications of her being his wife. He realized that not only must he find a way to survive, but he also bore the responsibility to care for her. However, in their impoverished state, how could he ensure her sustenance and security? After much futile contemplation, he found no solutions. As the warmth from the Kong began to dissipate, not only did his exposed face grow cold, but the quilt also started to chill. He tightened the covers around him and suddenly recalled that Han Youniang was sleeping even more lightly. He wondered if she could endure the cold. Quietly extending his hand, he touched the surface beside her, only to find it frigid. Surely, it must be easy to gather firewood in the mountains, especially in such frigid weather. Why had she not brought in more? He recalled his earlier inspection of the house and realized he had not noticed how much firewood was by the stove. Reflecting on his own condition, Yang Ling felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He had been teetering on the edge of death, and Han Youniang, isolated and vulnerable, had been caring for him. How could she possibly find the time to venture into the mountains for firewood? His fingers brushed against the edge of the quilt, and he was taken aback. Why was this quilt so thin? With a gentle flick of her fingers, she found the layer of bedding to be far too thin compared to her own. How had she endured the biting cold of this winter night? At that moment, Han Youniang shivered slightly, as if curling up, and Yang Ling felt a rush of warmth to his face. Was she still awake? He lowered his voice, slightly embarrassed, and asked, "Youniang, are you still awake?" Han Youniang replied in a muffled tone, her timid voice trembling slightly. Yang Ling sighed. "Why is your blanket so thin? How can you possibly endure such a cold winter night? Does your home not have a thick quilt?" Han Youniang spoke softly. "Husband, you are quite ill. I truly couldn't think of a way to invite a doctor, so I could only. I'm sorry." Yang Ling touched the thick quilt he had and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Suddenly, he sat up and reached to pull the mat from beneath Han Youniang. The surface of the Kong was smooth, and he forcefully yanked the mat towards him. Han Youniang felt a flutter of panic and stammered, "Husband, what are you doing?" Seeing her startled expression, Yang Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly, teasing her. "We are husband and wife. What's wrong with sleeping together?" Han Youniang became even more flustered, yet it was undeniable that her husband's words held truth. She could only stutter, but you're unwell? We shouldn't tea. Yang Ling couldn't suppress a low laugh, saying, "Silly girl, your blanket is too thin. How could I possibly sleep while knowing you're freezing? Come, let us share a bed." The two mats were laid together, and Yang Ling lifted her blanket, covering her with his own, then placed the thin blanket atop the thick one, declaring, "See, this is much better." Han Youniang, feeling embarrassed, nestled deeper into the bedding, unable to emerge. She curled up tightly, her small fist clenched against her chest, perplexed as to why she felt such anxiety and fear. Yang Ling was her rightful husband. She had been raised with the principles of obedience and virtue. Husbands were heaven, wives were earth. The sages had said, a woman is to submit to her husband, and if her husband desired her, there was truly nothing inappropriate about it. Yet, the mere thought of what might ensue sent her heart racing, far more so than when she had accompanied her father on a hunt and first encountered a tiger. Yang Ling sensed her tension. To be truthful, he himself was hesitant to draw too near to Youniang. If they were to be too close, he could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected. At the very least, being physically healthy and besides such a young girl, despite his mind's resistance, his body would inevitably react. Thus, they maintained a distance of 2 fists apart, and he dared not lean closer. However, this only caused the scant warmth within the bedding to dissipate. Even with the thicker blankets, warmth was still elusive. After lying there for a moment, Yang Ling rose again, fumbling to put on his shoes. Han Youniang poked her head out and asked, "Husband, where are you going?" Yang Ling inquired, "How do you light the oil lamp?" "No, where's the oil lamp?" Han Youniang hastily rose to light the oil lamp with a flint. Beneath the warm glow, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, whether from embarrassment or the flickering light, enhancing her charm. She looked at Yang Ling with a hint of confusion and asked, "My dear, do you need to relieve yourself? The chamber pot is just outside." Yang Ling shook his head and replied, "No, I shall add some firewood to the stove." Han Youniang held the oil lamp aloft, following him to the outer hall where a small bundle of split wood lay beneath the stove. Yang Ling surveyed the scene, then approached the corner. Gathering up the paper offerings, burnt incense, and gold and silver joss paper, all made from sorghum stalks and easily combustible, he tossed them into the stove, where the dwindling flames roared back to life. He then stacked the firewood atop the kindling. Han Youniang opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, thinking to herself, "Let it burn." Then, "After all, my husband is recovering and I need not be by his side constantly. I shall rise early tomorrow to fetch more firewood from the mountains." Yang Ling allowed the fire to blaze steadily, then clapped his hands and turned back with a smile, saying, "Now it is well, we shall sleep warmer tonight." As he turned, illuminated by the stove's glow, he noticed Han Youniang clad in a simple white linen garment, patched yet unable to conceal her graceful figure. A hint of skin peeked from her neckline, appearing particularly alluring in the interplay of firelight and lamplight. Yang Ling's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze. Han Youniang sensed his scrutiny and felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Shyly, she took his arm to return to their room. When Yang Ling took the oil lamp from her, he felt her palms were rough, illuminated by the flickering light. Her hands bore calluses, and the skin was coarse, marked with fine cracks. Although they had only just met today, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Han Youniang, blushing, shook her head and timidly withdrew her hand, saying, "My dear, don't catch a chill. Please rest soon." After this exchange, both felt less constrained, an inexplicable affection blossoming quietly within their hearts. As they nestled under the covers, the chill seeping through the gap between them was uncomfortable. Yang Ling, unable to resist, inched closer. Han Youniang shivered slightly, her body stiffening, yet she remained docile and silent. Yang Ling allowed her to draw near, their bodies brushing subtly to retain warmth. He jestingly remarked to her, "Youniang, we might as well consider this a mutual support, shall we?" Gently caressing her small hand, he said with tenderness, "Your hands are cracked. Is it from washing and chopping wood? Does it hurt?" Han Youniang replied with a soft shaking her head. Realizing he could not see her, she added, "It doesn't hurt, dear husband. As long as you regain your health, I will endure any hardship without complaint." Hearing this, Yang Ling tightened his grip on her hand, feeling that despite this reincarnation being the most arduous of all, it brought a warmth and happiness to his heart. After a while, noticing that Han Youniang's breathing did not seem to indicate she was asleep, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Han Youniang sighed softly and said, "My dear husband, I am contemplating your upcoming provincial examination next year. Our family has run out of funds. I have 2 elder brothers and a younger brother in my family, and my father bears a heavy burden. He cannot assist us. The 4 acres of ancestral farmland we possess are irreplaceable and cannot be sold. The provincial examination is a significant matter in your life. What shall we do?" 4 acres of farmland? Yang Ling felt a stir in his heart. He did not entertain notions of ancestral property being untouchable due to fear of being deemed a spendthrift. Rather, he pondered how much the 4 acres might fetch, envisioning the possibility of sudden wealth that would afford them a comfortable existence for a couple of years, ensuring that this woman would not suffer in her later life. As he ruminated, weariness gradually enveloped him, and the warmth from beneath the heated bed intensified. Though Han Youniang allowed him to draw near, her petite form remained tightly curled. Yang Ling found it amusing. He yawned and, with a vague smile, said, "Youniang, relax a bit. It's warmer this way. It's so cold outside. What do you fear from me?" I suddenly recalled an ancient figure. Han Youniang blushed at his words, intrigued by what her scholar husband would say next. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Which ancient figure do you recall, my husband?" Suppressing a laugh, Yang Ling replied, "I thought of Liu Xiaohui. If this gentleman did not possess some flaw, he was likely in a situation akin to mine." Embracing a young maiden beneath the winter chill at the city gate, yet remained unperturbed. "I could manage the same, for it is simply too cold. And any ill thoughts are frozen away." Han Youniang burst into laughter. Before their marriage, she had feared her husband would be a dull and pedantic scholar. Yet she discovered him to be quite amusing. A unique feeling blossomed within her heart. This was the man she would accompany for a lifetime, her closest kin. With a gentle sigh, her tender affection and admiration drew her closer to Yang Ling. Her once tense body now softened, compelled by her emotions. She nestled closer to Yang Ling and whispered in his ear, "My husband, I wish to remain beside you, through all of life's trials, aging, sickness, wealth, and poverty. I am willing to accompany you unconditionally forever." Hearing Han Youniang's heartfelt confession veiled by the night, Yang Ling's heart trembled. Is every soul in this world not striving to find that special someone who would express their willingness to be with them? The impulse nearly compelled him to confess his own willingness to accompany her for a lifetime, yet the words lingered at his lips, swallowed back. 2 years of life, he sighed deeply within. Han Youniang's body was soft, warm, and comforting in his embrace, suppressing the desires within him. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He yawned and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Emerging from the hollow as the rooster from the neighboring Li family crowed incessantly, Yang Ling was lost in a deep slumber, gradually awakening in a daze. He instinctively reached out, only to find his arms empty. With a start, he opened his eyes, realizing the bed was now vacant, leaving him entirely alone. A bittersweet smile crossed his lips. He had intended to take care of his companion, yet she had risen early while he remained ensconced in sleep. He hastily donned his clothes, a padded green robe adorned with several patches. Stepping into the outer room, he peered around but found no sign of Han Youniang. Upon exiting the courtyard, he was greeted by the biting cold, which struck his nose sharply. He stretched his limbs and took a deep breath, feeling his vitality gradually returning. The dawn light revealed a small village nestled on the hillside, comprising a dozen dilapidated houses. Below, several more houses appeared in better condition, suggesting they belonged to more affluent families. Yang Ling stood by the right wall, surveying the scene below, when he heard the creaking of the courtyard gate. Turning his head, he was met with a sizable bundle of firewood, atop which clung some remnants of snow. Below it stood a diminutive figure, dwarfed by the immense pile. With a small face peeking out, its cheeks flushed from the cold. Yang Ling hurried over, feeling a mix of embarrassment and guilt. "Youniang, why on earth? Hurry. Put that down. Why have you chopped so much firewood?" Upon seeing him, Han Youniang appeared even more anxious. She quickly set the firewood aside and rushed toward him, wielding an axe with urgency. "My husband, why have you come out again? It's freezing out here. You must return indoors." A twinge of self-reproach surged within Yang Ling as he snatched the axe from her hands and tossed it aside, cradling her rosy little face in his hands. He spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Youniang, please do not chop so much firewood anymore. You should have woken me. Such tasks are meant for men." Han Youniang, her cheeks warmed by his touch, replied earnestly, "But that cannot be. You are a scholar. Engaging in such labor would invite ridicule. My husband, please go back inside and keep warm." Her hands were icy, their backs flushed, and her fingers somewhat stiff. Yang Ling enveloped her small hands within his palms and swiftly led her back into the house. "You should be the one to warm up. You are dressed far too lightly. Is it true that we are so poor that we lack even a proper garment?" With a shy smile, Han Youniang responded, "Not at all. I have a new outfit saved for the new year, which I am reluctant to use just yet. My husband, are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal." A wave of emotion washed over Yang Ling, and he silently vowed, "O spirits of the underworld, you have triumphed. If you do not allow this pitiful yet endearing girl to live a good life, even if you grant me eternal life, I shall not return." He gently urged Han Youniang to sit on the edge of the Kong, opened his robe, and placed her hands against his chest. With a commanding yet tender tone, he asserted, "Sit still and warm your hands before anything else. Look at you, frozen." Han Youniang gazed at him, her breath hitching as tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. Yang Ling, taken aback, asked urgently, "Youniang, what troubles you?" Han Youniang withdrew a hand from his embrace, wiped away her tears, and, with a bashful smile, said, "No. I'm just happy. My dear, you are truly too kind to me. It is a blessing for me to marry you." Han Youniang felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Heaven had indeed treated her generously. Not only had it returned her husband to her, but he was also so gentle and considerate. Devoid of any airs typically associated with scholars, the world had bestowed upon her an abundance of gifts, filling her small heart with satisfaction and joy. Observing her easily touched and blissful expression, Yang Ling could not help but pull her into his arms. Breakfast consisted once again of corn porridge and pickles. Youniang had prepared a bit more porridge than the previous night, as they had gone without food for 2 meals. Even this rather unpalatable fare began to taste somewhat pleasant to Yang Ling. As he crunched on the icy radish strips, he suddenly inquired, "Youniang, how much is an acre of land worth now?" Han Youniang paused for a moment before responding, "Dear, if it's good land near Datong or Xianshou, an acre would roughly be worth 6 to 8 taels. Our mountainous fields here are about 4 taels. Only 4 taels? Yang Ling expressed his disappointment. Han Youniang blinked in confusion and replied, 4 taels is considerable. That is 4 guan of silver, enough for our farming family to last 2 years. Yang Ling was taken aback. He was accustomed to thinking in terms of his own era, and after skillfully questioning her, he learned that at this time, 1 tael of silver was approximately worth 1,000 won. He realized that her estimate of 2 years was conservative. Some families could stretch it to 3 or 4 years if they were frugal, especially if they farmed their own food. However, that calculation applied only if they grew their own crops. Otherwise, 1 tael would barely suffice for a year. After carefully calculating, he found that 4 taels for 1 acre, totaling 16 taels for 4 acres, was indeed a significant sum, likely enough for Youniang to sustain herself for over a decade. Yet, considering the situation from the previous day, if he were not around, it was unlikely that the Yang family would readily relinquish the land to her. However, if he decided to sell the land, no one could prevent him. He pondered this for a moment before saying, "Youniang, I am contemplating selling the land and moving to the city." Han Youniang's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "What? How can that be? That is the estate left by our parents. We cannot lose it. Are you worried about our livelihood? You need not fret. During your illness, I have stayed by your side without leaving. Now that you are recovering, focus on your studies. I have learned hunting skills from my father since childhood. Soon I shall go to the mountains to hunt. If we can endure this winter, the harvest from our fields will repay our debts." Yang Ling smiled wryly. "In this icy wilderness, it is perilous for a woman like you to hunt in the mountains. You have suffered these days. I believe that with my writing skills, I can certainly find work in the city. I cannot bear to have you, at such a young age, support me, a burden." Han Youniang, flustered, stood up in alarm, exclaiming, "My dear, we are husband and wife. How can you speak such words? You are a scholar, a person of distinction. How can you stoop to such menial tasks?" Yang Ling, unfazed, retorted, "What is so degrading about it? Is it noble to be unable to provide for one's wife?" Unexpectedly, Han Youniang was so distressed by his words that tears streamed down her face as she cried, "I cannot serve a good husband while you, a scholar, are forced to undertake such lowly work. How could I face my parents-in-law in the afterlife? My dear husband, I implore you, having a home gives us roots. How can we possibly thrive if we are uprooted and scattered elsewhere?" Seeing her cry, Yang Ling felt a surge of panic. He hastily set down his bowl, circled the table, and embraced her, tenderly wiping her tears away while softly comforting her. "Do not weep, Youniang. Your tears make my heart ache. Listen to me, the provincial examination will be held next year. Our family can hardly gather enough for travel expenses. How can we attend the provincial capital for the exam? If I am to take a decisive step, I must devote myself to my studies. I am the youngest scholar in Xuanfu. Do you believe I can pass the examination?" Han Youniang eagerly nodded yes. I believe you can certainly succeed, and then go to the capital for the palace exam, destined to become a great official. Yang Ling smiled. That is the spirit. Then why lament over these few acres of mountain fields? If we were to acquire land, we could one day possess hundreds of acres of fine soil, bringing honor to our ancestors. Wouldn't that grant us greater dignity when we meet our parents? Han Youniang tilted her head in contemplation and hesitantly replied, You speak with reason, my husband, but must we sell the fields? Why not? Borrow some silver from uncle for travel expenses. You can focus on the examination while I tend to the fields at home. Wouldn't that be much safer? Yang Ling observed the desolate, impoverished land and felt as though an economist had fallen into a primitive tribe, disconnected from contemporary systems and levels of productivity, where the knowledge he possessed held no market value. He envisioned that if he could reach the city, perhaps he could emulate those fortunate individuals he once read about, creating small inventions and amassing wealth to ensure Han Youniang would never have to worry about sustenance. Thus, he was determined to leave this place. However, he felt it unwise to express this sentiment directly to Han Youniang, and instead made an excuse, saying, As you witnessed yesterday, I truly do not wish to owe uncle any favors. Moreover, he leaned closer to her ear and jested, Last night. Whom did you think I was? Have you not noticed the scoundrels who have been eyeing you lately? How could I possibly leave my beautiful little wife alone here? He anticipated that such playful banter would provoke a mixture of shyness and laughter from Han Youniang, leading to a light-hearted exchange. To his astonishment, her face drained of color upon hearing his words. She abruptly broke free from his embrace, trembling as she exclaimed, Husband, are you implying that I am inviting trouble and being unfaithful? A woman's duty is to remain loyal and true. This is a fundamental principle of humanity. Though I am the daughter of a hunter, I understand these moral tenets well. How could I ever commit such a despicable act that would invite divine wrath? Yang Ling was taken aback, not expecting that a mere jest would provoke such a fierce reaction from her. He hurriedly reassured her, Dear Youniang, you needn't take it to heart. I, as your husband, was merely jesting, complimenting your beauty. I did not intend to blame you. Please do not misunderstand. Very well, I shall admit my fault. Come, punish me if you wish. He grasped Han Youniang's small fist and playfully struck his chest. Observing her tear-filled eyes and distressed expression, inspiration struck him. He coughed a few times, and to his delight, this tactic proved effective. Han Youniang immediately set aside her frustration, anxiously supporting him. My lord, are you unwell? You must lie down at once. Yang Ling chuckled inwardly, realizing that this approach worked wonders with her. He feigned a state of weakness as she assisted him to recline on the bed. He coughed again. I am perfectly fine. I was merely making a foolish joke and inadvertently spoke out of turn. Seeing you so hurt and angry, I am at a loss for words. In my haste, I... Cough, Han Youniang quickly interjected. Youniang believes you, my lord. I shall defer to your arrangements. She nestled against Yang Ling, wrapping her arms around his waist, fearful that he might become upset again. After a moment, she sighed softly, I will leave everything to you, my lord. However, I kindly request your patience for a few days. Once you have regained your strength, I wish to visit my family in the mountain hollow to inform my father of your condition. You were gravely ill recently, and my father came to see you, bringing along some game. Yet, our family is quite impoverished. My father and brothers have gone deep into the mountains to hunt and have not yet returned. Yang Ling readily agreed. Of course, this property must be sold, but finding a buyer will take time. In a few days, I shall accompany you to meet your esteemed father. Chapter 7. The Enchantress. There is an ancient saying, to reach the capital, one must pass through Juyang Pass. And the road to Juyang Pass inevitably leads through Jiming Post. Jiming Post and Tumma Fort, located 60 miles away, are like two strategic angles, complemented by Yulin, forming the three vital strongholds guarding the capital. Yang Ling and Han Youniang have moved from their secluded mountain abode to pay a visit to her father-in-law, whom they have yet to meet. By coincidence, Han Laoda has taken his son to the mountains for a hunt and has not yet returned. Aware that heavy snow has sealed the mountain passes, and knowing her father will not return for at least 10 days to half a month, Han Youniang informs their neighbors of their relocation to the city before proceeding with Yang Ling to Jiming Post. In Yang Ling's memory, he had only heard of Tumma Fort, recalling that a Ming Dynasty emperor once led an army of 500,000 there, only to suffer a devastating defeat at the hands of the Mongol leader Izan, becoming one of the few emperors in history to be captured alive. This knowledge he gleaned from reading Liang Yuxin's The Shadow of the Floating Duck. In his impression, cities like Xuanda and Datong were the only ones worthy of the title. Only upon embarking on the journey did he realize the considerable inconveniences of transportation at that time. Though Jiming Post is a small town, it boasts a variety of businesses, shops, pawnshops, oil stores, tea houses, and restaurants, rendering it a bustling hub of commerce and convenient transportation. Thus quite prosperous in its own right. Yang Ling and Han Youniang rented a modest room at Zhang's oil workshop. Having lost their property, they possessed only a meager 10 taels of silver. Han Youniang, unwilling to live off their dwindling resources, took to sewing at a local tailor's shop. Yang Ling, eager to explore opportunities for wealth or at the very least secure a job, felt a deep sense of unease at the thought of relying on a 15-year-old girl for sustenance. However, Han Youniang insisted he focus on his studies, leaving Yang Ling no choice but to acquiesce. When she was absent, he would sneak out like a truant student, wandering about. Yet, where could he find suitable work among the postmaster's office, the transport businesses, pawnshops, and temples? Yang Ling racked his brain, but could not conceive a path to fortune. After meandering for a considerable time, he noticed a small tavern. He entered, ordered a few slices of beef jerky and a small jug of liquor, savoring the taste. This handcrafted, fermented liquor felt superior to the expensive bottles he had sampled at grand hotels. Alas, poor Yang Ling knew nothing of brewing. Sighing, he reflected on the novels he once read, where characters traversed time and space, effortlessly acquiring wealth, being besieged by emperors to take office, or encountering enchanting beauties at every turn. Was he perhaps too meek? After finishing his drink, he paid 7 coins and stepped out of the tavern, hands tucked into his sleeves, trudging through the snow, which crunched beneath his feet. This city, thriving in its own right, experienced significant population movement. Yet one must not envision the bustling crowds of modern shopping streets. At that time, the throngs were far less numerous. Thus, the seemingly prosperous street, lined with shops, had only a sparse scattering of pedestrians, hardly significant in number. A sudden clatter of hooves reverberated behind him, accustomed to yielding only when he heard a horn. Yang Ling remained oblivious, walking boldly down the center of the road. Abruptly, something brushed forcefully against his right shoulder, causing him to stumble forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Regaining his balance, he turned to see a striking chestnut steed snorting beside him. From atop the horse came a sharp reprimand. "Are you deaf? How dare you block my way?" Yang Ling's temper flared as he gazed at the rider. The wind had lifted her hood, revealing a flawless, delicate face, radiant and enchanting. Her softly arched brows were faintly lighter near their center, but dark and lush towards the ends. Below her sparkling eyes lay a nose as smooth as cream and a pair of cherry-red lips. Yang Ling found himself momentarily captivated. This beauty was indeed the first stunning woman he had encountered since arriving in this ancient realm. Her features were irresistibly alluring, exuding a genuine feminine charm. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, already a vision of beauty, and he pondered how breathtaking she would become as she matured. Though the village girl he had previously met was also lovely, her features bore a stronger hint of spirit, lacking the delicate allure of this noble maiden. The contrast between the rustic charm of a simple country girl and the regal elegance of this one was stark. The girl's heart-shaped face, adorned with mesmerizing eyes, embodied the very essence of what one might envision when speaking of a seductress. Dressed in male attire, she wore a verdant cloak over her outfit, revealing a pair of deerskin boots beneath. With her brows furrowed in anger, she shouted at Yang Ling. Upon noticing him turn, she observed his attire, a dark blue cotton robe layered beneath a long green coat. He was tall and slender. Although his demeanor was refined, his features were decidedly handsome, particularly his expressive eyes, which softened her fury somewhat. Beside her, another rider, clearly lacking her equestrian prowess, tugged at the reins, causing his horse to rear and let out a long whinny, scattering snow in all directions. He adjusted himself in the saddle, then bellowed, "What's the matter, sister? Hey, you blind fool, did you just bump into my sister?" This man, robust and clad in a loose-fitting horseman-esque coat topped with a purple felt hat, appeared to be in his early 20s. His bronzed skin, thick brows, and large eyes radiated an imposing presence, and he approached with an air of arrogance, brandishing a whip that he swung menacingly at Yang Ling. The sudden aggression was shocking. Yang Ling had no time to evade it and instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. The girl, leaning forward, deftly flicked her whip, which shot out with precision, entwining with her brother's whip and preventing the strike. With a melodious laugh, she urged her horse closer to Yang Ling, her voice sweet and teasing. "Oh, come now, brother. Look at him. He is a scholar. His delicate skin wouldn't withstand your whip. And you, scholar, don't be frightened. I'll let you off this time, she chimed, her tone laced with playful mockery. Yang Ling lowered his hands and raised his gaze to meet the enchanting visage before him. Her face, as vibrant as a peach blossom, struck a chord in his heart, even after 9 lifetimes of encountering countless beauties. The girl's luminous eyes were rich in expression. She seemed accustomed to the awestruck looks men often wore upon first seeing her. Noticing Yang Ling's appreciative gaze, she revealed a hint of amusement. Casting a lingering glance at him before turning to the man beside her, saying, "Brother, let us go. We still need to purchase gifts." With that, she deftly maneuvered her horse and flashed a smile at Yang Ling, adding, "Scholar, kindly make way, lest we collide again." Amid her melodic laughter, the chestnut horse galloped past, showcasing her remarkable riding skills. As her charming figure whisked by, Yang Ling caught a whiff of a delicate, high-quality fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. The muscular man, resembling a leopard in his agility, shot a fierce glare at Yang Ling, letting out a heavy grunt before following his sister with purposeful strides. Yang Ling was neither a brash individual nor one who possessed the means for such bravado. He merely smiled faintly and continued strolling at a leisurely pace once the pair had vanished from view. Entering a shop, Yang Ling wandered aimlessly, hoping to spark some flashes of ingenious ideas for wealth. Alas, he struggled to conjure anything that would suit the ancient world, leveraging his present-day knowledge and technological prowess. After considerable contemplation, he recalled candied hawthorn skewers, only to spot 2 elderly men at the street corner, burdened with skewers laden with the very treat he had envisioned. With a sigh of despair, Yang Ling mused, "I wonder if the lamb skewers from the western regions have made their way to the central plains. If not, they might just be my only viable offering. Yet, even selling skewers, how could one amass fortune?" The ancient populace placed greater emphasis on the presentation of food rather than mere taste. Otherwise, the triad of color, aroma, and flavor would not prioritize appearance above all else. Reflecting upon his own era, lamb skewers hardly constituted a dish worthy of high society's table. Those of status would not be seen gnawing on skewers while mingling over drinks. Those without means would hesitate to spend a single coin on a few morsels of meat, likely reluctant to indulge. Imagining himself clad in a blue and white striped long coat, sporting a false beard while standing beside a smoke-laden grill, feigning to be a Uyghur vendor to attract customers, all while grilling skewers. With Han Youniang behind him skewering rats with bamboo sticks, Yang Ling shuddered at the thought. Could one truly thrive in this era with such an endeavor? He found it utterly implausible. As he ambled along, he stumbled upon a musical instrument shop and decided to enter. To his surprise, he spotted the brother and sister from earlier within. Upon noticing his presence, the girl glanced back, leaving Yang Ling feeling trapped. Retreating would only invite ridicule for his timidity. The girl had removed her headpiece, revealing a charmingly playful countenance, her features exquisitely painted like a work of art, captivating to behold. With her hair styled in a 3-part bun, upon recognizing him, she smiled radiantly before returning her focus to a guqin on the counter. Not particularly knowledgeable about musical instruments, Yang Ling felt it inappropriate to leave upon encountering her, so he feigned interest in a flute while discreetly stealing glances at the girl. The young maiden gazed intently at the guqin, which indeed resembled a masterpiece among its kind. Its antiquated charm was captivating, with a luster reminiscent of gold yet distinctly unique. And its exquisite grain was crafted from the finest ancient paulownia wood. A glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes as she extended her delicate fingers, gently plucking the strings, filling the room with a symphony of melodious notes. "Ah, the tone is exquisite," she exclaimed joyfully, her fingers dancing upon the first string, releasing a powerful and poignant resonance that enveloped the entire space. "What a splendid instrument, good sir. How much for this guqin?" The proprietor, a man in his 60s, beamed with a sly grin and replied, "Miss, you possess a discerning eye. This guqin is indeed a relic from a bygone dynasty. If it pleases you, it can be yours for a mere 20 taels of silver." The maiden, taken aback, opened her mouth in astonishment and said, 20 taels? While this guqin is indeed remarkable, that price seems rather steep. I would estimate it to be worth no more than 10 taels. Chapter 8. Entangled in a lawsuit. The proprietor, with a mouth nearly devoid of teeth, remarked, "Miss, this lute is crafted from the finest ancient paulownia wood. The search for such timber in the depths of the mountains is perilous and lengthy. Observe the strings. Each one is entwined with 36 strands of black silk. A product of such exquisite quality is truly worth 20 taels, and that is no exaggeration." The young lady smiled silently, revealing a delicate dimple on her cheek that rendered her exceedingly enchanting. As her crimson lips parted, her pearly teeth formed a graceful arc, causing even Yang Ling who stood nearby, to feel his heart flutter. She turned her head to glance at him, clearly aware of his covert admiration, yet her expression betrayed no displeasure. With a playful smile, she tilted her head to regard her brother, suddenly chattering in a dialect that Yang Ling could not comprehend. The agile young man responded in kind, and the girl shook her head before addressing the proprietor. Good sir, I am genuinely interested in purchasing your lute. Aside from myself, I doubt anyone here would be willing to spend such a sum on this instrument. How about this? I shall offer you 15 taels. If you are amenable, I shall finalize this transaction. The old man, with his white hair, smacked his lips and nodded. Very well, a discerning buyer deserves fair trade. If you insist, I shall sell the lute to you. The young lady smiled faintly, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a pouch. She poured forth a lustrous pearl into her delicate palm and presented it before the proprietor. Here lies a magnificent hapu pearl, worth 18 taels even in a modest locale. I propose to exchange this pearl for your lute, and you need not return any change. Additionally, I would appreciate a case for the instrument. Though gold and silver circulated alongside the renowned Ming banknotes, barter still thrived among the common folk, rendering her proposal quite reasonable. The old man accepted the pearl, squinting in the sunlight to assess its quality. Indeed, it was a fine specimen, and trading the lute for such a pearl seemed advantageous. Yet, the old man, driven by avarice, cast a lingering glance at the pearl, mulling over his circumstances. The bustling chicken-crowing post, while frequented by merchants, was not an ideal locale for the sale of musical instruments. After 2 years of operation, his business had incurred more losses than gains, and he was contemplating relocating to Datong for better opportunities. With the year-end approaching, he recognized the need to sell the pearl swiftly. The brother and sister appeared unfamiliar with the region, their dialect suggesting they hailed from beyond the borders. If he were to surreptitiously retain the pearl, he might recoup some of his business losses. The thought of such a windfall ignited his greed, and he deftly slid the pearl up his sleeve, chuckling, "My dear miss, I only accept cash for this lute. If you truly wish to purchase it, do bring silver." The young lady pouted, realizing that her funds were insufficient for such an amount. She hesitated, then declared, "You, sir, are clearly presented with a bargain, and yet you refuse. Very well. Return the pearl. I shall not proceed with the purchase." The old man, slyly blinking, feigned astonishment. "Pearl? What pearl? You entered my shop to purchase goods, not to sell them. When have I ever seen you with any beads?" The young girl's face flushed crimson with indignation, and she slammed her palm on the counter, exclaiming, "How can you be so unreasonable? Are you trying to swindle my beads?" Upon hearing this, her brother exploded with rage. He reached out and seized the frail old man, yanking him forcefully from behind the counter, and bellowed, "You dare to cheat my sister? Do you think Maong is easily bullied? You old dog, return the beads." The shopkeeper immediately raised his voice, shouting, "Thieves! Help! Someone's attacking me! Neighbors, come quickly! I, Old Wang, conduct my business with fairness and integrity, never deceiving the young or the old. Outsiders are bullying us." Noticing that Yang Ling appeared to be a local, he hoped that the strong sense of community would rally the neighbors to his side, believing that with their support, the outsiders would leave disgraced. And he had 2 sons to back him up, so why fear these strangers? At that moment, the young man, Maong, was even more enraged. He raised his hand to strike, cursing, "Deceitful old dog, you were truly pushing your luck." Just then, a robust man in his 40s, sporting a beard, burst through the curtains. Upon witnessing the scene, he shouted fiercely and threw a powerful punch, declaring, "Release my father. Who dares to bully the Wang family?" This man appeared quite strong, and his punch was delivered with great force. Maong, however, merely scoffed, raising his arm to effortlessly toss the old man aside. He stood firm, extending one hand to grasp the robust man's fist, fingers tightening slowly. The man winced in pain, eventually kneeling as Maong held his wrist in a vice-like grip. With a cold smile, Maong taunted, "Do you think you can play the robber? Is this all the strength you possess?" The old man, now being slapped twice in the face, was flung aside. He pointed at Maong, shouting louder. But suddenly his face turned red, and he gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground lifeless, still gripping the robust man's wrist. Maong intended to maintain his display of dominance, but neighbors had already begun to gather, drawn by the commotion. Someone lifted the old man and suddenly cried out, "Wang-san, come quick. Your father is in trouble." Maong turned to see the shopkeeper's face pale, his body limp as he was cradled in someone's arms. Shocked, he instinctively released his grip. Wang-san rushed over, checking his father's breath, only to find none. He let out a wail of despair, tears streaming down his face. lamenting, "Father, how could you, at your age, be killed by a thief?" At that moment, another man of similar age emerged from the back, followed by women and children, all appearing to be members of the Wang family, having rushed out in response to the outcry. Maong initially believed that this family was merely feigning ignorance. Thus, he remained silent, sneering at their theatrics. However, upon witnessing their heartfelt lamentations, with cries of father and grandfather, his expression shifted and trepidation began to creep into his heart. He discreetly tugged at his sister's sleeve, signaling her with a glance, and grasped her wrist, attempting to make an exit. The Wang family, however, was unwilling to let them go, surrounding them with loud shouts and pushing. In the ensuing chaos, someone dashed outside to summon 2 patrolling constables. Learning that a murder was afoot, the constables wasted no time, rushing into the shop and bellowing, "Where is the murderer?" The chicken crying post, originally a mere postal station, was not officially a county seat. However, due to its significant military position and its role as a crucial hub for merchants, it had established administrative offices to oversee the surrounding area. Though small in comparison, the county magistrate was still a 7th-rank official. Upon seeing the officers arrive, Ma Yang, lacking the audacity to rebel against authority, ceased his defiance. The son of the music shop owner pointed accusingly at him, declaring, "It was him. This scoundrel killed my father." Ma Yang, feeling somewhat weak, protested, "I did not. The shopkeeper, aged and overwhelmed by shame after I exposed his theft of my family's jewels, succumbed to a fit of rage and died. How is that my fault?" The constables paid no heed to his claims. One of them produced a thin iron chain from his waist, swiftly ensnaring Ma Yang's neck and shoulders, binding him tightly. The other brandished a dagger, prepared to strike should he dare to resist. Having secured Ma Yang, one constable yanked on the chain and commanded, "You shall speak your piece to the magistrate. Let us go. And you, old Wang's family, cease your weeping and take your father to the court. Neighbors, we request your presence as witnesses." The young girl, her eyes brimming with tears, pointed desperately at Yang Ling, who had been silently observing. "My brother did not commit murder. He has been here all along and can testify." Yang Ling, having watched the scene unfold with clarity, recognized that while Ma Ang was indeed brash, the elderly man was a true rogue, having swindled others. It seemed he had suffered a stroke or heart ailment, and in his agitated state, after being verbally assaulted by Ma Ang, he tragically lost his life over a single pearl. The constable, initially stepping away from the shop, halted and, with a forced smile, replied, "In that case, this individual must also accompany us to provide testimony." Seeing the beautiful girl weeping, her face a canvas of sorrowful entreaty, Yang Ling's heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. The group made their way to the county office, where Wang's eldest grandson began to beat a drum, pleading for justice. The county magistrate, Min Wenjian, hurriedly donned his official robe and descended to the court to hear the case. Despite the 7th-rank county magistrate appearing to be the least formidable of officials, he wielded considerable power, encompassing numerous roles such as the head of the county's commerce, finance, taxation, judiciary, and public security. Unlike most civil officials who hail from the ranks of scholars and graduates, this magistrate of Min County was originally a guerrilla general from the border troops. Due to the unique geographical location of Jiming Post, he was assigned here to oversee both civil and military affairs. When Yang Ling encountered the county magistrate, astonished to find a burly, bearded man with a dark complexion, he was taken aback. This military officer, having spent 2 years in a civil capacity, had acquired some understanding of the protocols. Upon learning of Yang Ling's status as a scholar, he promptly instructed someone to offer him a seat, exempting him from formalities, and then proceeded to interrogate the case. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these siblings were not mere passers-by, but rather the children of the newly appointed postmaster Ma, who had assumed office just the day before. The postmaster, being an official under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, managed a considerable number of personnel at Jiming Post, which, due to its military nature, placed him on an equal footing with the magistrate. Just the previous evening, the magistrate had attended a banquet hosted by Postmaster Ma, where he had indeed met these young gentlemen and lady. Although he was inclined to advocate on their behalf, the matter of a life taken was no trivial affair. Despite the discovery of pearls on the deceased, which substantiated the claim of theft, the fact remained that the individual had died at the scene. The magistrate, adept at wielding his sword, was certainly competent in enforcing justice, yet when it came to legal proceedings, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the Ming legal code. Chapter 9. A virtuous wife at home in the Grand Hall. Yang Ling recounted his observations, affirming that Ma Ang had not laid a heavy hand on Boss Wang. The Wang family, both young and old, knelt there weeping and lamenting about how robust the elder was in health, asserting that Ma Ong must have been the perpetrator of this violent act. This left the county magistrate, a soldier by profession, feeling utterly perplexed, as he sat there with his round eyes wide open, devoid of any plan. Seated at a low side table was County Clerk Huang, whose duty was to assist the magistrate and inquire into local matters. However, in accordance with customary practice to avoid suspicions of interference, the clerk functioned merely as a deputy magistrate, often resembling a lifeless statue in a temple, remaining silent on all matters. This particular clerk Huang, being a scholar in an era that esteemed culture over martial prowess, looked down upon the soldierly magistrate and took on the role of a silent observer, while Magistrate Min had long grown accustomed to ignoring his presence altogether. While he was lost in thought, stroking his beard in frustration, a headman leaned in and whispered a few words. Magistrate Min brushed his sleeve and declared loudly, "Temporarily detain Ma Ong. The body shall be safeguarded by Wu. The rest may return for now, as I shall conduct a thorough investigation before reaching a conclusion." Ma Ong was imprisoned, and the others were dismissed after providing their names and addresses. Yang Ling also took his leave from Magistrate Min. As he exited the hall, Miss Ma hurriedly pursued him, bowing in gratitude as she said, "Thank you, Scholar Yang, for your righteous words on behalf of my brother." The girl was indeed more beautiful than flowers. Within the hall, her previously frozen demeanor transformed, revealing a soft, radiant countenance, as fair and warm as jade, enhancing her already captivating beauty. Hearing her refer to him as scholar, Yang Ling couldn't help but think of impoverished scholars, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He chuckled and replied, "I merely spoke the truth. I observed Miss Ma displaying the spirit of a heroine earlier. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me by my name." Miss Ma forced a smile and responded, "In that case, I thank you, young Master Yang. When the court reconvenes, I shall trouble you for your testimony." Just as she spoke, a man in his 50s, sporting a few strands of black beard, hurriedly entered the hall. Magistrate Min, who had not yet departed, greeted him warmly, saying, "Master Ma, your timing is impeccable. This matter has truly left me perplexed. What do you think we should do?" Master Ma was forthright, yet upon noticing the unfamiliar young man alongside Magistrate Min and his daughter, he felt a twinge of caution and hesitated to mention the case. Upon seeing his daughter bow to him, he merely waved his hand dismissively and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Yang Ling, "And who might this be?" Miss Ma quickly replied, "Father, this is Scholar Yang Ling. My brother and I went shopping, and the shopkeeper cheated me out of my pearls. As a result, my brother, in a fit of anger, caused the shopkeeper to die of shame. Thankfully, young Master Yang spoke up for my brother, preventing a wrongful conviction due to the shopkeeper's acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Ma promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, engaging in mutual pleasantries. However, the impatient county magistrate Min could not contain himself any longer, exclaiming, "Master Ma, it is not that my brother does not wish to assist you, but the Wang family is numerous and influential, possessing testimonies from neighbors all in unison. Although there is the statement from Scholar Yang, in a case involving a human life, I cannot dare to release anyone lightly." Observing the county magistrate's disposition, Yang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. He realized the two were about to discuss matters he deemed inappropriate to overhear, and thus he hastily excused himself with a bow. Miss Ma, an astute and intelligent young woman, noticed his amused expression and perceived that he seemed to possess an air of confidence. Having seen Magistrate Min at the banquet yesterday, she recognized a kindred spirit in him, a man of military background devoid of convoluted thoughts. Perhaps Scholar Yang might indeed possess a way to save her brother. After all, scholars are usually well-versed in the laws of the Ming Dynasty. With this thought in mind, Miss Ma quickly took a few steps to follow him, her voice sweetly inquiring, "Master Yang, is it that you have a means to rescue my brother?" Upon hearing her words, both Magistrate Min and Master Ma felt a surge of hope, their eyes fixed upon Yang Ling startled. He quickly shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I am merely a witness. How could I presume to advise the esteemed magistrate?" The two officials were instantly disheartened, yet Miss Ma, sharp-witted as she was, pressed further, "So it appears, Master Yang, that you do possess a solution, but are restrained by your position from intervening in the case?" Yang Ling could simply have stated that he had no means to assist and departed, returning to his quest for a way to amass wealth in this ancient world, in order to secure a substantial inheritance for Han Youniang, before retreating to the underworld to continue causing headaches for the likes of Oxhead and Horseface. Yet, how could any man admit his impotence before a beauty as pure as Miss Ma? Spurred by her words, Yang Ling blurted out, "Indeed, I am but a humble scholar, merely a witness to these events. If I were to step forth and direct the magistrate's judgment, would that not overstep my bounds?" Miss Ma smiled brightly, then suddenly bowed gracefully before him, kneeling on the ground. "Master Yang, while my brother may be somewhat reckless, he is certainly not a villain. The Wang family shopkeeper, blinded by profit, lost his life, yet it is my brother who is unjustly burdened with his fate. Can you bear to watch this unfold?" Both the magistrate and her father hailed from martial backgrounds, direct in nature and less acquainted with the intricacies of the law. "Since you, Master Yang, are knowledgeable in legal matters, how can you stand idly by when justice is at stake? As the sages say, what is the purpose of studying the works of the wise? It is to bear responsibility. When faced with a situation, one must consider their conscience, not merely the consequences. If one is aware of an injustice yet chooses to hide behind excuses rather than uphold justice, that is truly disgraceful. What say you, Master Yang?" Yang Ling found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sharp wit of the young lady before him. His countenance faltered as he anxiously rummaged through the memories of his past lives, seeking potential remedies from the laws of the Ming Dynasty and subsequent judicial practices. While he assisted her to her feet, he remarked, "Miss Ma, please rise. It seems to me that the proprietor of the Wang family shop harbors some hidden affliction. Although your brother may have given him a slight shove, it is unlikely that he would have caused his demise. However, with the Wang family in an uproar and the consensus against your brother, the matter of guilt or innocence is not so easily discerned. Even if I had some ideas, I cannot guarantee they would be of assistance. In those days, there existed a distinct separation between the sexes, where physical contact was frowned upon. Despite his reluctance to accept her gratitude fully, he could only extend his hands in a vague manner, maintaining a respectful distance of nearly a foot. Yet, she seemed to rise effortlessly at his gesture, as if he wielded some arcane skill capable of affecting her from afar. Although Yang Ling was aware of these conventions, his actions were influenced by the customs of a later era, and he found himself genuinely supporting Miss Ma's arm, lifting her upright. The softness of her arm in his grasp and the delicate beauty of her visage before him were compounded by the fragrant allure of her scent, more potent than when she had galloped past him on horseback. Miss Ma felt a profound embarrassment. Seeing his handsome demeanor, she was taken aback by his apparent lechery. Taking advantage of the moment to draw nearer, Ma Yicheng, too, perceived the impropriety of Yang Ling's direct assistance to his daughter. Yet the urgency of rescuing his son from incarceration overshadowed such concerns. As his only child, he would have willingly traded his daughter for his son's freedom. Thus he chose to overlook the situation and interjected, "If you have any ideas, please share them. To be candid, both county magistrate men and I are military men. And regarding the law, if you have any suggestions, we would be most grateful." At this juncture, Yang Ling found himself in a precarious position. He cast a troubled glance at magistrate men, who appeared relieved and generously gestured, "Yes, indeed. You scholars are full of insights. Please, do share any effective strategies you may have. I dread the courtroom proceedings. If the soldiers below were unruly, I could simply quell them with the swing of my sword. The real frustration lies in the conflicting claims of those involved, leaving me as the sole figure without resolution. The very thought of the gavel striking sends tremors through my heart." Well, Yang Ling began, "as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles. I have witnessed the events of this case firsthand, so I need not elaborate. However, since the crux of the matter hinges on whether old Wang was beaten to death or succumbed to the inevitable decay of age, it is imperative to thoroughly understand his health history and any prior ailments. Once we uncover any inconsistencies, we can shift the blame and silence their accusations." "Excellent." The county magistrate Min clapped his hands in approval, his voice booming enough to startle Yang Ling. The deputy Ma also expressed his joy by rubbing his palms together, exclaiming, "Indeed, young Master Yang is remarkable. I am merely anxious and cannot publicly extricate my son from prison. However, your words suggest a feasible solution. Since my son did not strike him, it is evident that this old fellow must have had issues from the start. Master Min, I must trouble you to send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly." Magistrate Min readily agreed, saying, very well, no problem at all. After all, you are a learned man. The troubles that plague me have found a glimmer of hope through your insights. Truly, a scholar possesses a cunning intellect." No, I mean, this scholar is quite clever." Yang Ling felt a twinge of shame. He had merely acted out of desperation, employing an old trick he had learned while working as a claims adjuster. It is well known that in China, The insurance industry makes it easy to purchase policies but arduous to claim them. The myriad of requirements can bewilder even the most astute individuals. And he was merely testing the waters. However, when he caught sight of Miss Ma's eyes, shimmering with admiration, even Yang Ling could not help but feel a sense of elation, his vanity greatly appeased. Upon returning home, snow began to fall softly from the sky, blanketing the ground in a serene white. The swirling snowflakes made the atmosphere unexpectedly warm, clinging to his clothes. His young wife had returned home, eagerly awaiting his arrival at the door. Upon catching a glimpse of him from afar, she dashed towards him. Seeing her, Yang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. Yet he was also slightly apprehensive. Earlier that morning, when she had left for work, he had promised to stay home and study diligently, only to be caught in the act of neglecting his studies. If she were to reproach him, he would genuinely fear her scolding. To his surprise, his young wife said nothing of it. Instead, she welcomed him with a beaming smile, brushing the accumulated snow off his clothes. With a voice as gentle as water, she said, "My dear husband, you have returned. I have prepared a meal and was just anxious about where to find you." Yang Ling, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, "Yes, I intended to focus on my studies at home, but, I remembered a fellow student residing here, so I went to pay him a visit." His young wife smiled coyly and said, "My husband, as a man, social engagements are essential, and I understand that. By the way, today at the tailor's shop, I mended 10 robes, earning a decent 10 coins. The tailor's shop caters to the business of the Deputy Ma's office, serving over 100 couriers who are constantly on the move, so the business is quite prosperous. I never imagined that work in the city could be so fruitful." Yang Ling watched her, her face aglow with excitement, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek and chuckled, "My dear, you possess such talent. It pains me to think that my illness has burdened you. The moment I saw your delicate expression, it truly tugged at my heartstrings." Han Youniang was taken aback by his sudden affection. Her face instantly flushed. She shyly lowered her gaze and bashfully responded, "My dear husband, as a couple, we are meant to stand by each other for life, supporting one another." As Yang Ling listened, his heart surged with emotion, and he could not help but embrace her suddenly, holding her tightly in his arms while gently caressing her silky hair. It was the first time Han Youniang had engaged in such an intimate gesture with him, leaning against his chest in a daze, filled with joy and contentment. After a considerable pause, Han Youniang gently pushed away from his embrace, her face flushed, and her gaze averted shyly as she lowered her head, fidgeting with the ties of her garment, and said, "My dear husband, the meal is being kept warm. Please take a seat while I serve you." Although the meal was simple, it was a significant improvement compared to their days in the mountains, especially since the oil mill owner had gifted them some oil residue for cooking. While the taste of the oil was still somewhat unfamiliar, Yang Ling nonetheless indulged in a hearty portion of the meal. Observing his growing appetite, Han Youniang felt a joy surpassing all else, her eyes radiating delight. After they finished their meal, Han Youniang tidied up the dishes, donned her apron, and began to wash them. Yang Ling felt increasingly superfluous, intending to assist her with the dishes, but to his surprise, Han Youniang exclaimed in astonishment, playfully rebuking, "What man does such things? My dear husband, you should remain seated. This is the duty of us women." Chapter 10. A mischievous scheme. Yang Ling absent-mindedly touched his nose and sheepishly returned to his chair, overwhelmed by boredom. Suddenly recalling the events of the day, he hurriedly rummaged through his bookcase. The thick volume of the Great Ming Code was indeed among his possessions, and he eagerly opened it to peruse its contents. As he was engrossed in the legal stipulations regarding litigation, Han Youniang approached with a steaming cup of tea. Yang Ling could not help but sigh deeply, reflecting on the privileges afforded to men in a feudal society. How different it was from modern times. In those days, ordinary shops did not adhere to the rigid working hours of today. The midday break was considerably prolonged, resuming work only around 2 in the afternoon. Thus, as Yang Ling sipped his tea and leafed through his book, Han Youniang sat on the edge of the Kong, diligently engaged in needlework. With nimble fingers, she deftly tied a knot in the thread, moistening the end with her tongue before threading it through the needle. One leg rested on the Kong as she meticulously stitched garments, occasionally casting a gentle glance at her husband, who was absorbed in his reading. After a considerable time of reflection, Yang Ling found no advantageous clauses for Ma'an within the text. It appeared that he would have to rely on the grandiloquent, self-serving tactics he had learned from later generations, akin to the art of Tai Chi. He exhaled a long sigh and noticed Han Youniang bringing the cotton robe to her mouth to bite off the thread. Her eyes, however, remained affectionately fixed upon him. The moment their gazes met, She hastily looked away, flustered. Observing this charming girl of merely 15 or 16, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a young wife, Yang Ling's. Despite his resolve to regard her merely as an endearing little sister, felt a stirring in his heart. This warmth was something he had never experienced throughout his 9 lifetimes. With a gentle and considerate wife, life as pace was leisurely and tranquil. Was this not the idyllic existence he had longed for? Was it not the tender warmth he had desperately sought and should cherish? With her head bowed, Youniang threaded her needle, sensing Yang Ling's gaze upon her. Unable to suppress her anxiety, her hands faltered, and with an exclamation, the needle pricked her finger. Yang Ling quickly set aside the great Ming code and grasped her little hand, noticing a drop of crimson blood welling up on her index finger. He glanced around, recalling why ancient people would suck on a wounded finger, not because they understood that saliva could disinfect, but rather due to the lack of anything to wipe away the blood. One could hardly use clothing for such a purpose. Imitating their actions, he gently placed Han Youniang's finger in his mouth, sucking lightly. The moment his tongue touched her skin, she trembled, her face flushing crimson with warmth. With a teasing tone, Yang Ling remarked, "Look at you. Working outside all morning, and now you're toiling away at home. What are you doing this time?" Han Youniang, her delicate eyelashes casting shadows, obediently allowed him to gently press her fingertip. With a timid voice, she replied, "The new year is approaching, and you still lack a proper robe. I thought, as a person of some standing, it would be rather embarrassing to go out like this. So I hurried to make you a new one." Yang Ling let out a deep sigh. The longer he spent with her, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her. The ache in his heart seemed to stem from countless lifetimes of affection owed to her. Silently, he tightened his grip, the profound and tender emotions enveloping their entire being. Gently caressing the small hand of the 15-year-old girl, he was filled with myriad reflections. Realizing that she should still be at the age of carrying a school bag to class, yet she had already transformed into a gentle and virtuous wife. The wicked old society. It was truly heart-wrenching. The Ming Code stipulated that women should marry at 16, yet few adhered to this in the common populace. While the laws of the Ming Dynasty were often severe, with death penalties for minor transgressions, this particular decree was frequently overlooked by the authorities, as if they were turning a blind eye. After pressing his fingers for a while, he assessed that the bleeding had likely ceased, and with a soft smile, he gently asked, "Does it still hurt?" "Not at all." Her voice was sweet and alluring. Only then did Yang Ling notice her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her demeanor shy, and a hint of a sweet smile gracing her lips. Her delicate and youthful face radiated an exceptionally gentle and serene charm, a demeanor that only a mature woman would reveal in the presence of her beloved. This tender and serene quality was something she had never exhibited before, showcasing a femininity that was profoundly captivating. Outside, the snowflakes fell softly, leaving no trace behind. Han Youniang felt an immense sense of security. The cascading waves of affection within her heart seemed to wash away the fears and hardships she had endured over the past months, making them feel distant in that fleeting moment. Yang Ling found himself entranced, lost in a gaze with her for a long while. However, this tranquil and sweet atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a loud voice from outside. A man shouted, "Is young Master Yang Ling residing here?" Startled, Han Youniang gasped, abruptly pulled her hand away, and Yang Ling, with a gentle smile, turned to the door to open it. A flurry of snowflakes swirled in with the wind, and in the brief moment it took to return for dinner, the outside world had transformed into a vast, snow-covered expanse. Upon steadying his gaze, Yang Ling saw 2 constables standing at the door, their hands resting on their waist knives, already thickly coated in snow. Behind them stood a young woman draped in a white cloak, holding a yellow oil paper umbrella. The collar of her cloak was lined with soft white fur, framing a face as pure and lovely as a lotus emerging from water, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm amidst the swirling snowflakes. These 2 constables were the ones who had escorted Ma Ong to the magistrate's office, and upon recognizing Yang Ling as the one who opened the door, they quickly clasped their hands in greeting. "Ah, indeed it is Scholar Yang. We extend our respects. We have come on the orders of the magistrate of Min County to escort Miss Ma to see you." Yang Ling quickly opened the door wider, saying, "Please, esteemed constables, do come in." "Ah, Miss Ma, please enter." Ma Lian smiled brightly, revealing 2 charming dimples on her cheeks, tightly clutching her cloak as she stepped in first. The 2 constables followed suit, closing the door behind them. The small room became quite crowded with the sudden influx of 5 people. Ma Lian casually tugged at the strap beneath her chin, unfastening her pristine cloak. With a graceful glance, she spotted the petite Han Youniang, and could not help but smile sweetly, inquiring, "Who is this young lady? Yang, is she your little sister?" Upon noticing the enchanting beauty before her, Han Youniang's large, glistening eyes filled with wariness. The moment she was mistaken for her husband's sister, her expression soured. However, as her husband remained silent, she refrained from interjecting. Yang Ling offered an awkward smile, feeling a twinge of guilt akin to harming the tender shoots of his homeland. Stammering, he replied, This is my wife." A glimmer of pride flickered in Han Youniang's eyes as she cast a triumphant glance at Ma Lianer, slightly bowing her head and softly inquiring, "My dear husband." "Who is this young lady?" Yang Ling hastily explained, "This Miss Ma is the second daughter of the esteemed magistrate Ma. She has come to discuss some matters with me regarding the two gentlemen." Ma Lianer, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "So, Yang has already settled down." "I have met Mrs. Yang." Han Youniang quickly responded, "There is no need for formalities, Mississippi. Please, have a seat. Gentlemen, please take a seat as well." The room contained only 2 chairs, compelling the 2 officials to sit on the con. Yang Ling had recently moved in, and given the limited resources, he typically served tea in large bowls. Han Youniang promptly retrieved 4 bowls to brew tea, to which the 2 officials expressed their gratitude profusely. Magistrate Min had dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate the Wang family's affairs. Concerned for his son, Magistrate Ma, despite the protection from Magistrate Min, feared any potential mishap during the frigid winter in the jail. Miss Ma, worried for her brother, urged Magistrate Min to send 2 officials tasked with investigating the Wang family to accompany her to Yang's residence. After the officials recounted the situation regarding the Wang family, Yang Ling pondered deeply. He realized that, according to the Great Ming Code, he could find no loophole to exonerate Ma Ong. The only tactic he was adept at was the art of delay in insurance claims, though he was uncertain of its applicability. With trepidation, he shared his thoughts. Miss Ma was equally uncertain about the efficacy of this strategy and glanced at the 2 officials. The one with large, yellowed teeth, known as Li, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brilliant! What an ingenious dragging the knife strategy, like a dull knife slicing through flesh, bit by bit. Huh. The magistrate handles cases impartially, neither favoring nor wronging anyone. The Wang family will be unable to pinpoint any fault. If they are credible, this lawsuit will certainly lead to their ruin." The other official, a slightly older man named Wu, lacked Li's exuberance, but smiled faintly and remarked, "Though young Master Yang is indeed well-versed in the law and possesses a plethora of clever strategies. Even a top-tier litigator might not conceive such a brilliant plan. If executed as proposed, the Wang family may hastily seek to withdraw their lawsuit. However, if they remain uncooperative, Master Ma may find himself spending a longer time in prison." Miss Ma, upon hearing their praises, could not help but beam with delight. However, upon listening to the final words of Captain Wu, she hesitated. Biting her lip in contemplation, she sighed, acknowledging the gravity of a life at stake. After all, if it were merely a matter of spending additional time in prison, it was fortunate to enter safely. Her brother, often brash and reckless, could benefit from enduring some trials to temper his spirit. Yang Ling, encouraged by the approval of 2 constables, felt emboldened, his mind sharpening. He spoke slowly. "While this plan may compel the Wang family to withdraw their lawsuit, thereby saving Master Ma's life and preserving the esteemed reputation of the county magistrate, there remains a possibility that the Wang family may not easily swallow this affront, potentially prolonging the matter for a year or more. Therefore, I have another strategy, Miss Ma." He leaned closer, covering his mouth as he whispered a few words to Ma Lianer. She regarded him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with charm, and remarked, "Truly, you are a scholar, possessing a commendable strategy." Her glance was captivating, and in that fleeting moment, Yang Ling found himself momentarily entranced. Ma Lianer noticed his gaze, and a faint blush crept onto her flawless cheeks, which did not go unnoticed by Han Youniang, who had been observing the 2 with a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 11. The unbearable struggle. The following day, the entire Wang family, along with their neighbors and Yang Ling, found themselves once again summoned to the Grand Hall. After receiving a report from the constables the previous night, Magistrate Min had been meticulously instructed by Ma Lianer according to Yang Ling's suggestions, leaving him well prepared. While he could not articulate the flowery language often associated with such proceedings, this seasoned veteran was adept at rendering seemingly impartial judgments in his own straightforward manner. Concealed behind a screen, Lord Ma listened intently to the proceedings. When Ma Ong was brought before the court, Magistrate Min struck the wooden platform sharply and addressed Wang De and Wang Er in a cordial tone. Wang De, Wang Er. This official discovered pearls belonging to the Ma family's young lady on your father. It appears that Wang Laozhang, driven by greed, has embezzled these pearls. Do you two have any objections? The two brothers exchanged glances, uncertain of the magistrate's intentions. They subtly communicated, and Wang De spoke up. Your Honor, I was not present when my father had a dispute with Ma Ang. Whether my father acted out of greed or if Ma Ang intended to frame him, I truly do not know. Kneeling in the hall, Ma Ang retorted angrily, Nonsense. Am I to be accused of wronging him? That old man took my sister's pearls and then denied ever having received them, attempting to deceive my family. Magistrate Min slammed the wooden platform once more, admonishing. I have not asked you a question. Speak out of turn again, and I shall silence you. Silenced, Ma Ang huffed in frustration. The magistrate, stroking his beard with a smirk, continued. So, you say your father was beaten to death by Ma Ang, but you did not witness it yourself? Wang De faltered for a moment, then replied indignantly, Your Honor, while I did not see the murderer strike my father, he was always in good health. If it were not for this man's assault, how could my father have died so suddenly? He attempted to harm me when I intervened, and the neighbors witnessed it all. They can testify. Magistrate Min chuckled, saying, This complicates matters. Scholar Yang was present at the scene and observed everything clearly. According to him, your father had embezzled the pearls of the Ma family's young lady, and her brother confronted him without resorting to violence. Given this context, it seems your father, feeling shame from being exposed in his wrongful act, succumbed to a sudden death due to emotional distress. Upon hearing this, Wang De and Wang Er prostrated themselves, pleading, Your Honor, our father is innocent. Hold on, interrupted Magistrate Min. I have not finished my explanation. However, according to your statements, your father was in good health and would not have perished merely from anger. At the time, Ma Ang was embroiled in a quarrel with your father, and shortly thereafter, your father collapsed and died. Although you did not witness it directly, the neighbors can all confirm that Ma Ang was the only one in continuous conflict with your father, thereby identifying him as the murderer. Wang De and Wang Er repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, Your Honor is wise. Our father was brutally beaten to death by this heartless fiend. At his age, how could he withstand such violence? Even if he had coveted Ma Ang's possessions, it would not warrant a death sentence. We implore you, great magistrate, to deliver justice. Upon hearing this, Ma Ang was taken aback, and with a sudden determination, he attempted to rise. However, the two constables beside him crossed their rods at his knees, pressing down with force, causing Ma Ang to exclaim in pain and remain kneeling, unable to move. Seeing this, Ma Yener hurried over to support his shoulder, saying, Brother, please remain calm. Magistrate Min is just and upright, and he will surely adjudicate fairly. Ma Ang, wide-eyed with urgency and anger, retorted, What harm have I ever inflicted upon him? That old scoundrel is extorting money, and his son is no better. It is clear they are trying to trap me. You must go find father. Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Yener gave his shoulder a sharp twist. Startled, he looked up to see his sister glaring at him, and in that moment, he understood her intent and fell silent. Magistrate Min regarded him with a smile, thinking to himself, This fool, brave yet foolish, if it weren't for our father's shared service at this Chicken Crow Inn, I would hardly bother to assist you. If you cannot discern right from wrong, you deserve to suffer a bit. Clearing his throat, Magistrate Min adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I have served at this Chicken Crow Inn for 2 years, always upholding justice and maintaining integrity. Under my governance, the community has flourished, and my reputation is well established. I shall neither condone a villain nor wrong an innocent. Yang Ling, listening nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Such self-praise was comical enough without external commendation. Yet here was this bearded man, speaking earnestly and with great effort, as if reciting from memory. It reminded him of how, in later years, people would boast in their year-end summaries, presenting themselves as if they were blooming flowers, and he found it amusing. Then, Magistrate Min shifted his tone, raising his voice. Since I received this case, I braved the snow last night to visit the neighbors and gather evidence, and I have ordered an examination of your father's remains. According to what I know, there are no external injuries or bruises on your father's body. Thus, it is difficult to establish a direct and independent cause of death by assault. He swallowed hard, pondering, where did this scholar acquire such convoluted terminology? Yet it sounds rather profound, indeed. He took a sip of tea and continued, Furthermore, I have learned that your family relocated here from southern Fujian 2 years ago. Your father suffered a severe illness last autumn, which makes the assertion of his robust health rather suspect. Additionally, according to Mr. He from the soy sauce shop, your father mentioned being bitten by a water snake during the journey through Hubei, which delayed their travels by over 10 days. Due to the urgency of their journey, he resumed travel before fully recovering, which could have contributed to his demise. In order to ensure that no innocent is wronged and no villain is allowed to escape, I have decided that Ma Ong shall be detained until this matter is clarified. He will not be released until all inquiries are complete. At the same time, an autopsy will be conducted to ascertain whether there are any internal injuries. Moreover, your family is to locate the physician who treated your father last year to obtain the prescription that was issued, to demonstrate that your father's illness was not severe enough to leave fatal repercussions. Additionally, you are to send someone post-haste to Hubei to find the doctor who treated your father and procure the original treatment prescription. Of course, you must also request a certification from a renowned physician in the provincial city confirming that the residual poison from the water snake would not have been fatal. Based on this evidence, I will determine Ma Ang's fate. What? To seek a physician for the ailing patriarch is indeed a manageable task. One can summon a renowned doctor from the capital city, which is feasible, albeit it necessitates a journey to Huguang to locate the original physician who prescribed the medicine. Should he have relocated, would the long trek not be in vain? The county magistrate, with a sly smile, mused that this was merely the initial stratagem. If the Wang family were to become truly obstinate and venture across the vast expanse to retrieve the physician's prescription, they would then be compelled to return to Huguang to obtain proof from the pharmacy. If that fails, they could send the two brothers back to their ancestral home to solicit documentation from the local authorities, wherein the village chief would provide a letter attesting to their father's robust constitution. In essence, the farther the journey and the more meticulous the evidence, the better, as it would showcase his diligence in adjudicating the case and underscore the value he places on human life, all while exhausting and frustrating the Wang family into relinquishing their pursuit. This is a common tactic in the realm of insurance claims. The Wang brothers stood aghast, ready to protest, yet the magistrate, with a fierce glare, rapped the gavel and bellowed, "Bring the suspect Ma Ong back to the jail for proper confinement. The rest may return home, and when the aggrieved Wang family procures their evidence, this court shall reconvene to question the case." Court adjourned. The officials responded with a thunderous yes, and two burly constables lunged forward, dragging Ma Ong away with the ferocity of wolves. This display of intimidation, though directed at Ma Ang, instilled a deep-seated fear in the Wang brothers, rendering them speechless. Upon returning home, the Wang brothers exchanged silent glances. To abandon their pursuit would be a bitter pill to swallow. After 2 days of deliberation, they resolved that Wang De would prepare for the journey to Huguang to retrieve evidence, while Wang Er would manage the family business in his absence. As they were in the midst of these discussions, Wang Da's wife rushed in, her face etched with anxiety. "Husband, I feared the absence of visitors these past few days was due to the recent tragedy, as the townsfolk might be hesitant to visit during the festive season. However, it appears that the postmaster's office has been spreading malicious rumors, claiming our business deals are fraudulent, passing off inferior goods as superior, and engaging in coercive sales. The word has spread like wildfire, and even outsiders are beginning to hear of it. If this continues, how shall we sustain our livelihood? Are we to await our demise?" The Wang brothers were taken aback. In commerce, a tarnished reputation is a dire threat. The postmaster's local slander, amplified by their numerous couriers traversing the land, could spell disaster for Wang's musical instruments. Lacking agricultural holdings, the Wang family relied solely on trade for their sustenance. Although they were more affluent than the average farmer, the societal hierarchy favored agriculture over commerce, relegating merchants to a lower status. The Ming Dynasty decreed that farmers could don silk garments akin to those of the gentry. Yet even the wealthiest merchants were denied such privileges. Thus, despite their ability to afford silk, merchants could only wear coarse fabric in public, lest they face severe penalties for flaunting their wealth. Consequently, engaging in litigation placed the Wang family at a distinct disadvantage, and disrupting their business could lead to irreparable losses. Look at this entire family. Must they truly disrupt their lives over someone who has already passed? With the approach of the new year, the two brothers found their resolve to pursue the lawsuit waning. They contemplated that venturing far at this time was unwise. Instead, it would be prudent for them to manage their business together and postpone any further actions until after the spring festival. The brothers hurriedly went to the front hall to attract customers, yet after 2 days, they failed to secure even a single transaction. They were then met with the disheartening gossip that old Master Wang had extorted money from others and had been publicly exposed, leading to his shameful demise. The two sons of the Wang family were even more avaricious than their father, callously leaving his corpse in the back room to be desecrated, as they sought to extract some financial gain from his death. As the saying goes, fear the whispers of the people. Others care not for the truth or falsehood, but rather, they are concerned with preserving their own reputations. Consequently, the once amicable neighbors began to regard the brothers with suspicion, gradually distancing themselves. In their indignation, the brothers sought an audience with the county magistrate, only to learn that a heavy snowfall had collapsed the homes of 3 families in reshaping, prompting the compassionate magistrate to offer solace and aid. When they attempted to visit the following day, they discovered that the magistrate had gone to Xuandu to oversee the distribution of winter provisions from the local government. Chapter 12. Prolonged delay. On this particular day, Wang Er ventured to the city to conduct trade, leaving Wang De to languidly gaze at the passers-by from behind the counter. The shop felt desolate, unlike last year, when the festive season brought lively groups of folk performers and temple troops to procure affordable musical instruments. This year not a single item had been sold thus far. It seemed unthinkable to take to the streets to attract customers. Wang De, consumed by worry, found himself at a loss. Reflecting on his father's frequent complaints of chest discomfort, he recalled that last year's grave illness had been triggered by a sudden fainting spell. Now, examining the old man's lifeless body revealed no visible injuries. Could it truly be that he had perished from a combination of shame and anger, his heart heavy with grief? The reputation of the Wang family musical instrument shop had plummeted, and it appeared that the entire household would soon face dire circumstances. How could they possibly navigate this predicament? Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly roused by a gentle tap on the counter. A jovial voice broke through his reverie. Wang De, what are you daydreaming about? Are you contemplating what to stock up for the new year? Wang De looked up to see an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his face beaming with a warm smile. He quickly rose to welcome him, his expression brightening as he exclaimed, Boss Wu, what a pleasant surprise. Please, come in. Someone prepare a good pot of tea. The cheerful elder, named Wu Jia, was in his 50s and hailed from the Sichuan and Shaanxi regions. Engaging in the herbal medicine trade near the capital, his wealth far surpassed that of the Wang family. The chicken crowing post was his hub for distributing medicinal herbs, and he often spent half the year here, making him a well-known figure among local merchants. Wu Jia settled comfortably into a chair and remarked, what a flurry of activity. The new year is nearly upon us. Once I wrap up this business, I shall return home to celebrate. I happened to pass by here and thought I would check in. Why are you manning the counter today? It seems rather deserted. Where is your father? Wang Da's expression darkened as he forced a smile, saying, Boss Wu, to be candid, my father passed away just a few days ago. Wu Jie gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, how could that be? When I left for the Sichuan region to procure herbs, Wang Lao was in good health. What happened? Did his old ailment of chest tightness resurface? Wang Da's wife emerged with a pot of tea, her own face clouded with sorrow. She managed a forced smile as she greeted Wu Jie, pouring a cup of tea before retreating to the back room. Wu Jie withdrew his jade-tipped pipe from his sleeve and, retrieving a pouch of herbal tobacco from his belt, lit it with a coal ember. Taking a leisurely puff, he squinted and said, Wang Lao lived a long life. As the saying goes, reaching 70 is a rarity. His passing can be seen as a peaceful departure. And I know you and your brother were dutiful sons. Come, sit down, and let us speak of this without grief. Wang De recounted the events leading up to his father's demise, carefully omitting the discovery of the pearls on his father's person. He concluded with bitterness. The enmity I bear is irreconcilable, Boss Wu. With your worldly experience, what do you suggest? If I do not avenge this wrong, will I not be the subject of scorn among my neighbors? Yet, alas, the Ma family wields significant power, spreading rumors and sowing discord. As you can see, even customers have ceased to visit. The county magistrate is absent from the office, and I perceive that his words are merely a fade. He seems to be in collusion, deliberately favoring the Ma family. Wu Jia, upon hearing this, let out a cold chuckle and, exhaling a puff of smoke, remarked, what do you mean seems to be? It is quite evident. He is indeed assisting the Wang family. Wang De, startled and enraged, slammed his thigh in frustration and exclaimed, I told you so. We are once again compelled to seek out the physician and the apothecary. Every time we approach the county magistrate, he is perpetually unavailable. This it feels as though he is forcing me to take my grievances to the capital and petition the emperor. Wu Boss took a drag from his smoke, rolling his eyes as he replied, do you still believe this is the Hongwu era? Petitioning the emperor? How absurd. The emperor resides in the Forbidden City. surrounded by heavy fortifications. Do you truly think you can gain an audience? Even if you did manage to see him, what would it matter? The county magistrate has not outright refused to handle this case. The sanctity of human life is paramount, and exercising caution in adjudication is not inherently wrong. Who knows? The emperor might even commend Master Min for his prudent handling of the case, and you could end up being accused of defaming an official, which carries the grave penalty of annihilation of your entire family. Upon hearing such dire consequences, Wang De felt a chill run down his spine. Gasping for air as he said, "My goodness! Thank heavens you warned me, Wu boss. I lack experience and have not encountered such matters before. Had it not been for your wise words, I could have unwittingly invited disaster upon myself. What should I do now?" Wu boss smiled gently, releasing a plume of smoke that curled upward. After a moment, he spoke thoughtfully. "Brother Wang, I cannot claim to possess extraordinary wisdom, but I have traversed many places and have heard and seen much. There is a saying, the common folk ought not to challenge officials, and another that goes, the hearts of the people are as unyielding as iron. While the law is a furnace, in this matter, you lack sufficient evidence. Even if you were to escalate this to the highest court, it may not yield any favorable outcome for you. Instead, you risk creating turmoil in your own life. I have a few words of advice. I wonder if you would be willing to heed them?" Wang De, eager to listen, hastily poured more hot tea for Wu boss, bowing respectfully as he said, "Please, do share your counsel. To be candid, I have felt utterly unsettled these past few days, as if riding on the back of a tiger, unable to advance or retreat. If you have any good ideas, I implore you to enlighten me, considering my late father's memory." Wu boss chuckled softly, gently tapping his pipe against the chair leg before placing it on the table. He leisurely took a sip of tea and then continued, "This matter, in truth, is rather ambiguous. While you may have witnesses attesting to Ma Eng's quarrel with you at the time of Wang boss's death, none can confirm that Ma Eng physically assaulted him. That scholar, Yang, is a man of some repute and was present throughout the incident. If I were the county magistrate, I would also hesitate to condemn him without clear evidence. Thus, you cannot entirely fault Magistrate Min. Now, with the situation having escalated in this manner, Brother Wang, please do not take offense at my frankness. Wang boss was a man of prominence. His passing was a tragic event in itself. I know you are a dutiful son and do not wish to unjustly implicate a young man in his demise. However, if you were to wrongfully accuse him, would you not be adding to your father's burdens in the afterlife? Moreover, if you're residing here with your family, you might truly offend Mr. Ma, who has just assumed his position. He has several years ahead of him in this role. Do you believe you can contend with him? Moreover, this case has dragged on for an interminable duration, leading not only to the ruin of your family, but also causing your elderly father to remain unburied. His remains left to languish in the cold of winter. One can only imagine the indignity of his body being subjected to dissection, the bones examined for wounds. He devoted his life to raising you and your brother, and in the end, not even a whole corpse could be granted to him. How can you bear such a heart-wrenching reality?" Wang De, with tears streaming down his face and a nose running profusely, sobbed, "Boss Wu, could you kindly offer me some advice on what I should do now?" Wu Jie smiled faintly and said, "If you truly possess a sense of filial piety, then the old Master Wang would pass away peacefully, free from envy, and regardless of the veracity of the matter concerning the misappropriated wealth. The Ma family would not persist in their unwelcome pursuit. However, even though your father did not meet his end at the hands of another, the disputes that arose in the course of business, combined with his frailty and anger, undeniably contributed to his demise, and the Ma family cannot absolve themselves of responsibility. If they are not subjected to severe penalties, it would be difficult for you to find solace, and it would be even more unreasonable in the eyes of the neighbors. In my opinion, it would be more prudent to demand that the Ma family compensate you with several dozen taels of silver for all funeral expenses. Handling the matter in this manner seems more appropriate. What do you think?" Wang De, upon hearing this, lowered his head in silence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he stammered, "If this matter is handled in such a manner, would it not render my brother a subject of ridicule for pursuing wealth while disregarding our father's profound grievances? How can I possibly articulate such words?" As Boss Wu's eyes flickered, he was about to speak again when a man rode up on a donkey and dismounted at the entrance. After securing the reins, he stamped his foot and entered the room with a serious expression. Wang De looked up and saw that it was his brother, Wang Er. He quickly stood up and said, "Younger brother, you have returned. What brings you back?" He cast a glance outside and exclaimed in surprise, Wasn't it your intention to bring back a batch of bamboo whistles, bamboo flutes, gongs, and cymbals? How is it that you have returned empty-handed? Wang Er clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Hello, Boss Wu." He then walked over and plopped down into his brother's chair, indignantly exclaiming, "What goods have arrived?" Boss Liu insists on cash transactions and refuses to extend credit. Wang Daqi exclaimed, "How can this be? Last year, we first engaged in business with him, and he was willing to extend credit to us. Now, after more than a year of dealings, during which we have never owed him a penny, why suddenly insist on a cash transaction?" Wang Erdeo remarked, "It is indeed due to that murderous individual from the Ma family. I cannot fathom who is spreading such gossip." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that Boss Wu was still seated within the room and hastily silenced himself. Wu Jie took a sip of tea, leisurely rose to his feet, and said, "Business has been quite hectic these past few days. I shall not linger, and will take my leave now. Let us reconvene after the new year." He smiled and offered a slight bow to Wang De and Wang Er before gracefully exiting. Upon hearing his brother's words, Wang De stood there in a daze for a moment. Once he noticed that Boss Wu had averted his gaze, he could not help but stomp his foot in frustration and hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Boss Wu, please hold on a moment. I truly believe there is a better solution than yours, but I kindly ask for your assistance in mediating this matter. I implore you to lend your support." Chapter 13. Chief Clerk Yang Ling sat in the signing room, staring blankly at the pile of case files before him. He yearned to immerse himself in work immediately. Yet he felt akin to an outsider gazing at a towering heap of tangled fishing nets, utterly at a loss as to where to begin. If one considers the responsibilities of a county magistrate, it becomes clear that they extend far beyond the leisurely image portrayed on television, where one merely sits in a modest hall and taps a wooden block. The magistrate must oversee the entire fiscal management of the county, including taxation, transportation, and legal affairs, all of which require decisive judgment. Originally, the magistrate would rely on the assistance of various clerks, such as the county deputy, the chief scribe, and numerous legal advisors specializing in criminal matters, finances, and documentation. Yet, the half-hearted magistrate of Ming County had unceremoniously offloaded all these duties onto Yang Ling, leaving even an experienced clerk from Shaoxing feeling overwhelmed. The signing room consisted of 3 quaint, single-story buildings connected together, where the magistrate's clerks and aides typically reviewed official documents and managed administrative matters. In front lay the magistrate's court, where cases were adjudicated, while behind it resided the magistrate's family quarters. Following his successful assistance to the Ma family in a homicide case, the magistrate of Min County held Yang Ling in high regard and invited him to serve as a clerk at his office. Yang Ling, troubled by the indignity of being supported by a young girl, readily accepted the position. However, due to the sorrowful gaze of Han Youniang, he felt compelled to clarify to the magistrate that his role as a clerk was merely a temporary arrangement, for he intended to participate in the provincial examinations the following year, to which the magistrate readily assented. Deep down, Yang Ling was acutely aware of the brevity of his fate. He had learned through inquiries that even if he were to achieve the highest honors in the examinations, the most favorable outcome would merely be a position as an editor in the capital, while securing a post as a county magistrate would be a remarkable feat. There were no grand opportunities awaiting him. His current motivations stemmed solely from his affection for Han Youniang and a sense of duty as a man, wishing to leave her some form of inheritance. The thought of taking the provincial examinations was hardly enticing, yet he found himself swayed by her gentle charm. Despite her youth, her melancholic eyes were enough to alter his resolve, at least on the surface. The magistrate of Min County, hailing from a military background, had brought along loyal subordinates who were equally uninformed about the governance of the county. The previous deputy magistrate, Huang, remained passive and indifferent, appearing like a lifeless statue. If it were not for the monthly distribution of salaries, one would scarcely catch a glimpse of him. Fortunately, the local populace of Jiming Post was of simple and virtuous character, and there had been no significant incidents over the past 2 years. However, with the impending assessments of official performance looming every 3 years, the magistrate, though somewhat dim-witted, could not help but contemplate his own interests. The imperial examinations primarily evaluated officials based on 2 criteria: the clarity of governance and the timely collection of taxes. The former simply required the absence of peasant uprisings, merchant strikes, or scholarly protests, along with no major criminal cases. In such a scenario, the magistrate could report a picture of peace, where roads were safe and homes were left unlocked. Jiming Post was home to 2 regiments of soldiers, alongside the postal office and the county's servants, maintaining a level of order that surpassed that of an ordinary third-tier county, resulting in a relatively uneventful 2 years. However, the situation regarding taxation is quite different. Given that the locality serves as a bustling hub for numerous merchants, the collection of commercial taxes is indeed timely. Yet, the nearby residents, predominantly residing in the mountains, are dispersed and difficult to manage. Furthermore, the arid mountain fields are frequently subjected to raids and plundering by marauding bands, resulting in a less than satisfactory collection of grain taxes. This inevitably becomes a vulnerability for the magistrate of Ming County during the imperial examinations. The magistrate, having been rather lackadaisical in his duties, recently visited the provincial capital and was enlightened by superiors about the intricate assessments imposed on civil officials. Troubled by how to showcase his administrative accomplishments, he was fortuitously introduced to Mr. Yang, whom he hoped would assist in achieving some commendable results. However, the governance methods of this era were far beyond Yang Ling's comprehension. Although he had previously served as a director at an insurance company, the management structure and systems of that time rendered the absence of a director relatively inconsequential to the institution's operations. The current scenario, however, demanded his decisive input on nearly every matter, leaving Yang Ling overwhelmed, struggling even to manage routine paperwork, let alone accomplish anything of significance. Straightening his posture, he massaged his lower back in despair as he gazed at the mountain of documents before him. With the year-end approaching, the Transport Bureau required assistance for a shipment of exotic goods from the western regions destined for the capital, as the available carts and mules were insufficient. Additionally, the department had received a communication from the Ministry of War regarding a troop movement that necessitated the opening of the city gates at night, requiring careful arrangements for guards to prevent any opportunistic intrusions. As the year-end neared and the curfew was lifted, matters concerning public security and theft, for which he, being the criminal law clerk, was responsible, increasingly fell upon his shoulders. Reports from the beacon towers indicated a need for material replacements. A farmer's ox had gone missing from the outskirts, a large pig raised by the Liu family had been stolen, and local ruffians were harassing a young widow. Moreover, a child from the Hao family had ignited a fire on the He family's firewood stack, leading to a dispute that escalated into accusations and counter-accusations of arson and violence. Most pressing of all was the alarming number of farmers in arrears with their taxes. Some had defaulted for merely a year or two, while others had accumulated debts spanning a decade. The situation was chaotic and seemingly insurmountable. Initially, Yang Ling had insisted that Captain Wang apprehend the most delinquent and long-standing debtor, Hong Monsong, hoping to make an example of him. However, upon learning from Captain Wang that a previous magistrate had employed similar tactics, which resulted in the tragic suicide of Hong's wife and left him in a state of madness, Yang Ling abandoned that course of action. The ensuing outcry from scholars and literati, which reached the Ministry of Revenue, ultimately led to the magistrate's dismissal. Fortunately, the chief clerk, Wang Yangzheng, recognizing the young magistrate's amicable demeanor and diligent approach, discreetly advised him to seek assistance from the county's longest-serving deputy, Huang, who had served under 2 previous magistrates. This seasoned official was known for his cunning and adeptness in navigating the bureaucratic landscape, making him a valuable ally in these tumultuous times. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ling gritted his teeth, purchasing 10 pounds of fatty pork and a packet of fine tea to seek advice. However, the county magistrate, Huang, merely engaged in teaching his grandson the art of calligraphy, offering Yang Ling only a faint smile in response to his request. Instead of assistance, he indulged in the pork and tea without reservation, leaving Yang Ling in a state of amused exasperation. Sighing heavily at the memory, Yang Ling lamented the 24 coins he had spent, recalling how the little girl at home would occasionally buy meat, which she would invariably place into his bowl, while he denied himself even a morsel. Had he known, he would have preferred to return home and treat the adorable yet pitiable child to a feast. He picked up his brush and inscribed the calculated figures onto a formal document intended for the Ministry of Revenue, declaring the funds and provisions required for the following year. A total of 79 officials and clerks at Chicken Crow Post, 158 postmen, 260 soldiers stationed within the city, 45 long-distance carriers, and 82 horses, amounting to 7,647 taels of silver for annual wages and 52 stone of fodder. Additionally, the Western City Gates battle platform had developed cracks requiring repairs, estimated to cost 116 taels of silver. after carefully blowing on the ink of the document and placing it atop a neatly arranged stack of paperwork. He opened the door curtain, and a man in a blue robe stepped inside. The other clerks responsible for transcribing documents promptly rose and greeted, "Lord Min." Yang Ling looked up and quickly stood to pay his respects. The figure before him was indeed Min, the county magistrate, dressed in ordinary attire. He waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming loudly, "Enough, enough. We see each other daily. No need for such formalities. Time is of the essence. Let us adjourn for today." The clerks hurriedly complied, gathering their belongings, while Lord Min approached Yang Ling, observing that he had already processed nearly half of the documents. He could not help but raise his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "You possess great skill, sir. I dread these documents, yet you have managed to handle so much so swiftly." Ha ha ha. Yang Ling could only manage a bitter smile. While he had indeed worked quickly, most of the tasks were merely routine matters. The truly challenging issues required considerable time to address, not to mention the long-standing tax delinquents, who needed to be categorized, some maliciously evading payment, while others were genuinely impoverished. The statistical investigations alone would take considerable time. Even the cases of misplaced plows or stolen pigs required multiple individuals for investigation, often taking 3 to 5 days at best. While these matters may seem trivial, each demanded attention and time, rendering rapid resolution an impossibility. Previously, he had watched television dramas depicting officials undertaking covert visits to resolve cases with ease. Such portrayals now seemed utterly ludicrous. With so many responsibilities at hand, it was hardly feasible for one to leave the office to conduct personal inquiries. Yet, he could not voice his grievances to the magistrate, merely responding, "Not at all, sir. You flatter me." Once the clerks had departed, Magistrate Min, with a jovial smile, clapped him on the shoulder and declared, "I am but a simple man. There is no need for the formalities of a scholar. When not in court, there is no necessity to adopt such a demeanor. By the way, tidy up and come quickly with me. The postmaster has invited us to Hongyan Tower for drinks and a performance in gratitude for your assistance." Yang Ling, upon hearing this, hesitated and replied, Might I ask if you could proceed first, as I must return home to inform my wife, lest she worry." Magistrate Min burst into hearty laughter, stroking his beard and playfully punching his shoulder, chiding, "Why the fuss? A man returns home when he wishes, if he does not wish to. Then let the woman remain at home. What is there to tell her? Come, come, you are young yet have developed a fear of your wife." Without allowing further protest, Magistrate Min took hold of him and led him out. Reluctantly, Yang Ling followed. Dressed in plain attire, Magistrate Min chose not to ride in an official sedan chair. For the town of Jinyiwei was not large. The distance between the north and south gates spanned only 4 li. Hongyan Tower was situated beside Jinguang Temple, merely a street away from the county office, making it unnecessary to take a chair. The two walked to Hongyan Tower, where Ma Yiqing, Ma Ang, and Ma Lianer had long awaited them in a private booth on the first floor. Originally a theater, the space designated as a private room was merely a portion of the main area separated by screens. To Yang Ling's surprise, Huang County Magistrate was also present, and upon meeting, they exchanged pleasantries. Having spent over 10 days in prison, Ma Ang had tempered his once fiery temperament and greeted his savior Yang Ling with warmth, grasping his arm and expressing heartfelt gratitude. Both young men shared a camaraderie despite their contrasting appearances. Yang Ling was refined and handsome, while Ma Ang was robust and sturdy, with prominent brows and expressive eyes, forming an unusual yet strong bond. Ma Lianer, today adorned with only a light touch of makeup, presented a charming visage that oscillated between delight and demureness when facing Yang Ling. With his remarkable presence, she found herself drawn to him upon their first encounter. However, upon realizing he was already married, her sentiments transformed, and he became to her both a benefactor and a cherished male friend. As a concubine, her status was scarcely elevated above that of a servant, even should he be a provincial governor, as a daughter of a low-ranking official. Her aspirations for a concubine's role were dashed, and thus her affections were stifled before they could flourish. Chapter 14. The debate on chastity after exchanging pleasantries. The station master Ma invited everyone to take their seats, and the waiter began to serve the ordered dishes one by one. Station master Ma then addressed Yang Ling, saying, "Scholar Yang, I must commend you, calling you my esteemed nephew. My son, unfortunately, has a brutish temperament and often brings trouble upon me. This time, he has created a colossal scandal. Were it not for your brilliant stratagem and the mercy of Lord Min, my son would have faced a grave consequence." Yang Ling hurriedly replied, "Not at all. That day, I clearly observed that Brother Ma did not lay a hand on that Boss Wang. It was, in truth, greed that led to ruin. Boss Wang, coveting Miss Ma's pearls, was confronted by Brother Ma and, in a fit of rage, met his untimely demise. It is certainly not Brother Ma's fault. Do not be too hard on him. Dear sir, Maong interjected. Father, I told my sister that you wouldn't believe me. Surely, you must trust Brother Yang's words. I did not strike that old man. Silence. You little wretch. How dare you interject? Station Master Ma chastised his son, shaking his head at Magistrate Min, County Head Huang, and Yang Ling. Look at this little scoundrel. He is more adept at creating trouble than resolving it. He pales in comparison to my esteemed nephew, who, despite being younger than my son, exhibits remarkable composure and has already achieved scholarly distinction before reaching adulthood. Alas, my late wife passed away too early, leaving me with this son and daughter, who are woefully undisciplined. Magistrate Min and County Head Huang could not help but have Yang Ling defend Ma Ong once more. As they conversed, the waiter continued to bring forth an endless stream of dishes. Before long, the theater became increasingly crowded, with merchants passing by the station occupying the seats around the private room, while in the distant corners, idle couriers and errant officials lingered away the hours. The stage before them was brightly lit, and with the sound of gongs and drums, the actors hired by the theater commenced their performance. At that time, there was no such thing as Peking opera, and Yang Ling, unfamiliar with the art, hesitated to inquire further. He found himself unable to comprehend much of the performance, especially since all the performers were men, leaving him bereft of the opportunity to gaze upon any enchanting actresses. He grew increasingly disinterested, but through the discussions of Magistrate Min, Station Master Ma, and County Head Huang, he grasped a general understanding of the narrative. From their exchanges, Yang Ling found the tale quite extraordinary. It recounted a woman whose husband, soon after their marriage, departed from home. Years passed before he returned to their hometown. On his journey back, he encountered an extraordinarily beautiful woman gathering mulberries. Captivated by her allure, he approached her with flirtation, only to be met with a resolute rebuke from her. Feeling humiliated, he returned home. To his surprise, upon arriving, he discovered that his wife was none other than the very woman he had just attempted to seduce. Overwhelmed with shame, he felt a genuine admiration for her. The story seemed to take a troubling turn when, on the following day, the wife, in despair, penned a farewell letter and hanged herself. In her note, she lamented her failure to uphold the virtues of a devoted wife, which had inadvertently stirred lascivious thoughts in men, thereby tarnishing her chastity. She resolved that the only way to preserve her honor was through death. The incident ultimately caused a stir in the village, prompting various parties to submit petitions, leading the emperor to issue a decree posthumously honoring this virtuous woman as a lady of the first rank, bestowing upon her a badge of chastity, a mark of unparalleled glory. Her husband, moved by his wife's steadfastness, later remarried, and together they visited her grave to pay their respects. The Hongyan Tower serves as a combination of a theater and a tavern, thus the performances lacked the tightness one might expect. Following the play, there was an intermission during which Min and Ma engaged in lively discussion, while the county magistrate, Huang, sipped his wine and interjected a few remarks. Though his words were few, being a scholar, he often articulated thoughts that Magistrate Min struggled to express. Yang Ling, however, found the play excessively unrealistic. He had heard of the most absurd tale wherein a woman fell into the water and was saved by a passing man, only to return home and sever her own arm with a kitchen knife, simply because it had been touched by a man who was not her husband. If that were to be considered a loss of chastity, then it was merely a physical infidelity. The woman in the play, however, could not bear even the notion of spiritual disloyalty. This hardly constituted infidelity. Rather, it was merely that her beauty incited desire in others. The man bore no fault. And yet the wife chastised herself for lacking virtue, which struck Yang Ling as utterly ludicrous. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yang Ling spoke up. Gentlemen, is it not rather exaggerated and unrealistic? Her husband, upon encountering a beautiful woman, made an inappropriate remark and was reprimanded for it. Yet, in the end, the wife perceives herself as unfaithful. Such a notion is preposterous. Surely there are no such occurrences in the world. What is there to admire in such an exaggerated and unrealistic play? Ma, taken aback, replied, What do you mean, Yang, as a scholar of the sages? You are unaware of the tales of virtuous women? There is nothing implausible here. This woman exemplifies purity and is indeed a model for all women. Magistrate Min chuckled as he took a sip of his wine and said, Surely, Yang Xiao, you have only read those texts that serve for examinations and are unfamiliar with the stories of virtuous women. Your kindness is commendable. Yet I too find this woman's fate somewhat unfortunate. Were I the county official in that scenario, I would have certainly punished her husband severely, forbidding him from taking a concubine for life. Nonetheless, there is nothing unrealistic about this tale. During the Chenghua era, while I was combating pirates in Fujian, I was but a lowly soldier. In southern Fujian, there was a woman whose relatives took pride when, after her husband's death, she desired to follow him. They celebrated with drums and gongs. 3 days later, she adorned herself in vibrant clothing, holding fresh flowers, and sat in a sedan chair to her husband's grave. Climbing onto a prepared platform, she hanged herself. The Emperor Zhengde once decreed the granting of a chastity archway, which brought honor to the entire village. Indeed, I was the one who erected that archway for her. Ma nodded in agreement, stating, precisely, the rights and morals must be upheld. How can one be careless? Yang Xian, you exhibit too much compassion for women. Such women are the paragon of virtuous ladies. If they were courtesans, would they possess such steadfastness? He reminisced about the renowned courtesan Guan Panpan from Shuzhou, who became the concubine of General Zhang Yin. Upon his death, she did not follow him in death, but rather returned to her former residence, Yinzi Building, to live alone for a decade in a vain attempt to earn a reputation for chastity, demonstrating an utter lack of shame. Later, the Sima of Jiaozhou composed a poem that unveiled her hypocrisy, leading the woman to feel deep shame and ultimately perish from fasting for 10 days. In comparison to the woman in the play and the young matron from Min, she was vastly inferior. Yang Ling, having practiced his calligraphy in a past life, recognized the author of the poem. However, he was perplexed by Bai Juyi's profound compassion for an old charcoal seller, while displaying such a callous demeanor towards a widowed woman. This was during the Tang Dynasty, an era renowned for its liberal spirit, yet it was no surprise that the subsequent Song Dynasty's doctrines of virtue had so deeply poisoned the status of women. Ma Lianer, overhearing this, could not contain her indignation and interjected with a derisive snort. 10 years of springtime lamentation turned into the tongue of a warbler. Yet the old and ugly are cast aside for the sake of beauty. If a beloved wife chooses to follow her husband into death, there is nothing amiss. However, when such a man regards his concubines as mere commodities to be bought and sold at will, devoid of any affection, expecting a woman to die for him is rather excessive. She recited verses from Bai Juyi's self-reflective poetry, which spoke of acquiring young girls as concubines, only to discard them after 3 years as they aged into mere 18 or 19, thus replacing them with fresh faces, boasting to his friends of his cavalier treatment. Ma Yicheng felt a surge of displeasure, believing his daughter's words to be a grave embarrassment. Present were a county magistrate, a deputy, and a learned scholar, and her remarks seemed to imply a lack of proper upbringing, despite his usual fondness for her. He could not restrain himself from delivering a sharp slap and reproaching her. What nonsense are you uttering? Since the time of our esteemed Emperor Gaozu, our dynasty has upheld the highest standards of virtue, to honor chaste women. Those who remain widowed until the age of 30 and do not remarry by 50 are publicly commended and exempted from family duties, which is indeed a great honor. Fidelity and chastity are the essence of one's duty. It is said that one horse cannot bear 2 saddles, just as one foot cannot tread 2 boats. Thus, a woman should not serve 2 husbands, just as we, as loyal subjects, should not serve 2 masters. While a woman's virtue lies in her gentleness, her reputation is rooted in her fidelity. Have you forgotten my teachings? Accustomed to her father's affection, Ma Lianer felt deeply hurt by the notion that women were mere possessions of men. Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and anger after her father's public reprimand, she covered her face and burst into tears before fleeing the scene. Ma Ang, witnessing his father's fury, hesitated to offer counsel. Torn between pursuing her and fearing his father's wrath, Ma Yicheng, in a fit of anger, waved his hand dismissively. Let her be. We shall continue to drink. This child has truly been spoiled by my indulgence to speak such words. Yang Ling was rendered speechless. He could not fathom the fault in Ma Lianer's statements, nor could he understand why Ma Yicheng was so incensed. Magistrate Min, perceiving the situation as just, rose to speak. Miss Ma likely speaks out of sympathy for Guan Panpan, whose death from fasting has deprived the world of an extraordinary talent. Therefore, it is only natural for her to express her feelings. Uncle need not be angry. As night falls, it would be unwise for Miss Ma to venture out alone. I shall persuade her to return. Although the official Ma felt that his daughter's words were somewhat unbecoming, the bond between father and daughter was profound. Despite his harsh words, he genuinely harbored concerns for her. Noticing his demeanor soften, he replied, I appreciate your efforts, young Master Yang. Yang Ling, acknowledging Lord Min, offered a respectful bow before hastily pursuing her. Ma Lian'er stood at the entrance of the theater, lost in thought beneath the glow of a red lantern, gazing intently at the starry sky. Yang Ling's heart lightened as he slowed his pace and approached her gently, saying, "Miss Ma, it is time to return. Your father merely fears that your words may be overheard, tarnishing your reputation. The depth of his love brings forth his sternness. Do not let anger consume you." Ma Lian'er tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the twinkling stars above. She softly mused, "In this world, what is a woman but a sacrificial figure? A woman who remains steadfast to her husband is hailed as virtuous, her fidelity celebrated. Such virtue reflects not just the beauty of women, but also the greatness of men, implying that they are worthy of such devotion. Yet, what have they truly done for women? They treat women as their possessions, not only concubines, but wives as well. In the tales of the three kingdoms, the first act of brotherhood was the slaughter of wives and children. Did they hold genuine affection for their spouses? Liu Bei regarded his wife as mere attire, while the hunter Luan treated his wife as a dish for guests, killing her without remorse. Are these actions those of men or beasts? Water is not averse to clarity, nor are women to purity. Do you know that my mother was driven to her death by my father? At that time, he was but a soldier, and my mother struggled alone with my brother and me. Life was arduous. Later, bandits descended from the mountains to pillage, and mother hid us in a water vat to escape. Though she was violated, she was spared by the bandits' mercy. Ultimately, she was not slain by their blades, but by the scorn of my father and the men in the village, who cared only for their own survival. Yang Ling remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. To uphold righteousness and extinguish base desires is a noble pursuit. Starvation is a minor concern, while the loss of virtue is grave. Zhu Shi's teachings may not be entirely accurate, yet this world belongs to men, and thus it is deemed right. I reflect upon my own era, shaking my head, for not only is this truth upheld today, but it will continue to thrive for centuries to come, with many men still adhering to it. However, this rationale is exclusively reserved for women. Ma Lian'er scoffed. Zhu Shi speaks of righteousness yet indulged in the company of two nuns as concubines, and even took advantage of a widow. He truly embodies the paragon of virtue, a model for scholars. What a grand irony! Yang Ling was aware that the strictures of propriety had flourished during Zhu Shi's era, leading to an explosion of women succumbing to virtuous sacrifice, yet he was oblivious to Zhu Shi's scandalous affairs. He could not help but smile bitterly, reflecting, "Since this world is dictated by men, it is no surprise that moral expectations differ for the sexes. If a man's dignity is tarnished, he bears the shame in silence, awaiting the day of retribution to reclaim his honor. No one cares how dishonorably he may have acted, even if he had willingly sullied himself. Conversely, if a woman loses her virtue, even through coercion, it remains an unforgivable transgression." Ma Lian'er suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with a brightness surpassing the stars as she gazed at him in astonishment. After a moment, she remarked, "In this day and age, particularly among scholarly men, you are the first to articulate such thoughts. I truly cannot fathom how, at such a tender age, you have acquired such profound insights after immersing yourself in the teachings of sages. What a pity, indeed." Yang Ling could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What a pity about what?" Ma Lian'er turned away, her voice imbued with a melancholic tone as she recited, "The tears of a parted lover fall like pearls, lamenting the missed encounter before matrimony." Yang Ling felt a sudden surge of emotion, and the atmosphere between them became tense. After a prolonged silence, he forced a smile, attempting to lighten the mood with jest. "Although our acquaintance stems from your precious pearl, I assure you, I have not bestowed upon you any such gem, dear lady. Please do not misconstrue my intentions." Ma Lian'er let out a soft laugh, turning her head to cast a playful glare at him, biting her lip and blushing as she summoned her courage to say, "That is merely a reflection of your own misfortune." As she gazed at his prominent nose beneath the flickering lantern light, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned away, feeling an enchanting atmosphere enveloping them. She gently brushed away the cold tears from her face and declared, "I treat others kindly when they show me kindness. Ever since my mother passed away, I have come to believe that no man in this world is worthy of the sacrifices we women make. I shall not play the role of the foolish virtuous woman on the stage. I will live for myself." Yang Ling was captivated by the beauty radiating from her confidence and pride, and after a while, he sighed softly, "You were born too early. You truly ought to have graced this world 500 years later." Ma Lian'er blinked her beautiful eyes, perplexed, and asked, "Do you find my words to be audacious and shocking? Would it be more acceptable to utter them 500 years hence?" Yang Ling was taken aback. Hastily laughing to mask his surprise, I merely thought that perhaps by that time, some men would regard women as independent beings and demand equality from them. Haha. It is merely a fanciful guess, just an expression of my sentiments. Ma Lianer smiled gently, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a small pouch. Taking 2 steps closer, she placed it in Yang Ling's hands, saying, I can see that your little wife loves you dearly. This pearl is a gift from me to you both. I only wish that you treat her well and do not let her down. The pouch in his hands still bore her warmth and delicate fragrance. Noticing his moment of astonishment, Ma Lianer chuckled softly, twirling a strand of hair. Let us be on our way. I am merely saddened, not angry. After all, it is a conversation that cannot be easily understood. How many men truly comprehend the heartaches of women? With a sideways glance, she noticed County Magistrate Huang had pursued them, and thus she hurriedly withdrew her hand and stepped inside. Yang Ling took a moment to collect himself before returning, only to find County Magistrate Huang Chi-in giving him a knowing smile, gesturing politely for him to enter. He returned the smile and bowed in acknowledgement. Though neither spoke a word, an unspoken familiarity lingered between them. Chapter 15. The Error of the Pearl. Though Ma Lianer had returned, the atmosphere had become somewhat oppressive due to the earlier commotion. Lord Min and the Postmaster Ma had lost their interest in idle chatter and shifted their conversation to official matters, while County Magistrate Huang merely smiled and listened, seldom interjecting with his own thoughts. As a subordinate and junior, Yang Ling naturally took on the role of toasting and maintaining the convivial spirit, and he inevitably partook of a few more drinks than he intended. It was not until deep into the night that they finally bid farewell to one another. Outside, the snow began to fall gently again, the cold wind swirling the snowflakes directly into his collar. With his head throbbing and his face flushed from the drink, Yang Ling tucked his hands into his sleeves and hummed a modern song whose name he had forgotten, sauntering into the alley where he resided. Upon reaching his door, he intended to knock, but to his surprise, it opened with a gentle push. Inside, a dim light flickered, and he saw Han Youniang sitting at a low table, her chin resting on her hands, appearing drowsy. Upon hearing the door creak, she looked up and her face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Yang Ling exclaimed in astonishment, Youniang, I thought you would have gone to bed by now. He glanced around and noticed the faintly glowing ashes in the stove, with steam still rising from the pot lid. Han Youniang approached him, brushing the snowflakes off his clothing, and softly said, My lord, your official duties must have kept you quite busy. I had thought to inquire at the yamen about your whereabouts, but fearing ridicule, I decided to wait for your return instead. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Yang Ling stammered, Lord Min had an engagement and asked me to accompany him. I left in a hurry and didn't have the chance to inform you. You foolish girl. Why wait so long? You could have rested on your own. Have you eaten? Sensing the scent of alcohol on his breath, Han Youniang realized he had been drinking. With this understanding, she felt relieved. She guided Yang Ling to sit on the kong, knelt down to remove his shoes, brushed off the accumulated snow, and placed them to dry by the stove. Then she poured a bowl of water and returned, saying, My lord, the water is warm. Please drink some to soothe your throat. After you settle down, I shall go eat. Upon hearing her words, Yang Ling was reminded of the play he had seen that evening. Unable to resist, he grasped her hand and sighed, Youniang, you are my wife, not my servant. You should not serve me in this manner. Sigh, you are so young and adorable. You deserve to be cherished and cared for. Han Youniang's cheeks flushed at his words. Bashfully, she attempted to withdraw her hand but did not succeed, allowing him to hold it instead. With heartfelt sincerity, she responded, My lord is very kind. As for love, I find it difficult to express. However, you treat me well, and we women ought to wholeheartedly serve our husbands. This has nothing to do with being a servant. I understand that you care for me, but please do not indulge me so. I fear I might become spoiled. Yang Ling found himself speechless. In this day and age, imposing 21st century notions upon her would likely frighten her instead. The rigid moral codes and the subservient role of wives to their husbands, though often seen as tools to oppress women, had been internalized over centuries. Women not only willingly adhered to these conventions, but also regarded them as a matter of course, even promoting their propagation. Many of the precepts and teachings for women had been penned by women themselves, serving as models for all women across the realm. In an era where young maidens rarely ventured out to seek work, most women confined themselves to domestic duties, caring for their husbands and raising children. The notion of pursuing a personal career was almost unfathomable. In this light, one might feel justified in reveling in the gentle attentions and servitude of such a woman. As Yang Ling, with bleary eyes, yawned, Han Youniang hastily assisted him in removing his outer garment. "My dear husband, perhaps you should loosen your attire and rest," she suggested. Yang Ling, weary, murmured in agreement and allowed her to help him shed his coat. He then grabbed a pillow, turned over, and mumbled, "I truly can't hold on any longer. Do have a meal and rest yourself as well." Han Youniang replied affirmatively, adjusting her robe as she prepared to fold it neatly. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as an object fell from her garment. Curiosity piqued, she picked it up and, illuminated by the oil lamp, discerned that it was an exquisite women's purse, crafted with meticulous attention to detail and imbued with a subtle fragrance. Her face blanched in an instant. Trembling, she contemplated whether to open it. To do so would shatter the illusion of ignorance, allowing her to deny the event altogether. After a prolonged hesitation, her curiosity overcame her, and she delicately opened the purse, retrieving a lustrous pearl. The lamp's glow reflected beautifully upon it, causing Han Youniang's eyes to widen in awe. Such beauty! Is this the pearl I've heard tales of? How could my husband possess something so exquisite, particularly nestled within a woman's purse? Could it be that he has taken a lover? The mere thought of this possibility plunged Han Youniang into despair. It was no wonder that after his recovery, he had refrained from consummating their marriage. The lessons imparted by her aunt spoke of the rites that defined a true union, and the white handkerchief kept in her chest, intended for proof of their bond, lay forgotten in her trunk. Panic surged within her. Could it be that her husband was not merely indulging in fleeting affairs, but was seeking a pretext to cast her aside? The opulence of the purse and the pearl suggested that the woman in question was no ordinary lady. If her husband had grown fond of her, it was unlikely he would take her as a concubine. Han Youniang had believed his disinterest stemmed from his recent illness. As a modest girl, she felt too embarrassed to broach the subject, never imagining the gravity of his actions. Meanwhile, Yang Ling, still in a daze, pulled the blankets over himself. Finding the long socks uncomfortable for sleep, he untied the straps and tossed the socks aside. As he noticed the flickering light, he turned to see Han Youniang perched on the edge of the bed, her back to him, her delicate shoulders trembling subtly, betraying the faint sounds of weeping. The sudden jolt of sobriety startled him awake. He hastily turned over, sitting up, and grasped Han Youniang's shoulder. To his dismay, he found her delicate face awash with tears, cascading down like a string of broken pearls, manifesting her profound sorrow. He quickly drew her slender waist into his embrace, his heart aching as he gently coaxed, "Youniang, what troubles you so deeply?" Wiping away her tears, Han Youniang averted her gaze and softly murmured, "Does my husband find my service lacking and wishes to cast me aside?" Seeing her in such distress, Yang Ling felt both compassion and anguish. He quickly replied, "Youniang, wherefore do you speak thus? You have endured hardships alongside me without a word of complaint. How could I ever entertain such thoughts?" Han Youniang opened her palm and lamented, "If it were not so, how could these pearls have come to be? Please do not deceive me any longer." Upon seeing the pearls, Yang Ling suddenly understood, and he chuckled as he wrapped his arm around her frail shoulders once more. However, Han Youniang stubbornly pulled away, revealing her martial prowess. If she truly wished to resist, he would be at her mercy. Yang Ling had always known her to be as pliant as water, never once defying him, almost as though she were not a vibrant woman. Now, witnessing her playful defiance, he found it quite amusing. He shamelessly tightened his embrace around her shoulders again. Han Youniang struggled momentarily, but Yang Ling held firm, and eventually, she ceased her resistance, turning her head away in a sulky manner. Yang Ling picked up the pearl and laughed. "Youniang, isn't this pearl beautiful? The new year is approaching. Shall I find a craftsman to string it into a necklace for you?" Han Youniang turned her head in astonishment, exclaiming, "This pearl is for me?" Yang Ling blinked innocently and feigned surprise. "Who else would it be for? Have you ever seen a man wear a necklace?" Her cheeks flushed. Han Youniang hesitated, but then recalled the pouch, unable to suppress her laughter as she stammered. But what of the pouch? Isn't there a woman outside whom you fancy?" A sudden flutter coursed through Yang Ling's heart as he recalled the enchanting face of Ma Yan'er. Though their relationship had remained platonic, she harbored feelings for him, and he too found her charming. Feeling a pang of unease, he rummaged through his robe, producing 2 silver ingots. "Oh, you mean that? I was merely inebriated and fatigued, intending to inform you, but fell asleep instead. Today, it was Magistrate Min who invited me to dine, and as a token of gratitude, he gifted me 40 taels of silver. The pouch and the pearls were presents from Miss Ma, who visited our home that day. Please do not misconstrue my intentions." Han Youniang had never encountered such a substantial sum of silver in her life. 40 taels of the finest silver was, without a doubt, an astronomical figure. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Goodness! Is this the reward for merely devising a solution?" Yang Ling placed the silver into her hands, chuckling, "Dear wife, accept this. Are you now at ease, no longer sorrowful?" The silver felt cold and heavy in her grasp, causing Han Youniang to blush at his teasing. Biting her lip, she felt a sense of relief wash over her as her previously restless heart settled somewhat. As she contemplated that her husband might forget this conversation in his drunken state come morning, she resolved to seek clarity on certain matters, alleviating the anxiety that had plagued her. With determination, she set aside the silver, raised her sleeve to conceal her flushed cheeks, and shyly said, "Han Youniang wishes to ask you something, dear husband. Please do not mock me." Yang Ling, intrigued, responded, "What is it?" "Very well, today, as Han Youniang presides over the case, I shall speak candidly. Please, do ask." Chapter 16. The Lie of Love. Han Youniang felt an urge to laugh. Yet the question she yearned to ask was too embarrassing. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but whisper, like a mosquito buzzing, "My lord, I have been married to the Yang family for nearly a year. I understand that you were unwell, and I held my tongue. However, I must ask, why do you still refrain from consummating our marriage?" Yang Ling felt a sudden panic. The girl had finally posed the question. He wondered if she suspected something amiss with his health. Although she was still quite young, and despite his feelings for her, as a modern man, he found it difficult to take advantage of her tender form. Moreover, he vaguely remembered that in his previous reincarnations, he rarely lived beyond 2 months. This time, perhaps a month had passed. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of melancholy. While his past 8 lives were far more privileged than his current existence, he had grown fond of this simple, leisurely life and had developed an affection for this young girl. Yet, he could not pursue her. To jeopardize her purity while risking his own demise would be a disservice to her. Preserving her maidenhood, although she was technically a married woman, would ensure that if she were to remarry, her new husband would treat her with greater kindness upon discovering her untouched state. Furthermore, should he cultivate deeper feelings for her and then face death, would he truly be able to depart with ease, unscathed by sorrow? He sighed softly, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, leaning close to her ear, and employing a carefully concocted excuse. "Youniang, I have never spoken of this to anyone. I implore you, do not share it with anyone else, all right?" Han Youniang, feeling his embrace, her palm resting on her abdomen, trembled with anxiety. As his warm breath brushed against her face, she felt as though ants were crawling all over her. She tremulously replied, "My lord, please speak freely. Youniang promises not to mention it to anyone." Yang Ling nodded and suddenly inquired, "Youniang, where do you think people go after death?" Han Youniang was taken aback, not expecting her husband to ask such a question. She answered, "When one dies, they naturally enter the underworld, where they are reborn based on their past deeds." Yang Ling continued, "Indeed, Youniang. The doctor stated that I had died, laid in a coffin for a day, only to awaken unexpectedly. My apparent fainting was simply my soul being taken by the guardians of the underworld." Han Youniang gasped in shock, suddenly breaking free from his embrace, turning to face him with wide eyes. While people of this era believed in the existence of hell, no one had ever seen it, rendering it a profound mystery. The revelation that her husband had actually visited the underworld and returned to life was both astonishing and intriguing. Yang Ling spoke with utmost seriousness. "Originally, I was destined to be reincarnated, but upon my arrival there, I discovered that the local city god was actually my esteemed mentor from my scholar days. His profound morality and knowledge were outstanding, and after his passing, he ascended to become a deity of the underworld, appointed as the local city god. Oh, it seems that those who perform good deeds in life may continue to serve in the afterlife." Han Youniang, astonished, quickly abandoned her initial shock over her husband's resurrection and could not contain her curiosity. Yang Ling, secretly amused, nodded and replied, "Indeed, upon recognizing me, my mentor invited me for tea and wine, expressing his intention to send me to be reborn into a wealthy family. At that moment, I sensed your distress in the underworld, being pressured by your husband's family, and my heart was filled with indignation. My mentor, who held me in high regard, upon witnessing such a situation, used his divine powers to extend my life and grant me resurrection. However, I must refrain from approaching women for 2 years, lest the spell be rendered ineffective." To Han Youniang's surprise, she believed every word of this nonsensical tale. reflecting on how her husband was meant to be reborn into a good family to enjoy fortune, yet return to the mortal realm for her sake. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. To lend further credibility to his story, Yang Ling let out a deep sigh, saying, "Alas, this was originally a heavenly secret not meant to be disclosed. However, I could not bear to see you grieve, so I have shared it with you, which will inevitably shorten my lifespan by another 3 years." Upon hearing this, Han Youniang burst into tears, feeling utterly remorseful. How could I have forced my husband to reveal such a secret? Now, he must lose 3 years of his life because of me. Oh, I am truly despicable. As she embraced him, sobbing sorrowfully, she repeatedly apologized. Forgive me, my husband. It is all my fault. Oh heavens, I truly deserve to die? You sacrificed the splendors of rebirth for my sake, and yet I have caused you this pain. Having spun an elaborate web of lies, Yang Ling regretted his actions, wishing he could slap himself. What have I become, fabricating tales to move her? My intentions were for her benefit, but I fear I shall not survive beyond 2 months. I could have simply died again and resolved everything. Why did I claim to return for her peace of mind, and that my lifespan was diminished because of her? Wouldn't that only bind her closer to me? Yet, seeing her so devoted and heartbroken over him, he felt an indescribable joy within. Was he truly so shallow and selfish, yearning for the affection of this delightful girl? Unwittingly, through his fabrications, he had made her feel grateful towards him. How shameless. He hastily sought to remedy the situation, exclaiming, "Youniang, do not weep. My mentor has assured me that I shall live to 100 years. Currently, I am merely reaching 97, a rare blessing indeed. There is no need for sorrow. However, should I pass prematurely, it would merely indicate that the city god's extension of my life had been discovered by the underworld's judges, leading to my soul's release for rebirth. If that day arrives, do not mourn for me. Due to the merits of my past life, I shall still be destined for happiness. If you endure hardship in my memory, it would only diminish my merits. Please take care of yourself and seek out a good family." Her mouth was gently covered by Han Youniang, her large teary eyes sparkling with an enchanting beauty. She merely shook her head slightly, whispering, "My husband, please refrain from speaking such words. They make my heart uneasy." Yang Ling sighed and said, "Very well. Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. I shall not mention it again, but you must remember, no matter what, do not torment yourself. Only when you are happy can my heart find solace, regardless of life or death." Han Youniang nodded, embracing his back and resting her cheek against his chest, murmuring, my husband." She clung tightly to Yang Ling, fearing that this beloved, once lost, might suddenly vanish again. She had resolved in her heart that if her husband truly met an untimely demise, it would likely be due to her pressuring him to reveal forbidden secrets, thus leading to his discovery by the underworld. In that case, there would be no need for her to remain loyal. She would follow him to the netherworld, hoping to serve him in the next life. Yang Ling, unaware of her thoughts, resigned everything to fate, believing that death merely led to enjoyment. He thought that her happiness would accumulate virtue for him, and thus he could finally cast aside those worries. Little did he know, he had already been blacklisted by the underworld, and death was not as simple as he imagined. He gently patted her back, and his impression of this delicate and tender girl deepened. He felt a burgeoning affection between them, reminiscent of familial love yet tinged with romantic undertones. In the stillness of the night, with the warmth of the bed and the slight intoxication from the wine, he felt the soft, gentle girl nestled in his embrace, stirring a guilty desire within him. Clearing his throat, he gently pushed her away, affectionately saying, "Silly girl, do not let your thoughts wander. Put the silver away and hurry to eat." "The beads should still be mine," she replied, rising with a shy smile as she tucked the silver into her bosom. "They are so beautiful, I cannot bear to part with them. It would be a pity to pierce them." Yang Ling found her bashful demeanor utterly charming and, unable to resist, playfully slapped her on the backside, laughing, "Silly girl, what use is beauty if not put to good use? Keeping it hidden serves no purpose." To his surprise, beneath the softness of her skirt was a firm and supple form, and as Han Youniang yelped in response to his playful slap, her hair became disheveled, her alluring eyes shimmering. The 15-year-old girl unwittingly displayed an enchanting allure, igniting a warmth in her abdomen. Fearing that she might act impulsively, she quickly turned and flopped onto the bed, pulling the quilt over herself, and playfully said, "All right, go eat, then sleep." The playful slap ignited a flush of warmth throughout Han Youniang's body, though she had not engaged in fervent displays of affection with her husband. This sudden intimacy filled her with joy, making her feel that all her previous sacrifices were worthwhile, and every hardship was sweetened by love. The affairs of men and women are indeed delightful. However, the young lady suddenly recalled that her husband had not touched a woman in the past 2 years. This thought brought her a semblance of relief, yet also a pang of melancholy, leaving her momentarily entranced. Once the blush on her cheeks had diminished, she raised the lantern and approached the chest against the wall. Lifting the lid, she concealed the silver and coins within the folds of her garment. Then, she stealthily made her way to the outer room. Chapter 17. The Frog Theory. Upon entering the document room and beholding the pile of official papers, Yang Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. Though still plagued by a headache, he felt less urgency within. According to the pattern of his reincarnations, he had inexplicably met his demise once more, with the longest span of life not exceeding 2 months. Having arrived in this world for a month now, the sole distinction from his past lives was that this incarnation was the most impoverished he had ever experienced. The first sight that greeted him upon awakening was that of a tearful girl, her sorrow evoking his deep compassion. Thus, as a modern individual transported to ancient times, he merely wished to leave behind a modest sum of money for the young maiden, enabling her to secure a meager existence. He harbored no grand ambitions nor dreams of winning the affections of beautiful women. 2 months of life was a burden he could scarcely bear. Now, with an unexpected windfall of 40 taels of silver, a considerable fortune for a rural household in this region, he felt a sense of liberation. Should he depart from this world one day, he would leave behind a legacy free of worries. Consequently, upon seeing the thick stack of documents before him, his psychological burden lessened significantly. With a calm and composed mind, he found clarity in addressing the matters at hand. After sipping 2 cups of tea and reviewing several documents, he set aside those requiring the personal attention of Lord Min. Picking up another paper, he discovered a yellowed notice that appeared to be from an earlier time. Curious, Yang Ling examined the notice, noting that it had been amended multiple times. It was evident that the script, written in exquisite small cursive, was not hastily composed. As an admirer of calligraphy himself, he marveled at the beauty of the writing, which surpassed his own capabilities. Unfolding the notice for a closer look, he read, "The gravest and most urgent issues of the current administration are as follows: the recent indulgence of officials, the excessive bestowal of titles and rewards, the burdensome labor imposed upon the populace, the insatiable demands for tribute, and the plight of the displaced who have yet to return. The calamities of our times stem from these matters. The establishment of the inner court was originally regulated by fixed statutes. Now, however, one supervisor oversees more than 10 individuals, and one issue involves 6 or 7 officials. Some are distributed across distant regions, enjoying the bounties of the sovereign, while others command the borders, wielding the power of generals, promoting corruption and soliciting extravagant gifts. Those who commit murder find justification, while those who instigate chaos evade punishment. An enumeration of grievances too vast to recount." Yang Ling uttered a soft exclamation, contemplating how such a treatise on state policy could find its way into the official correspondence of a county magistrate. Just as he was engrossed in thought, a voice interrupted him with a chuckle. "Scholar Yang, are you still immersed in your documents?" Looking up, he beheld a 50-year-old man with a slight beard, dressed in the robes of a minor official of the 8th rank, none other than Huang Qin, the county deputy who had served in this locality for many years. Yang Ling promptly rose, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Ah, Deputy Huang, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Huang Qin waved his hand and took a seat beside him, smiling as he picked up the documents stacked on the table. Glancing through them before chuckling, "Li Zixing, Deng Chang'an. These are all esteemed ministers from the reign of Emperor Xianzong. It appears this memorial was drafted by some notable figure. How did young Master Yang come by it?" Before Yang Ling could respond, he began to peruse the content with his fingers tracing the table, and then looked up to inquire, "What are your thoughts on the matters discussed within?" Yang Ling, upon noticing the memorial from nearly 20 years ago during the reign of Emperor Xianzong, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the reclusive Huang County magistrate, who had never shown his face in matters of state. He surmised the underlying reasons and felt Huang's penetrating gaze upon him. A mix of inquiry and urgency akin to a child yearning for praise from a teacher. Having spent 6 or 7 years in the insurance sector, Yang Ling had encountered a vast array of individuals and had honed his ability to read others' psyches. The unguarded meaning reflected in Huang's eyes stirred a bold thought within him: the memorial from 20 years prior, the reclusive Huang County magistrate, and the implication that this document, which criticized the ministers of that time, might have been penned by him. Perhaps he had fallen out of favor with the court because of it. leading to his continual demotion, ultimately reduced to a mere lowly clerk in this remote post. Contemplating this, Yang Ling feigned modesty and remarked, "I am embarrassed, for I am not well versed in the detailed accounts of these court officials from the reign of Emperor Zhengde. Thus I am unable to comment." Huang Qin shook his head and sighed. "Ah, these are all old tales. Today, I merely wish to engage in idle conversation with you. What you say will reach my ears. It is not to be deemed as a discussion. Please, simply share your evaluation of the content within this memorial." Yang Ling's mind raced as he pondered. If his conjecture held true, this disheartened elder must have indeed faced the emperor's wrath due to this document. Suffering a series of demotions. His visit today to test my thoughts may indicate he seeks to ascertain whether I am worthy of his assistance. Realizing he may not have many days left, he boldly decided to speak freely, knowing that to solicit his help, some flattery was necessary. Yet, without a unique perspective, he risked being dismissed. While weighing his options, he scrutinized the memorial once more and boldly declared, "If it pleases you, I shall speak candidly. Should I err? I hope you will not take offense, Huang County Magistrate." Huang Qin, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "No offense taken, no offense taken. We are colleagues after all. Speak your mind without hesitation." Yang Ling nodded and began. The opening of this document highlights the bloated bureaucracy and the redundancy of personnel within the court. Advocating for the streamlining of officials, a fair observation indeed. The suggestions provided are quite astute, but, upon hearing the phrase bloated bureaucracy and redundancy of personnel, Huang's eyes lit up, and he clapped in approval. Excellent. This succinct phrase encapsulates the issue perfectly. Young Master Yang is truly remarkable, yet what follows? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize, indeed, this dynasty had yet to adopt such terminology, which explained his profound curiosity. However, there was no need for such fervor that it reddened his face. Could it be that he had found a kindred spirit? Yang Ling chuckled inwardly and continued. Yet this gentleman appears overly influenced by the narrow perspectives of a scholar. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed Huang Qin's face, and he obstinately inquired, "What makes you say that?" Observing his expression, Yang Ling felt more assured, so he first praised and then tempered his remarks. This esteemed gentleman is resolute and principled, disregarding personal gain, eager to rectify chaos and restore proper governance, as evident from his words. Nevertheless, while he possesses fervent zeal, his understanding of the complexities is somewhat simplistic. He pondered the increasingly streamlined institutions of future generations and mused aloud, "In my humble opinion, although the officials in various government departments have become increasingly bloated, it is unrealistic for this gentleman to expect that a mere command from the emperor could swiftly enforce discipline and streamline operations. Consider, my lord, when the emperor issues a decree, someone must undertake the task. The entire nation must respond in unison, all for an envoys summoned back, thereby rendering the court blind and deaf. If officials were to hastily prune their ranks without any leeway for adjustment, numerous matters would inevitably come to a standstill." He offered a wry smile, gesturing toward the documents before him. "For instance, if I were suddenly tasked with overseeing finances, taxes, and legal disputes all at once, I would be overwhelmed. Setting aside the time required to familiarize myself with these processes, without the guidance of an experienced predecessor, I would have to navigate many unnecessary detours. At the very least, I would find myself bound here, unable to move, while the specifics would need to be delegated to others. How can one ensure that these individuals will faithfully execute their duties?" Huang Qin's expression darkened considerably, yet he remained silent, extracting a smoking pipe from his sleeve and nervously preparing it, betraying his agitation. Yang Ling continued, "These challenges are not even the most daunting. It is akin to an infant's birth. The mother endures great pain before the clouds part and the moon shines. The true difficulty lies in the multitude of officials across the nation, their intricate connections supporting the vast machinery of the state. To abruptly sever many branches would provoke significant backlash. Although this force is invisible and intangible, it is undoubtedly terrifying, as it infringes upon the interests of officials nationwide. Even those who currently hold high office and are not at risk of dismissal would ponder the implications. With fewer positions available, their options diminish, and the ease of governance is compromised. The pathways to their careers would constrict, and how could they bear to relinquish their deeply entrenched connections? This proposal appears to be a direct affront to the entire body of officials. If positions dwindle, how can scholars hope to distinguish themselves? Moreover, they would inevitably offend the powerful landlords and gentry allied with them, leading to vehement opposition that could even undermine the foundations of the state. Even if the emperor were to entertain such a suggestion, the overwhelming obstacles and the relentless objections from countless officials would likely sway his decision. Though this idea may be rooted in a desire for the nation and its people, to act without proper methodology and in haste would ultimately prove detrimental to both. Huang Qin, ensnared within the intricate web of governance, could scarcely fathom the profound insights gleaned by Yang Ling from the pages of newspapers and journals, insights that encapsulated the wisdom of countless generations in statecraft, harmoniously intertwined with the advanced institutional frameworks of both Eastern and Western societies. Reflecting upon his own youthful fervor, he recalled the rampant bureaucratic corruption and the unwieldy expanse of the institutions. Fueled by a passionate resolve, he submitted a memorial to the emperor, who indeed took heed of his counsel, swiftly dismissing a plethora of officials, relegating the national strategist, and reducing the ranks of the emissaries by over 500, mandating a nationwide implementation. Yet, within a mere fortnight, he found himself exiled from the capital. While those he had once criticized, Liji Province and Deng Chang'an, were reinstated to their former positions, he faced relentless exclusion and was subject to repeated demotions, ultimately descending from the esteemed role of imperial censor to that of a mere county deputy within a span of 5 harrowing years. With the ascension of a new emperor, he clung to the hope of reinstatement as Liji Province and others were held accountable. However, many officials, previously besieged by the factions of Li and Deng, regained their former status, while he appeared to have been forgotten entirely. Despite his attempts to solicit support from former colleagues, his pleas went unanswered, revealing the crux of his predicament. His self-perception as a champion of the nation and its people had led him to this despondent fate. Consumed by cynicism and melancholy, he was unexpectedly pierced by the astute observations of a youth barely past his teenage years, who elucidated that he had inadvertently alienated every official in the realm. As the nuances of this realization dawned upon him, even in the frigid weather, Huang, the county deputy, found himself drenched in perspiration. With a hollow smile, he lamented, "Shall I merely stand by and allow this state of affairs to persist, ultimately becoming like the parasites of the nation, feasting upon the very essence of the people?" Yang Ling sighed. To instigate change is indeed possible, albeit not an endeavor of mere days or months. Policies must not only be cohesive but also consistent. They cannot be abandoned due to individual whims. The implementation should be a top-down approach, commencing from the capital and gradually expanding outward. Starting with the removal of inconsequential departments and officials, the momentum should be modest rather than grandiose. Actions should be deliberate rather than hasty. Only through such measured steps can we expect stability and effectiveness to manifest over the course of 3 to 5 decades. At that juncture, it will be imperative to enshrine the regulations governing officials within the law, ensuring a safeguard against recurrence. Although this path may require considerable time, it remains the sole viable strategy, yielding enduring benefits for generations to come. Yang Ling further expounded upon his theory of the frog. Have you heard of the fable wherein water is poured into a pot with a frog placed inside? As the flame beneath gradually heats the water, the frog, unaware of the slow rise in temperature, fails to leap to safety. By the time the water becomes intolerably hot, it finds itself too weakened to escape. This allegory serves to illustrate the populace. Drastic changes must be approached with caution, as even the slightest shift in policy can reverberate throughout the entire system. Hence, any overly vigorous alterations should be executed with prudence, allowing for gradual results to emerge. Should dissenters arise, by then, the momentum of change will render their opposition futile. Huang County Magistrate stood in a daze for a moment, his voice hoarse as he chuckled softly, then rose to bow deeply, saying, "Listening to your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. I, Huang, have learned much today." With that, he turned and hunched over, appearing suddenly 20 years older, laboriously making his way outside. Yang Ling hurriedly rose and took a few steps to block his path, offering a deep bow as he said, "Old Huang, I am but a mere student, engaging in empty rhetoric. It is easy to speak when one is not in the midst of the situation. Were I to find myself involved, I would be utterly lost. Look, I struggle to manage the documents of this county. How can I claim to have learned anything? Truth be told, I should sincerely seek guidance from you, esteemed elder." At this moment, by addressing Huang as old rather than by his title, he truly positioned himself as a student. Huang County Magistrate's expression shifted between light and shadow as he scrutinized Yang Ling for a while. Yang Ling remained respectful, hands clasped in front of him. bowing deeply without rising. It was no jest. After all this discourse, he sought the wisdom of a knowledgeable person to enlighten him. How could he simply let him go? Chapter 18. The New Year's Eve beacon fire. Huang Qin had long felt a fervent dedication to his country, yet found himself with no means to serve, squandering his lofty ambitions in this minuscule realm. Today, he finally perceived that his losses were not entirely unjust. That proud article of his, while a source of personal disappointment, had instilled in him a lingering pride as a literary man, leading him to believe he was merely suppressed by differing political views. Though he faced adversity in the officialdom, he thought his name would surely endure in the annals of history, rendering his life not in vain. Little did he anticipate that if his memorial were to be enacted, it would indeed bring disaster to the nation and its people. Thus, not only was he disheartened, but the long-simmering pride within him dissipated entirely. Gazing at the handsome young man, Yang Ling, Huang Qin privately calculated. Initially, he had assumed Yang was merely the county's youngest scholar, excelling only in the art of eight-legged essays. However, he was taken aback by the depth of his insights, realizing that this young man was far from ordinary. With his own achievements lacking, he contemplated that it would be more prudent to wholeheartedly assist Yang. Should Yang ascend to become a renowned minister, Huang would surely find his name etched in history alongside him. At the very least, if Yang were to secure a significant position, Huang's orphan grandson would have someone to rely upon. With this thought, Huang Qin chuckled softly, approached Yang Ling, and with a beaming countenance, said, "Young Master Yang, there is no need for such formality. I am unworthy of such flattering words from my esteemed teacher. I have lingered in this county long enough to become quite astute. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. I am an open book." Jinyiwei, a third-tier county, starkly contrasted with the affluent regions of Jiangnan, where the total tax yield could differ by a staggering 300 to 500 times. The taxation here was alarmingly low, at a cursory glance. It seemed imperative to raise the tax rate. Such counties should no longer be burdened by tax arrears. Yet, the reality was that even among the small landlords and self-sufficient farmers, the populace lived in a state of semi-starvation, rendering tax debts almost a natural occurrence. Consequently, while a county official in a prosperous area might impose an 80 tax without affecting the citizens' livelihood, earning their praise as a benevolent ruler, should he find himself unfortunate enough to be assigned to a destitute county. Even if he exerted himself to collect a 30 tax, he would be branded as a greedy official, a tyrant, a vampire draining the land dry in the eyes of the locals. Moreover, the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Youniang, had calculated officials' salaries with remarkable precision. The stipends issued were merely sufficient for officials to support their families, leaving them to cover the costs of hospitality, servants, bearers, and even the salaries of aides and clerks from their own pockets. Thus, the money and grain collected from the populace inevitably saw a portion diverted into the officials' private coffers. This was the case not only for county officials, but also for village leaders and local heads. Consequently, from 100 in taxes collected, only 80 would reach the national treasury. Therefore, when tax revenues fell short, local officials would resort to various stratagems. For counties with more land than the Ministry of Revenue had records of, they would supplement the figures. In contrast, counties facing inherent deficits would audaciously report natural disasters to request tax relief, thereby fulfilling their collection duties while garnering a reputation for being benevolent to the people. Although Jinyiwei had a significant number of tax debts, in recent years, new lands had been cultivated. The Ministry of Revenue still relied on data from the founding period, so the actual amounts collected were minimal. They merely needed to use surplus commercial taxes to meet the ministry's expectations. Additionally, with the recent incursions by the Tatars, the calamities endured can be reported with greater severity to alleviate some of the tax burdens. Given the unique status of Chicken Call Post, its military significance far outweighs that of the county seat. Thus, the Ministry of Personnel, fully aware of the annual tax insufficiencies here, is lenient in its assessments, even when funds are allocated for performance evaluations. Initially fraught with anxiety, Yang Ling experienced a sudden epiphany under the guidance of Huang Qin. It turned out that the meager 30 units of grain collected in taxes could be halved with a mere stroke of Huang County Magistrate's pen, leaving Yang Ling astounded. Under Huang County Magistrate's direction, Yang Ling quickly adeptly managed various sundry affairs, soon establishing an orderly governance in this diminutive county. He became the true architect behind the administrative operations of Min County, albeit entirely under the aegis of the county magistrate, serving as the voice of authority. Without this venerable patron, his commands would hold little weight. However, with the steadfast support of the legitimate county magistrate and the vigorous assistance of Huang County Magistrate, Yang Ling adeptly governed this small yet complete county town. It wasn't long before the citizens of Chicken Call Post, along with the soldiers and couriers, recognized that the true orchestrator of the county's affairs was an 18-year-old youth concealed behind the esteemed figure of Lord Min, a youth named Yang Ling. Han Youniang had ceased to work at the tailor's shop, not from lack of desire, but because the proprietor dared not employ her any longer. After all, her husband was no ordinary man, merely a hat away from the title of county magistrate. During that era, the large cities of Jiangsu and Zhejiang had begun to establish textile factories employing hundreds, predominantly male workers. In such small locales, it was uncommon for women to venture out for work. Consequently, despite Yang Ling's reluctance to confine a mere 15-year-old girl to the role of a housewife, he had no choice but to conform to local customs, preventing her from appearing in public. This, however, left Han Youniang languishing at home daily, with little to occupy her time beyond cooking. In an age devoid of television and other entertainment, her existence mirrored that of many married women. Yet through Yang Ling's modern lens, she resembled a bird trapped in a cage. Only upon his return home did her countenance light up with joy. As she watched him eat, her chatter seemingly endless, finding delight in even the most trivial matters. Once, she had endured hardships in the mountain village yet retained the freedom to roam. Now, she felt as if confined within a gilded cage, her spirit dimming with each passing day. Yang Ling, pained by this sight and burdened with pressing duties, procured a set of men's clothing for her. He brought her along to the signing of documents, enlisting her assistance in transcription and drafting. Fortunately, Han Youniang was not an ordinary girl. Her father had once been a head of a security agency, and their family had enjoyed a comfortable life. In her youth, they had even employed a tutor. But after a significant loss, the agency fell into decline. Thus, she was more than capable of handling the tasks at hand. With meaningful work to engage her and the joy of companionship with her husband, Han Youniang found her heart brimming with happiness. Yang Ling, a man of clear distinctions between public and private matters, was well aware that the housekeeper was indeed the wife of Master Yang. Yet, he merely referred to her as someone he had brought in to assist. Consequently, her salary was duly paid. But the private servants he employed were to be compensated by him. Adopting local customs, Yang Ling naturally retained every penny he was entitled to, knowing full well that if he did not claim it, it would be appropriated by others, as he was employed personally by the county magistrate. He was not classified within the official ranks. Thus, his monthly salary amounted to 3 stones, equivalent to 6 taels of silver, which was to be dispensed by the magistrate himself. The magistrate's monthly remuneration was 3 taels and 7 cash, sufficient to support his entire family. However, if he refrained from intercepting some taxes to pay for the salaries of his clerks, servants, and bearers, he and his family would find themselves in dire straits. Such reasonable appropriation within the bureaucratic sphere was deemed fire expenses. In Yang Ling's understanding, it was akin to the saying, where there are policies above, there are countermeasures below. When he read novels depicting Ming Dynasty officials embezzling 60 taels of silver, and how Zhu Yuanzhang punished them with brutal methods, he found it hard to comprehend. However, now that he had first-hand experience, he realized that while corrupt officials certainly existed, even honest officials found it necessary to accept certain allowances. Fortunately, over the years, officials in the Ming Dynasty had naturally developed a system where distinctions between embezzlement and necessary tributes had been established outside the formal governance, with officials at all levels adhering to this unwritten code. Guided by the teachings of Huang Lao, Yang Ling felt at ease. Tomorrow marked the first day of the new year. Perhaps due to the festive spirit, despite the cold and damp weather outside, he did not feel the chill as he walked through the streets. The sounds of firecrackers echoed from all directions. With the county office closed for the holiday, Yang Ling had been busy until late, finally finishing his documents and stepping out with Han Youniang. Every household had hung red lanterns at their doors. Even those who were normally frugal had adorned their homes with decorations and lit candles in celebration. As per tradition, women were not permitted to walk ahead or alongside their husbands, so Han Youniang took a half-step back, observing that the night had darkened with little chance of drawing attention. And noting that Han Youniang was dressed in men's clothing, Yang Ling deliberately slowed his pace. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he grasped her hand. Startled, Han Youniang's face flushed with embarrassment. She struggled to free herself but could not, and in a low voice filled with playful reproach, she whispered, "My lord, you." Yang Ling turned back with a gentle smile and softly replied, "Tomorrow, we shall venture into town to procure some New Year's supplies. Tonight, let us indulge in a fine meal at a tavern. Come along." With that, he led her towards the small inn he had visited once before, finding its flavors satisfactory enough to warrant a return. Though Han Youniang felt a twinge of unease, she recognized her husband's easygoing nature. The darkness of the evening shielded her from prying eyes, and so she allowed him to hold her hand, obediently following him. As Yang Ling and Han Youniang stepped out of the hotel, the night deepened, and the vast expanse of the night sky was adorned with twinkling stars. Delicate snowflakes gently descended, refreshing his slightly flushed face, a consequence of indulgence in drink. Yang Ling's spirits lifted as he took Han Youniang's hand, wandering leisurely through the city. Though words escaped them, the warmth of their clasped hands conveyed a profound sensation that resonated within their hearts. On the battlement, Yang Ling scooped up a handful of snow, forming it into a snowball. With all his might, he hurled it into the vast darkness beyond the city walls. However, his body, lacking in exercise, protested with a twinge of discomfort, and the icy surface beneath his feet, trampled by patrolling soldiers, was treacherously slippery, nearly causing him to fall. Alarmed, Han Youniang swiftly stepped forward, steadying him with a firm hand against his side. Half exasperated and half amused, she admonished, "My dear, you resemble a child. Be cautious lest you fall." Yang Ling turned to her, playfully pinching her smooth, firm cheek and affectionately replied, "Ah, you are the one who is yet to mature." Han Youniang pouted, defiantly straightening her posture. As Yang Ling gazed upon her somewhat innocent face and those gentle eyes, a flutter stirred within him. He realized how increasingly intimate their bond had become. He had grown accustomed to her silent care and the tender gestures they shared. The thought of departing this world and leaving her to grieve was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet the prospect of remaining aloof felt equally unbearable against the onslaught of her tears. The notion of imparting words about his eventual demise and her duty to care for herself seemed utterly jarring, impossible to voice. He stared blankly at Han Youniang, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Han Youniang's face flushed with warmth under Yang Ling's gaze, especially as the faint scent of wine lingered on his breath. She misinterpreted his intent, feeling a mix of fear and delight, her body trembling in a flurry of confusion. At that moment, Yang Ling noticed a flicker of flame dancing in her dark, bright eyes. Han Youniang, startled, widened her gaze, staring into the distance from Yang Ling's shoulder. Yang Ling turned abruptly, noting the signal fires at both ends of the city wall. The eastern beacon had ignited, roaring flames reaching skyward, while the winding city wall stretched into the depths of the forest, with scattered sparks glimmering afar. As he glanced westward, the western signal fire erupted in a fierce blaze. And shortly after, the beacon on the distant ridge was also lit, sending forth a warning further into the night. Yang Ling's mouth fell open in shock. After a moment, he abruptly turned to Han Youniang, their eyes exchanging a singular, urgent message. The invaders were approaching. Chapter 19. The mad county magistrate Han Youniang had never witnessed the beacon fires, yet she had heard countless tales. Thus she understood the significance of igniting the beacon tower. The ferocity and barbarism of the Tartars were to her akin to contemporary perceptions of the Japanese devils. They were a horde of bloodthirsty beasts. Yang Ling, however, felt more astonishment than horror. Influenced by the myriad films and dramas of later generations, he imagined the Tartars as rugged and valiant Mongolian warriors, hospitable and generous, perhaps gallant in battle, yet certainly not devoid of humanity like the demons of war. Nevertheless, given the current adversarial relations between the two dynasties, he would not naively assume that should they breach the city, they would show mercy to him. In haste, he grasped Han Youniang's hand and sprinted towards the county office. At that moment, the city gates were firmly shut, and the residents, alarmed by the beacon fire, had already rushed out of their homes. The Tartar prince, Boyanmik, had launched incursions along the border before, but typically, they dared not directly assault fortified posts like the chicken crowing post. For such grand fortifications, they lacked the capability to transport siege equipment over great distances. They would not risk substantial casualties merely for plunder. Yet, usually, minor skirmishes did not warrant the use of beacon signals. Tonight's circumstances appeared rather extraordinary, suggesting that a stronghold had indeed come under direct attack, leaving the populace in a state of panic. Although Magistrate Min had conducted his official duties in a rather lackadaisical manner, he was, after all, a man of military background. Upon hearing the news of the Tartars' arrival, he rushed out from the back hall, not even taking the time to fully don his attire. The local garrison comprised merely 260 men, led by 2 captains. According to the Ming Dynasty's regulations, in times of conflict, the highest local official was responsible for all military operations, with officers lacking independent command authority. Thus, Min now found himself acting as the commander of the defensive operations. This was, indeed, Min's area of expertise. He quickly dispatched scouts to communicate with the nearest relay stations to ascertain further information while simultaneously sending riders back to the capital to summon reinforcements. He also instructed the military post personnel to don their weapons and remain prepared to ascend the city walls for support. Yang Ling, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. To be honest, in recent days, he had been managing various affairs on behalf of magistrate Min, who had appeared almost puppet-like. Although Yang felt gratitude for Min's recognition of his capabilities, he harbored a certain disdain for him. Yet, he was astonished at how methodically Min handled the military situation. Once Magistrate Min completed his directives, he exhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and called out towards the back, "Where's my armor and my great sword? Bring them quickly." Turning to glance at Yang Ling and the standing Han Youniang, he chuckled, "By my grandmother's beard, this year will likely be a grim one. These Tartars have chosen the eve of New Year's to raid, undoubtedly driven by the heavy winter snows that have claimed many cattle and sheep. They will not leave until they have secured ample provisions." At that moment, 2 servants appeared, one bearing a suit of armor and the other shouldering a great sword. As this was a third-class county with limited resources, Magistrate Min had not brought his family with him, and thus these few servants attended to his needs. The magistrate of Min County, undeterred by formalities, began to disrobe his civil official's robe right in the grand hall. Observing this, Han Youniang hastily retreated to his side room to avoid any implication. The magistrate donned his chainmail with precision and layered his official robe over it. He then seized a hefty broadsword from a servant's grasp. This formidable blade, weighing over 40 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by the magistrate, who flicked his wrist, causing the heavy sword to whirl chaotically before it struck the ground with a thunderous thud, shattering the blue bricks beneath it. Yang Ling was taken aback. Although he knew the magistrate hailed from a martial background, he could hardly fathom his proficiency with such a cumbersome weapon. Clad in the attire of a county chief, the magistrate's hat swayed rhythmically as he moved, brandishing the sharp broadsword in a manner that seemed incongruous, yet he displayed no concern. With an air of authority, he bellowed towards the courtyard, "Follow me to the city wall." The assembled constables responded in a cacophony, a throng of men surging forward. As Yang Ling exited the county office, he noticed the 4 red lanterns at the entrance gently swaying in the frigid wind and snow, which had intensified, blanketing the world in a thick veil of white. The magistrate, accompanied by his entourage, strode purposefully towards the city wall, while townsfolk scurried about like ants on a hot pan, too preoccupied to heed the unfolding events. At the southern city gate, nearly 100 soldiers stood on high alert, their gazes fixed on the ground below. This gate faced the main thoroughfare running north to south, while the gates to the east and west were nestled against the mountains, ill-suited for cavalry charges. Thus, in anticipation of a potential Tatar attack, only 70 soldiers were stationed at each of those gates, overseen by a captain who patrolled the area on horseback. Upon spotting the magistrate's arrival, the captain, Jiang Bin, hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands in salute. "I, Jiang Bin, pay my respects to you, Lord Min," he proclaimed. The magistrate waved dismissively, replying, "No need for formalities, Jiang. Have the Tatars arrived?" Jiang Bin smiled and responded, "My lord, the light does not reach the ground well, so it's difficult to see clearly. However, judging by the torches, there are at least 100 of them. Fear not, for with me here, they shall not breach our defenses." Yang Ling scrutinized this captain, noting his strikingly handsome features and youthful vigor, seemingly in his early 20s. His robust physique and fierce demeanor suggested he harbored little fear of the Tatar forces. Yang Ling could not help but nod inwardly. His previous impressions of the Ming soldiers as cowardly seemed unfounded. After all, if the Ming emperor had not suffered defeat at the hands of the Tatar chieftain Izan with an army of 500,000, they would not have lost the emperor himself. He had expected the officials to blanch at the mere mention of the Tatars. Yet here stood a county magistrate and a city captain, both exuding commendable courage. The magistrate let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Let us proceed and take a look." The group ascended the city wall, leaning against the parapet as they gazed down below. The scene was shrouded in darkness, with over 100 flickering torches moving about, their eerie calls echoing from the depths below. In the middle of the main thoroughfare, just beyond an arrow's distance, A cluster of torches revealed several figures who were shouting something towards the city. Lord Min let out a cold laugh, saying, "A mere 100 or so men think they can capture my chicken cry post." Jiang Bin pointed eastward and reported, "My lord, one of the scouts we dispatched was shot dead by the Tartars. The one who escaped informed us that the sounds of battle are deafening from the direction of 2.5 Li. It seems the Tartars are attacking there. The 2.5 Li, Woolly Terrace, and Patrol Post are the nearest strongholds to Chicken Cry Post. However, to advance further and assault Jiang Pass, they must breach Chicken Cry Post first." Thus, upon hearing that the Tartars were primarily targeting 2.5 Li, Lord Min realized they were once again attempting to weather the harsh winter by treating the Ming Dynasty as their storehouse, coming to pillage supplies. Consequently, it was likely that the Tartars below aimed primarily to block the city gates, preventing reinforcements from being sent to 2.5 Li Post. Min Wenjian had not wielded a weapon for over 2 years, and his arms itched with restlessness. Seeing the Tartars below galloping and shouting around the city walls, he could not contain his exhilaration. He turned to Captain Jiang, saying, "Captain Jiang, prepare a warhorse for me and send forth 40 men to drive back the Tartars." Captain Jiang had long wished to engage in battle, but without orders from his superiors, he dared not act rashly. Upon receiving the command, he was filled with joy and quickly shouted to his subordinates, "Bring 2 warhorses. Archers on the walls, prepare yourselves. Lu and Li, lead the team with my lord and me into battle." Yang Ling was quite astonished that they intended to charge out with only 40 men. Nearby, Wang Banta, who had once served as Lord Min's personal guard, chuckled at Yang Ling's expression of surprise and said, "I suppose you have yet to witness Lord Min's valor." He was originally a 1,000-man commander under the esteemed General Du of Datong, renowned for his exceptional martial skills. When he eradicated the mountain bandits, he led just a squadron and sent over 100 bandits from Yodo Mountain fleeing in panic. This time, he will surely achieve a swift victory. With only 2 cavalrymen and 40 junior officers confronting the formidable Tartar cavalry, Yang Ling felt a twinge of unease. However, contemplating how Lord Min wielded the hefty saber as if it were a mere extension of his arm, he reassured himself that the weapon must weigh considerably more than 40 G when in motion. His martial prowess was undoubtedly formidable, even if he were to be outmatched. He likely would face no grave peril, allowing him to relax somewhat. The city gate creaked open. This small town lacked a moat or drawbridge, and atop the gate tower, 20 archers readied their bows, poised for action. Below, Lord Min and Captain Jiang led 40 soldiers out of the city. Among the 40 junior officers were 20 shield bearers and 20 spear wielders, forming a formation reminiscent of outspread wings as they split to the sides. Jiang Bin reined in his horse and was about to call out to the Tartars within an arrow's range when suddenly, Lord Min, with a single hand on the reins, raised his saber and, with a thunderous shout, proclaimed, "The bandit chief dares to encroach upon our borders. Come forth and meet your doom." With that, he lifted his saber high above his head, spurred his horse, and charged forth, hurtling towards the group of a dozen Tartars clad in fur, bows and arrows slung across their backs. Jiang Bin's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that this Lord Min was originally a subordinate of the Datong General Du Renghua, serving in the capacity of a 1,000-man commander. General Du, notoriously known as the Madman of Du, was infamous for his reckless approach to combat. He eschewed any semblance of strategic warfare or multi-unit coordination. Typically, upon the onset of battle, he would charge headlong into the fray, leading his troops into chaotic melee. Wielding a hefty 60-pound broadsword with an unparalleled ferocity that few could withstand, truly, a force of nature that could slay both man and deity alike. However, in the theater of war, mere individual bravado cannot dictate the outcome of a battle. Although he reveled in bloodshed and had personally dispatched numerous Tatar soldiers, his victories were few and far between, often succumbing to defeat, which would incite him to vent his frustrations by smashing his sword against his armor. To Jiang Bin's dismay, he discovered that this county magistrate Min shared a similar temperament with his commanding general. Panic seized Jiang Bin's heart. Should any misfortune befall Magistrate Min, he would be in grave peril himself. He could hardly afford to consider that his subordinates were merely foot soldiers. Without hesitation, he brandished his sword and bellowed, "Follow the master and slay." Jiang Bin, possessing extraordinary physical strength and equestrian skills, wielded 2 3-foot-long sabers, guiding his steed solely with his legs as he fervently pursued County Magistrate Min Wenjian. The 40 young soldiers, left with no choice, followed in a frantic chase, their formation dissolving into a disordered throng amidst the dark and treacherous, snow-laden terrain. Meanwhile, the county magistrate rode a fine steed, swiftly covering the distance with remarkable speed. Loosening the reins, he raised his sword aloft and charged directly at a group surrounding a young man in his 20s, adhering to the principle of capturing the leader first. This somewhat literate county magistrate understood the importance of targeting the ringleader. Beneath the flickering torches, the young man donned a tiger-skin cloak, equipped with a bow on his shoulder and a long spear resting on the saddle. His mission was to harass the stationed troops within the city, intimidating them to prevent any potential rescue efforts for the officials stationed at the nearby post. This task was, by all accounts, exceedingly straightforward. Upon reaching the foot of the city, he instructed his men to wield 2 torches each, galloping across the open ground to create a facade of intimidation. He himself stood boldly, vociferously hurling insults. Having previously gleaned some intelligence about the defending troops, he presumed that the garrison was scanned and, overseen by civil officials, would not dare venture forth to engage in combat under such a show of force. Fate, however, was unkind. He encountered the madman of Datong's subordinate, the madman county magistrate, who not only emerged from the city to confront him, but did so with remarkable bravery. This Tatar commander stood merely an arrow's length from the city gate, unaware that Min Wenjian's troops had already left the city to engage in battle, as they had not even lit their torches. Despite Min's shouts from below, the commander, engrossed in his own tirade against the officials above, failed to comprehend the urgency of the situation, mistakenly believing it to be a retort from the Ming soldiers atop the walls. As the heavy snow fell, Min County magistrate, clad in a blue official robe and riding a black horse, merged seamlessly with the night. Though his steed galloped swiftly, the surrounding Tatar cavalry, in a frenzy of bluster, remained oblivious until Min surged forth, sword raised high, cutting through the throng of men. It was only amidst the glow of the torches that they finally recognized him as a soldier of the Ming Dynasty. One party was utterly unprepared, while the other galloped forward with great haste. As the distance closed, the youth clad in a tiger-skin robe was suddenly taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him approached a rider, adorned in the robes of a Ming Dynasty civil official. The vibrant yellow bird with outstretched wings emblazoned on the front of his attire clearly visible. Upon his head rested a black gauze cap, its wings fluttering dramatically, swaying with remarkable elasticity yet remaining unbroken. The official's complexion was dark, his small eyes bulging wide, and his face was adorned with a thick beard. His hands were raised high above his head in an unusual manner. The horse galloped like the wind, and in that fleeting moment, several Tatar men were caught off guard. It was not until the peculiar hands of the official swung down with great force towards the shoulder and hip of the youth in the tiger robe, illuminated by the flickering torches, that they realized he wielded a gleaming, formidable saber. Chapter 20, The Roaring County Magistrate. The formidable heavy blade, weighing over 40 pounds, sliced through the air with the momentum of a galloping steed, stirring a flurry of snowflakes into a chaotic dance. As the horse charged and the blade descended, the young man found himself unable to evade the strike. In sheer terror, he grasped the gun barrel, barely lifting it from the saddle. Yet the blade had already come down at a lethal angle. Blood gushed forth, and his head rolled away, severed cleanly by the blow that cleaved through his right neck, taking with it a portion of his torso from the left side. The remains of his headless body shuddered twice before collapsing to the ground in a spray of crimson. The great blade whirred and spun effortlessly in the hands of Magistrate Min, who wielded it with remarkable agility, targeting the torches held by his adversaries with precision. With a series of left and right slashes, he struck down without hesitation, surrounded by foes on all sides. These men, initially valiant horsemen, faltered in their response upon witnessing the swift demise of their comrade in the tiger robe at the hands of Min Wenjian. That moment of shock, albeit brief, allowed the magistrate to claim 5 more victims with his blade. As a collective shout erupted from the remaining adversaries, they hastily retreated on horseback, hurling their torches at Min. He deftly deflected the flames with his blade, driven by a fierce exhilaration that compelled him to laugh heartily as he pursued them relentlessly. From behind, Zhang Bin watched in alarm, shouting, "My lord, come back." Yet Min paid him no heed, charging forward to confront a shadowy figure ahead. With a commanding shout, he struck downwards with his blade, only to witness the man before him abruptly rein in his horse, causing its front legs to rise high. With a piercing neigh, the horse's hooves struck the ground with a resounding thud, jolting Min's arms and prompting him to exclaim in admiration, "What formidable strength!" The Tatar leader, unable to articulate his frustration, wielded a 3-pronged steel trident, equal in weight to Min's great blade, but superior in brute strength. While Min swung his blade with intent, the Tatar was caught off guard. Despite possessing greater strength, the leader's hands grew numb from the impact, and though Min's sword sustained a nick, the trident was left bent from the force of their clash. In a moment of clarity, the Tatar leader swiftly reversed his grip and hurled the damaged trident at Min with force, urging his horse forward along the path while retrieving his bow from his back. Min deflected the thrown weapon and prepared to pursue once more when suddenly, a horse burst forth from the side, its rider brandishing a spear. Fortuitously, the torch on the ground had not extinguished, allowing Min to catch a glimpse of his assailant. He quickly leaned back, deflecting the spear with a deft strike of his blade. Just then, a fierce shout rang out from the right, and a long knife sliced through the air towards him. Min found himself besieged from all directions as three combatants engaged in a chaotic melee. The heavy snow obscured visibility, with only the dim glow of several burning torches illuminating the scene, compelling all to tread cautiously, wary of drawing too close. Tatar cavalrymen, having realized their leader was under attack, rushed towards the fray with shouts and cries. Fortunately, the darkness hindered their effectiveness, as two other Tatar leaders became embroiled in combat, preventing the cavalrymen from utilizing their renowned archery skills. Otherwise, despite Min's martial prowess, he would surely have been pierced by a hail of arrows. At this moment, Jiang Bin had galloped forth, his wrist flicking deftly to draw two sabers, which danced like blossoms in the wind. With his feet firmly planted in the stirrups, he rose slightly, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his blades against the armed Tatar, forcing him back in a fierce exchange. He then called out to Min Wenjian, "My lord, once the torches are extinguished, we shall be trapped outside the city. We must return quickly." Min Wenjian paused for a brief moment, then swung his broadsword with a whoosh, clashing blades with a nearby swordsman, sending sparks flying. He urged his horse, "Indeed, let us return to the city." The two turned their horses around and charged back, but they were pursued relentlessly by over 10 Tatar warriors, each wielding weapons with grim determination. Unbeknownst to Min Wenjian, the sudden strike that had come earlier had claimed the life of the Tatar Prince Boyan Ming's second son, Zuliabeki. Now, faced with the advancing Tatar cavalry, Min and Zhang realized that if they were ensnared, their chances of returning to the city would dwindle. Thus, they decided against lingering in combat. With a swift clash of weapons, they evaded their attackers and fought their way back. Meanwhile, the Tatar leader, having narrowly escaped Min Wenjian's earlier assault, turned to pursue them, filled with rage towards the Ming official. Ignoring the retreating Ming soldiers, he focused solely on the glint of Min's sword as it flashed through the air, knocking an arrow and searching for an opening. Upon seeing their county magistrate and the commander returning, the 40 soldiers who had previously fled immediately turned back towards the city gates. The Tatar cavalry pressed on, leaving the sword and shield bearers in disarray, without formation or long-range support. They were overwhelmed within moments, as 7 or 8 fell to the Tatars' iron steeds. Fortunately, they were not far from the city, and they soon entered the range of the archers atop the walls. The archers, spotting the Tatar cavalry charging with torches, unleashed a hail of arrows that pushed the assailants back. The Tatars, realizing the danger, hastily dismounted and readied their bows to retaliate. However, the darkness ahead obscured their targets, rendering their archery skills ineffective. Still, several soldiers were struck by stray arrows, with some managing to stumble and crawl toward the city gates. Just as Min Wenjian dashed through the gates, the Tatar officer seized a fleeting opportunity, releasing an arrow that whizzed through the air. Min, clad in chainmail, felt secure against swords and axes, but the gaps between the links could not thwart the arrow's entry. A jolt of pain surged through his back as the arrow struck beneath his shoulder blade. The force was tremendous. Had it not been for the arrowhead snagging on the chainmail, it might have pierced his heart. Min quickly bent low, urging his horse through the gate, while Jiang Bin, brandishing his twin sabers, swept in like a gust of wind. The remaining soldiers rushed in after them, and with a thunderous clang, the gates were shut tight behind them. Yang Ling and others descended from the city walls, while Magistrate Min dismounted from his horse, laughing heartily. What a thrill! If only I had a cavalry, I would have slain this entire band of Tartars. Noticing the feathered arrow embedded in Min's back, Yang Ling's expression tightened in concern. He urgently called out, "Doctor! Quickly find a doctor. The magistrate has been struck by an arrow." Magistrate Min waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "This minor injury is of no consequence." Yet, as he took a few steps forward, a sudden dizziness overcame him, his knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed. Thankfully, Jiang Bin, quick on his feet, rushed forward to catch him. Shaking his head, Min cursed, "Damn Tartars, the arrow is poisoned." With that, he fainted. Panic ensued among the group, who hastily lifted him onto the battlements and laid him on a couch. Jiang Bin seized a large oil lamp from the table and tore open Min's shirt, only to find the arrowhead lodged in the seam of his armor, rendering him hesitant to remove it recklessly. He shouted, "Where is the doctor? Hurry, fetch the doctor." Nearby. Someone scrambled away in haste. Meanwhile, several sergeants sent for soldiers who had suffered arrow and knife wounds, bringing them up to the upper level for care. Before long, the physician arrived, carrying a medicine box. He sawed off the arrow shaft from Min's body and removed his armor, revealing a swollen lump the size of an egg at the wound, dark and glistening, with foul-smelling blood seeping out. Jiang Bin, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is the magistrate in danger?" The physician, graying at the temples and seasoned by years of dealing with various injuries, remained calm despite the gravity of the situation. He drew a silver knife from his kit, incised the swollen area, and dark blood flowed forth, while Min lay there, oblivious. The physician used cotton to absorb the blood, brought it to his nose for a whiff, and sighed with relief. Fortunately, this is the poison of wolf's toothgrass, which is not highly toxic. The magistrate's fainting is due to the poison's rapid spread from the battlefield. Once I drain the poisoned blood and administer a few doses of medicine, he should recover in 3 to 5 days. The crowd, hearing this, finally relaxed. At that moment, a group of people surged in from outside. Yang Ling turned to see Deputy Huang, his face grim, leading the way, followed closely by Clerk Wang, Officer Liu, Inspector Feng, and the tardy head Hong. Accompanied by a large entourage, Yang Ling hurried to greet them. "Deputy Huang, you have arrived." Deputy Huang, maintaining a stern expression, grunted in acknowledgement. Having heard of Magistrate Min's poisoning from below, he cast a cold glance and inquired, "How is Magistrate Min?" Yang Ling quickly recounted the events, prompting Deputy Huang to slam his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "What a foolish and mad fool." Yang Ling hesitated, unsure whether the insult was directed at himself or Magistrate Min. Though Deputy Huang held a rank just below Min, his seniority in terms of experience was greater. Such blatant disrespect towards a superior was exceedingly inappropriate. The veins on Deputy Huang's forehead throbbed. His anger was genuine, typically indifferent to county affairs. His ire stemmed purely from personal grievances. However, now the city is under siege. Should the walls fall, nearly 10,000 lives are at stake, including those of his elderly family members, and it is likely that they would not survive. How could he refrain from anger? The county magistrate, with his mustache bristling, pointed his fingers erratically and bellowed, "Why did none of you dissuade the master? Instead, you indulge in his folly. Look at the chaos that has engulfed the city. With the battle unresolved, a large number of citizens are already rioting at the northern gate. Had it not been for my timely arrival with Inspector Feng to disperse them, half the populace would have fled by now. The city's defenses are utterly unprepared. Had the invaders not come in haste, they could have easily breached the walls. As a county official, one must have the ability to manage the overall situation. To possess mere bravery without strategy is utterly absurd. Now, with Magistrate Min unconscious, the highest-ranking official present is General Jiang Bin, a mere 7th-rank officer. Yet, during such times, the martial officials held a position far inferior despite the same rank. Thus, his authority paled in comparison to that of the county magistrate. Consequently, even though the city gate was crowded with dozens of individuals, it remained eerily silent, allowing this long-dormant old cat to roar with impunity. Chapter 21. Simple Love. The county magistrate, Huang, scolded with a vehemence that seemed to mask his true intentions. Yet Yang Ling remained unfazed. "The scholars are merely timid," he mused. "If we allow the invaders to harass us unchallenged, we only embolden them." He feigned attentiveness, his gaze flitting about the room, observing the clerks, Wang and Liu, standing meekly with hands clasped, while the Captain Jiang fidgeted restlessly, akin to a misbehaving student receiving a reprimand. Their eyes met, and a knowing smile passed between them. Yang Ling's attention drifted beyond the sentinels stationed by the door, when suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. To his astonishment, Han Youniang had appeared, standing against the wall, her large, lustrous eyes fixed intently upon him. Upon realizing she had been noticed, she instinctively stuck out her tongue and edged closer to the wall. Yang Ling's heart raced, with the impending threat of battle looming. He worried for her safety. She was but a girl, and the chaos of war was perilous. He shot her a stern glance and gestured towards the door. But Han Youniang merely bit her lip and fluttered her eyelashes, pretending not to see his warning. Yang Ling frowned, his gaze unwavering. Han Youniang's composure faltered under his scrutiny, her eyes flitting about until, at last, they locked with his. He arched an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to her chin in a manner that conveyed a silent threat. Her cheeks flushed crimson, ever since he had playfully slapped her backside. She had come to understand the implications of his gaze. The Yang family discipline was clear. disobedience met with playful chastisement. This time, as she met his lively eyes, she comprehended his intent. Huang, lost in his tirade, suddenly noticed Yang Ling's peculiar behavior and paused. "Yang, do you have something to say?" Startled, Yang Ling quickly replied, "Oh, no. You are absolutely correct, esteemed Huang. I am but a humble student, eager to absorb your teachings." Pleased, Huang nodded, realizing that in his fervor he had failed to convey any constructive advice. He licked his lips and began to collect his thoughts. Glancing once more at Han Youniang, he noticed her lips pressed into a thin line and her enchanting eyes curved like crescent moons. A wave of disappointment washed over him. I have indulged this girl too much. She once heeded my every word, yet now she seems to revel in mocking me. After pacing for a moment, Huang steadied himself and addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, though the young prince has persistently troubled our borders, he is yet to assault our strongholds. With the flames of war ignited, we can be certain that Baryon Monk will lead a formidable force against us. We must remain vigilant tonight, and once dawn breaks, we shall devise our strategy based on the enemy's movements." He raised his voice once more, declaring, "Now that the enemy's presence is beginning to manifest, the citizens of the city are already in disarray. Inspector Feng, you must immediately lead your men to patrol the city, strictly prohibiting the populace from venturing into the streets. Anyone who takes advantage of the chaos to loot or spread rumors to undermine our morale shall be executed on the spot. It is imperative that order is maintained within the city." Inspector Feng, taken aback, responded, "My lord, without the judgment of the 3 departments and the Emperor's edict, how can we recklessly take lives?" County Magistrate Huang scoffed. "In times of war, local officials possess the authority to make decisions without needing to report to the Ministry of Justice. Did you not know this?" Blushing with embarrassment, Inspector Feng hastily clasped his hands in acquiescence, saying, "Yes, your subordinate will obey." He then turned and hurriedly departed with his subordinates. County Magistrate Huang continued, "Head of the Hong Brigade, you must swiftly go to the post horse depot and inform them to send rolling logs, stone projectiles, and oil lime to the 4 city gates." Head of the Hong Brigade responded respectfully. Huang then addressed Liu, the chief clerk, saying, "Liu, I would trouble you to allocate some of the jailers from the prison and notify the local leaders to select able-bodied men. They should dig horse traps and set up barricades at the east, west, and south city gates. Should the situation escalate, these able-bodied citizens can assist in the defense." He turned to Wang, the registrar, and said, "Wang, you shall remain at the county office to report on military matters and oversee the daily meals for the soldiers." Upon hearing Huang's arrangements, Yang Ling felt a sense of conviction. Having witnessed Lord Min's bravery, his own fervor was ignited, and he yearned to engage in a grand battle against the invaders, feeling it would validate his manhood. However, as he calmed down and considered Huang's plans, he realized that regardless of offense or defense, a stable rear was paramount. If the citizens were allowed to congregate in the streets, spreading falsehoods and disturbing the troops' morale, panic would proliferate like a plague, leading to an uncontrollable uprising. Currently, there were only a little over 200 soldiers in the city, and if preparations were not initiated promptly, it would be too late when the situation became critical. He had initially only intended to follow orders and concoct strategies, lacking understanding of such matters, which nearly jeopardized their efforts. As the civil officials departed, General Jiang observed that only his remaining soldiers were left. He chuckled and remarked, "Lord Huang, although the enemy is still lurking outside the city, I shall lead my men to patrol the battlements. Farewell." County Magistrate Huang clasped his hands in farewell, watching them leave with a long sigh. He seated himself at the table and said to Yang Ling, "Yang, do you perceive that I am perhaps overly cautious in this endeavor?" Yang Ling approached, pouring tea for him, and respectfully replied, "Esteemed Huang, being young and impetuous, I was stirred by Lord Min's extraordinary valor and rashly rushed to the battlements. Reflecting upon it, your arrangements are indeed prudent. Lord Min, as the father of this county, must consider the overall situation. If one only seeks immediate gratification, the consequences could be dire. I feel quite ashamed for not having fulfilled my advisory responsibilities." Huang Qi-yin smiled wryly and said, "Do not be misled by the seemingly small number of enemies outside. They are intent on directly assaulting our military stronghold, and their ambitions are vast. A true man seeks to achieve greatness and protect the homeland. This is an excellent opportunity for you. You are still young and should embrace more training." Yang Ling caught a glimpse of Han Youniang stealthily escaping from the U Tower and promptly replied, Yes. There is no need for Elder Huang to instruct me. It is my duty to act. Elder Huang, please rest for a moment. I shall go outside to inspect the defenses. Huang Qin nodded appreciatively, stroking his beard. Yang Ling hurriedly exited and noticed a petite figure hastily disappearing into the shadows of the building's corner, which made him chuckle lightly. The snow continued to fall. And from this vantage point, the highest in the city, the mountain winds rushed in between the peaks, fierce and laden with snow. Yang Ling strolled slowly to the foot of the Time Corner Tower, inhaling deeply as he squinted up at the sky, allowing the biting wind and snowflakes to pelt his face in silence. For a long while, he remained mute, feeling the sharp mountain breeze make his robe flutter. Below the city, the Tattars had ceased their horse-riding disturbances, and from afar, 5 large bonfires blazed on the ground. Yang Ling's eyelids twitched. A mere 100 or so men could not besiege the chicken cry post, as they braved the wind and snow below the city. Was it possible that a larger army was on its way? In the shadowy corner, a pair of gleaming eyes watched Yang Ling. The wind and snow battered against her slender, delicate figure, and Han Youniang could no longer restrain herself. She stepped forward, tugging gently at his sleeve with a heart full of concern, and whispered, like a child who had erred, "Husband." Yang Ling sighed, lowering his gaze to meet Han Youniang's watery, bright eyes. He tenderly cupped her youthful face, as if cradling a handful of spring water, and said with affection, "Youniang, you possess martial skills. It would be easy for you to escape alone. If the city falls, take the opportunity to flee back to Yang Shaopeng instead of returning to your family." Han Youniang exclaimed, "Husband, what are you saying? No matter what happens, I will certainly stay with you. How could I abandon my husband to flee alone?" Yang Ling smiled, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. It was only at this moment that he realized, despite the lack of passionate romance and fervent love, this sweet and obedient girl had quietly nestled herself deep within his heart. He cherished her, yet hesitated to accept her affections. Sometimes, he could not help but draw close to her. Other times, he deliberately maintained distance, entangled in contradictions because he understood the brevity of his own life. Thus, he preferred to preserve the status quo. The prospect of returning from the dead and defying fate was not as simple as it seemed. The beacon fires on New Year's Eve affirmed his belief that his tumultuous reincarnation was about to begin anew. He sighed deeply, his fingers gently caressing Han Youniang's pure and delicate face. Her cheeks were as cold as ice and smooth as jade. A softness flickered in Yang Ling's eyes as he suddenly could not contain himself, pulling Han Youniang tightly into his embrace as if wishing to crush her to pieces, murmuring, "What fortune it is to have forged this bond with you. If I must endure 2 years of torment, the pain in my heart will be even greater. Youniang, promise me, if the city cannot be defended, you must escape and find a good family to marry. Do not let me worry about you from the netherworld." He mistakenly believed that his time was drawing near, allowing his true feelings to surface. However, Han Youniang misinterpreted his words. Thinking her husband was resolute in sharing the fate of the city's populace, unwilling to flee even if the city fell, yet concerned for her well-being, making her beloved man in her heart suddenly transform into a figure of respect and heroism. With tears brimming in her eyes, she embraced Yang Ling tightly, resting her head against his chest. "My husband, rest assured and assist the Lord in defending the city. I am your woman, and wherever you go, I shall follow. If you were to leave this world," she choked out, "then I would follow you into the depths of the underworld, never to seek another life." Yang Ling, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency within him. He pushed her away, exclaiming in anger, "Cursed be it! What use is it for you to accompany me in death? I only wish for you to live. Why must you be so foolish?" The lanterns hanging from the corner tower illuminated Han Youniang's tear-streaked face. Yang Ling's heart ached, and the reprimanding words he intended to voice faltered. Han Youniang, with her eyes glistening with tears, lifted her head. Innocently yet earnestly, she declared, "I understand, my husband, I know you cherish and care for me. But do you not realize that my heart is forever intertwined with yours? If you were to be gone, what joy would there be for me in living?" A sudden tremor coursed through Yang Ling's heart. In the soft glow of the lantern light, he discerned that this petite, innocent girl possessed an allure of a mature woman. Is it not true that every beauty in the world must have experienced such a heartfelt blend of innocence and maturity? "Oh, Youniang," Yang Ling sighed, deeply moved, and once more embraced her, resting his forehead against her bangs. The red lanterns above swayed gently, casting enchanting shadows around them, as their hearts intertwined, creating a small world that belonged solely to them. The howling wind and swirling snow felt a distant memory, while the intimate atmosphere enveloped them in peace and tranquility. In this vast world, Yang Ling thought, there could be no other woman who could stir his heart as she did. Youniang held tightly to the man who loved and cherished her, feeling grateful for the finest husband bestowed upon her by the heavens. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and soon, the falling snow blanketed the two embracing figures in a pristine white attire. Chapter 22. The Battle of Dawn awoken by the fervent sound of trumpets. Yang Ling sprang up with a start, due to the presence of Youniang beside him. He found it inappropriate to share the communal sleeping quarters with Huang County Magistrate and the others in the large dormitory of U building. Thus, he had taken refuge in the Jade Emperor Pavilion situated between the East and North City gates. Youniang rubbed her eyes and also awakened. Yang Ling leapt to the floor, calling out as he ran, "The Tartars are attacking the city. Stay here, I shall go take a look." The air was thick with the cries of battle, as soldiers dashed back and forth atop the city walls, tirelessly wielding their swords to sever the grappling hooks being thrown from below, while they retaliated with sharp arrows. Every 10 paces or so along the wall stood a catapult, secured with fine iron chains. At its center was a hefty log, about a foot in diameter and roughly 10 feet in length, studded with numerous iron spikes about 5 inches long, resembling a colossal morning star. 2 soldiers sheltered beneath the parapet merely needed to raise their wooden club and hurl it downward, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries from below. Then, they would turn the winch to draw the morning star back up. Although this defensive mechanism was somewhat cumbersome and time-consuming, the presence of several archers at either end compensated for its shortcomings, rendering it quite lethal. In haste, Yang Ling rushed to the parapet. As he steadied himself against it, an arrow whizzed past his cheek with a sharp whoosh, striking the lintel of the Jade Emperor Temple with a thud, its fletching vibrating ominously, sending a chill of sweat coursing down Yang Ling's spine. Regaining his composure, he crouched behind the parapet and peered downwards, only to be taken aback by the sudden emergence of so many foes. Below, swarms of Tartar soldiers swarmed the base of the walls, which towered several yards high. They employed grappling hooks and ladders, climbing fearlessly upward, while a multitude of archers galloped back and forth, raining arrows upon the defenders to cover their assault. The archers atop the walls responded with a relentless volley, yet, outnumbered, they struggled to lift their heads against the overwhelming tide. Bending low, Yang Ling hurried toward the south gate, scrambling up the battlements just as a thunderous explosion rocked the ground beneath him, sending tremors through the earth and clouds of smoke billowing upwards, startling him. Looking down, he saw a massive crater had erupted, with over 10 bodies strewn about, and a horse, its legs shattered, lay in a pool of blood, moaning pitifully. Yang Ling marveled inwardly, astonished by the power of the artillery. Had explosive shells truly existed in this era? He had assumed that cannonballs were merely solid iron spheres in this time. However, the smoke from the cannon was indeed dense. And as he arrived, he found himself coughing from the acrid fumes. As the haze gradually lifted, he caught sight of Huang County Magistrate beckoning urgently from behind the cover of the battlement. "My dear nephew, come quickly. Be wary of stray arrows." With his back hunched, Yang Ling ran over, only to find 3 cannons positioned at the front of the battlements, aimed at the chaos below. Several gunners were busily loading shells and preparing gunpowder. At that moment, the fuse of one cannon on the left began to sizzle ominously. The gunners instinctively covered their ears and shut their eyes, and with a resounding boom, smoke enveloped the area, obscuring everything in a thick shroud. Yang Ling's eyes were reddened by the smoke. As the thick haze gradually dissipated, he beheld the imposing cannon, secured by iron anchors that had been propelled a full yard from its original position. Had it not been for the restraints, one could only imagine the trajectory of this cannon. A few artillerymen were diligently pushing it back into place. Despite the tumultuous roar that reverberated through the air, the cannon's shot resulted in only a single fatality and a few injuries, evoking a rather absurd image of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Yang Ling called out loudly, "Master Huang, why have so many of the Tartars suddenly appeared?" The county magistrate, Huang, gestured towards a nearby direction, exclaiming, "The post at Early Ban has fallen," prompting the Tartars to reinforce their ranks. Zhang Bazong is currently overseeing the battle ahead, while we have merely over 100 soldiers on the walls, leaving us vulnerable. You must hurry to the postmaster's office and summon the personnel to fortify our defenses. Understood. Yang Ling replied, turning to dash down the city wall. At that moment, Lu Dianshi led over 200 local militia up to the ramparts, where a sergeant directed them to disperse along the walls. These civilians, untrained in warfare, were panicked, Heedless of the enemy below, they began hurling stones, much to the chagrin of the soldiers who stomped their feet in frustration, lacking any sense of self-preservation. One militia member who peeked out was struck in the chest by an arrow. Just then, Youniang rushed to his aid. But the sight of the injury terrified the other militia members, rendering them hesitant to reveal themselves, despite the soldiers' loud admonitions. Meanwhile, the streets were eerily quiet as the townsfolk, under the stern commands of the officials, remained indoors, fearful of venturing out. As Yang Ling reached the crossroads, he spotted Master Ma, accompanied by a dozen couriers, hastily approaching with 3 horse-drawn carts. Yang Ling quickly halted, calling out, "Master Ma, the Tartars are launching a dispersed assault on the city. The defending soldiers are outnumbered. County Magistrate Huang requests that you send all couriers to assist in the defense." Dismounting from his horse, Master Ma replied, "There are no more hands available. Both the east and west gates are besieged by large numbers of Tartars. They lack sufficient siege equipment and are attempting to scale the walls. My men have already been dispatched, and only these remain to deliver artillery to Master Jiang." Upon hearing about the artillery, Yang Ling felt a surge of hope. Yet reflecting on the cannon's earlier performance, disappointment washed over him. He exclaimed, "The Tartars are attacking from all sides, and the principal issue lies with the defenders' inability to coordinate. I fear the cannon may prove ineffective." Master Ma directed 2 carts towards the east and west gates, while he continued forward with 1 cart, saying, "You are mistaken, my dear nephew. This is not a general's cannon. It is a miraculous hand grenade known as the thief-repelling pomegranate cannon, alongside the Yuan stone cannon and the 10,000 enemy lychee cannon. These are most adept for defending the city." Yang Ling was left bewildered by this revelation. Noticing his confusion, Master Ma elaborated as they approached the city walls. It turned out that the artillery he described were, in fact, explosives. The thief-repelling pomegranate cannon bore resemblance to modern hand grenades, forged from cast iron and shaped like a ripe pomegranate. The Yuan stone cannon was carved from stone, filled with gunpowder, and each stone projectile contained 100 small pebbles, resulting in devastating explosive force. The formidable 10,000 enemies lychee cannon boasts an impressive size, filled with explosive materials. Crushed stones, fragments of iron, and iron caltrops within a clay pot. When detonated, shrapnel can soar hundreds of paces, inflicting considerable harm upon the enemy. Yang Ling, upon hearing this, was filled with elation, recalling the flames that consumed the old summer palace, where the Qing forces clashed with the 8-nation alliance. Employing a strategy of sheer numbers with swords and spears against the foreign invaders, he marveled at the advanced weaponry of the Ming Dynasty. With such artillery, even a mere scholar could effortlessly defend a city wall single-handedly, prompting him to eagerly rub his hands together. The arrival of these bombs indeed had a profound impact. The Tartar cavalry, armed solely with cold weapons and renowned for their bravery, found themselves utterly incapable of countering the explosive onslaught. As explosions reverberated throughout, countless lives were lost below the city walls, momentarily halting the siege. The Ming soldiers on the ramparts suffered over 40 casualties, compounded by the ignorance of the local militia, totaling approximately 100. The military and hastily summoned civilian doctors busied themselves tending to the wounded. General Jiang personally dispatched several Tartar soldiers, driven by a surge of adrenaline, brandishing 2 bloodstained sabers while vociferously chastising the militia for their foolishness, occasionally delivering kicks to their backsides and instructing the soldiers on the art of warfare. Huang County Magistrate and Lu Dianshi hurried to inspect the eastern and western city gates, assessing the casualties. Yang Ling, perched atop the city walls, observed the Tartars retreating to a distance of 3 arrows, regrouping for another assault. The enemy forces outside the eastern and western gates were also gathering, their numbers exceeding 3,000. Youniang, having procured a whistle from a familiar constable, stood vigilantly beside him, her petite stature belied by a spirited demeanor. Seeing such a multitude of foes outside the city, Yang Ling pondered whether the remaining defenders could withstand a second wave, even if it came down to a war of attrition. Furthermore, the most formidable defensive weapon, the remaining bombs, had dwindled to fewer than 20, which filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, the performance of the Ming forces exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated such advancements in military technology during the Ming Dynasty. His previous notion of the dynasty as weak and ineffectual, plagued by an emperor distracted from his duties and corrupt eunuchs, was now challenged. As an ordinary person more acquainted with the dramas of the Qing court, his knowledge remained limited. Were it not for his awareness of the current prince, Zhu Hozhao, and his serendipitous viewing of the film The Dragon and the Phoenix, he would have been oblivious to who succeeded Emperor Hongzhi, let alone possessing a deeper understanding of the Ming Dynasty. The history of the Ming, chronicled by the Qing, is laden with unspoken truths, rendering any derivative narratives or legends even less credible. Indeed, during that era, the Ming Dynasty stood on the cusp of capitalism. Its iron production surpassed the total output of Europe, and one-third of the world's silver flowed into China through trade. The industrial output accounted for over 60% of the global total, in stark contrast to the so-called flourishing era of Qianlong, during which it merely constituted 6% of the world's production. No wonder the Jesuit missionary Matteo Ricci documented China during the Ming Dynasty in such a manner. Here, material production is exceedingly abundant, with an array of goods available. Sugar is wider than that of Europe, and the fabrics are more exquisite than those found in Europe. The attire of the people is splendid, their demeanor graceful, the populace is spirited and polite, and their discourse is refined. In contrast, the British envoy Lord Macartney, who visited during the Qianlong era, remarked on the astonishing poverty pervasive throughout the land, with many lacking proper clothing, and the military appearing tattered and destitute. During the Ming Dynasty, China bore some resemblance to later Japan, inventing what it could and spending lavishly to acquire foreign goods for study and imitation. At that time, the capital boasted the Divine Machine Camp, comprising 5,000 troops armed with 600 thunder cannons and 200 volley guns, alongside 400 hand cannons, an impressive display of modernization. However, the irreconcilable disparity between economic and cultural advancement and the political and military corruption allowed a more primitive culture to dominate the relatively civilized China. Time miraculously reversed, scientists vanished, and advanced weaponry was buried. Firearms were dismissed as mere novelties and subsequently abolished. During the war at Yaksa, the Qing army seized flintlock guns. Yet Emperor Kangxi kept only 2 for his personal amusement and ordered the Qing troops to refrain from using such modern firearms, believing they would disrupt the traditional teachings of bows and spears. By the time of the Opium War, Qing soldiers, wielding sabers and spears, had become thoroughly unfamiliar with firearms, viewing them as malevolent objects, erroneously believing that they could be vanquished with mere blood. Yang Ling was naturally unaware of these matters. He was merely astonished by the weaponry employed by the Ming army, recalling the subsequent sweeping conquest of the 8 banners, unable to fathom the underlying reasons. The chief clerk and venerable elders from the village led a procession to the city to deliver meals. The proprietor of Hongyan Tower had specially slaughtered a large pig to reward the soldiers. Han Youniang approached to fetch 2 bowls of rice, one filled with stewed pig meat, calling out, "My lord, it's time to eat." Yang Ling was jolted from his reverie. Hurriedly accepting the food from Han Youniang and placing it on the snow-covered city wall, where they both stood to dine. He was indeed famished, devouring nearly half a bowl of rice before noticing that Han Youniang was eating delicately, smiling at him. Curiously, he inquired, "Why do you watch me so intently?" Han Youniang smiled softly and replied, "I see you enjoying your meal, and it brings me joy." Yang Ling's eyes glistened with emotion as he observed Han Youniang competing for the dish, leaving the meat in the bowl. The cold weather had begun to congeal the fat, so he quickly placed 2 pieces into her bowl, insisting, "You must eat all the meat. I do not fancy fatty pork, you know?" Han Youniang sweetly complied, using her chopsticks to break off a lean piece and placing it in Yang Ling's bowl. While she busily ate her rice, her eyes peeking over the rim of the bowl, sparkling as they gazed at him. Yang Ling, unable to resist smiling, obediently took the meat and chewed it heartily, causing Han Youniang to beam with satisfaction, her large eyes curving into crescent shapes. After finishing their meal, Han Youniang dutifully seized the bowls to return them. Yang Ling noticed a grain of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to gently brush it away with his finger. Han Youniang was momentarily taken aback, seeing the grain on his fingertip, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Goodbye." Yang Ling did not flick the rice off, but instead sent the grain into her mouth, instantly flushing her cheeks with a rosy hue. She hurriedly glanced around, realizing that no one was paying attention to her husband's almost teasingly intimate gesture. With her shoulders, initially tense from anxiety, now relaxing, she noticed her partner still gazing at her with a smile. Unable to contain her embarrassment, she shot him a playful glare before hastily lifting her bowl and turning to flee. Yang Ling observed that although she wore a man's robe, her slender waist still exuded a delicate charm, swaying gracefully as she walked, stirring a stir of emotion within him. A sudden thought crossed his mind. A day might come when she would bestow her tenderness and love upon another man. Jealousy surged within him, given the current social norms. Surely she would not remarry, right? Could it be that he abruptly turned, grabbing a handful of pristine snow to rub against his cheeks. Damn it. What was I thinking? If I invest too much emotion, wouldn't it cause her even greater anguish? How could I know she wouldn't fall for someone else if I haven't tried? The notion of her loving another struck him as far more unbearable than the thought of losing her. The scales of love began to teeter precariously between selfishness and nobility. Tears melding with the melting snow on his face. Suddenly, a horn sounded incongruously, and Yang Ling angrily wiped the snow from his face, bending down to lift a stone weighing over 20 pounds. Chapter 23. The brave man unfurls his wrists upon hearing the sound of the horn. The soldiers rushed to the battlements, anxiously peering down at the scene below. The Tartar cavalry did not scatter chaotically as before. Instead, amidst the densely packed enemy forces, there emerged over a dozen rudimentary siege ladders, seemingly hastily fashioned from timber hewn from the nearby mountains. The walls of Jiuming Post were not exceedingly high, and with the assistance of these ladders, coupled with the astonishing archery skills of the Tartar troops, a mere breach in the defenses could spell doom for those within. Jiang Bin, wielding twin blades, declared with fierce determination, "Raise the general and let us demolish their ladders." Immediately, several soldiers and local militia rushed to assist the gunners in urgently adjusting the cannon's position. In the distance, a peculiar contraption was erected, crafted from crossed-wood beams, towering approximately 5 zhang high. Atop it was a platform, beneath which lay a larger square platform, with 2 rows of wooden wheels visible on the sides. Suspended in front was a complete hide of cowhide, obscuring the interior, yet its swaying motion suggested that Tartar soldiers were concealed behind it, pushing the wooden platform forward. The throng of Tartar troops began their advance, appearing from the castle as a dark cloud descending upon a snowy landscape. The sun had risen high, casting its blinding light on the glinting blades and weapons below. Jiang Bin pointed his blade at the cross-braced siege engine and shouted, "Quickly, blow that siege cart to smithereens." The Tartars drew ever closer, and a soldier crouched at the front, bowstring drawn, suddenly cried out, "My lord, ahead are our own people. The Tartars have captured our citizens and have them standing in front." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bin rushed forward, peering down over the battlements. The Tartars were drawing near, and he could discern the figures of 2 or 3 dozen individuals at the forefront, men and women, young and old, all clad in the attire of the Central Plains. Jiang Bin was momentarily taken aback. These were all subjects of the Ming Dynasty, who would dare bear the weight of slaughtering their own kin. Yet, if they allowed the Tartar soldiers to close in, their own lives would be forfeit, and the entire Jiuming Post would inevitably fall. Jiang Bin's mind raced, and he cursed vehemently, "Fire! It is but a Tartar trick. They are all disguised Tartar soldiers. Shoot them down fiercely." The cannon was already aimed at the siege cart, and as he watched the gunners bring the torch close to the fuse, Jiang Bin's cheek involuntarily twitched. Just then, a local militia member suddenly shouted, "Do not fire. We cannot fire. Those are our fellow countrymen. I recognize them. The one on the left is my uncle. They are all from the nearby villages." The fuse crackled as it ignited, and Lu Xuanqian, quick-witted and agile, drew his sword and swiftly severed the fuse, startling the pale-faced Huang County magistrate and Wang Zhu, who both exhaled deeply. Jiang Bin, exasperated, stomped his foot, veins bulging on his forehead, and implored, "Esteemed gentlemen, if that siege cart approaches the city walls, we shall have no chance of defending it. Now is not the time for compassion." Huang County magistrate replied, "No, we are the officials responsible for our people. How can we harm our own citizens? Those skilled in archery should directly target the Tartar soldiers to prevent their advance." Several civil officials nearby nodded in agreement. The command to indiscriminately bombard, regardless of friend or foe, will surely etch their infamy into the county records, condemning them to eternal scorn for generations to come. How could they possibly bear such a stigma? Moreover, should the court officials become aware, they would impeach them in the imperial court. Even if they were to evade the Tatars' blade today, the emperor would likely impose punishment upon them. A handful of archers drew their bows, releasing a flurry of arrows. However, the front of the assault chariot was shrouded in rawhide, which, being untreated, was both resilient and tough, rendering the arrows ineffective. The Tatar soldiers, concealed behind the siege chariot, advanced slowly, unperturbed. Jiang Bin, in a fit of urgency, bellowed, "This is my command. Gunners, fire. Bring down that chariot." Huang County magistrate, with a fierce glare, retorted, "Who dares to slaughter the subjects of the Ming? This is preposterous. I am the county magistrate. In the absence of Lord Min, all officials and troops in this county fall under my jurisdiction. Who dares to defy my orders?" The gunners exchanged glances, uncertain whose command to follow. A few arrows struck the rawhide, merely causing it to shudder slightly, with perhaps 1 or 2 arrows becoming lodged in it, lacking any intimidation factor. A Tatar cavalryman, wielding a spear, leaped before the chariot and shouted in Mandarin, "All in front are your Ming people. Who dares to shoot? Look clearly." He then turned his horse around, swiftly snatching a package from the hands of a woman, galloping back as she cried out in pursuit. Suddenly, an arrow flew forth, striking her in the back, causing her to stagger and collapse to the ground. A somber silence enveloped the city as they helplessly watched her fall, unable to render aid. The burly Tatar, spear in hand, approached the city wall, hoisting the package into the air, piercing it with the sharp tip of his spear, triumphantly declaring, "We know the garrison is few. Surrender quickly, and you may yet save your lives. Otherwise, we shall slaughter the entire city, sparing not even the children." It was only then that the onlookers realized the package he held aloft contained an infant. Rage and despair filled their hearts, and even the archers, whether paralyzed by fear or consumed by hatred, found their arms trembling, unable to draw their bows. As blood trickled down the spear, dropping onto the snow below, Han Youniang covered her mouth with one hand while tightly gripping Yang Ling's arm with the other, tears blurring her vision. After a long silence, Zheng Bin suddenly roared, "What are you all doing? Fire! You foolish scholars, do you wish to let the Tatars slaughter us all before you act?" Huang County Magistrate trembled, his lips quivering. Yet he could not articulate a complete thought. Yang Ling, struck by the brutality of the Tatars, confronted a stark realization: this was the present moment. And these foreigners were devoid of humanity, mere beasts without compassion. Witnessing a swaddled infant mercilessly pierced by the bloodthirsty barbarian, without a flicker of hesitation, sent a jolt of horror through him. With bloodshot eyes, he violently shook off the embrace of the young mother, rushing towards the cannon. Seizing the torch from the gunner, he ignited the fuse and, with a hoarse voice, bellowed, "Damn it, kill, kill, kill." With a deafening roar, the cannon thundered, its projectile striking the war chariot with devastating precision, shattering its base. The nearby civilians and the Tatar soldiers pushing the siege platform were met with a gruesome fate, their bodies torn asunder. The colossal framework swayed perilously before collapsing, and those Han people who survived the explosion scattered in terror, only to be hunted down by the arrows that followed, their lifeless forms strewn across the snow. The Tatar soldiers, previously emboldened, were struck with fear and hastily turned their horses to flee. However, as they did, a sharp arrow pierced the neck of one. Emerging from his throat, he fell without uttering a sound, his body still dangling from the stirrup, dragged back by his warhorse to his ranks. On the city wall, Han Youniang, her eyes ablaze with fury, clutched a war bow snatched from a nearby soldier, stringing another arrow onto the bowstring. Unlike the quick-firing, short-range crossbows, this longbow bore resemblance to the one she used during her hunts in the mountains. At the tender age of 12, she had felled a running raccoon in the dense woods. Hitting the exposed Tatar soldiers below was hardly a challenge, seeing their human shields rendered ineffective. The Tatars cried out as they bore wooden ladders, splitting into teams to storm the city wall. The cannon was displaced once more, smoke dissipating as Yang Ling, holding the torch, trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. His face was charred black, eyes wide with a crimson hue as he slowly turned to gaze at Huang County Magistrate and Ma Yicheng above, hoarsely uttering, "Viper bites the hand. A warrior frees his wrist. The overall situation is paramount." Huang County Magistrate stared intently at him, suddenly shouting in a fit of madness as he charged forward, laboriously lifting a heavy stone to hurl it downwards with ferocity. Wang Zhubu and Ma Yicheng followed suit, caught in a frenzy. Zheng Bin, not wishing to see these scholars perish here, called for several soldiers to drag the frenzied intellectuals back into the safety of the watchtower. He rushed to Yang Ling, delivering a heavy pat on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. What great deeds can be accomplished with a woman's mercy, regardless of others' opinions? If the lives of the thousands in Jinyiwei Post can be spared, it is all thanks to you." Spitting on the ground with fervor, he shouted, "Continue firing. Blow up the Tatars' ladders." Yet, by this moment, the Tatar forces had already evaded the main city tower, dispersing to set up their ladders against the walls for a fierce assault, diminishing the cannon's effectiveness. Yang Ling retreated to the side, the sounds of neighing horses, whistling arrows, and the wails of the dying seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. 2 ladders had already been scaled by attackers, only to be forcefully repelled by Zheng Bin and his men. He stood there, lost in thought, as if in a trance. He understood that the most rational course of action was to unleash another cannon blast, for otherwise, it would only cost more lives. Yet, The guilt of seeing the common folk perish by his own hand weighed heavily upon him. The bombs had been exhausted, and the previously timid and fearful soldiers seemed to have awakened the ferocity deep within their bones. They utilized stones, logs, and lime, and many seized the weapons of fallen soldiers to join the fray. The enemy was advancing relentlessly, paving their way with the blood of the slain. Determined to capture the chicken cry post. Not far away, four of the enemy had already surged up a ladder, with more climbing behind them. Engaging fiercely with the Ming troops, Jiang Bin, sensing the dire situation, brandished his bloodied sabers and charged forth like a tempest. Yang Ling was jolted awake by the nearby cries of anguish. At that moment, the defenders were alarmingly outnumbered, and the breach lacked reinforcements. Without a second thought, Yang Ling grasped a long spear and dashed forward. Chapter 24. The Mad Staff Technique. Han Youniang wielded a fire staff. Standing resolutely atop the city wall alongside the artillerymen who had abandoned their cannons for blades and firearms, defending against the enemy. Occasionally, she cast a glance at Yang Ling, who had shockingly picked up a gun and charged at the Tartar foes, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. Her husband was a scholar with a frail physique. She feared he could not withstand even a common strongman, let alone these merciless killers. With a swift motion, she struck a Tartar who had just scaled the wall, sending him tumbling down, before she darted after him. The battlefield was devoid of embellishments, a realm of simple and direct strikes and thrusts. Yet, upon engaging, Yang Ling realized the stark reality of his inadequacies. His strength and speed paled in comparison to those seasoned warriors. A Tartar wielding a broadsword had just severed a soldier's neck, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent Yang Ling's firearm flying. With a fierce shout, the broadsword descended upon him. Yang Ling, bracing for the inevitable, thought only of his impending demise and sought one last glimpse of Youniang. As he turned his head halfway, he caught sight of her, a fierce protector leaping toward him. Her headscarf blown away, hair streaming in the wind, her face flushed like a peach blossom. The moment was electric as her staff surged toward him. With a resounding clash, she deflected the descending blade, redirecting its force and carving a deep gash into the earth. Upon landing, she immediately executed a forward roll, springing up with her staff and striking the Tartar in the chest with a resounding thud. The force sent him staggering back, and before he could regain his footing, she followed up with a whirlwind of strikes, left neck, right neck, forehead, her movements a tempest of fury, not allowing him a moment to howl in despair. Yang Ling was left in awe, witnessing her skill as she twirled, gripping the staff mid-length, its tip slicing through the air dangerously close to his chest. With a swift motion, she transitioned to the end of the staff, delivering a vicious blow to the Tartar's throat. He heard the sickening crack of bone as the massive figure was sent flying, flipping over the city wall and plummeting down. Her subsequent attacks were fierce and relentless, her staff technique both rapid and brutal, leaving onlookers breathless. As another foe appeared atop the wall, she pointed her staff like a spear, striking him squarely in the forehead before he even realized the threat, causing him to fall backward. After dispatching her enemies, Han Youniang retreated to Yang Ling's side. Her knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but she steadied herself with her staff, regaining her composure. Yang Ling gazed in astonishment as he noticed her delicate face turn pale, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Alarmed, he quickly supported her and asked, "Young mistress, what is the matter? Have you sustained an injury?" Han Youniang trembled as she replied, "Husband, I am fine. It's just that knife. It terrified me. Woe is me. The person involved remains unscathed, yet I am left in tears." At this moment, Jiang Bin recognized that the remarkably skilled young fighter was, in fact, a girl. He thought her fears stemmed from having just taken a life, and with a hearty laugh, he declared, "What is there to fear? The first time I was on the battlefield, my legs seized up, and it was the sergeant who choked me by the neck, forcing me to charge forward. If you slay a few more foes, you shall fear nothing." In a fervor of battle, he leapt onto the city wall, kicking down an enemy who had just climbed up, and wielding his saber with wild abandon. With several swift strikes, he severed the ropes binding a wooden ladder, causing several half-climbing enemy soldiers to plummet with anguished cries. Arrows rained down like a storm upon Jiang Bin, yet he stood firm atop the battlements, his dual blades dancing through the air, deflecting every deadly projectile. Witnessing such valor in their commander, the soldiers, who had begun to waver, found their spirits rekindled, and they pushed back against the enemy's assault. Han Youniang urged Yang Ling, "Husband, you must retreat to the lookout tower." Frustrated, Yang Ling stomped his foot, lamenting his utter helplessness. "I cannot even lift a hand or shoulder a burden. I am utterly useless. All I can do is throw stones or fumble with this bow, which I have never used before." Self-aware, he recalled how he had narrowly escaped death moments ago, and seeing Han Youniang so frightened for him. He refrained from further bravado and obediently retreated to the lookout tower. Before departing, he hastily inquired, "I had no idea your skills were so remarkable. What is this staff technique?" Han Youniang blushed, hesitating before replying. "It was taught by my father. I am not certain of its name." Once he entered the lookout tower, Han Youniang felt reassured and immediately returned to fight alongside Zhang Bin. As long as the enemy did not breach their defenses, their swords and staffs would strike with the ferocity of thunder, quickly subduing the invaders. Yang Ling had witnessed Zhang Bin's bravery firsthand, yet he was astonished by Han Youniang's exceptional prowess. The staff in her hands moved like a tempest, striking, thrusting, and sweeping with such grace that she resembled a soaring dragon. It was hard to believe that the timid girl he knew could now unleash her fury like a fierce lion. Yang Ling clenched his fists, his heart racing with excitement. And he silently resolved that if he survived this day, he would learn her staff technique. Just as he was caught up in his fervor, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Wang Zhubu approaching, his face marred with bruises. Yang Ling, too, had been singed by the flames, leaving only the whites of his eyes visible, and the two resembled a pair of mischievous spirits. He leaned closer to Yang Ling, his gaze fixated on the soldiers engaged in close combat, as if they were assessing the enemy together. In a hushed tone, he said, "Yang Shiryat, you have made no mistake. This was a choice made out of necessity. No one among our colleagues will speak ill of you. But do be wary of the horse messenger." Yang Ling was taken aback and quietly inquired, "Why must we be cautious of him?" The chief clerk, with a smile that resembled a cry, replied, "The postal officer is merely a low-ranking official. How could he possibly stand on equal footing with the county magistrate?" He coughed twice and quickly added, "All the postal officers in our Ming Dynasty are secret agents of the Jinyiwei. It is wise to be vigilant." The mention of the Jinyiwei startled Yang Ling. He had always believed that the Jinyiwei were solely the Imperial Guards close to the Emperor. To his surprise, a mere director of the Postal Bureau and Granary could also be associated with them. The intelligence network of the Ming Dynasty was indeed quite sophisticated. Reflecting on his relationship with the postal officer Ma, he felt somewhat reassured, yet he could not suppress his indignation. The common people beneath the city walls are clearly doomed. Even if survival were an option, how can one weigh the value of thousands of lives against a mere handful? Is it not obvious which is heavier and which is lighter? The chief clerk chuckled dryly and sighed. "Unless we bring the censors and officials seated high in the capital to this city wall, I fear they would not share your perspective." With that, the chief clerk discreetly withdrew. Yang Ling glanced back to see County Officer Huang conversing with Postal Officer Ma. When their eyes met, the concerned look in Huang's gaze immediately revealed to Yang Ling that he had intentionally detained Ma to have the chief clerk convey this warning to him. A flicker of doubt crossed Yang Ling's mind. After all, he had saved Huang's son. Could it be that the Jinyiwei were so heartless? Since County Officer Huang had advised him thus, it was likely that he expected Yang Ling to seek an opportunity to ingratiate himself. "Well, I may not have long to live. If they wish for my death, so be it. However, I shall never part with my wealth. For how would my young wife survive?" As this thought crossed his mind, the heart of the notorious miser trembled. He lifted his gaze toward the edge of the city and beheld the figure of Han Youniang wielding a whistle baton, her long, dark braids swaying behind her. Just then, Inspector Liu bellowed, "The Tartars have been repelled. The Tartars have been repelled." County Officer Huang and Postal Officer Ma, who had been conversing, rushed over. Witnessing the Tartar soldiers retreating like a receding tide, firing arrows towards the city walls to cover their comrades scaling the siege ladders, Yang Ling observed their orderly retreat and calm demeanor. Although he was not well versed in military formations, he could discern that the Tartars, though chaotic, maintained a semblance of attacking formations. He could not help but exclaim, "What are the Tartars doing? If they were to launch another fierce assault, they could very well seize the city. Why have they retreated so suddenly?" Headman Wang laughed heartily. "Yang, do you think the Tartars fear death? They have suffered greatly at our hands." Yang Ling felt an unsettling sense of wrongness but could not articulate it. Compared to the exuberant officials around him, his thoughts remained clearer. Suddenly, he cried out, "This is bad. Are they planning to attack the east and west gates? We just withdrew some men from those gates, leaving them vulnerable." At that moment, Zhang Bin hurried back. In the frigid weather, he had shed his battle robe, exposing his bare arms, and the twin blades he carried were already dulled and stained with blood and flesh. Upon hearing Yang Ling's words, he interjected, "No. The roads between the two cities are narrow, and the city gates are rarely opened. Our numbers are few, and they cannot dispatch a large force to engage in battle. However, I suspect the Tartars must have some cunning plan. At that moment, Youniang rushed back. She found herself standing by the door, unable to enter the gathering of distinguished gentlemen in the building. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and strands of hair clung to her forehead, damp with perspiration. Yang Ling offered her a gentle smile and took a couple of steps forward, leaning against the awning to gaze down at the city below. In the snowy expanse, the Tartar soldiers had cleared a path, with 4 galloping steeds pulling 2 ominous, dark objects towards the city gates. Before Yang Ling could articulate his observation, Jiang Bin leaped up like a chicken whose neck had been severed, shouting at the top of his lungs, "It is the thunderous fire cannon." Chapter 25. The hour of peril. The county magistrate, Huang, possessed an uneasy gaze and failed to discern the nature of the 2 objects. However, having dwelled in this remote town for many years, he was acutely aware of the terror that the thunderous cannon could instill. Upon hearing its name, his countenance turned ashen. The thunderous cannon was designed for the defense of the city, but was far more adept at besieging it. Its projectiles held the capacity to obliterate city gates and crumble walls. With over 3,000 Tartar soldiers now encamped below the city, should they breach the gates, the chicken call post would inevitably fall. Yet, the origin of such formidable artillery among the Tartars remained a mystery. It transpired that the Tartar commander, Bodar Molu, had successfully breached the Erlihan post and was now wreaking havoc within the city, burning, killing, and pillaging. Upon learning of the death of Suli Boki, the son of the renowned Bian monk at the hands of the Ming forces, he commanded his deputy, Chilan Dada, to rally troops to the chicken call post, vowing to annihilate the entire city in retribution. Aware that the chicken call post would be far more challenging to conquer than Erlihan, he led over 1,000 men, accompanied by the thunderous cannons seized from Erlihan, towards the chicken call post. They had just arrived when news reached them that the attacking soldiers had suffered grievous losses exceeding 1,000. Consequently, he ordered a retreat, intending to bombard the county town with artillery. Even the valiant Jiang Bin, at this critical juncture, recognized the dire situation. He cast his 2 blunted sabers to the ground and addressed Huang. "My lord, we must abandon the city." Huang Qin's visage was pallid, and his beard quivered as he replied, "To forsake the city would betray our duty to defend these lands. If we flee, how shall we account to the emperor? I would rather perish alongside this city." Jiang Bin's eyes blazed with intensity as he bellowed at the county officials, "Once the gates are breached, the chicken call post will surely succumb. Do you wish to perish needlessly? To hesitate is to invite chaos." He then abruptly turned to the soldiers, demanding, "Is Lord Min awake? I must report the military situation to him." A soldier, trembling, responded, "Lord Min has yet to recover from his high fever and remains unconscious." Jiang Bin's teeth ground together in frustration as he paced like a caged beast, while the officials exchanged glances, some betraying their fear. Yet none dared to utter the words of retreat. Yang Ling, unaware of the gravity of the situation, reasoned that if they could not defend, it would be prudent to withdraw, questioning the significance of a single city when they could regroup and return stronger in the future. Little did he grasp that, for the ancients, the concept of honor outweighed life itself. Thus, their decisions, though seemingly foolish in modern eyes, were entirely rational in their time. He approached Huang and suggested, "My lord, since we foresee the inevitable, why not withdraw swiftly while the Tartars have yet to assault the city? Though we may not be able to transport our supplies, preserving our lives is paramount. As long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear a lack of firewood." Huang, unable to reprimand him loudly, merely gestured weakly and sighed. "The Tartars are all seasoned cavalrymen. In abandoning the city, we would find no escape. By continuing our defense, we may yet slay a few more Tartars." Yang Ling urged, "In that case, let us remain here to delay their advance. Dispatch several officials to organize the townsfolk to swiftly escape through the northern gate. Once they have exited the city, they should immediately flee to the mountains. No matter how formidable the cavalry of the Tatars may be, they cannot hope to pursue an entire populace scattered across the hills. Furthermore, these Tatars lack the capability to seize the land of our great Ming Dynasty. They are merely masquerading as bandits to plunder. Once they enter the city, they will undoubtedly ravage the wealth of the common people, thereby prolonging their journey." The county magistrate's eyes brightened as he replied, "Indeed, I have been foolish." He immediately addressed Wang, the accountant, and the gentry who had not yet departed. "Wang, you and the postmaster, along with the various village heads, must organize the people to retreat through the northern gate. Once outside the city, disperse and descend the mountains." Wang inquired, "And you, sir?" The county magistrate gritted his teeth and declared, though I am but a scholar and unable to wield a sword against the enemy. I shall stand with the soldiers defending the city, sharing in their fate." Jiang Bin understood that while he indeed intended to sacrifice himself for the city, it was also a means of keeping watch over him. Hearing this, he laughed heartily, turning to the fewer than 100 wounded soldiers with a fierce expression. "Very well. I shall stake my weight here. For every enemy killed, it shall be a gain. Return to your positions and vow to fight to the death. Any who dare to retreat shall face execution without mercy." The county magistrate cast a glance at Yang Ling and said, "Dear nephew, you should take Minister Min and retreat from the city as well." Yang Ling, admiring the noble character of the old scholar, reflected that even if he were to escape with his life, it would not be long before it was forfeit. He reasoned that it would be better to remain, though there were no provisions for compensating the families of the fallen at that moment, if he were to die here. Surely the magistrate and the accountant would take good care of the young lady, Han. With this thought, he resolutely declared, "No, I shall also stay here to defend the city alongside the old scholar and our soldiers." Wang, tasked with the evacuation of the townsfolk, felt a weight lifted from his heart. However, upon witnessing Yang Ling's resolve, he was filled with shame, and the youthful pride surged within him. He immediately said, "Receiving the emperor's stipend while failing to share in the burdens of the state, I am truly ashamed. I have wasted my studies of the sages. Yang, please take the minister with you. I shall remain." Yang Ling, knowing he needed to ensure the safety of Han, could not bear to let him perish. He immediately offered a deep bow and urged, "Wang, you bear the grave responsibility for the safety of the people and the life of Minister Min. You cannot lightly speak of sacrifice. Quickly, escort Minister Min away. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. I have one request. Please take good care of my sister, the young lady Han." Wang was moved to tears, and hearing Yang refer to him as nephew, he replied, "If that is the case, dear nephew, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall not neglect my promise." He then called for help to carry Minister Min down from the upper floor. The postmaster, already feeling apprehensive, was merely a courier and had no attachment to the Chicken Crow post. He was eager to flee with his children and, seeing the situation, hurried to the door to direct the gentry in their departure, preparing to evacuate the townsfolk from the city. Yang Ling rushed to the stairs and called out to Han, "Young lady, the city cannot be defended any longer. You must accompany Wang to escort Minister Min out of the city and up the mountain." Han Youniang exclaimed anxiously, "My lord, what about you?" Yang Ling casually deflected, "You go ahead. I shall follow shortly." Han Youniang regarded him with suspicion and declared, "No, I will accompany you. If we are to leave, we shall do so together." Yang Ling, in a fit of desperation, raised his voice sharply, "Why are you being so foolish? Do you not heed my words? Are you forcing me to dismiss you right now?" The more he urged, the more Han Youniang was convinced of his determination to sacrifice himself for the city, unaware that his noble intentions were driven by selfish love. The spirited young woman, typically headstrong, had never exhibited such obstinacy in his presence. Now, she disregarded the constraints of propriety and retorted, "I have not committed any transgressions that warrant dismissal. Why should you cast me aside?" Yang Ling, exasperated, raised his hand in anger. Han Youniang stood firm, closing her eyes and refusing to evade. As he lifted his hand, he caught sight of her youthful face and hesitated, unable to strike. Suddenly, two resounding explosions erupted, and Jiang Bin shouted, "The enemy is firing cannons." Without a moment's thought, Yang Ling embraced Han Youniang, toppling her to the ground and shielding her with his body. A cacophony ensued, dust swirling as a corner of the tower was struck, causing the structure to partially collapse. Debris rained down, injuring the gathered gentry and officials, many of whom were buried beneath the rubble, including a significant portion of the wounded who had been resting in a corner. It was not just the clueless individuals inside. Even the soldiers outside failed to comprehend that lying down could minimize the risk of injury from explosions. What we now regard as common knowledge was, in fact, a lesson learned through generations of trial and error. As Han Youniang lay beneath him, momentarily bewildered, she pondered the nature of this new discipline her husband had devised. Only after the explosion subsided did she realize he was merely trying to protect her from harm. She quickly wriggled free from beneath him, only to see a pile of rubble precariously close to Yang Ling, with a portion of a window frame pressing down on him. Alarmed, she hastily removed the debris and anxiously inquired, "My lord, are you injured?" At that moment, a trembling gentleman, having taken refuge by the wall, stood up and cried out, "Quick, save him! Mai Cheng is trapped beneath." Simultaneously, Jiang Bin, lying on the city wall, burst into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "By heavens, what an explosion! Marvelous, simply marvelous." The rest stared at him incredulously, their expressions filled with ire. Jiang Bin, bare-chested, pointed downwards, still cackling with glee. They turned their gaze to the scene below, where the two fearsome cannons of the enemy had wreaked havoc. One cannon had been flung over 2 yards away, its carriage overturned amidst the chaos, claiming numerous casualties. The other cannon's barrel lay in a dark pit, its wheel rolling aimlessly across the snowy ground before finally toppling over. Everyone was astonished, bewildered by the unfolding events. When Jiang, the commander, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "The Tartars cannot operate our cannons. Without securing them with iron bolts, one cannon's barrel has been launched skyward, while another has exploded due to excessive gunpowder. How amusing." Upon returning home in the evening, I saw the votes accumulated and felt an overwhelming surge of courage and inspiration. I surmised that I could easily guard the chicken call post by myself. I kindly asked my friends to continue their support. Additionally, I never intended to portray Ma Yinar as a figure of the feminist movement. That notion had never crossed my mind. I only aimed to provide context for her subsequent actions, so please do not misunderstand. Chapter 26, A Sudden Turn of Events upon hearing Major Zhang's explanation. The crowd was filled with astonishment and delight. Yang Ling emerged to witness the peculiar scene, finding it quite amusing. Following a brief commotion, the Tartar soldiers, under the command of a leader, began to converge, intending to overturn the cannon. Observing this, Yang Ling immediately shouted, "Do not linger. Seize this opportune moment." Lord Wang hastened to organize the civilians to evacuate the city. Quickly, bring a few men to rescue the horse courier and the injured soldiers. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Bin also understood that this was no time for idle spectating. He swiftly turned and bellowed, "Where are the gunners? Is anyone still alive? Quickly, ready our cannon and obliterate the Tartars' artillery." The ramparts soon became a flurry of activity. Fortunately, Lord Min had just been carried down from the 2nd floor. Otherwise, he would have certainly perished in that blast. At that moment, he was perhaps the luckiest man alive, being the highest authority at Jinyiwei Post. He had single-handedly charged into the enemy ranks, beheaded the young prince Bo Yin Ming, and left the ensuing chaos for others to manage. The county magistrate's clerk directed the bearers to carry magistrate Min, along with a group of local gentry, hurriedly down the city walls. Yang Ling and Inspector Liu called upon over a dozen soldiers to hastily dig through the rubble to rescue those trapped. After a considerable effort, they extricated 5 or 6 individuals from the debris. Tragically, one had been crushed to death, yet the others, fortunately, sustained no life-threatening injuries. However, the horse courier, who had been directing the gentry's evacuation, was found with his head pulled out from the rubble. Despite their attempts to lift him, his body remained motionless. Once Yang Ling and the others cleared the debris from him, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. A supporting beam had crushed the horse courier's abdomen, leaving his lower body a mangled mess. He had already breathed his last. Meanwhile, Jiang Bin managed to locate a few individuals among the remnants of the soldiers who were capable of operating the artillery. Regrettably, of the 3 main gunners, 2 had perished in the earlier hand-to-hand combat, leaving only one, who was injured and had just been rescued from the debris, having sustained a knife wound to his side and now with a head injury from falling bricks. Jiang Bin paid no heed to his condition and insisted that the bloodied man be propped up on the cannon platform. The dazed gunner attempted to direct his assistant to adjust the cannon's angle. When they finally fired, the shell exploded over 10 paces away from the enemy cannon, causing no damage to it but claiming the lives of over a dozen Tartars who were frantically loading ammunition. The disarray among the Tartar soldiers intensified as they scrambled to reload. At that time, cannons had yet to be equipped with aiming devices, relying solely on the gunner's experience and keen eyesight. It was only due to the close proximity of the massive target that they managed to obliterate the Tartar war chariot. However, now that the enemy's cannon was positioned 3 arrows' length away, even the finest marksman might struggle to achieve accuracy, especially under the current circumstances. Compounded by the fact that they were employing indirect fire, Jiang Bin had not anticipated that the gunner would successfully destroy the enemy's artillery in one shot. He promptly ordered that all 3 cannons be loaded and prepared for firing, instructing assistants for the gunner to calibrate each shot. After 2 consecutive firings, one shell fell short, wasting precious ammunition, while another overshot, exploding amidst the Tartar ranks. Huang County, Yang Ling, Jiang Bin, and others stood at the lookout, their hands clammy with anxiety, yet feeling utterly helpless. It was the first time Yang Ling felt a deep-seated resentment towards his profession in insurance. Had he chosen to be an artilleryman? Perhaps he could have better handled this primitive cannon. At that moment, a group of a dozen men suddenly mounted their horses and fled from the massive cannon set up by the Tartars. Yang Ling and the others watched as the cannon roared to life, belching forth a flame while a thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards. The cannon, engulfed in smoke, soared briefly into the air before crashing back down. They felt the ground tremble beneath their feet amidst the deafening noise, followed by an eerie silence. Stunned, they exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the absence of any explosion atop the city walls. Jiang Bin chuckled awkwardly. Even the Tartars can't be foolish enough to forget to load the cannonballs. Despite his jest, an inexplicable fear gnawed at him, casting a shadow over his forced smile. Before Yang Ling could respond, a cacophony reminiscent of a landslide surged from below the city, cheers of the Tartar soldiers. Peering down, they saw a sea of dark figures brandishing weapons, a forest of blades and firearms. Yang Ling gasped sharply, locking eyes with Jiang Bin, both reflecting a shared chill of dread. In unison, they exclaimed, "The city gate." The Tartars' direct cannon fire had shattered the wooden gates, which now hung ajar, still emitting wisps of smoke. The defenders atop the walls were left in a daze. As a horde of iron-clad cavalry surged forward, the chicken cry post had fallen. The thunderous battle cries drowned out the panic-stricken shouts of soldiers and militiamen who had lost all will to fight. Yang Ling turned silently, his searching gaze landing upon a pair of bright, glimmering eyes. Those eyes, imbued with profound emotion and longing, struck him as eerily familiar, as if they had gazed upon him with such deep affection long ago. Perhaps this fleeting connection held echoes of a past life, and he wondered, would they meet again in the next? Time rushed by like a fleeting dream, love deepening without regret. In that moment, his heart brimmed with a yearning for life and an apprehension of the unknown, yet he found himself unable to contemplate further, his consciousness suspended in a void. Suddenly, a grotesque visage materialized before Yang Ling, obscuring the figure of the woman he cherished. The ghastly face, splattered with blood, grinned widely as it emitted a wheezing laugh, shaking Yang Ling's shoulders with fervor. "It's here. Ha! It's finally here." The force of the grip nearly made Yang Ling retch. With a swift motion, he pushed away the face that had intruded upon his thoughts, refocusing his vision to reveal Jiang Bin, whose once fair complexion had turned an alarming crimson. His features contorted in a frenzy of excitement. Pushed aside by Yang Ling, he exhibited no sign of reluctance, continuing to dance and laugh maniacally. "Here they come. Ha! The fortunate are favored by heaven. The general of Youniang has arrived." Yang Ling paused, finally hearing a cacophony of gunfire resembling the sound of frying beans. Having been engaged in administrative duties for so long, he understood Jiang Bin's words. The border army of Xianhua is commanded by one general and one deputy general, overseeing 7 assistant generals, with the general of Youniang responsible for the defense of Huailai. The rapid oscillation between great joy and profound sorrow rendered his vision dark, nearly causing him to faint. At some point, Han Youniang had run to him, and Yang Ling embraced her tightly, trembling with happiness. As Han Youniang supported him while turning toward the city wall, his legs wobbled as if he had consumed 2 gin of strong liquor. Below the city, the Tatar soldiers had surged within an arrow's range, yet a large contingent of officials and soldiers had also poured out from the city gates. Leading the charge were a group of gunmen, their gunfire crackling like popcorn, amidst the smoke where bodies fell like wheat being harvested. At this moment, the power of the firearms was still insufficient. Their shooting distance paled in comparison to that of bows and arrows. If the adversaries donned even a layer of armor, the lead balls would scarcely penetrate. However, the Tatar soldiers, intoxicated by their triumph, galloped forward, eager to invade the city, plundering riches and ravaging fair maidens. As the gunfire erupted, they had already charged within half an arrow's range, and most of the soldiers were clad in mere cloth robes, resulting in significant casualties. While the firearms could not slay warhorses, those struck would recoil in pain, refusing to charge forward, leading to chaos and trampling among themselves. The number of casualties nearly rivaling those felled by gunfire. Yang Ling observed the Ming soldiers' gunmen equally caught in disarray. He recalled watching foreign films from the 17th century, where gunmen would shoot in 3 staggered lines, the first lying down, the second kneeling, and the third standing, firing in succession. When shooting on the move, they would form 2 lines, with the first line retreating after firing, allowing the second line to advance, thus compensating for the slow reloading of the era's firearms. However, the Ming soldiers below were charging forward en masse to shoot, then hastily retreating, while the cavalry that had just emerged from the city enveloped the Tatars from both flanks. Yet, the foremost gunman who had retreated too slowly fell victim to the Tatars' arrows, suffering numerous casualties. Did the Ming army not grasp the concept of using formations to mitigate the shortcomings of their antiquated firearms? Yang Ling pondered. Perhaps he should inquire with General Jiang and his officers. As a modern individual, he might indeed have some knowledge to impart. In truth, this three-phase firing method had been employed as early as the Hanwu period by General Mu Ying during the suppression of rebellions. However, as firearms became more prevalent in the military, the Ming Dynasty never prioritized the training of officers and soldiers. Consequently, these tactical maneuvers were never widely adopted. The Ming army typically executed a simultaneous volley of fire, only to find the enemy charging upon them, rendering their firearms effectively useless as mere clubs. The main force of the Ming army continued to surge from the city gates, attacking the Tatars. Although their formation could not match the Tatars' speed, the latter were caught entirely off guard, and the previous volley of gunfire had sown confusion among them, creating a favorable situation for the Ming forces. Yang Ling clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of passion within him. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from behind. General He from Youniang and Huai. Military Supervisor Yi, Deputy Military Supervisor Liu, and County Magistrate Ji, where are the officers of the garrison? Chapter 27. The supervising general and the traitorous forces. Yang Ling turned around to see Huang Xiang, Jiang Bin, and a group of county officials hastening forward. Kneeling to the ground and proclaiming, I am Huang Qin, the county magistrate of Jiming County, and this is Jiang Bin, the chief officer, paying respects to the esteemed officials. The Youniang deputy general waved his hand and replied, Rise. Where is county magistrate Min? As he moved, the clanking of his armor resonated. This esteemed deputy general He, around 50 years of age, was of modest height, with a gaunt face and a dark complexion. His piercing eyes exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Behind him followed a group of well-groomed officers, and flanking him were two individuals. To his left stood a man in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a slight beard, who appeared to be a tall scholar, emanating an air of literary refinement as he scrutinized Huang Xiang, who was bowing in response. Yang Ling glanced at his official robe and, from his acquired knowledge, understood that this man was a fifth-rank scholar, revealing the traditional practice in the Ming Dynasty of having civil officials oversee military affairs, astonishingly appointing a fifth-rank official to supervise a third-rank deputy general. To Yang Ling, eunuchs were a rarity, prompting him to observe this one intently. Unlike the caricatured, sycophantic eunuchs often depicted in films, this Lu Gonggong, in his 50s, had a sharply angular jaw and astute yet gentle eyes. Aside from his somewhat loose and fair skin, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. As Huang Xiang and Jiang Bin rose, Huang Qin bowed and reported, My lord, County Magistrate Min has been struck by a Tatar poisoned arrow and lies unconscious. He was just in a perilous state, and I have instructed the chief clerk to carry him from the city. For now, Jiang Bin and I are in charge of the city's defense. The thunderous sound of war drums and the cacophony of battle echoed ominously, yet the Ming forces had caught the Tatars off guard, with reinforcements continuously pouring out from the city. But Dalmo, realizing he had fallen into the Ming army's trap, promptly ordered Lin Dada to cover their retreat, and the main force began to withdraw. Lu Gonggong, observing the Tatar army's retreat, chuckled, General, your valor is commendable. The moment our forces arrive, we reclaim Jiming Post, achieving a first victory. This shall be presented to the Emperor as a splendid New Year's gift. His voice was not particularly shrill, though it did possess a slightly effeminate tone. Deputy General, he smiled modestly and waved his hand, saying, Lu Gonggong, your praise is unwarranted. Send forth an order to command Yishaji, Wang Qingxian, and Zhongyai to station themselves at the eastern, southern, and western gates respectively, while Bai Chun and Sun Dazhong pursue the enemy chieftains. Upon hearing this, Yi Yushir interjected, General, please hold. Our troops have just arrived and are not yet acquainted with the enemy situation. We must not underestimate the foe. The military adage states, know yourself and know your enemy to ensure victory in every battle. The Tatars rely on their horses for survival, and their mobility far exceeds ours. For the time being, we should fortify our defenses and send out scouts to ascertain the enemy's condition before making any further plans. Jiang Bin, overhearing, urged, My lord, the enemy's formation is already in disarray. We must seize this opportunity to strike decisively. As the saying goes, military affairs cherish swiftness. If we allow them to stabilize their formation and regroup, it will require more effort to overcome them. Yi Yushi, upon seeing that he was merely a subordinate officer, could not help but scoff with a wave of his sleeve, remarking, "What a farce! Warfare is indeed a perilous instrument of the world, to be wielded with utmost caution. The principles of military engagement are vast. Thousands of carriages, countless armored vehicles, 10,000 troops clad in armor, and provisions to sustain a march of 1,000 miles. Costing gold by the day. Our great army has just arrived, barely establishing a foothold, while our supply lines lag far behind. With no reinforcements to rely upon and the enemy's intentions still shrouded in uncertainty. To advance recklessly under such circumstances is tantamount to a reckless pursuit of glory." Though Jiangbin possessed some knowledge of military texts, he found himself bewildered by Yi Yushi's barrage of figures and phrases, rendered speechless. Yang Ling, despite his lack of military expertise, recognized that the enemy had been caught off guard. Now was the time to pursue them relentlessly, for the adversaries would undoubtedly struggle to mount an effective counterattack. Moreover, during that era, the command structure of armies was rudimentary at best. Compounded by the soldiers' lack of organization and loyalty, ordinary troops often relied on sheer fervor, which sometimes led to smaller forces defeating larger ones, not merely a fanciful tale but rather a reality. A single banner's fall could spell disaster for an entire army, making regrouping an arduous task. Currently, the enemy was evidently in a state of rout, yet this bookish officer remained excessively cautious, seeking to avoid blame rather than earn merit, rigidly adhering to military doctrines. Such behavior was simply preposterous. Nonetheless, despite being a mere fifth-rank civil official, Yi Yushi's opinions could not be dismissed by He Jiang, the commanding officer. The role of a military supervisor extended beyond mere oversight. It encompassed the ultimate authority in military command. After a moment of contemplation, He Jiang inquired of Jiangbin, "How many enemies are besieging the city?" Jiangbin promptly replied, "To report, my lord. Only 100 or so Tatars disturbed the city last night. However, at dawn today, nearly 3,000 of them launched a forceful assault, and just moments ago, nearly 1,000 enemies brought 2 cannons. Were it not for the general's timely arrival, this city would have already fallen." Upon hearing this, Yi Yushi remarked, "How is it that the enemy continues to reinforce their numbers? Clearly, they are receiving constant support. How can one not proceed with caution?" He Jiang hesitated for a moment before turning to Lu Gonggong, asking, "What do you think?" Both military supervisors were hastily appointed for the occasion. Yi Yushi had come to Yin Prefecture to assess local officials' performance, while Lu Gonggong, a eunuch of low rank in the inner palace, had been summoned on a mission to procure supplies, only to be urgently recalled and assigned to accompany Yi Yushi. Though his position was humble, he frequently encountered the emperor, which made He Jiang regard his opinions with respect. Lu Gonggong, despite his lowly station, was cautious, fearing to reveal any sign of cowardice. Having listened to Yi Yushi's words, he silently pondered. Once our army arrives, reclaiming the Chicken Cry post would indeed be a significant achievement. However, if we were to press forward recklessly, seeking further glory, and were met with hidden adversaries, I would not have fulfilled my supervisory duty, incurring the emperor's wrath. Thus, prudence prevails. With this thought, Lu Gonggong smiled slightly and said, "General, he is valiant, and Yi Yushi is insightful. I am but a humble observer with limited perspective. Nevertheless, our army, having traversed great distances, may be fatigued. And should we rashly pursue the enemy, any misstep would be regrettable. Now, Generals Zheng and Song are leading their troops from Zhuolu and Qiqing to besiege the Tatar forces. Additionally, the guerrilla commander Qi Guangxing is rushing to the aid of the 2.5 post. With multiple forces converging, the defeat of the Tatar army is inevitable. However, it is prudent to exercise caution. Since both supervising generals share a similar view, General, he stated, "Good, the Central Army shall obey orders. Command by Chun and Sun Dazheng to withdraw their troops and establish a strong defense at the city gate. Instruct the military engineers and local craftsmen to immediately repair the city gate. Dispatch scouts to investigate the enemy's strength and the current situation at the 2.5 post in Wulipu." Yang Ling, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head in dismay. "It is not the fierce enemy that I fear, but rather the foolish generals. Clearly, this is a golden opportunity. Yet it has been squandered due to the ramblings of a scholar, which is truly regrettable. General," he continued, "where is the county magistrate, Huang?" Huang County Magistrate hastily replied, "My lord, the post magistrate Ma has already perished in battle." General, he then inquired, "And the county clerk?" Huang County Magistrate bowed and answered, My lord, Clerk Wang has left the city with Lord Min presumably. The army's advance has obstructed the road, and they cannot arrive in time. This is Master Yang, who is responsible for all civil matters. Please feel free to issue your commands. General, he glanced at Yang Ling, momentarily taken aback by his youth. Huang County Magistrate, noticing this, smiled and said, My lord, Master Yang is exceptionally talented and has assisted Lord Min in managing the chicken cry post with great order and efficiency. You need not worry. Oh, General, he remarked, his stern expression softening as he scrutinized Yang Ling. He pointed at him and declared, You shall transfer all county affairs to Huang County Magistrate. From now on, you will temporarily assume the position of Post Magistrate of Chicken Cry County, responsible for military correspondence and the transportation of provisions. Furthermore, this general and the 2 supervising generals will be residing at the Post Magistrate's office tonight. Please make the necessary arrangements. Yang Ling promptly bowed and replied, It is my humble duty to obey. General, he then addressed Envoy Yi and Eunuch Lu with a cordial demeanor. Gentlemen, let us proceed to inspect the city defenses. Huang County Magistrate hurriedly instructed Head Wang to accompany Yang Ling in taking over the Post Magistrate's office, then departed with Jiang Bin and the 3 gentlemen. Yang Ling straightened up, feeling somewhat bewildered. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Han Youniang curiously asked, My lord, is being a Post Magistrate a promotion or a demotion? Yang Ling shook his head. It is a confusion. Han Youniang, concerned, said, My lord was just injured. Or perhaps it was that General Jiang who shook you too hard. You are not in good health, and he exerted such force. With that, Han Youniang cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Bin's retreating figure. Yang Ling sighed with a wry smile. No, it is not that. I have never been a Post Magistrate before and do not know what to do. Huang is accompanying the gentleman to inspect the city, and there is no one to guide me. Han Youniang suggested. Then go and ask Clerk Wang. It is not yet noon, and you still have ample time to arrange accommodations for the gentleman. Yang Ling slapped his forehead. You are right. I shall go now. You should return home and rest. I will come back as soon as I finish. I am truly exhausted. Han Youniang responded affirmatively, and Yang Ling hurriedly descended the city alongside Head Wang. Chapter 28. The acting courier supervisor. At this moment, the city was thronged with troops, and the humble chicken crowing post was filled with soldiers. The Ming army was organized into 2 types, military garrisons and troop camps. The border forces belonged to the troop camps, under the command of General He, who oversaw 5 officers, each leading 120 men. The total military strength within the city reached 600, surpassing the Tatars in both manpower and morale. Had they seized the opportunity to strike at the heart of the Tatar forces while they were in a state of panic and unpreparedness, they might have disrupted their ranks and inflicted substantial losses. Regrettably, this chance was missed, a fact that was truly lamentable. The county clerk resided near the county office and had initially planned to assist county magistrate Min in organizing the locals for an escape. However, upon witnessing the army charging in from the north gate, that plan was rendered obsolete. He first ensured the safe return of Magistrate Min to the county office and was hastening back when he encountered Yang Ling and Head Wang. Yang Ling and Head Wang had arrived on horseback, with Yang Ling, unfamiliar with riding, stubbornly mounting a steed to save time. Though the horse did not gallop, the jolting motion left his thighs sore and his back feeling as if it might break. Upon seeing the county clerk, Yang Ling hurriedly informed him of his temporary appointment as the acting courier supervisor and humbly sought guidance, gleaning essential insights before promptly heading to the courier supervisor's office. The courier supervisor's office was a grand structure built of brick and wood, comprising a series of 5 interconnected courtyards. The outermost courtyard housed the post inn. The second courtyard contained storage and a school for couriers, with the more inner spaces designated for the supervisor's office and residence. Following the military orders relayed by Head Wang, the office was temporarily placed under the management of the hastily appointed Yang Ling. Due to the small size of chicken crowing post, there was no dedicated treasurer. Thus, the courier supervisor also assumed the responsibilities of the treasurer. The courier supervisor had 6 assistants, 4 of whom handled the supervisor's affairs and 2 managed the storerooms. Following the fierce battle in the city, the defending troops suffered grievous losses, leaving only 4 of the 6 assistants alive, one of whom was severely injured. Consequently, Yang Ling had but 3 assistants available for his command, all of whom appeared singed and soot-stained, having had no time to clean themselves. Though not as disheveled as Yang Ling, they were still quite a sight. Yang Ling instructed them to prepare the finest accommodations for the 3 gentlemen and to clear the storerooms, ensuring that rations and supplies were accurately counted, documented, and organized for distribution among the various camps. After issuing all his commands, he surveyed the surroundings, reflecting on the fact that this was once the workplace of the former courier supervisor. It struck him that they had a peculiar connection. He had arrived at chicken crowing post merely a day later than the former supervisor, and it was through the former's legal troubles that he had become acquainted with the county magistrate, thus securing a means of livelihood. Yet, the former supervisor had met a tragic end merely a month into his tenure, while he, always prepared for death, remained alive. The unpredictability of life was truly astounding. Yang Ling pondered whether he should visit the siblings, Ma Ong and his sister, who should now be aware of the tragic news regarding their brother, and felt compelled to pay them a visit. However, at this moment, the military supply convoy was arriving in a steady stream, negotiating with officials, receiving provisions for storage, calculating the supply needs of various troops, and arranging the logistics for each regiment. He, along with several clerks, was utterly swamped with tasks, leaving no time for condolences. Moreover, the post of the courier chief had just become vacant with the recent passing of the previous officer, and he had taken over the role. If he were to appear before the Ma siblings, with a throng of couriers and clerks continuously approaching him for instructions, it would likely deepen their sorrow. After some contemplation, he decided against it. The incessant movement of grain was indeed cumbersome. Yang Ling could not fathom why, within just over 10 days, the military provisions held in the camp should be so meticulously orchestrated. Such frequent relocations seemed to waste human resources and financial means, and the process of dispatching and transporting was both time-consuming and labor-intensive, even if the intent was to keep the military's lifeline firmly in the hands of the civil officials. This approach felt excessively cautious. He was as busy as a whirlwind, riding his horse to oversee the delivery of provisions at each city gate. It was only when he passed by his home that he hastily dismounted, wishing to change into a clean robe, as the one he wore was utterly soiled. Upon dismounting, Yang Ling felt as though his legs were weightless, reminiscent of just stepping off a boat. Unfamiliar with horseback riding, the insides of his thighs were chafed, making his movements awkward. He feared that Youniang would be distressed upon seeing him, so he slowed his pace as he entered the door, attempting to appear more composed. As he stepped inside, he saw Youniang, wearing a blue floral apron, sitting at the stove making dumplings. Upon noticing her husband's return, she approached him like a joyful magpie, her rosy cheeks radiating happiness. The air was filled with the aroma of vegetable filling. Yang Ling inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of home, a warm and comforting feeling. Spotting some flour dusting Youniang's cheeks, a gentle tenderness blossomed in his heart, and he found himself increasingly fond of her childlike, yet gentle demeanor. He noticed the pot lid was neatly stacked with half a dozen rows of dumplings, resembling little white ingots, and he couldn't help but chuckle. I told you to rest at home and simply prepare a meal. Why go through the trouble of making dumplings?" Youniang, helping him out of his dirty robe, smiled brightly and replied, "Husband, today is the new year. How can we be careless? This is our first new year together." Yang Ling paused, momentarily taken aback. The day's harrowing events had caused him to forget that it was indeed the first day of the new year. This inaugural new year in the Ming Dynasty was spent with Youniang amidst the chaos of swords and lights. Seeing the blissful expression on her face, devoid of any complaint, stirred a pang of emotion within him. He wondered if he would be fortunate enough to celebrate a second new year with her. Fearing that Youniang might notice his expression, he quickly turned away, grabbed a robe, and said, I truly forgot. I will go buy some wine and dishes. Let us celebrate the new year together when I return, making up for the New Year's Eve we missed." Youniang cheerfully agreed, saying, "I have prepared a new robe for you, resting on the calm, to wear when you come back." Yang Ling nodded and hurried outside, mounting his horse once more, racing back to the South City with 2 couriers. Outside the South City, 2 regiments were stationed, currently preparing meals, with freshly cut damp wood from the mountains producing thick smoke as it struggled to catch fire. Upon arriving at the city gate and inquiring, Yang Ling learned that the county magistrate, accompanied by several dignitaries, had gone to the Hongyan Tower for a meal, while the craftsmen repairing the city gate had already ceased their work. Observing that there was nothing further to attend to, Yang Ling turned back, accompanied by several young clerks. Since he had eaten only a single meal in the morning, he had been bustling about all day and was now ravenously hungry. Although he had gradually grasped some aspects of horseback riding, he still found it far more exhausting than walking. Riding required the exertion of every muscle, leaving him utterly fatigued and parched. Noticing a well by the roadside, he dismounted and utilized the wooden pulley to draw up a bucket of water. The well water was crystal clear, with translucent shards of ice floating within. Yang Ling scooped up a handful of the cool, sweet water and drank deeply, savoring its refreshing taste, though it stirred a slight discomfort in his stomach. After catching his breath, he decided to wash his face with the well water. Standing up, he stretched his back, exhaling a cloud of frosty mist, while the damp strands of hair stiffened in the cold. At that moment, a group of over 10 cavalrymen galloped towards him from the military camp outside the city. Their horses were moving at such a rapid pace that the leading officer, upon spotting the individuals by the well-clad in courier uniforms, hastily reined in his steed, yet still overshot by over 10 paces before managing to turn back. Yang Ling gazed in astonishment at the officer amidst the throng of soldiers. The man appeared to be in his 40s, slender with dark skin, a hint of stubble gracing his jawline. However, upon closer inspection, his high cheekbones and the peculiar shape of his eyes, more white than black, somewhat marred his scholarly demeanor. His expression was stern, clearly suppressing his ire. As his horse approached, he arrogantly held the reins and, with a whip in hand, looked down upon Yang Ling, demanding, "Are you from the courier office?" Yang Ling, warming his frostbitten hands, replied, "Might I inquire as to which general you are, and what brings you here?" An attendant beside the officer barked, "Presumptuous! This is our commander, yet you dare not respond promptly?" Upon realizing he was in the presence of a fourth-rank general, Yang Ling immediately refrained from insolence, straightening his posture and respectfully clasping his hands. "I am merely the acting courier officer of this county. What orders does the general have?" The general, upon hearing this, cracked his whip sharply, the sound slicing through the air and startling Yang Ling, which in turn provoked hearty laughter from the attendants. Enraged, Yang Ling shot an indignant glare at the commander, who, gritting his teeth, coldly remarked, "You, a mere courier officer, possess quite the audacity. I have led my troops through the night to provide aid, saving nearly 10,000 souls at Jimming Post, and yet you expect my soldiers to endure hunger. Is this not utterly unreasonable?" Upon observing the imperious demeanor of the general, Yang Ling initially felt a surge of anger. However, upon hearing his words, he was momentarily taken aback, and his fury dissipated. He furrowed his brow in suspicion, pondering, how can this be? He turned a glance at the widely open South City gate, pointing towards the rising smoke from cooking fires. "I have instructed the personnel at the post to distribute provisions, and it is evident that cooking fires have been ignited outside the city. How can one claim to be starving?" The stern-faced Captain Bai, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "That is the camp of General Sunday. My subordinate troops are also soldiers of the Ming Dynasty, and to this day, only half of the officers have received their rations. It is often said that even the Emperor does not allow soldiers to go hungry. Do you expect us to march into battle on empty stomachs?" A fleeting thought crossed Yang Ling's mind: embezzlement and misappropriation. When he departed from the post office, he had personally inspected the granaries, which were filled with provisions sufficient to sustain these 5,000 soldiers for 10 days. Who possessed such audacity to pilfer with such arrogance, especially amidst the turmoil of war? His heart swelled with indignation, to the point where he felt a murderous intent rising within him. His countenance turned a shade of iron gray. Suppressing his wrath, Yang Ling performed a respectful bow to Captain Bai and, with unwavering determination, stated, "Sir, this oversight is my fault, and I humbly request your understanding. Please dispatch the military cooks to the post office at once. I shall return there immediately to personally oversee the distribution of rations." A young clerk beside him had been tugging at his sleeve, seemingly eager to convey something, but Yang Ling paid him no heed, his gaze firmly fixed on the captain. Upon hearing Yang Ling's words, the harsh lines of Captain Bai's face gradually softened. He leaned forward, his triangular eyes fixated on Yang Ling for a prolonged moment, before suddenly inquiring, "What is your name?" Yang Ling replied, "I am Yang Ling, the acting postmaster of Jimming County." Captain Bai nodded in acknowledgement, straightening his posture, and chuckled. "Ah, a commendable acting postmaster indeed. I shall remember you, Yang Ling Xiaopeng. Ride swiftly to catch up with Guanshuoying and instruct them to refrain from looting provisions. Inform them that Postmaster Yang shall soon open the granary. I will await your news back at the main camp." Chapter 29. Opening the granaries. Baidu C led his loyal soldiers at breakneck speed out of the city. Yang Ling, interpreting Baidu C's words, realized that someone had already been dispatched to the courier post to seize supplies. Ignoring the aches in his sides, he hastily mounted his horse and galloped toward the courier post. The small official who had just tugged at his sleeve rode alongside him, anxiously exclaiming, "My lord, you should not have promised them military provisions. What shall we do now?" Bouncing in the saddle like a marionette, Yang Ling could not restrain himself from retorting. What do you mean I should not? Are we to let our soldiers fight on empty stomachs? Skimping on military provisions is a grave offense in any dynasty. The small official chuckled bitterly. My lord, we, as mere minor officials, would never dare to withhold military rations. They simply did not bring enough supplies themselves. Who can be blamed for that? Yang Ling snapped back. Nonsense. There are clearly 2 granaries filled with provisions, sufficient for 10 days. How dare you deceive me to my face? The small official replied, I would never dare, my lord. Although the granary does have surplus grain, it belongs to the main army. These auxiliary troops only brought minimal supplies, which is not our concern. In fact, even 3/10 of the provisions for Sun Du siege troops were drawn from the main army's supplies. Yang Ling inquired, wait, hold on. Please explain this slowly. The small official then elaborated as they continued their ride. It turned out that among the 5 battalions under General He, those stationed in the eastern, western, and southern cities were his trusted men, the main garrison of Huailai, which was a permanent military presence in the area. The 2 battalions that had charged out of the city earlier, led by Sun Dazhong, were considered guest troops from another province. Although they had been permanently reassigned to local defense, their provisions and reinforcements, including supplies of horses and weapons, were still the responsibility of their original province, Hunan. Meanwhile, Baidu's troops were classified as auxiliary forces, temporarily drawn from the Zhejiang garrison, and were only assigned during the months when the Mongols were most likely to invade. This time, the Tatars attacked over a dozen courier stations in adjacent counties simultaneously, and the news of the flames reached the capital. The general in charge of Xianzhou dispatched 3 vice-generals to support Zhuolu, Huailai, and Qixin, while sending 2 guerrilla generals for rapid action, causing the main army to depart in haste. The logistics battalion was directly under the command of the Youniang vice-general, and thus the transport of provisions was prioritized for his own troops. Consequently, both Sun Dazhong and Baidu's divisions were inadequately supplied. Although Sun Dazhong's troops were classified as guest forces, their permanent reassignment meant that drawing some supplies from the main army was not an issue, as they could later request reimbursement from the treasury for the provisions brought in from Zhejiang. However, the auxiliary troops were only temporarily summoned and would have to return to their original stations in the spring. During that season, transportation was difficult, local officials were often inefficient, and responsibility was frequently deflected, resulting in delays in military payments. If they were to be called back before settling their debts, who would bear the financial burden? Upon hearing the small official's explanation, Yang Ling found the situation bewildering. It was astonishing that such a crucial department as the military could not efficiently manage its finances and provisions. This rigid and impractical supply system for military necessities clearly indicated a lack of foresight from whoever had devised it. No wonder, after traversing the city, he observed the soldiers' uniforms and weaponry varied greatly in specifications and quality. At this moment, he realized that he had overcommit himself. However, if the soldiers could not even have their fill, how could their morale and unity be guaranteed? Besides, Bai Chun's supplies were merely delayed in transit. As long as the treasury in the city could promptly adjust the accounts for each army, the issue would likely be resolved. With this thought, Yang Ling felt a sense of calm wash over him. As the sun dipped low in the west, the postmaster's office lay enveloped in a blanket of pristine white snow, basking in the cool sunlight. Underneath the eastern wall, every 20 steps along the path hung a lantern, its colors faded and indistinct, swaying gently in the breeze. 5 horse-drawn carts were lined up on the gentle slope of the path, where a cacophony of voices, tinged with a southern accent, could be heard in the distance. Armed with knives and guns, a group of over 40 men exuded an air of menace. In front of the post storehouse, more than 10 couriers stood with their staves raised, confronting a junior officer who was blocking the entrance, engaged in a fierce argument with the soldiers. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Ling felt as if a spring had been wound too tightly, and he hurried over, shouting, "Everyone, cease at once. If there is an issue, speak with me." By his side, Zheng Shaopeng, a trusted guard of the district commander, stood next to a burly officer wielding a hefty saber, whose countenance was fierce and reminiscent of a butcher. Zheng whispered a few words to him. The officer cast a sidelong glance at Yang Ling and waved his hand, causing the soldiers to fall silent. The junior officer guarding the entrance, upon spotting Yang Ling, leaped up and exclaimed loudly, "The postmaster has arrived. Sir, these soldiers intend to seize the military rations. I've just crawled out from a pile of corpses, and I am not afraid of you big-headed soldiers." Hearing this, the soldiers erupted into noise once more. Yang Ling quickly raised both hands and called out, "Silence, please." I trust that Brother Chio has conveyed the military orders from Commander Bai. All soldiers must refrain from causing a ruckus. Would the highest-ranking officer present please step forward to discuss the allocation of provisions and sign for their receipt? The officer standing beside Zheng Shaopeng strode forward, puffing out his chest as he said, "You are perceptive. We risk our lives at the front, yet here you hoard provisions while we go hungry. Do you think us easy to intimidate?" The junior officer guarding the storehouse stammered, "Sir, we cannot distribute these provisions to them without authorization. They are—" Yang Ling interrupted him. "I am aware they are reserve troops, auxiliary forces, and their supplies have yet to arrive." He scanned the crowd and stated emphatically, "Moreover, I also recognize that they are a valiant army, the saviors of our county. When the Chicken Crow post was on the brink of peril, it was they who charged to the forefront, driving away the invaders and preserving the lives of the townsfolk." He inquired of the soldiers, "If I am not mistaken, that musketeer squad belongs to your regiment, does it not?" Indeed, the officer's face was aglow with pride. He surveyed his surroundings with an air of satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, "The Northern Army has far too few musketeers. It is only our southern forces that are equipped with a dedicated musketeer unit." Yang Ling nodded and replied, "Yes. Now that the enemy has retreated, everyone in this county, including your parents and families, can finally enjoy a hearty meal and a good night's sleep. All thanks to these brave soldiers who stand guard at the city walls, keeping the invaders at bay," he asserted. "What reason do we have to withhold rations when our stores are full? Shall we allow these valiant officers, who charge into battle, to go hungry while they defend us outside? Heroes spill their blood for us. We cannot let them shed tears as well." His words were profoundly stirring in that era. Who truly cared about the thoughts of these common soldiers? Their contributions were overshadowed by the glory of grand narratives. The soldiers, who once brandished their weapons with fury, now lowered them quietly, their expressions transforming from anger to pride, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. The brutish officer's face trembled with emotion. Yang Ling shifted his tone and continued, "Moreover, what do we have to fear? They hail from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, a land abundant with fish and rice. Indeed, these regions contribute 7 or 8 parts of the empire's harvest. With such wealth, who fears borrowing grain without repayment?" He confidently assured, "I, Guanshuoying, shall personally guarantee that once our military provisions arrive, we will promptly return them to the treasury, leaving no grain unaccounted for." The officer, now feeling like a national hero, thumped his chest with pride, loudly assenting. Yang Ling exhaled in relief and signaled to the treasury clerk, commanding, "Open the granary and distribute the grain." He then smiled at Guanshuoying, saying, "General Guan, I sincerely apologize for delaying the meal for the brothers. However, given the importance of the treasury, I ask for your consideration to ensure that my men weigh the provisions before transferring them, so as not to disrupt the process." Guanshuoying, flattered by the repeated address of General, beamed with joy and eagerly agreed, "Of course, no need for such formalities." He glared at his subordinate soldiers and bellowed, "Brothers, behave yourselves. Do not disgrace our Zhejiang troops." The officers responded in a cacophony of agreement, and Guanshuoying slapped Yang Ling on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, saying, "Brother, you are under the command of Lord Bai, the captain of personal guards. I count you as a true friend." The personal guard was responsible for the leader's safety and occasionally took on the role of a combat supervisor. Although the captain's rank was modest, he was a trusted confidant of Baichun. Naturally, Yang Ling reciprocated the camaraderie, casually mentioning a few valiant soldiers, which endeared him to Guanshuoying, making their bond feel even more intimate. Finally, after successfully navigating through that crowd of soldiers, Yang Ling returned home, only then realizing the exhaustion that enveloped him, his body aching as though it had been dismantled. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the bed with a long sigh. Youniang, noticing the weariness etched on his face, hurriedly removed his boots, lifted his legs onto the bed, and sat beside him, gently massaging his legs, softly saying, "My dear, you must be weary. Rest a while, and we shall eat afterward." The warmth emanating from the Kong was comforting, and Han Youniang's gentle hands were a soothing balm. A wave of weariness enveloped Yang Ling, making him reluctant to even open his eyes. He reclined contentedly on the bedding, murmuring, "Youniang, I feel so exhausted, my entire body aches." Han Youniang switched from kneading to gently massaging, starting from his calves, her fingers skillfully easing the tension in his sore muscles. With a soft smile, she remarked, "If only we had some medicinal wine, I assure you, by tomorrow morning, you wouldn't feel any soreness at all." A delightful sensation of comfort and light tickling coursed through his calves, prompting Yang Ling to emit a soft sound of pleasure as he surrendered to her tender ministrations. After a moment, a thought struck him, and he hastily opened his eyes, saying, My physique is truly lacking. I must engage in some exercise. By the way, I saw you using that staff technique on the city wall today. It was impressive. What is that style called? Han Youniang's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly continued to massage his legs, her voice barely above a whisper. It's merely some rural tricks. Why do you ask, my lord? Chapter 30. The first day of the Lunar New Year. As Yang Ling heard her voice, he felt a twinge of shyness. He carefully glanced at her and noticed her hair, freshly washed and cascading elegantly down her shoulders, gleamed with a luster that exuded a refreshing and delicate charm. Beneath her beautifully arched brows sparkled a pair of honest eyes that seemed to flicker with an evasion of some unspoken truth. Yang Ling mused to himself, oh, could it be yet another family secret, a skill that cannot be shared with outsiders? Although he was aware that the young lady's heart was wholly devoted to him, he could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. He forced a smile and remarked, is this a skill passed down in your Han family? One that forbids outsiders from learning? Ha, I must have been too presumptuous. In this era, a woman, upon marriage, regarded her husband's family as her own, while her natal family became akin to strangers. To show favoritism towards her family could lead to severe repercussions. For Han Youniang, such words were indeed a grave reproach. She nervously replied, No, Youniang has nothing to hide from you, my lord. If you truly wish to learn, how could Youniang not teach you? This staff technique was learned from my father at the Shaolin Temple in Hunan. It is called the Mad Demon Staff Technique. During that time, the restrictions on ordination were stringent. Anyone under 16 needed parental and local official endorsements to enter the monastic life, followed by examinations in the capital, where only those proficient in reciting scriptures would receive ordination certificates. With temples facing a decline in disciples, they began to accept secular students, leading to a significant number of lay disciples from Hunan and Hebei. Youniang's father, due to his impoverished upbringing, had once sought sustenance at the Shaolin Temple, where he honed his martial arts skills. Upon hearing the name of the Mad Demon Staff Technique and associating it with Youniang's bashful demeanor, Yang Ling suddenly comprehended the situation. Observing her shy expression and petite figure, he found it increasingly amusing and could not suppress a chuckle. Han Youniang, taken aback by his laughter, looked at him, her face flushing as he continued to find the situation amusing. She pouted and said, Youniang did not wish to reveal this, but my lord pressed me to speak. And now you laugh at me. As she spoke, her lips formed a small pout, and Yang Ling laughed so hard his stomach ached. Noting her distressed expression, he naturally drew Han Youniang gently into his embrace, saying, I truly did not find it humorous. It is your sensitivity that amuses me. When I think of you, such a delicate creature, wielding the Mad Demon Staff Technique, I simply cannot help but laugh. Yang Ling's laughter was infectious, and despite her stern demeanor, Han Youniang's eyes sparkled with mirth until she finally succumbed to a giggle, playfully smacking his thigh in feigned anger. You are so mischievous, my lord, deliberately teasing me. Yang Ling winced at her playful slap, exclaiming, Ouch. Be gentle. The saddle is too hard. My thighs are nearly worn raw from riding. Alarmed, Han Youniang quickly placed her small hands tenderly on his thigh, her concern palpable, as if she wished to blow away his discomfort. She gently caressed his leg, her gaze unwavering as she asked, Does it still hurt? After we eat, I shall go to the pharmacy and procure some healing ointment. Clearing his throat, Yang Ling replied, his voice slightly hoarse, No need. I simply lack exercise. I am fine, truly, no need for any rubbing. The young girl, though she comprehends certain matters, occasionally displays remarkable ignorance. In close proximity to a critical point, her delicate little hands tease and caress, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. As though a deflated lifeboat had plunged into the sea, instantly expanding in a magical manner toward the heavens. Yang Ling hastily bent down, silently thanking the heavens, or perhaps the tailor, for the spaciousness of his trousers, which concealed his awkwardness. He exhaled a sigh of relief, only to realize that Han Youniang's lovely face was so near to his lips. The tender, flawless skin was brushed by a few strands of hair, provoking an itch that made him want to sneeze. Her face bore a faint trace of feminine fragrance, enticing Yang Ling to stir with anticipation. The hand resting on her lap now felt like a branding iron, searing with heat. Unable to resist any longer, Yang Ling embraced Han Youniang, planting a kiss on her cheek. She trembled, frozen in place. Her smooth skin, reminiscent of gelatin, had a quivering elasticity that compelled him to lean in for another deep kiss. Instantly, her face flushed with warmth, her body paralyzed. Yet her eyes glistened with a watery sheen, filled with surprise, shyness, and boundless joy intertwined with tender affection. Her luscious red lips resembled ripe peaches, ready for the picking. and Yang Ling stifled the overwhelming urge to ravage them, hoarsely stating, "I am hungry. Let us make dumplings." Han Youniang responded softly, her body remaining still, her eyes deeply fixed on Yang Ling, shimmering with an enchanting light that was indescribably captivating. With uncombed hair cascading over her shoulders, she presented a heart-rending image, a gentle plea for compassion. In Yang Ling's eyes, this delicate flower bud displayed an expression of willing surrender to be cherished. If Han Youniang were a tender blade of grass, then Yang Ling felt as though two formidable horns were sprouting from his head. He longed to engulf her entirely, to savor her exquisite fragrance once more. Inhaling the maidenly scent that enveloped her, he could no longer restrain himself. His large hand suddenly cradled the back of her head, seizing her sweetness. Their lips met and intertwined. Han Youniang gasped softly, naively yielding her tender territory to his conquest, devoid of the fierce defiance often found in battle. As he savored her refreshing essence, his fingers instinctively parted her collar, exploring the silky softness she possessed. Han Youniang emitted a gentle moan, her consciousness hazy as she succumbed to his advances, her body languidly melting into his embrace. Her pure, innocent fragrance swept away Yang Ling's fatigue. After what felt like an eternity, he finally withdrew his lips from her swollen ones, and Han Youniang appeared increasingly womanly, her eyes shimmering with allure, her lips glistening from his kisses, exuding an indescribable languor. A gentle kiss brushed their lips together, and he smiled softly, asking, "My dear, may I trouble you to prepare a meal for me?" Han Youniang gazed at him dreamily, her eyes sparkling. At his words, she seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, letting out a soft gasp as she shyly tightened her collar, hastily leaping down and floating out as if in a weightless dance. The clattering of pots and pans echoed from the outer hall, clearly indicating her flustered state as she struggled to regain her composure. Yang Ling smiled quietly, his fingers delicately twisting, still lingering with the warm, tender sensation of her softness. His heart began to waver, and for the first time, he felt a pang of resentment towards his own deceitful words. Had it not been for that lie, he could have savored the beauty of her youthful form right now. Over the days, he had come to understand her temperament somewhat. He knew that even if she remained untouched, her destiny was irrevocably tied to him, and she would never remarry. A conviction formed in her from childhood could not be easily altered by him. The thought of their 2-year timeline and the impending, inevitable separation stole his courage to claim her, rendering him incapable of offering her what she deserved or making promises. How could he calmly embrace the rights of a husband? Yet, regardless of the hardships of this era, he could not bear to leave, for here lay the wife he cherished and cared for. Yang Ling pondered silently, his heart aching as if pierced by needles. There is beauty in a well-crafted garment, deemed as elegance. There is grandeur in proper etiquette, signifying the essence of summer. The name of this ancient nation, Huaxia, derives its beauty from its splendid attire. The Ming Dynasty's Hanfu stands as the most varied and exquisite in Huaxia's history. With a pair of skilled hands, Youniang tailored the simple festive garments to fit her delicately, resulting in a stunning appearance. Yang Ling donned a round-collared, long-sleeved robe, complemented by a square scarf, his tall figure and star-like eyes exuding an air of scholarly elegance that delighted Youniang. She wore cotton-padded trousers beneath a blue plaid skirt and a light pink top, her slender waist accentuated, while her skirt swayed gracefully. Her long, glossy hair flowed in 2 braids down to her waist, presenting an image of purity and grace. Beneath the hem of her skirt, a pair of embroidered shoes peeked out as she brought over a steaming plate of dumplings. A small square table was placed on the kong, and Yang Ling sat cross-legged, maintaining a dignified posture, his gaze fixed ahead. Only a man of little merit would approach the stove, Youniang had just remarked, which resonated with the notion that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. Complying with her words, Yang Ling sat obediently, his mind wandering with idle thoughts while his eyes secretly admired the busy little wife's grace, not forgetting to appreciate the delicate beauty of her feet beneath her skirt. Han Youniang's feet were a sight to behold. Yang Ling recalled being frightened by his grandmother's feet as a child, the so-called 3-inch golden lotus, grotesquely twisted and misshapen, exuding a tragic ugliness. In contrast, Han Youniang possessed naturally beautiful feet, which Yang Ling surmised was due to her family's poverty, necessitating her to work in the fields, thus preserving her beauty. At that time, foot binding had not yet become fashionable. Only a few women practiced it. It was not until the late Ming and early Qing dynasties that such a perverse trend gained popularity. Otherwise, given Youniang's aspirations to be a virtuous and exemplary wife, there would be no reason for her to bind her feet. If that were the case, Yang Ling would not have the pleasure of witnessing her valiant figure striking down the Tatar bandits atop the city wall today. The table was adorned with dumplings filled with cabbage and pork, accompanied by a platter of braised beef, a selection of water delicacies, and a small flask of warm liquor. In the frigid embrace of a winter night, teetering on the edge of life and death, this young couple found solace in their most cherished celebration. The sweet manner in which his beloved savored her food, coupled with the sparkle in her bright eyes, painted the most romantic scenery in Yang Ling's heart. Chapter 31. 2 tigers after the meal, the young mistress busied herself with tidying the room while Yang Ling, holding a teapot, observed her industriousness, feeling restless himself. He was overwhelmed by a sense of moral decay, plagued by the notion that such indulgence would bring about retribution in his time. As if summoned, the impending consequence loomed. Yang Ling rose, awkwardly stepping outside, hoping to persuade the young mistress to allow him to wash a dish or sweep the floor. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. As Yang Ling looked up, he caught sight of a white figure swiftly entering, followed by a heavy punch landing on his shoulder, causing him to stagger dangerously close to falling. Regaining his balance, Yang Ling saw a pair of siblings standing at the threshold, Ma Ong and his sister. Both were clad in mourning attire, with Ma Ong's face flushed and filled with fury. Ma Lian, resembling a delicate white lotus adorned with dew, stood poised, yet her enchanting visage bore an expression as heavy as the depths of water, her bright eyes regarding Yang Ling with disdain. Confused, Yang Ling inquired, "Ma brother, Miss Ma, what brings you here?" Ma Ong retorted angrily, "Ungrateful wretch, who dares to call you brother?" With that, he lunged forward, fists flying. Yang Ling, lacking any martial prowess, dared not confront him and retreated 2 steps, only to have Han Youniang gracefully slip past him to intercept Ma Ong's assault with a decisive slap. The outer room, though modest, was filled with Ma Ong's powerful and aggressive strikes, dominating the space. Han Youniang stood her ground, unyielding as she engaged him with deft movements, employing her agile grappling skills to hold her ground. Yang Ling, perplexed as to why the siblings sought trouble with him, felt a surge of anger after being struck. Witnessing Ma Ong's relentless assault, he feared for Han Youniang's delicate frame, warning loudly, "Ma Ong, let us speak civilly. If you dare harm Youniang, I shall not let this rest." Initially, Ma Lian had stood aloof, her expression frosty, but upon hearing Yang Ling's threat, her brows furrowed in indignation. She deftly maneuvered past the combatants, launching herself at Yang Ling. Her slender and graceful form, once timid, now moved with surprising agility. Han Youniang's heart raced in alarm. Though she resented the brute for striking her husband, she recognized the siblings' friendship with him. As Ma Lian darted forward, Han Youniang swiftly ducked under Ma Ong's punch, retrieved 2 chopsticks from the stove, and expertly positioned them at Ma Ong's throat, commanding, "Stop." Ma Lian reached Yang Ling's side, her slender wrist twisting his arm back as she unsheathed a gleaming dagger from her waist, pressing it against his throat. Startled by the sight of her brother being restrained, she gasped in surprise. When Han Youniang noticed Yang Ling in peril, her grip on the chopsticks tightened as she exclaimed fiercely, "Release my husband." At the same moment, Ma Lian shouted, "Let go of my brother." Both women paused, meeting each other's gaze, each unwilling to relent. Yang Ling inhaled quietly, mindful of the sharp dagger that threatened to slice his throat. He turned to Han Youniang and said, "Youniang, release Ma Xiong." Han Youniang, filled with concern, replied, "But my husband, it is you." Yang Ling fixed her with a determined gaze, embodying the spirit of a true man, and insisted, "Let him go." Reluctantly, Han Youniang pouted and set down her chopsticks. Ma Lian let out a cold scoff and taunted, "What a formidable man you are. Do you think I fear to kill you?" Yang Ling, with a sense of resignation, responded, "To take a life, one must have a reason. Do you not agree? I have never wronged your esteemed siblings. Why would you wish to end my life?" Though he was perplexed by the anger etched on their faces, he was reassured by the absence of murderous intent in their eyes. Ma Lian raised her left hand, lifting Yang Ling's arm higher, the blade pressing against his throat. Yang Ling dared not bend down, stifling a groan of pain. Han Youniang, witnessing this, felt a pang of heartache, yet felt powerless as her husband was in their grasp. With gritted teeth, Ma Lian coldly remarked, "You have assisted my brother. Yet how has the Ma family treated you poorly? Why do you go so far in your cruelty?" Yang Ling, bewildered, inquired, "Miss Ma, I still do not comprehend what I have done wrong. Could you enlighten me?" Ma Ing, filled with indignation, declared, "My father has passed away. And you have now become the county's postmaster, is that so? You have done well to ingratiate yourself with General He and the military officials from the capital. Yet you seek to expel my siblings from the postmaster's office. Is there such a heartless creature as you in this world?" Ma Lian'er trembled as she spoke. "Even if you wish us to vacate the postmaster's office, we have only just arrived here for over a month, unfamiliar with this place. We merely asked for a room in the postmaster's office to set up a mourning hall for our father. Yet your subordinates have continually dismissed our request. Once warmth fades, so does affection. Yang, I misjudged you." She recalled the moment before the Hongyan Tower when she had been momentarily stirred. Lamenting to Yang Ling about the tears shed for an unreturned love, never anticipating that the man she admired would be so cold-hearted. While the post office staff displayed such callousness, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Yang Ling stood stunned, and after a moment, he exclaimed, "Ma Xiong, Miss Lian'er. I assure you, I have never committed any of these deeds. I mourn for Uncle Ma's passing just as deeply. Today, with the troops arriving, I have only just taken over the affairs of the post office, exhausted from a day of running about. I intended to pay my respects tomorrow. Do you truly believe I am the kind of person who would drive you away?" Ma Ong, still seething, retorted, "The heart of a person is a mystery. How can one discern your true nature?" However, Ma Lian'er paused, slowly releasing her grip on Yang Ling, her bright eyes searching his with intensity as she asked, "You truly have not?" Yang Ling met her gaze without flinching, slowly shaking his head. "I have not," seeing the sincerity reflected in his clear eyes. Ma Lian'er believed him. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she said, "Where there are people, there are emotions. Perhaps it is merely those petty officials who are wielding their power unjustly. My brother and I have been impulsive and have disturbed your esteemed couple. Brother, let us depart." With a downcast glance, she walked past Yang Ling, leaving behind a trace of delicate fragrance. Yang Ling unexpectedly recalled the radiant demeanor of their first encounter. Ma Lian'er's father had long resided in Liaodong, where she grew up, mastering horsemanship and fluent in Tatar. Her disposition was as candid and generous as that of Tatar women, a stark contrast to the women of the Central Plains. Since their acquaintance, it was the first time Yang Ling had seen her in such a state of frailty and helplessness. His heart softened, and he instinctively grasped her arm, saying, "Hold on. My esteemed uncle has called me a worthy nephew, thus I am his junior. I am not yet privy to the details. Could you enlighten me?" Ma Lian'er turned, her autumn-like eyes sweeping over his hand, prompting Yang Ling to hastily release his grip. In his moment of urgency, he had forgotten that in this era, seizing a woman's arm was considered exceedingly rude. The previously tense atmosphere was alleviated by the trust and understanding between Yang Ling and Ma Lian'er. Under Ma Ang's resentful gaze, Ma Lian'er recounted the events. Earlier that afternoon, a minor official at the post station had received instructions from Yang Ling to prepare several fine rooms. Consequently, he had cleared out the accommodations of Master Ma and his children to make way for a high-ranking official visiting from the capital. This small post station had never hosted any significant figures, and the finest rooms were merely a handful. At that time, Ma Ong and his sister, unaware of the situation, had rushed to the city walls to retrieve their father's body upon learning of his death. By the time they returned, the rooms had been vacated, inciting Ma Ong to strike the official in a fit of rage. Having only recently assumed his position, Master Ma had yet to establish his authority in the official. Originally intending to gently persuade them to relocate to an alternate room, was soon angered and called upon the post soldiers to expel them. Ma Lian'er, recalling her father's corpse lying unclaimed on the cart at the entrance, sought to borrow a room to set up a mourning hall. However, the official, still incensed, refused her request on the pretext of official duties, claiming that establishing a mourning hall would obstruct visitors. The unfortunate Ma siblings, who had been the masters of the post station in the morning, found themselves destitute by nightfall, wandering the streets with a corpse. Evenings turned them away in their time of despair. Filled with righteous indignation, they traced their misfortune back to the ungrateful Yang Ling, prompting their furious visit. Han Youniang, naturally tender-hearted and having endured the loss of her own kin, was moved to tears as she listened to their plight. With tear-filled eyes, she implored her husband to assist the siblings, wishing to put aside the earlier transgressions. Yang Ling, equally enraged, declared to Ma Ong, "Brother Ma, your father treated me as family. Allow me to handle this matter, as a gesture of filial piety towards the late elder. I shall accompany you to arrange the mourning hall, and come dawn, I will bring my colleagues from the county office to pay our respects to Master Ma." Chapter 32. Unspoken emotions. Yang Ling accompanied the Ma siblings out of the house, where they encountered a large cart waiting at the entrance. The small official, surprisingly, did not take the extreme step of seizing the cart as well. Yang Ling helped the Ma siblings purchase a coffin, ceremonial banners, gold and silver ingots, and loaded everything onto the cart, transporting it to the postmaster's office, where arrangements were made to set up the mourning hall. Upon learning that the postmaster had arrived, the attending small official hurried over to greet him. Noticing the swelling on the official's cheeks, Yang Ling frowned slightly. Being a modern individual, he harbored no notions of superiority simply due to one's status. If he were on the receiving end of such a slap, he would surely retaliate. Thus, rather than chastising the official for his treatment of the Ma siblings, he politely requested him to summon a few individuals to assist in preparing the mourning hall. The small official, seeing his immediate superior take the lead, reluctantly fetched several post attendants to assist. At this time of year, suitable offerings were scarce. Only a few simple items were arranged before the incense burner. Beside the coffin lay the eulogies, white banners, and a ceramic basin containing burning paper offerings. 2 white candles flickered on the spirit table, while Ma Ong and Ma Yin kept vigil, burning paper money and shedding tears. Unable to endure the somber atmosphere, Yang Ling offered words of comfort and took his leave. Just as he stepped out, someone called out, "Brother Yang." He turned to see Ma Yin slowly approaching from the corridor, her white garment swaying gently in the wind, illuminated by the flickering lantern light. The sight of her delicate figure, cinched at the waist with mourning ribbons, captivated Yang Ling's gaze. As Ma Yin reached his side, she whispered, "Brother Yang, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. I sincerely thank you." She bent slightly to bow, prompting Yang Ling to quickly support her, saying, "Miss Lianer, you are too formal. Your father is my elder. Assisting in this small matter is my duty. Such grand gestures are unnecessary." Ma Lianer gracefully rose, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "I thank you on behalf of myself. My elder brother possesses nothing but brute strength and a penchant for violence, and as a woman, I feel helpless. If it weren't for you, we would have been unable to fulfill our filial duties today." Her voice trembled as she sighed. "I have always resented my father for causing my mother's death, so although I am saddened, I do not feel utterly devastated." With a light laugh, she returned her gaze to Yang Ling, asking, "Am I being too irreverent for expressing this?" In his past life, Yang Ling had encountered countless beauties, many surpassing in allure even the current emperor's ability to appreciate such exquisite charm. Logically, he should not have been captivated by Ma Yin. However, as the saying goes, a woman shines in her filial piety, and it is often said that beauty appears more radiant in the soft glow of lantern light. Ma Yin was inherently beautiful and enchanting, and clad in pure white mourning attire, she exuded an ethereal, unblemished grace. At that moment, her starry eyes shimmered with tears, rendering her pitifully enchanting, causing Yang Ling to shy away from her gaze. Ma Yin spoke softly, "I am saddened, but perhaps I should express more regret. It is only now that I realize if it were not for my father, I could not live so carefree. Regardless of everything, he has treated me well. I should not harbor such resentment or provoke his anger." Yang Ling sighed quietly, pondering whether this could be yet another interpretation of the adage a son wishes to support his parents, yet they are no longer present. Why is it that we only come to cherish what we have after it is lost? Ma Yin managed a bitter smile, saying, "My father was fortunate enough to attain the position of a postmaster, with 2 vacancies available in 2 counties. It was I who insisted on coming here, drawn by the proximity to the frontier and my preference for life beyond it. Alas, I have inadvertently brought misfortune upon my father. Had I foreseen the unfolding events, perhaps." Yang Ling interjected, "Who can truly predict the future, Miss Lianer? This is not your fault. But what good is foresight? Had I known I had but 2 years left to live, I would be blissfully unaware of my plight alongside young Lady Yang." Yang Ling spoke with a sense of melancholy. "If we cannot foresee the future, we ought to live earnestly in the present, cherishing what is before us to avoid future regrets. Do you not agree, miss?" Ma Yin noticed his unwavering gaze, filled with complex emotions, and her heart fluttered. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Ling was reminded of young Lady Yang, leading her to misinterpret his intentions. Is he hinting at something regarding the present? But he is already married. Feeling a flush rise to her cheeks under his scrutinizing gaze, she stammered, "What can I truly grasp in the present? With no solid foundation or land to call our own, my father, despite a modest fortune, cannot simply live off his savings. Here, my brother and I have no family or friends. Perhaps in due time, we shall return home with my brother to lay our father to rest." As she spoke, her heart raced. Would he keep me here? If he does, what would I do? It was clear he held affection for young Lady Yang and would never abandon her for my sake. If he were to express his feelings for me, must I become his concubine? Ma Lianer felt both ashamed at the thought of being someone's concubine and yet captivated by Yang Ling's graceful demeanor, particularly her unconventional views, which would be deemed unacceptable by women of the Central Plains, found an understanding and acceptance only in him. With her family's decline now a certainty, and he, barely of age, already holding a position that had taken her father a lifetime to secure, she wondered if she could ever make such a choice. Anxious and unwilling to confront her feelings, a flicker of affection nonetheless stirred within her, creating a tumult of contradictions. Yang Ling, burdened by the profound emotions he felt for young Lady Yang, was uncertain how to reciprocate. He had no desire to invite further entanglements, even though Ma Lianer's striking beauty would undoubtedly captivate any normal man. Yet, he could not comprehend that her subtle expressions were merely her way of seeking an opportunity to remain by his side. Yang Ling contemplated earnestly from the perspective of a friend and ultimately concluded that this border town was unsuitable for their continued residence. It would be wise to leave. Returning to her homeland would provide support from family and friends. Ma Lianer's taut heartstrings relaxed, her clenched fists loosened, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of undeniable disappointment. As Yang Ling took his leave, he remained oblivious to the profound sorrow reflected in Ma Lianer's gaze. He requested a horse from the attendant and made his way directly to the county office, where he sought out the head of the night watch. He informed him that the esteemed officials would be arriving early the next morning to pay their respects to the late Postmaster Ma. Among the county officials, Huang County's deputy was the highest ranking, and he had always looked after Yang Ling. The others, being aware of his esteemed position as Masterman's secretary, also treated him with great respect. Confident in his unique standing, Yang Ling believed he could exert some influence. After giving his instructions, Yang Ling turned to head home. However, recalling that Masterman had returned to the county office and uncertain of his health condition, he decided to visit. He entered the back courtyard, where he found two servants seated on the heated bed, indulging in wine, with a platter of fried peanuts and a dish of pig ears before them. Upon seeing the highly esteemed Yang Ling, the two hurriedly rose. Oldly, grinning widely, greeted him. "Master Yang, you've come to visit the Lord." Yang Ling nodded and inquired, "How is the Lord faring?" Oldly, slipping on his shoes, approached to take Yang Ling's outer robe, smiling brightly as he replied, "The fever has subsided, but he remains unconscious. Allow me to accompany you inside." Yang Ling waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. It's the new year, and it's rare for you two to be at peace. Do take your rest. I shall merely check on the Lord and be on my way." He lifted the cotton curtain and entered Min Wenjian's chamber, where a solitary oil lamp flickered on a small table. Master Min lay on the heated bed, wrapped in blankets, sleeping soundly. Yang Ling settled himself at the foot of the bed and observed Min Wenjian's peaceful countenance, his beard pointing skyward, and could not help but chuckle softly. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the once pallid complexion of the county magistrate had regained some color. Gently, he touched Min's forehead, relieved to find that the high fever had abated, indicating that the toxins had likely been expelled. He should be out of danger now. With a sigh of relief, Yang Ling stood to leave, but suddenly, Min, in a low groan, murmured, "Water, water, I need to drink." Yang Ling's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly grabbed a teapot from the table. He brought the spout to Min's lips, and the magistrate drank eagerly, as if a whale gulping water, consuming nearly half a pot before slowly opening his eyes. After squinting for some time, he finally recognized his secretary, Yang Ling, blinking slowly. Min surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "What is the current state of affairs at home?" Yang Ling replied with a smile, "My lord, you have been asleep for a day and a night. Today, General Youning's army has arrived, and the invaders have retreated into the mountains. The siege is lifted. There is no need for concern." Hearing this, Min's expression brightened, and after a brief moment of reflection with his eyes closed, he opened them again, scanning the room. With a sigh, he remarked, "Only you know the strength of a horse over long distances. Familiarity breeds understanding. Damn it. Did everyone think I was on the brink of death?" Yang Ling felt a flush of embarrassment. There had been an overwhelming number of matters to attend to, and several dignified officials were preoccupied with accompanying General He. Everyone knew that Min was not in a life-threatening condition, so they had not come to check on him. Had it not been for the affairs concerning the Ma family, he too would not have thought to visit the county office that night. He was taken aback to discover that such a rugged man could be so sensitive. It seems the saying that courtesy is never excessive holds true. The ancients placed great importance on etiquette, and he must be mindful of this in the future. Yang Ling busied himself explaining the situation to everyone, and only then did Lord Min feel a sense of relief. However, Awakening from his sickbed to find only Yang Ling by his side brought him great comfort, reinforcing his belief that he had indeed chosen a trustworthy confidant. Recalling the temporary appointment of General He, Yang Ling relayed the details to him. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Min widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "How can this be? If you leave, who will manage my office?" After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that he ought not to neglect his own people, stating, "Very well, this way you will officially step into the realm of governance. My brother-in-law is the governor of Datong. Tomorrow I shall send someone to inform him, assisting you in securing a formal position as a courier official. Transitioning from a deputy to a formal role will be quite convenient, and it won't take long." He chuckled slyly, adding, "Do not underestimate this courier position. Though it may not seem significant, it offers ample benefits. It is only right that you receive this appointment. I would be quite displeased if it were to fall into someone else's hands." Chapter 33. Maong joins the army in the early morning. Yang Ling rode steadily towards the postmaster's office. Unbeknownst to him, his casual remark about the saddle being too hard had prompted Youniang to craft a thick cushion for him overnight, making the saddle feel light and soft, to the point where he worried he might be jostled off. Arriving at the postmaster's office, he swaggered as if on a parade, when suddenly the sound of hooves grew urgent, and a dozen swift horses galloped towards him. Yang Ling looked up to see a group of well-armored guards escorting a general clad in helmet and armor. It was none other than the esteemed Bai Chun, the captain. Bai Chun, beaming with good cheer, appeared markedly different from his imposing demeanor of the previous day. Reversing the reins, he raised his hand in a gesture of courtesy, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Brother Yang, I am deeply grateful for your support. I have come specifically to thank you. Last night, Guan Shouying had transported grain and recounted Yang Ling's words verbatim, and in doing so, he wore a proud expression. This straightforward captain greatly appreciated Yang Ling's sentiments. Having navigated the corridors of power for years, Bai Chun was not one to hastily designate Yang Ling as a lifelong confidant due to a few heartfelt exchanges. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure and newfound fondness for Yang Ling. While taking a morning ride into the city, he was inspired to detour directly to the post office to express his gratitude. Yang Ling quickly stepped forward to exchange pleasantries, and upon learning that Bai Chun intended to pay respects to an elder, he felt it would be improper for him to leave immediately. Thus, Bai Chun joined him in the morning to adhere to the customs of propriety. As they entered the courtyard, they noticed the small green sedan chair belonging to Magistrate Min. It turned out that several colleagues had arrived early at the county office to pay their respects. Magistrate Min, having sustained a shallow arrow wound, had only been incapacitated due to poison. Upon awakening, he found himself in good health. Hearing of the passing of the postmaster and recalling that only Yang Ling had kept him company the previous night, he was overcome with a sense of shared grief and, disregarding advice, hurried to offer his condolences. Maong and his sister were astonished that Yang Ling had attracted so many dignitaries to the mourning. Though Magistrate Min often called the postmaster brother, it was largely due to the financial support, and the postmaster's affiliation with the Jinyiwei carried significant weight. Otherwise, they would have been several ranks apart. The presence of such figures at the funeral brought immense honor to the family. The thought of a vice-provincial leader attending the funeral of a mere county postmaster left one to ponder the feelings of the bereaved family. Many of these attendees were individuals Maong and his sister had never before encountered, naturally drawn by Yang Ling's reputation. Reflecting on this, Maong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Yang Ling. The Malian-er's gaze towards him was tinged with a hint of melancholy, leaving Yang Ling perplexed. Bai Chun had initially intended only to make a brief appearance, but upon seeing Malian-er, he found himself reluctant to depart. He had not anticipated encountering such an exquisite beauty in this small locale. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, she appeared delicate and ethereal in her white attire. Resembling a fragile flower in bloom, adorned with frost and dew, her beauty was ineffable. Even his own concubines, who were considered beauties of Jiangnan, paled in comparison to her radiance. Until the two siblings expressed their gratitude before the highest-ranking official, Bai Dusi reluctantly withdrew his lingering gaze. He adjusted his posture and accepted their bow with solemnity, then raised his right hand in a gesture of dismissal, saying, "Please rise. Your father sacrificed himself for the nation. I hold him in utmost respect. It is only fitting that I pay my respects." Though the siblings bowed, they did not rise. Maong spoke up, "General, I wish to join the military, to slay the Tartars and defend the Ming, to avenge my father. I implore you to grant me this opportunity." Bai Chun hesitated momentarily. It would be easy for him to recruit a few men if he were in a troop, but his army operated under a system where soldiers were hereditary. Although there were instances of individuals enlisting under false identities, openly accepting someone in front of so many was quite another matter. Ma Yian'er looked up and said, "General, my brother possesses exceptional martial skills. He is fit to serve as a frontline soldier. I beseech you to provide him with this chance to honor our father and serve the nation." Seeing the beautiful maiden plead so earnestly, Bai Chun felt his resolve weaken, and his eyes narrowed in delight. In a moment of impulse, he declared, "Very well, rise quickly. Since you are skilled in martial arts and educated, you may serve as my personal guard, assuming the rank of a squad leader. Should you achieve military merit, your rank will be elevated." Ma Ong, filled with joy, bowed deeply and stood up. Though the rank of squad leader was modest, it still counted as a military position. Ma Ong had always held himself in high regard, confident that his skills would not only allow him to avenge his father, but also secure an official title. With her brother's path now set, Ma Yian'er felt a sense of happiness for him, yet she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow at the thought of being left alone. As the situation of war remained uncertain, Bai Chun dared not linger. After a brief stay, he took his leave to return to the military camp, advising Ma Ok to complete the funeral arrangements before reporting back. Minister Min, still recovering from an arrow wound, could not sit for long, and the other officials at the county office had their own matters to attend to. Thus they departed one by one. In principle, the Ma siblings should observe a 7-day mourning period before laying their father to rest. However, during that era, it was customary for those who died far from home to be temporarily housed in a temple until they could be transported back for burial. For families of modest means, the expenses of long-distance transport could be burdensome, and sometimes a coffin would remain in storage for over a decade. After deliberation, the siblings decided to place their father's coffin at the Pudu Temple in Jiming Post Station, intending to return it home when possible. Ma Ong, eager for vengeance and keen to enlist, felt that foregoing the mourning period was a form of filial duty, and naturally, no one would criticize him for it. However, this left Ma Yian'er with a dilemma regarding her own arrangements. Noticing Ma Ang's gaze upon him, Yang Ling reassured him, "Do not worry, brother Ma. The young lady will continue to reside here." Ma Yian'er glanced at him coolly and replied with a stern expression, "My brother and I have no further ties with the post office. Residing here would be entirely inappropriate. Women are often known for holding grudges, especially those accustomed to being pampered like the beauty before him." Yang Ling assumed she still harbored resentment towards the minor official and replied, "What is there to worry about? I shall help arrange everything." Ma Yian'er retorted, "I have no connections with you, nor any familial ties. Who knows what rumors might arise?" Ma Ong glared and exclaimed, "Who dares to suggest that there are no ties? Why not bring it up? I consider myself a good friend of Brother Yang. What harm is there in asking for his assistance in finding a companion?" Ma Yian'er stamped her foot and turned away, ignoring the fool. Yang Ling pondered momentarily and found merit in Ma Yian'er's words. As a mere acting postmaster, he had not even moved his family into the postmaster's residence. Accommodating a young lady here could indeed invite unwarranted gossip. When Magistrate Min had taken his leave, he mentioned that he had sent someone to inform his brother-in-law. It would be better to allow her to stay with young lady Yu for a few days while he moved to the post office. Once the formal appointment was issued, he could relinquish his small room for her use. Calculating this in his mind, he addressed Ma Ong, "Miss has a point. Residing here presents certain inconveniences. I propose that she stay at my home for the time being." At this, Ma Ang's mouth gaped open as if yawning like a hippopotamus, while Ma Yian'er's delicate brows arched in surprise. He hastily added, She can keep my wife company. I shall move to the post office. After the Tartars retreat, Miss can make her own decisions." Ma Ang was elated. With such arrangements, what was there to worry about? Ma Yian'er shot a glance at Yang Ling, contemplated for a moment, and chose not to voice further objections. Thus, the matter was settled. That day, the Tartars dispatched only a small contingent to engage in tentative contact with the Ming army, as both sides were merely gauging each other's strength, refraining from committing their main forces. As dusk approached, Yang Ling assisted Ma Ong and his sister in transferring the coffin of the late postmaster to Pudu Temple. With all arrangements in place, Ma Ang proceeded to report to the military at Baidusi. Yang Ling brought Ma Yian'er back to his home, where young lady Yu, a kind-hearted woman, felt great sympathy for the unfortunate young lady and readily agreed to accommodate her for a few days. Ma Yian'er remained icy towards Yang Ling, yet was warm and cordial with young lady Yu, which greatly relieved Yang Ling throughout the day. Ma Yian'er's smiles towards him were cold and insincere, leaving Yang Ling puzzled about how he had offended her. He feared that Miss Mom might display her temper towards young Lady Yu at home. While he could endure his own discomfort, he could not bear to see anyone cause distress to her. Young Lady Yu, though not well educated, was gentle and kind-hearted, discerning what was appropriate to say and what was not. Ma Yin'er, having grown up in the frontier, could not abide the affected mannerisms of the well-read women from the Central Plains, and soon they found themselves conversing comfortably. At the postmaster's office, a figure stealthily slipped into the door, inquiring of the doorman, "Is the postmaster present?" This doorman, once a courier, had injured his leg while in the city, rendering him unable to perform his duties. As the post office was short-staffed, he had been temporarily reassigned with the original doorman. Assuming the visitor was inquiring about the acting postmaster, Yang Ling, he sat on the Kong and replied, "The gentleman just stepped out. What is your business?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the newcomer, noting the plain attire, the dogskin windproof hat pulled low over the brow, and the weathered countenance. The man, upon hearing this, retrieved a letter sealed tightly with wax from his bosom and handed it over, saying, "I have come from beyond the frontier and must hasten back tonight. Please deliver this parcel to the esteemed postmaster." With that, he bid farewell. The doorman nodded and accepted the oiled paper package. The man then pushed open the door and vanished into the vast expanse of the night. The doorman glanced at the letter and noticed a peculiar fish drawn on the wax seal, but he paid it no mind. Yawning, he placed the letter on the bedside. Chapter 34. The approaching storm. After General He and the two supervising generals, along with the local commander Jiang, conducted a thorough inspection of the three cities. They arrived at the camp of Baichun. Baichun was responsible for troop mobilization, albeit temporarily assigned to his command, and thus had never exhibited the same level of obedience as other generals. The previous night, a food shortage erupted within Baichun's camp. General He, preoccupied with the well-being of his own men, paid little heed to Baichun's plight. Had it not been for the generous provision of supplies by Yang Yichang, Baichun's soldiers would still be suffering from hunger. This neglect fostered a sense of resentment within Baichun, leading him to greet General He with a cool demeanor. General He remained unfazed as he inspected the camp's defenses and was about to proceed to General Sun Dazhong's camp, when a scout galloped into Baichun's headquarters with urgent news. As General He exited Baichun's main tent, he received a critical military report and promptly returned to review the documents by lantern light. The correspondence was dispatched from the general's office, and upon perusing the urgent military report, General He disseminated the information to the other generals. He then paced within the tent, his expression shifting between despair and determination. The report revealed that the Tatar prince, Boyanmerk, had amassed a force of 20,000 troops from various tribes to disrupt over a dozen relay stations along the border, seeking to plunder resources to mitigate the losses incurred during the harsh winter. Their strategy did not indicate a desire for prolonged conflict. Indeed, since the Ming Dynasty's 5 campaigns against the Tatars, the foreign tribes had yet to regain their strength. They lacked the capacity to besiege cities or raid fortifications at present. Following the signal of alarm, several Ming armies mobilized. However, the forces from Huilai were the last to arrive due to heavy snowfall. The other 2 armies, meanwhile, had already engaged the Tatars, who had yet to capture Zhuolu. The troops led by the deputy general of Shima camp had arrived first, confronting an enemy force of approximately 5,000. The Tatars, having pillaged a few villages along the way, retreated in haste, only to suffer significant losses when ambushed by the guerrilla General Guwei, leaving them with merely 3,000 men. The northern troops thus emerged victorious. Claiming the first significant achievement, Prince Boyanmint personally led 10,000 Tatar cavalry to assault Shixian, successfully seizing 3 small cities. The southern forces, commanded by Deputy General Wei Guang and guerrilla General Yang Jialong, along with the garrison commander Wang Chengxian, also numbering 10,000, engaged in a battle characterized by fluctuating fortunes, resulting in a stalemate. However, in the early hours of today, the prince's army divided into 2 routes and retreated unexpectedly. Deputy General Wei Guang pursued them closely, with one faction fleeing north while the other vanished without a trace. The general's correspondence instructed General He to coordinate with the 2 armies to reclaim the lost relay stations while seeking opportunities to confront the enemy. Although Deputy General Youniang managed to secure Jinyiwei Station, his achievements paled in comparison to those of his 2 colleagues. Furthermore, having gleaned insights from the correspondence regarding the enemy's intentions, it became apparent that the Tatar forces lacked reinforcements and did not intend to engage in a drawn-out battle. The missed opportunity to capitalize on this intelligence weighed heavily on his mind. Yi Yushir, upon reading the military dispatch, wore a similarly grim expression. Fearing potential reproach, he preemptively asserted, "Our forces have only just arrived and were unaware of the enemy's situation. Exercising caution in our maneuvers was prudent. Now that we understand the enemy's lack of desire for prolonged engagement, we must seek their whereabouts and take the initiative in battle tomorrow." Elder Gong Lu nodded in agreement, remarking, "Today we did not pursue the Tatars. Unaware of our capabilities, they may not have fled far. An unexpected strike tomorrow could yield great rewards." Bai Chun contemplated and remarked, "General, esteemed supervising officials, the Tartar forces excel in open field warfare compared to our troops. Furthermore, in the regions of Zhuolu and Qixien, we have two guerrilla commanders collaborating, and our army does not possess a numerical advantage over the enemy. The mountainous terrain ahead is also unfavorable for a large-scale pursuit." "I believe," Ye Yushir interrupted him, asserting, "now that the enemy's situation is clear, it is the perfect moment to pursue vigorously, ensuring that the Tartars do not underestimate the might of our Ming army." "General Bai, does your assertion stem from cowardice?" Bai Chun's eyes narrowed in anger. He inhaled deeply, his face turning ashen with indignation, yet he remained silent, cursing inwardly. "When I advocate for a vigorous pursuit, I am accused of seeking glory recklessly. Now that I prefer not to chase, I am labeled as timid. What a load of nonsense from this pompous scholar." Recalled a mention in a letter regarding the fleeing troops from Qixien, with one group of approximately 5,000 unaccounted for. This stirred his thoughts momentarily, but he quickly deduced that the Tartars, if fleeing, would logically retreat northward, rather than foolishly heading east towards Huailai to meet their demise. Thus, he swallowed his words before voicing them. He, the supervising general, cast a glance at Bai Chun, smiling as he said, "General Bai, having come from the south, it is understandable that you are unfamiliar with the geography and the enemy's disposition. Indeed, the mountainous paths are challenging. But it is precisely because of this that the Tartar cavalry will be less effective. My subordinates are local inhabitants, well acquainted with the terrain. Tomorrow, as our forces embark, I shall lead my men as the vanguard." Bai Chun scoffed silently, recognizing this as a calculated move to seize military credit while the Tartars retreated. The supervising general paid no heed to Bai Chun's demeanor, eagerly sending messages to summon the commanders from various routes to Bai Chun's camp to begin deliberations on the next day's military operations. Yang Ling returned to the post, temporarily residing in the modest office of the horse steward. The room was small, with a cramped outer hall, yet a plaque hung above the desk. Behind it was a small resting chamber, dominated by a Kong that occupied 2/3 of the space, alongside a row of heavy pearwood cabinets. For the first time since arriving in this world, Yang Ling found himself sleeping alone, without Han Youniang, who would typically rest her fragrant cheek upon the Kang's edge, engaging him in light-hearted conversation. He felt an unexpected emptiness that kept him awake. Yang Ling couldn't help but smile ruefully, realizing the girl's enchanting presence had unwittingly influenced his emotions, rendering him akin to a lovesick youth, beset by uncertainty. The mere thought of Youniang warmed him, filling his heart with a sweetness akin to honey. Ever since their last kiss, the girl seemed to have tasted the sweetness of affection. Though she did not dare to initiate further kisses, she no longer hurriedly buried herself under the covers, leaving only her hair exposed. Instead, she would linger at the edge of the Kong, playfully flashing her large, dark eyes at him. That girl, unaware that merely revealing her shoulder clad in coarse cloth exuded an innocent charm reminiscent of a bashful flower, possessed an irresistible allure. Heaven help him. Yang Ling felt he might transform into a werewolf under the moonlight at any moment. Yang Ling's self-confidence in his own control has waned considerably. He finds himself at a loss regarding what he is still clinging to. The image of the young lady has filled his heart, and selfishly speaking, his feelings for her have evolved from initial compassion to profound affection. He has nobly assumed the role of her guardian of happiness. But the thought of relinquishing her into another's embrace has long been cast aside. However, the presence of Zhang complicates matters, instilling in him a growing fear that the young lady may become entirely devoted to her. His initial hesitations have led him to believe he has squandered too much time, leaving him uncertain of how much time he is left to live. It is akin to a gambler who, with only a meager amount of capital remaining, is consumed by the anxiety of potential loss, making him reluctant to place that final bet. Shaking his head to dispel the bittersweet sensation, he casually opened a cabinet. After Ma Yicheng's death, his set of keys had been entrusted to Yang Ling. Earlier that afternoon, Yang Ling had encountered a humorous mishap while working. The cabinet, consisting of 4 peculiar compartments, was secured with uniquely shaped copper locks resembling a dog, a horse, a shrimp, and a fish. After considerable effort, he managed to unlock the copper dog and horse, Yet the shrimp lock proved obstinate. The key was bent in vain attempts to open it. Blushing, he called for a young attendant, discovering that the shrimp-shaped lock did not twist, but rather hooked outward. The fish lock, as the attendant explained, was symbolic. Since fish never closed their eyes, even in sleep, the lock represented constant vigilance, indicating it contained the most important documents of the official. This lock was peculiar as well. Once the key was inserted correctly, it required an additional push to open. In a hurry, Yang Ling sought the official seal to stamp a few urgent documents before racing back to the morning hall. The cabinet had been left unlocked. As he casually opened the copper fish lock cabinet, he found the letters within already unsealed, their wax seals adorned with an oddly shaped fish. He pulled the desk closer, adjusted the wick of the oil lamp, and hastily perused the contents. After skimming through a few letters, he realized they were indeed intelligence reports from the Jinyiwei system. These reports not only contain private matters concerning officials but also encompass social customs, agricultural yields, and weather conditions, ranging from drought to floods, truly a cornucopia of information. Yang Ling was astonished by the vastness of the Jinyiwei's intelligence network, which extended beyond merely monitoring the integrity of officials. If utilized effectively, such an extensive network could provide the ruling powers of the Ming Dynasty with first-hand, detailed, and authentic insights, an invaluable asset for governance. Regrettably, he had not heard of any commendable deeds accomplished by the Jinyiwei during the Ming era. As he casually flipped through the documents, one letter from half a month prior caught his attention. It detailed that heavy snowfall had persisted beyond the borders this winter, resulting in the death of countless cattle and sheep in many tribes, with some smaller tribes facing extinction. Frequent communications among tribes posed a potential threat to the Ming Dynasty. Yang Ling gazed at the letter, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Alas, those secret agents, compelled to infiltrate foreign lands and toil relentlessly, would find that the myriad pieces of intelligence they gathered from across the nation were likely to be overlooked by the higher echelons of the Jinyiwei, who seemed only interested in matters that piqued their curiosity. Most of the information lay neglected, gathering dust. If only a capable official had taken heed of this intelligence earlier, perhaps the citizens of the border towns would have endured fewer calamities. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Yang Ling suddenly chuckled softly to himself. He was merely a humble postmaster, lamenting over the welfare of the nation and its people. Yet what impact could he possibly have on such a vast empire? It was better to be grounded and practical, to care for those he loved, and to fulfill his own responsibilities. Could he truly alter the course of history? The following morning, heavy snow began to fall once again. Yang Ling stood beneath the eaves, his sleeves drawn close, relishing the sight of the snow swirling around him. The snow of that era was purer than that of later times, with large flakes descending gracefully, appearing crystalline and translucent as they drifted before his eyes. He extended a hand to catch a few falling snowflakes, only to find them melting instantly upon contact, too swift for him to fully appreciate their beauty. With a sigh of regret, as the droplets slipped from his palm, a delicate voice echoed from the far end of the corridor. "My lord." Chapter 35. Ambushes emerge. Hearing the call, Yang Ling turned to see Youniang and Ma Lianer, each holding an umbrella, gracefully crossing the courtyard towards him. Ma Lianer, adorned in a white fur coat, looked as enchanting as a figure from a painting. Youniang, slightly shorter than Ma Lianer, wore a blue plaid skirt and a light pink jacket. Though she lacked Ma Lianer's striking beauty, her delicate features and gentle smile rendered her as charming and approachable as a neighborly sister. She carried a basket covered with blue cloth, the umbrella tilted protectively over it, while the other side of her body was dusted with snowflakes. Yang Ling hurriedly descended the steps, first nodding respectfully to Ma Lianer, then approaching to take the basket from Youniang's hands, guiding her towards the corridor. As he brushed off the snowflakes from her forehead and shoulders, he inquired, "What brings you out in such heavy snow so early in the morning?" Youniang closed her umbrella, warming her slightly reddened fingers, and replied with a sweet smile, her little nose crinkling like ripples on spring water, "I brought food for my husband. I've even cooked 2 eggs. You mustn't go hungry with all the work you have." Yang Ling playfully chided, "You worry too much. Do you think I would starve in the post?" He held Youniang's hand and turned to Ma Lianer, saying, "Miss Ma, please come inside. The wind is chilly in the corridor. Be careful not to catch a cold." Ma Lianer, whose brother had transitioned from civilian to military status, needed to register at the county office. She had initially planned to postpone her visit due to the heavy snow, but upon seeing Youniang preparing to leave, she decided to accompany her to the post. Witnessing the affectionate interaction between the young couple stirred a twinge of melancholy within Ma Yin'er. She removed her hat, gathering her silky, jet-black hair, and brushed off the accumulated snow from her boots as she quietly entered the house. Yang Ling hastily finished his meal, just setting down his chopsticks when the doorman limped in. Noticing both the new postmaster's wife and the former's daughter present, he dared not linger. Quickly producing a letter he had received the previous evening, he offered it with a smile, saying, "Sir, this letter arrived last night. The messenger insisted it be delivered to you directly." Uncertain of who might be writing to him, Yang Ling took the letter, swiftly tearing open the seal. It was only then that he noticed an unusual fish emblem beside the wax seal on the back. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him. He had already perused the secret letters from the Jinyiwei the day before, so he was not overly concerned. However, being an outsider to the Jinyiwei, he feared the consequences of carelessly opening their correspondence. Now that the letter was unsealed, he set aside his worries and pulled out the paper, hoping the contents would be trivial. After reading through the letter, relief washed over him. It contained no confidential matters, but rather joyous news that could be shared publicly. He quickly tucked the letter away, exclaiming with excitement, "It turns out that the enemy chief slain by Minister Min the night before was a Tatar prince. Minister Min has truly achieved a great feat." He clapped his hands in delight and declared, "I shall inform the minister at once. Youniang, you and Miss Ma stay here for a moment. We will return home once the snow subsides." Han Youniang nodded obediently, and Yang Ling hurriedly made his way outside. Suddenly, Ma Yin'er recalled something and exclaimed, "Brother Yang, I shall accompany you. My elder brother left in haste yesterday, and I need to amend his household registration." Yang Ling had no objections, so he summoned a horse from the post station, and the two set off towards the county office. At that moment, Magistrate Min was reclining on a kong, allowing the doctor to change his bandages. Upon hearing the news brought by Yang Ling, his mouth widened in astonishment, enough to fit a chicken egg, and he remained in a daze for a while. He then took the letter and read it over twice, before erupting into a series of low chuckles, reminiscent of a hen that had just laid an egg. He was initially cautious, afraid that his laughter might disrupt his wound. Yet this suppressed mirth only caused his body to tremble more violently. Seeing his pained laughter, Yang Ling found it amusing. It seemed that even recklessness had its merits. Who would have thought this brash fellow would unwittingly claim such a grand achievement? As Magistrate Min chuckled, the smile suddenly froze on his face. After a moment of contemplation, his expression darkened. "This is not good. The son of Boyan Monk is a cripple, and I have heard he places great importance on the second prince, Shilyaboki. Now that I have killed his son, and the Tatar army retreated so easily, it is indeed suspicious. Just now, the military reported that our troops set out early this morning in pursuit of the enemy. If Boyan Monk leads his army to avenge his son, it would spell great trouble. This news must be promptly conveyed to General He. Yang Shirya, you must quickly catch up to General He and inform him of this matter." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yang Ling hurriedly agreed and rushed outside. Ma Yin'er, having completed the household registration, was waiting for him in the front hall. Seeing his anxious expression as he mounted his horse, she quickly grabbed her own steed and followed suit, asking, "Brother Yang, what causes such haste?" Yang Ling called out, "This morning, the army has set out to pursue the Tatars. Since Magistrate Min executed a Tatar prince the other day, it is possible that the Tatars did not truly retreat. If they harbor thoughts of revenge, they may be feigning withdrawal to launch an ambush. I must catch up to General He and relay this information." With that, Yang Ling turned his horse towards the southern city. Ma Yin'er mounted her horse, circling in place twice. Thinking of her brother who was also in the army, she felt uneasy at the prospect of a Tatar ambush amidst the chaos. And with a crack of her whip, she galloped towards the southern city. Outside the city, the camp was now occupied only by some elderly and injured soldiers. Yang Ling learned that the main army had departed an hour earlier. Anxious, he hastened down the muddy path trampled by the horses and carts of the army. The road outside the city was far less even than the smooth streets within. As a novice rider, Yang Ling clutched the reins nervously, panting heavily, feeling even more exhausted than his steed. After running for over a mile, he heard the sound of hooves behind him. Turning his head, he saw Ma Yin'er galloping towards him. Unbeknownst to him, she had shed her outer garment, revealing a stunning emerald green skirt and a fox fur vest, her figure captivating. The gracefulness of her riding was truly enchanting. As she reached him, Yang Ling urgently said, "Miss Yin'er, it is fortunate you have come. Your equestrian skills are excellent. You must hurry and stop the army's advance to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Ma Yin'er furrowed her delicate brows and said, Will the army's movements heed the words of a mere woman? Has that confidential letter arrived? Yang Ling smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I left it with Lord Min." Ma Lianer let out a cold snort, suddenly pressing down on the horse's back, straightening her waist, and astonishingly leaped onto the horse. The steed continued to gallop, showcasing her remarkable equestrian skills. Ma Lianer addressed Yang Ling. "Release the reins. I shall take the reins myself." Yang Ling, bewildered, relinquished the reins, unsure of how she would take control. As their horses ran side by side, Ma Lianer executed a nimble leap, gracefully landing before Yang Ling, her boot striking the ground as she commanded, "Give me the stirrups." Yang Ling pulled his feet from the stirrups, feeling unsteady, and promptly wrapped his arms around Ma Lianer's slender waist. Though she had anticipated the embrace, her back stiffened and her abdomen tightened. Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance, grasping the reins and declaring, "Hold on tight. I shall escort you, my esteemed courier, to meet General He." Having grown up on the frontier, Ma Lianer possessed exceptional horsemanship. The two of them, both light of build, combined weighed less than a heavily armored soldier. Their shared mount not only maintained its speed but, under her superior control, galloped even faster and more smoothly. Meanwhile, General He's troops had already entered Woho Mountain. The scouts dispatched the previous night returned with news that the Tartars had stripped the nearby villages of livestock, sending them back to the frontier. However, the enemy had yet to retreat. After facing setbacks at Jiming Post, they had taken refuge at Yumutan, dispatching small units to pillage the nearby towns. Elated by the accurate intelligence, General He felt a surge of confidence, knowing that there was only one route leading to Jiming Post, making it unlikely for them to be ambushed from behind. Thus, he commanded his 5 divisions to march swiftly through the snow, aiming to launch a surprise attack against the Tartars. In the words of Lord Yi, with the heavy snowfall, the Tartars will never anticipate our sudden arrival. Just as Li Shui achieved unprecedented merit by entering Kaizhou on a snowy night, we too can etch our names in history by annihilating the enemy. 6 miles from the city, the army entered Hulu Valley, flanked by towering mountains on either side, with the valley resembling a gourd. Although General He was eager to achieve glory, he was no novice and had not let ambition cloud his judgment. He ordered the army to halt and dispatched scouts to reconnoiter ahead. Observing the pause in movement, Lord Yi approached, gesturing towards the valley and stating, "My lord, the mountains on both sides of the gorge are not steep, extending hundreds of feet from the summit. There is no cover atop those heights. If the Tartars set an ambush, their distance renders their archers and swordsmen ineffective. The gradual slope offers no advantage for rolling logs or dropping stones. There is no need for concern." Eunuch Lu peered out from the carriage, surveying the surroundings, and remarked, "Indeed, while I am no military expert, it is evident that the barren mountains provide no concealment for troops. Surrounded by towering peaks, the Tartars cannot encircle us from both sides. Besides, their numbers are fewer than ours. How could they possibly surround us? We can proceed with confidence." General Hekin smiled and said, "Indeed, both supervising generals are correct. My only concern lies in the narrowness of this valley, which obliges our troops to form a single line, making it impossible for us to support one another. Should the enemy lie in ambush ahead, our rear forces would be unable to render assistance, thus curtailing our numerical advantage and resulting in significant casualties. It would be prudent to await further reconnaissance to ascertain the enemy's situation before proceeding." After a short while, scouts returned with reports indicating that no enemy forces were present ahead, and the snow in the valley bore no signs of hoof prints or wheel tracks. It is worth noting that although the snowfall is heavy, a large troop movement would inevitably leave traces. Upon hearing this, General He felt reassured and promptly issued orders for the rear forces to hasten their pace, swiftly traversing the valley towards Yumutan. The 5,000 soldiers, upon receiving the command, continued their advance, their ranks flowing like a great dragon through the snowy terrain. Commander Hishiji led his vanguard team, nearly emerging from the depths of the gourd valley, when suddenly, the resounding beat of war drums echoed from the valley's mouth, and countless banners were raised. Concurrently, a cacophony of gongs erupted from the hillsides, and in an instant, numerous figures emerged from the snow-laden slopes, unleashing a hail of arrows that filled the air, more densely than the falling snow. Chapter 36. A desperate escape. The Tartars, positioned high above, unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, resulting in immediate casualties among the Ming forces. Fortunately, General He's troops were seasoned veterans of battle. After a brief moment of chaos, they swiftly obeyed orders and formed a defensive formation, positioning their chariots on either side and erecting barriers to create makeshift fortifications. Shield-bearers, wielding towering shields, constructed walls of defense on both flanks. As the hurried defensive formation took shape, the Ming army had already lost a tenth of its strength. Yi Yushi hastily dismounted and slipped into the carriage of eunuch Liu. Trembling as he spoke, it is evident from all around where the Tatars have come from. The carriage's roof and side panels were crafted from thick wood, impervious to arrows. Yet, the sound of arrows striking the carriage still sent chills down Yi Yushi's spine. Eunuch Liu, a eunuch with much greater courage than Yi Yushi, though his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, was primarily overwhelmed by the tension of experiencing such a battlefield for the first time. The gentle slopes on either side were devoid of trees, gradually ascending to the snowy summit, leaving no place for concealment. Yet, at that moment, variously clad Tatars darted back and forth on the slopes, launching arrows. Some hidden spots had already been compromised, revealing their presence. It turned out that a wall, more than a person's height, had been built along the slopes, sloping upward and covered with a layer of snow from below. It appeared as a smooth incline extending to the mountaintop due to the angle of view. The Mongols, residing in the vast grasslands and deserts, migrated according to the availability of water and lived a nomadic life. Long ago, they had devised simple methods for building fortifications. In the biting winter winds, they created windbreaks from a mixture of grass and dried branches, frozen with water around their tents to ward off the cold. Under the cover of night, they dug holes and built walls from available materials, constructing the 2 mountain walls in just half a night. Upon learning of his son's tragic death, Borian Minku swiftly withdrew his troops and, leading an army that marched day and night, arrived at Yamutan. After joining forces with Badalmo, their combined strength surpassed that of the Ming army, emboldening him to abandon cavalry for an infantry assault against the Ming forces. Now at Zhilu, the Ming army was encircled on both flanks, and he devised this plan with the intention of annihilating the Ming troops at Huailai in one fell swoop, avenging his son, and then retreating with his forces. General He, regaining some composure, commanded, "Signal the flags. Order He Shiji to hold the front line, while Wang Qingxian leads a charge against the enemy flanks to ensure we create a breach. Command Sun Dazhong and Bai Chunho to switch from rear to front, and withdraw swiftly. Zheng Yihei, suppress the central forces." Wang Qingxian ordered archers to rain arrows upon the enemy flanks for suppression, while he led the sword and shield bearers, along with spearmen, in a fierce assault on the slopes, buying time for the main army to retreat. On the slopes, the Tatar general Badalmo observed as the Ming forces quickly regained their footing and began to counterattack. Badalmo immediately commanded, "Shoot down the standard bearers among the Ming troops, target their horses, and prevent them from forming a line." With the command given, arrows flew like rain, and the standard bearer was swiftly killed by a hail of projectiles. Many horses were struck as well, howling in pain as they galloped through the valley, trampling the Ming soldiers and causing their formation to collapse, hindering their offensive. The command center, under the leadership of Wang Duxi, pressed forward against the right slope despite the rain of arrows. This section of hills was not particularly high. If they could seize this strategic point and organize archers to counter the Tatars, they could stabilize their formation. Otherwise, the army would be left cowering in the valley, awaiting inevitable doom. He personally wielded a sword to oversee the battle, as the Ming army, like cornered beasts, surged across the mountains, launching wave after wave of assaults with their flesh and blood. Corpses fell in droves, with no one lamenting the dead, nor caring to notice who lay beneath their feet. In this realm of blood and fire, death became a commonplace occurrence, rendering even the most sensitive souls numb to its horror. Under the leadership of the officer and the sentry, the Ming troops pressed forward, treading upon the bodies of their comrades in a desperate bid for survival. On the hillside, the Tatars, taking advantage of the terrain and their exceptional archery skills, struck down foes with deadly precision, each arrow finding its mark. Yi Yushi, trembling in his carriage, called out, Lord He, the Tatars have long set an ambush. We must retreat at once." General He, gripping his Yinhing knife, replied with a grim countenance, "I have already dispatched someone to notify Bai Chun. This valley is narrow and unfavorable for our forces to regroup. If the rear guard does not retreat, we cannot break through." Filled with rage, Yi Yushi exclaimed, "Seeing our army caught in ambush, Bai Chun remains inactive. We are on the brink of annihilation. I must hold him accountable for this delay. Lord He, I shall go to the rear to oversee the troops." General He, preoccupied with directing the army, grew impatient with his incessant complaints. Realizing Yi Yushi's intention to visit Bai Chun's camp would remove his interference, he promptly arranged for 20 shield bearers to escort him and eunuch Liu away. Thus, a scholar and a eunuch, accompanied by two high-ranking commanders, hurriedly made their way toward the rear camp. Beneath Mount Wohu, the valley took on a gourd-like shape, with its opening facing the direction of Jiming Post. Just as Bai Chun's army entered the valley, Yang Ling and Ma Liano hastened into the ranks. Upon hearing Yang Ling's anxious report, Bai Chun understood the gravity of the situation and was about to accompany him to meet General He when the Tatars on both flanks launched their offensive. Under the cover of a torrential hail of arrows, a vast number of Tatars surged from their half-hidden positions on the mountainside to block the Ming army's retreat at the valley's mouth. The entrance was narrow, and with only a handful of skilled archers, the incessant rain of arrows made it impossible for even 1,000 troops to break free. The Tatars at the valley's mouth merely sought to obstruct the escape route. Thus, they held their ground without launching an outright assault. Each Tatar bore at least 4 quivers of arrows, while Bai Chun's southern forces, primarily composed of sword and shield bearers and matchlock men, were utterly ill-equipped to confront these valiant foes, who could easily take on 10 men each while fortified in a strategic position. In a matter of moments, the valley was strewn with the bodies of unprepared Ming soldiers. The gruesome sight left Ma Lianer, witnessing such carnage for the first time, pale as snow. Yet Yang Ling, having endured the siege prior, possessed a certain psychological resilience. He pulled her to safety between 2 carts, shielding her from stray arrows. The Ming army's counterattack was swiftly thwarted by the Tatars' keen arrows, as bodies fell in the narrow valley entrance. The Ming soldiers struggled to claim the only escape route while simultaneously fending off the relentless barrage from above, resulting in escalating casualties. Yang Ling observed the disarray of the Ming counteroffensive. Their efforts were chaotic and lacked any semblance of a threatening assault. Their officers, though undeniably brave and leading from the front, were merely showcasing individual prowess rather than effectively organizing their soldiers for battle. To speak candidly, if they were to form ranks under the command of a general on the plains, their formation might appear somewhat respectable. However, once chaos ensues, the superior officers would find themselves unable to effectively convey orders, and those junior officers, barely literate, would understand that they must either lead from the front or wield their swords to spur the troops onward, entirely neglecting the prudent coordination of swordsmen, musketeers, pikemen, and archers. Observing the quality of such troops, Yang Ling was drenched in perspiration from anxiety, while Ma Lianer was preoccupied with concern for her brother's safety. Seeing him standing not far from the commander, her anxiety somewhat eased. At that moment, Yi Yushi and Lu Gonggong hurried over in disarray. As Yi Yushi was about to reprimand the commander for the unsuccessful breakout, his gaze fell upon a woman clad in green. Mistakenly assuming she was the commander's family accompanying the march, which only fueled his ire. The commander, witnessing the Tatar forces entrenched in the valley, formidable due to their advantageous position, was contemplating a shift in strategy to assault the enemy on the hillside, leveraging the superior firepower of his muskets to suppress the Tatars at the valley's entrance. Yet, in the minds of Yi Yushi and Lu Gonggong, opening the valley's mouth was the only path to survival. Should they wait for him to first attack the hillside and then attempt to circle back to secure the valley's entrance, it would likely result in total annihilation of their forces. Thus, the 2 men, in unison, commanded him, in his capacity as military supervisor, to open the valley's mouth at any cost. The commander, begrudgingly, ordered a cessation of the hillside assault and directed his troops to forcefully attack the valley entrance. With a grim expression, he commanded, "Captain Chi, Captain Liu, concentrate muskets and rockets on the valley entrance, advance without retreat, and ensure a bloody path is forged." He further bellowed at the captain of his personal guard, "At the front of the battle, anyone who retreats shall be executed. If an entire squad retreats, the captain shall face execution. Should the captain fall and the squad retreat, all shall be mercilessly slain." With orders as resolute as a mountain, both captains understood that they were at a critical juncture between life and death. They immediately commanded their troops to advance through the rain of arrows towards the valley entrance. The arrows fell like rain, and though the Ming forces suppressed fire from the hillsides, they continued to rain down deadly projectiles. Many soldiers, barely having advanced, found themselves pierced through their leather armor, staining the earth with blood. As the musketeers within effective range unleashed a volley, they succeeded in killing many Tatars. Yet the following swordsmen could not keep pace with the charge, allowing the Tatars to rain arrows once more and seal the valley entrance. Witnessing this, Yang Ling struck the carriage heavily, his gaze falling upon a fallen horse. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted, "Commander Bai, let us use the war horses as living shields. The army shall follow behind them, and we shall surely breach the gap." Upon hearing this, Lu Gonggong and Yi Yushi were overjoyed and immediately commanded Commander Bai to act accordingly. It should be noted that at that time, war horses were valued at nearly 400 coins, and the Ming army had always faced a scarcity of horses. Thus, the soldiers had never considered using them as weapons. However, with the fate of the army at stake, there was little thought spared for the horses. They gathered the remaining war horses to the front lines, approximately 40 in total. The musketeers applied incendiary substances to the horses' tails, igniting them, causing the horses to rear in pain and gallop forward in a frenzy. As the commander stationed at the valley's mouth, Dada suddenly beheld dozens of horses with flaming tails galloping wildly towards him, the ground thundering beneath their hoofs. In a state of alarm, he ordered his troops to unleash a volley of arrows. Despite the onslaught, the vitality of the horses proved far more resilient than that of humans. Although a few fell with mournful cries, the majority charged forward, arrows embedded in their sides, scattering the Tatar formation as they bolted from the valley. Some soldiers, unable to retreat in time, were trampled into mere pulp by the frenzied stampede. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Baidusi commanded his forces to charge forth boldly, braving the rain of arrows above. In response, Dada swiftly led the remaining 400 Tatars to confront them. The valley's narrow entrance could be effectively sealed by merely 200 men, and soon the two armies became entangled in a fierce melee at the mouth of the gorge. Chapter 37. Life and death on the line. A mournful sound emanated as the taut bowstring released its deadly arrow, piercing the air with a chilling whisper. Over 100 cold stars shot forth, illuminating the scene, yet the individual valor of each soldier became obscured. The Ming forces momentarily halted, akin to a flood breaching its banks, before a wave of warriors fell to the ground. This, however, marked the final volley of arrows from the Tatars. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, the Ming soldiers surged forward, unbidden by the drums of war or orders to charge. They moved as one, propelled by the tide of humanity behind them, resolutely pressing onward with waves of bodies crashing into one another like relentless ocean swells. The Tatars, entrenched at the valley's mouth, stood as resolute rocks against the tempest of their adversaries, their blades ruthlessly cleaving through flesh, sending crimson sprays into the air. On the hillside, the Tatar archers could no longer maintain their suppression. The combatants had become a chaotic mass, locked in a desperate struggle at the valley's entrance. They discarded their bows and seized swords and spears, rushing down from their cover to engage the Ming forces on either flank. As a breach opened, it resembled a cascade of dominoes falling, dismantling the once perfect encirclement. The Tatars descended in droves, while within the gored valley, fierce hand-to-hand combat erupted on the two semicircular clearings. The narrow pathways were congested with soldiers, each striving to advance toward the valley's mouth, yet the throng propelled them forward, almost without their own volition. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the frigid air, mingling with the swirling snowflakes. The grating sounds of steel clashing and the sickening thuds of metal meeting flesh reverberated, painting a harrowing tableau amidst the falling snow. In the rear, a sea of heads merged into a singular mass, while only a scant 100 soldiers remained engaged in combat ahead. As casualties mounted, fresh troops surged forth, filling the gaps left by the fallen, gradually constructing a grim boundary marked by corpses and blood. Amidst the piles of lifeless bodies, soldiers continued to grapple in a tangled embrace, oblivious to friend or foe. With no time to assist the fallen, they trampled over flesh and blood as new adversaries lunged forward with fierce intent. Thus commenced a spectacular melee, a true maelstrom of chaos where commanders and soldiers alike were indistinguishable. Each warrior gripped their weapons tightly, seeking only the glare of an enemy's eyes before launching themselves into the fray with a battle cry. Surrounded by blades and spears, with arrows whizzing through the air, life became a merciless equalizer. A general commanding thousands could just as easily be slain by the most humble of foot soldiers. No skill or technique could be employed. There was scarcely room to evade or maneuver, only the primal instincts to strike and survive. The valley boiled with the fervor of battle, a cauldron of blood, with the lone outlet lying at the mouth of the valley where Yang Ling and his comrades fought. The subordinates of Dada are ruthless warriors. Yet the torrential force of the flood is overwhelming, claiming lives on both sides. The opening of the valley is merely a matter of time. The shield bearers protecting Yi Yushi and Lu Gonggong hold a round shield in one hand and a short dagger in the other, dutifully surrounding them as they move toward the valley's mouth. However, the throng is too congested. Yi Yushi stumbles and falls to the ground, immediately trampled by countless feet, some belonging to the Tatars, others to soldiers whom he regards as utterly insignificant. No one has the time to consider whether the flesh being crushed beneath their feet belongs to a lowly soldier or a nobleman. The blades and weapons of death dance before their eyes, leaving them with only one instinct, the primal drive to survive by wielding their weapons. Two shield bearers attempting to lift him are swiftly overwhelmed by the irresistible tide of humanity, and countless feet continue to trample upon him, causing other soldiers to harden their hearts and avert their gazes. The entire mass of people, whether friend or foe, is inexorably swept toward the valley by an overwhelming force. Yang Ling stands dazed. Amidst such chaotic warfare, individual valor is futile, especially as his stamina pales in comparison to that of a mere foot soldier. His instinctual response is to flee toward the areas with fewer people, amidst the glinting blades and the cacophony of battle cries. The sole responsibility he clings to is the grip on Ma Lian'er's hand. She has accompanied him, and he cannot abandon her to escape alone. Everyone is fixated on breaking free from the valley, for escape means survival. Yet Yang Ling knows he lacks the strength to reach the valley's mouth amidst this tumult. Even if he avoids death at the hands of the Tatars, his frail body would be crushed under the weight of his own comrades, reduced to a mere pulp. As he pulls the dazed Ma Lian'er away from the torrent, they ascend the hillside, retreating higher as the Ming army counterattacks and the scope of the battle broadens. The Tatars notice the two figures on the slope, and instinctively, one charges toward them with a blade, driven purely by the primal urge to extinguish any enemy life. Recognizing the differences in attire and appearance, their instinctive reaction is to slaughter. Both sides have become the most bloodthirsty, frenzied creatures, their blood-red eyes devoid of reason, only instinctively seeking out lives to extinguish. Yang Ling internally laments. He is left with but one instinct, to flee. The flow of people in the valley resembles a surging river, crushing and colliding, a force that would shatter anything thrown into its depths, compelling him to escape to higher ground. With a pack of beast-like Tatars in pursuit, the two expend every ounce of strength to flee toward the summit. Initially, Yang Ling drags the panicked Ma Lian'er along, but as they near the peak, exhausted, it is she who begins to pull him upward. His body, woefully untrained, feels as though his heart races like a galloping steed, his ears ringing, and the muscles in his thighs twitching violently. The suffocating pain nearly drives him to abandon his escape, preferring to face the Tatar's blade than endure this torment. However, Ma Lian'er clearly held a different perspective, although her throat emitted gasps that were incongruous with her ethereal appearance. She had roused from the shock of the gruesome slaughter and began to exert every ounce of strength to flee with Yang Ling. If an observer were to watch them from another realm, they might well believe they were witnessing a scene from a film in slow motion. Snowflakes danced in the air as a man and woman moved laboriously ahead, while a group of menacing figures wielding knives seemed to pursue them at an equally languid pace, their predatory eyes fixed upon their quarry. The pair finally reached the summit, but upon witnessing the scene before them, Ma Lian'er could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The last glimmer of hope for survival was extinguished. The ridge was perilously narrow, and the other side dropped off steeply at nearly 70 degrees. There was no escape. In despair, she relinquished Yang Ling's hand, casting a glance back at the relentless pursuers. She then reached into her bosom and retrieved the golden hairpin she had concealed before fleeing the city. Pressing it against her throat, Yang Ling, breathless and overwhelmed, could barely utter a word as he pointed at her. Ma Lian'er gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with complexity. As her gaze shifted, she noticed several pursuers grinning wickedly as they approached the summit, and she could not help but smile sadly. Turning back, she bestowed a deep, lingering look upon Yang Ling, then closed her eyes and, gripping the pin tightly, thrust it toward her throat with determination. Yang Ling's muscles quivered from exertion, and though he was too fatigued to move, the sight of Ma Lian'er's act galvanized him. He lunged forward with all his might, swiping his hand to deflect Ma Lian'er's arm, causing her to graze her cheek against his fingers. The pin drew blood as it grazed her throat, slipping from her grasp, leaving 5 distinct marks on her fair complexion. She stood there, astonished, her gaze fixed on Yang Ling. Understanding her intention to escape the clutches of the marauders, he found himself devoid of strength and time to explain. He staggered to the precipice, and although no path lay before him, it appeared to be the sole avenue for survival. Turning back to confront the fierce Mongolian warriors with nothing but his bare hands, he knew that the glint of their blades would soon sever his head from his body. He surveyed the nearly vertical slope, anxiously calculating the odds of survival while beckoning to Ma Lian'er, rasping, "Come over." 2 of the pursuers had already scaled the ridge, having spent considerable energy in the valley. They were now panting heavily as they climbed. Observing the situation at the summit, they realized that the 2 fledglings had nowhere left to run. Relieved, The assailants leaned on their knives, catching their breath, as they eyed the man and woman before them. Gradually, the fierce intensity in their eyes waned, replaced by a lecherous gaze that stripped Ma Lianer of her dignity. The strength they had lost began to surge back, fueled by primal instincts. Ma Lianer as father. While fulfilling the role of an intelligence gatherer for the Jinyiwei beyond the borders, publicly presented himself as a fur trader, frequently engaging with various Tatar tribes. From a young age, Ma Lianer had heard tales of the relentless wars waged between these tribes over the lush pastures, driven by the instinct for survival. She had learned of the tragic fates of the wives and daughters of the conquered, who were reduced to the status of slaves, enduring unspeakable humiliations. Women who fell into the clutches of these savages were worth less than livestock, their fates far more harrowing than a descent into hell itself. Upon witnessing the two Tatar men, their bodies nearly indistinguishable in girth and resembling wild beasts, with flames of desire flickering in their eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through Ma Lianer, chilling her to the bone. Her only recourse was to flee towards Yang Ling. Her thoughts consumed with despair. It is better to leap down the mountainside and be devoured by the beasts than to suffer the indignities of such a fate. Chapter 38. The long night. Yang Ling embraced Ma Lianer and leaped onto the snowy slope. The surface of the snow, illuminated by the sun, had crystallized, and with the momentum, they began to slide down the steep incline. Ma Lianer instinctively let out a scream, clinging tightly to Yang Ling's neck. The wind whistled past their ears, akin to a racing tempest. Although unafraid of death, Ma Lianer was overwhelmed by the thrill, her spirit nearly leaving her as she buried her face in Yang Ling's shoulder, unwilling to open her eyes. Having once experienced sand sliding, Yang Ling believed that if fortune favored them and they did not collide with any wooden stakes or stumps, they might escape unscathed. He tightened his hold on Ma Lianer, his gaze fixed anxiously on the slope. The hillside was devoid of trees, only the small shrubs and weeds, bent under the weight of the snow, grazed his robe without causing harm to his skin. As they neared the bottom of the hill, the speed and angle suggested they would crash into the snow like a cannonball. Yang Ling abruptly fell backward, shifting his weight to arch his head away from the snow. Fearful of striking a rock or a branch, caught off guard, Ma Lianer tumbled forward, resulting in an unceremonious kiss between them, both letting out muffled groans as a taste of saltiness filled their mouths. Before Ma Lianer could utter a word, Yang Ling propelled forward, sending snow flying as they continued sliding across the ground. His right foot struck a small tree, producing a sharp crack, and their body spun sideways, careening away. They rolled for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Regaining his composure, Yang Ling glanced around, realizing they had crashed into a thicket. 10 meters ahead lay the small tree he had just broken, and 2 meters in front of him loomed a massive stone blanketed in thick snow. Ma Lianer, her heart finally at ease, noticed she was in a rather compromising position, nestled in Yang Ling's embrace. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she angrily punched him on the chest. Yang Ling, relieved that his frail body had emerged unscathed, only then realized he was still holding a delicate form against him. Startled, he released her, and Ma Lianer quickly scrambled to her feet, her face still flushed, with a feigned nonchalance. Yang Ling stood and gazed at the peak they had descended. The heavy snowfall rendered their surroundings a blur, obscuring the view of the mountaintop. Ma Lianer's heart raced, and she stole a glance at Yang Ling, whose long coat was torn into strips, revealing the cotton trousers beneath, with patches of cotton exposed at his rear, creating a rather disheveled appearance. How brave he was, this seemingly frail scholar, daring to leap from the steep ice peak. As she recalled how he had held her tightly during their fall, shielding her beneath him, a wave of sweetness washed over Ma Lianer, and a tender light flickered in her eyes. Unaware that he resembled a peacock displaying its feathers from the rear, Yang Ling turned to Ma Lianer with enthusiasm, saying, "The Tartars would not dare descend this mountain. Let us hide in the woods and evade their search." Ma Lianer surveyed the desolate forest, where not a single bird flitted and no signs of human presence remained. Hesitating, she voiced her concern. Such a steep slope, they likely would not venture down here. If we get lost in the woods, we might find ourselves trapped. Yang Ling's face twitched as he dryly remarked, "If it were just me, the beast would likely not pursue, but with you involved, the situation becomes uncertain. It would be prudent to find shelter." Ma Lianer raised her delicate brows sharply. "What do you mean? Am I the source of misfortune? Well then, let's hide," she quickly added, her tone shifting awkwardly. Yang Ling scooped up a handful of snow and slowly let it melt in his mouth, swallowing it only when the icy chill subsided, all the while casting cautious glances around. Ma Lianer appeared equally disheveled, drenched in sweat, her hairpins askew, and her skirt and sleeves tattered and torn. The snowfall had ceased, and dusk had settled in. The desolate mountains lay silent, blanketed in a vast sea of white. The pair, akin to beggars, seemed to have wandered into an ethereal paradise. The rocks, pines, and ground were all shrouded in a pristine layer of snow, creating a breathtakingly beautiful and untouched landscape, capable of entrancing any passerby. If only they were not lost and pursued by a wolf. Initially, their intention was merely to seek temporary refuge in the woods. But as they stumbled deeper into the thicket, a foraging wolf materialized behind them like a phantom. Their instinctive reaction was to flee. Yet the wolf followed at a leisurely pace, biding its time to exhaust their strength. Having spent years on the grasslands, Ma Lianer understood the peril of continuing to run. To do so would only lead to becoming easy prey for the wolf. She seized a large branch, broken by the weight of the snow, and stood her ground against the formidable beast. Observing her resolve, Yang Ling too picked up a stick, joining the fray. While modern tales of the big bad wolf may have filled the minds of many since childhood, facing an animal that resembled a large dog, even with a stick in hand, did not instill much fear in an adult. Ma Lianer fully grasped the wolf's ferocity, while Yang Ling remained blissfully ignorant, unafraid of that which he did not comprehend. With a shout, he swung the stick down with all his might, striking the wolf's head. Despite Yang Ling's frail physique, the force of his blow was sufficient to fracture the skull of a robust creature. The stick landed solidly upon the wolf's head, and before Yang Ling could revel in his success, Ma Lianer shouted a warning, swinging her own stick in a sweeping motion. The wolf, having sustained a heavy blow, whimpered like a dog and rolled on the ground before scrambling back to its feet, glaring menacingly at Yang Ling, startled by the wolf's swift reaction. Yang Ling found himself face to face with its gleaming white teeth, but Ma Lianer's stick, propelled by the force of her determination, struck the wolf's hind leg with a resounding crack. The beast yelped in agony, limping away into the underbrush, still casting fierce glances at them. Gripping her wooden club tightly, Ma Lianer advised Yang Ling, "The wolf's skull is exceedingly tough. Aim for its legs and waist. Its head is like iron, while its legs are akin to sturdy bamboo. So target those areas." The wolf, sensing that these two were not to be trifled with, hesitated to retreat. Each time they advanced, it would dart away, only to return as they pressed on, engaging in a relentless cycle of pursuit and evasion, until the wolf eventually vanished from view, leaving the two of them lost in the wilderness. Now, they were utterly fatigued, barely able to move, their garments soaked through, the sweat on their skin nearly freezing into ice, causing them to tremble with cold. As twilight approached, it became evident that if they were to endure the night in such conditions, they would either be devoured by wolves or perish from the frigid temperatures. Thus, under the guidance of Ma Lianer, Yang Ling acquired a vital skill for survival in the wild, the art of excavating a snow cave. The forest was blanketed with snow, covering numerous towering ancient trees. When these trees snapped and fell, they created small depressions underneath. Though the spaces were limited, they allowed for airflow. Yang Ling hollowed out and compacted the snow cave, placing 2 sections of dead branches inside, and the two curled up within, finding warmth and shelter from predators. Nightfall had fully descended, and Yang Ling's legs had gone completely numb. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Lianer had nestled against him, her delicate head resting on his shoulder as she drifted into a drowsy stupor. "We cannot sleep. Let us converse to stay alert. We must endure until dawn," he urged. Fighting against his own heavy eyelids, he pinched himself, mustering the strength to call out to Ma Lianer. "Oh, Yang Xiao, Yang Yi, dear brother Yang, you're so kind. But I am wearied, hungry, and drowsy. Just let me lean on you for a moment, just a brief moment, until morning arrives," she replied in a weak, almost sultry tone, akin to a playful pout. Were such words to be heard in a warm, charcoal-scented boudoir, they would surely evoke an intoxicating allure, igniting the imagination. "No," Yang Ling insisted. Despite his lack of wilderness experience, he had read numerous accounts of those who succumbed to the cold in their sleep. He aimed to rouse Ma Lianer, but she was too exhausted to move, her frail body languidly pressed against him, stubbornly refusing to rise. "You must get up, wait until dawn, or you'll freeze to death. A layer of ice will form on you, solid enough that even wolves would struggle to gnaw at me. I cannot bear the thought of dragging back an ice sculpture," he exclaimed, growing frantic as he gently slapped her cheek. Feeling a sharp sting on her lips, Ma Lianer opened her sleepy eyes. The cave was pitch dark, yet the warmth of Yang Ling's breath brushed against her face, offering the only comfort in the cold. She felt even sleepier and murmured, "What shall we talk about? Let me rest a while." "We cannot sleep," Yang Ling replied, his anxiety palpable. "You must rally your spirits. My constitution may not withstand the night. Women possess a thicker layer of subcutaneous fat, which offers better insulation against the cold. I shall remove my clothing for you to wear. We cannot afford to sleep. Every life saved is a triumph. Ma Lianer, in a daze, struggled to comprehend Yang Ling's words. She instinctively inched closer to him, sleepily inquiring, "What is this fat you speak of?" "Ah, subcutaneous fat. Well, you wouldn't understand. Just think of it as the flesh of a plump creature," he explained. After a moment's pause, the stillness of the snowy cave was abruptly pierced by a high-pitched voice exclaiming, "Am I really that fat?" Chapter 39. Unintentional slumber. Women have always cherished beauty, a truth that transcends time. Surprisingly, the threat of death failed to awaken her. A mere mention of fatty meat ignited her spirit like a fighting cock. After much explanation, Ma Liana finally found some solace. Once alert, the cold became unbearable, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Upon reaching out, she involuntarily exclaimed, "Give me the robe. What will you do?" Yang Ling sighed. "I fear I may not endure until dawn." As he spoke, the robe returned to his shoulders, and he embraced her tightly. Ma Lianer trembled and whispered, "Let us draw closer. Perhaps we can survive this. In times of urgency, we must adapt, right?" Indeed, huddling together provided warmth. Silently, Yang Ling tightened his embrace, enveloping both in the robe. Perhaps due to the tension, their breaths became shallow. Yang Ling recalled his childhood, the cold winter night spent in warmth with another, momentarily lost in reverie. After some time, a muffled voice from within his arms said, "Did you not say you wanted to chat? Why the silence?" "Ah, I heard you lived beyond the Great Wall since childhood. Where's your hometown?" Yang Ling steadied himself, hastily choosing a topic. Having overcome the initial shyness and awkwardness, Ma Lianer adjusted her position slightly, making it more natural and comfortable. "My hometown?" She yawned, resting against his warming chest. "It's in the capital, Kyoto, though I've never been there. I only know that my uncle and elder cousin still reside there." "Kyoto? You mean Beijing?" Yang Ling inquired. "You are still a scholar, aren't you?" Ma Lianer chuckled softly. "Kyoto refers to Jinyiwei. Beijing is merely the capital." Yang Ling wiped the sweat from his brow. Jinyiwei has been a prosperous place since ancient times. Why did our Ming Dynasty relocate the capital here? So close to the Tatars and in such a harsh land? Ma Lianer snorted. "My scholar, you need not feign ignorance to engage me, nor challenge my knowledge. Do you not know that the Emperor guards the nation's borders? Throughout the millennia, threats to the Central Plains have predominantly arisen from the north. Beyond the wall, the great enemy approaches. Yanjing is strategically located, flanked by towering mountains to the north and pressing against the Central Plains to the south, with waterways leading to the Jianghuai region. Its proximity to the Tatar invaders compelled the founding emperor to relocate the capital here. Thus the emperor must guard the nation's gates. Consider this, the capital is here. The court cannot afford to neglect the north, or else why station heavy troops along the 9 borders? Why does the Jinyiwei dispatch so many spies to remain vigilant at the frontiers?" Yang Ling initially believed it was Zhu Di's rise from Yanjing that prompted the relocation. Yet he discovered this deeper rationale. Upon reflection, he realized that despite the incompetence of many Ming emperors, they largely upheld the promise of guarding the nation's gates. Even the last emperor, Chongzhen, faced with the peril of his own life, refrained from deploying the elite forces at Shanhaiguan, choosing instead to hang himself at Meishan, ultimately preserving the dignity of the Han people and fulfilling his vow to protect the nation. Ma Lianer spoke sadly. "My father joined the Jinyiwei and was dispatched to the frontiers as a spy. After enduring half a lifetime, he finally returned to the interior, only to. Now, I do not even know how my brother fares." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yang Ling consoled, "Do not worry. Although the situation was chaotic at the time, Brother Ma's presence by the side of the Baidu Sea will pose no danger. If we endure through this night, we shall find our way back to the city come morning. Brother Ma will surely have returned." Ma Lianer, wiping away her tears, replied, "I hope we can survive this night. Would you tell me a story? Hearing one will keep me awake." After ruminating for some time, while resisting the pangs of hunger, Yang Ling began. "Once, there was a mountain called Wuji Mountain, upon which resided a band of robbers led by one named Shi Zunbao." Yang Ling felt disheartened, wondering if the people of this time were unfamiliar with the tale of journey to the west. Just as he had begun, he was compelled to recount the origins of Sun Wukong from the Flower and Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. After detailing Sun Wukong's background, he found himself narrating the journey of Tang Sung from Jinshan, Z to the Wandering Monk. Ma Lianer nestled comfortably against his chest, quietly listening. However, Yang Ling felt awkward, for while he found certain passages humorous, Ma Lianer did not seem to share his amusement. Did women of the Ming Dynasty lack a sense of humor? When he spoke of the fairy Zixia, Ma Lianer perked up, recalling the unintentional kiss they had shared while fleeing the mountain. This memory intensified the ache on her lips, stirring an unfamiliar flutter in her heart. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Why does Zhizunbao not accept her? Bai Jingjing is a spirit, and he is a great sage fallen to the mortal realm. They are simply not compatible. Miss Zixia is a celestial being, and Zhizunbao is correct. This fate is ordained by heaven." Ordained by heaven? Is that not a bit presumptuous? She mused, having once thought Yang Ling's words crude, yet now found them amusing, prompting an involuntary smile. "Ah, it is my first time hearing someone interpret a Chinese odyssey in such a way," she remarked, finishing with a question, "Whom does Zhizunbao ultimately love?" Fairy Zixia." Yang Ling responded. Men are so contradictory," Ma Lianer retorted, somewhat miffed. Yang Ling felt his cheeks warm and defended, "Perhaps you were right. Even the great sage cannot contend with the heavens. Fated connections are beyond our control." Ma Lianer, curled up in his embrace like a small quail, remained silent for a while before suddenly stammering, "Then do we not count as a connection arranged by heaven?" Summoning her courage to utter those words, she felt drained. Her face aflame as she buried her head in his arms, refusing to emerge. Yang Ling was taken aback, pausing for a moment before saying, "Do not overthink. Although we are close, it does not equate to chaos. Besides, if neither of us speaks of it, no one will know. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. You have kissed me, embraced me, how can I still marry?" Ma Lianer boldly stated, her heart racing. Regardless of the outcome, whether victory or defeat, Lord Min has slain a prince, and his position is surely secured. As his confidant, young and capable, you may very well rise to the status of a county magistrate in a few years. Though I am merely the daughter of a minor official, I am well educated and know my manners. You will need a wife worthy of your station." She spoke with a sense of profound embarrassment. "I, Ma Lianer, have always been proud and haughty. Now, to so shamelessly recommend myself, it is utterly mortifying. To even suggest that someone should divorce their wife makes me appear as the very woman I have always disdained. Yet, who among us is devoid of selfish desires?" Yang Ling, sensing her insinuation about advising him to abandon his wife, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He straightened his back and replied coldly, "Miss Ma, having grown up beyond the Great Wall, I have always admired your candid and generous nature. I cannot believe you would concern yourself with such trivial matters. If I can divorce her for you today, would I not be able to do the same for another in the future? The celestial maiden, Zixia, once said, if I cannot be with the one I love, even being the Jade Emperor would not bring me joy. I feel the same. If asked to forsake my beloved for an emperor's title, I would refuse." Ma Lianer, feeling ashamed and humiliated by his rebuke, stammered, "Then I am willing to be your concubine. Will you accept this?" Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions, touched yet helpless. He smiled wryly, saying, "Miss Lianer, why must you belittle yourself? I cannot bear the weight of your deep affections." Ma Lianer suddenly withdrew from his embrace, glaring at him in anger. "Do you think I am not beautiful enough, or do you believe I lack virtue?" Yang Ling hastily replied, "Miss Lianer, you are indeed beautiful and charming. I firmly believe you are a proud and strong woman. You disdain those men who treat women as mere possessions and scorn their so-called marital ethics. It is precisely because of this that once you fall for someone, you will be unwavering in your devotion. I am truly grateful for your affection." Flattering words. "I have already resigned myself to a subordinate position because I trust that you will treat me well. Why then, in your heart, does it seem that no one can compare to your beloved?" Yang Ling replied earnestly, "You are mistaken. In my heart, my beloved is merely an ordinary girl. She is neither the most beautiful nor the most charming. In this vast world, who can claim to have seen all the scenery and declare it the most beautiful? However, one can savor each landscape and choose the most exquisite as their dwelling. You possess the capability to claim them all, yet love transcends mere admiration and possession. It entails mutual responsibility. If we truly love each other, we must uphold the vow to grow old together. In this vast sea of humanity, there are many lovely women. Should I fall for everyone I encounter and discard the past for someone seemingly better, I would only gain the superficiality of womanhood. As you mentioned in Hong'an Tower, treating one's wife as an object devoid of genuine feelings. Why should she reciprocate with sincerity?" Ma Lianer paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed heartily. "Scholar, your eloquence is overwhelming. I humbly bow to your wisdom. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Yang Ling was taken aback, uncertain whether she was genuinely joking or attempting to shield her own embarrassment. Unfortunately, the night was dark as ink, and he did not see the spark of mischief in Ma Lian'er's eyes or the meaningful smile at the corner of her lips, a smile that hinted at the thrill of a prize within her grasp. Ma Lian'er reminisced about Yang Ling's words, pondering whether she, a woman returned from the borderlands, truly was an outlier. It was the scholar who was the true anomaly. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, he may not have been the most splendid sight, yet he was undoubtedly the most fitting scenery for her soul. Heaven had placed him before her. To let him slip away would indeed be a grave misdeed. Ah, the days ahead are plentiful, are they not? After a brief pause, she steadied her emotions, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she echoed Yang Ling's earlier lines. The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. Yang, why not regale me with another captivating tale? Yang Ling silently chuckled in response, affirming, who says the women of the Ming Dynasty lack a sense of humor? He rallied his spirits and declared, very well, I shall share a refreshing story with you. This tale is titled The Painted Skin. Chapter 40, A Brush with Death with a Piercing Scream from Ma Lian'er. Yang Ling concluded the tale of the vengeful spirits, feeling an undeniable sense of accomplishment. Ma Lian'er, trembling in terror, resembled a frightened quail, finally restoring some dignity to the grand narrative of a Chinese odyssey. Yang Ling cast a satisfied glance at the mouth of the cave, where, though the sun had yet to rise, the biting chill of the night air was tinged with the fresh essence of dawn. Ma Lian'er remained nestled within his robe, shivering, whether from cold or fright was uncertain. With a chuckle, Yang Ling gently patted her shoulder and declared, daybreak has arrived. We have endured. As the light of day began to seep into the cave, Ma Lian'er cautiously peeked out from his embrace, greedily drinking in the clarity of the emerging daylight. Thank goodness it is morning. With daylight, fear dissipates, she mused, reflecting on the abundance of tales involving ghosts and supernatural beings, which had undeniably stirred her senses. Yang Ling stifled a laugh, having spun a modified version of the ghostly saga throughout the night. The chilling tales and the ominous presence of the Sakura spirits in the boys' dormitory had even unsettled him somewhat. Noticing the smile lingering on his lips, Ma Lian'er shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Yang Ling was taken aback. Her demeanor seemed slightly off. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged position in his arms, for one side of her face bore a rosy hue, and her disheveled hair lent her an enchanting allure. Reminiscent of a wife just roused from slumber, her playful expression undeniably captivating. He quickly turned away, stretching his stiff limbs, and slowly emerged from their snow cocoon. The night, like a fisherman's net, gradually withdrew, revealing a silver-gray world. The sun had yet to rise, yet the horizon was beginning to lighten, chilled to the bone. The absence of sunlight felt hellish to the famished. As they surveyed their surroundings, the vast expanse of white rendered them disoriented. The ice and snow-covered woods devoid of any directional clarity. Ma Lian'er extricated herself from the snow nest, glancing around before exclaiming with relief, fortunately, it's not overcast. Although the sun has not yet appeared, we can still discern the cardinal directions. Follow me. Once we break free from the forest, hope for our return will be within reach. Realizing they could not risk another night in the wilderness, they resolved to depart while they still possessed strength. After a night of hardship, their stamina had dwindled, and they leaned on each other as they trudged through the snow along a frozen stream. Walking side by side, Ma Lian'er and Yang Ling appeared as a pair of companions pursuing the elusive plum blossoms through the snow. The stream was unrecognizable beneath the thick blanket of snow, now resembling a winding path through the forest, with only the occasional jagged ice formations along the banks hinting at the vibrant brook that once danced with life. As they journeyed for nearly half an hour, they emerged from the dense thicket onto a snow-covered slope where the trees stood sparse. Looking up, they beheld a range of modest mountains stretching from the west to the northeast, their undulating forms cloaked in a shimmering white expanse, the only contrast being the dark, grayish trunks of the trees. The first rays of sunlight broke forth, enveloping them in a gentle warmth. As the two individuals were about to muster their strength to continue their journey, a squirrel bounded across their path, leaving a delicate trail of footprints in the vast expanse of snow, its bushy tail trailing behind as it burrowed into a snow den. Ma Lian'er, filled with delight, swiftly released Yang Ling's hand and scampered over, crouching in the snow for a moment before, oblivious to the cold, she began to dig with her hands. Yang Ling followed with a wry smile, exclaiming, Miss, at this moment, you still wish to play with the squirrel? Ma Lian'er, resembling a small dog as she dug in the snow, panted, You big fool, Help me dig. There must be food in the squirrel's burrow. A single squirrel's den can yield several pounds of provisions. If we unearth it, even if we cannot escape today, we will not starve. Yang Ling slapped his forehead and, abandoning his stick, joined in the excavation. The two of them cleared away the accumulated snow, breaking their stick thrice before finally penetrating the frozen earth. The squirrel had already escaped through another entrance. Its burrow was quite deep. Yang Ling reached in, his cheeks smeared with dirt, and successfully retrieved a bounty of hazelnuts, chestnuts, and hawthorn berries. The two sat in the snow, exhilarated as they surveyed their spoils. Yang Ling picked up 2 chestnuts, wiped them on his coat, and handed one to Ma Yinar. They greedily gnawed at the hard, frozen shells, the sound echoing as they chewed. As Yang Ling gazed at Ma Yinar, savoring the sweetness, he intended to praise her, when he suddenly noticed her complexion drain to a ghostly white. Following her terrified gaze behind him, his heart sank. 4 wolves, larger and more robust than the one they had seen the previous day, advanced towards them with agile steps, forming a menacing triangle. Yang Ling sprang to his feet as the wolves closed in, their white fangs bared and their fierce eyes chilling. Ma Yinar also trembled to her feet, casting a desperate glance at the approaching beasts before suddenly shouting, Yang Ling. Yang Ling was abruptly pulled around by a powerful force. Facing Ma Yinar's flushed face and the emotions swirling in her eyes, she lunged at him, tightly embracing Yang Ling, her voice trembling. Yang Ling, hold me. She shivered in his embrace, her breath quickening as she sought his lips. The wolves momentarily paused, bewildered by the strange behavior of the 2 humans. The lead wolf emitted a low, menacing growl, and then quickened its pace. 15 paces, 10 paces, 5 paces, as it prepared to pounce. Just then, a sharp twang of a bow echoed, and an arrow shot forth from an unknown source, piercing the lead wolf's abdomen with a resounding thud. The arrow's force drove its tip deep into the snow, and the wolf let out a long, agonizing howl, collapsing in the snow as blood rapidly soaked the ground. At the sound of the wolf's wail, Yang Ling and Ma Yinar turned sharply to see the remaining 3 wolves halt in their tracks, roaring as they searched for the source of the threat. Swiftly, they turned to flee. At that moment, 3 arrows whizzed through the forest, striking down the 3 wolves with remarkable precision. The smallest of the wolves was sent tumbling through the air before landing on the ground, lifeless. Yang Ling and Ma Yinar were filled with both surprise and joy as they looked around for their savior. The hillside was a white expanse, dazzling under the early morning sun, causing Yang Ling to squint. Soon, he noticed several figures emerging from beneath a few birch trees at the edge of the slope, approaching them step by step. There were 4 individuals in total. The foremost was a stout man in his 40s, clad in a grayish-blue long coat, draped with a tattered piece of animal hide. He carried a long hunting bow on his back and wielded an iron fork in his hand. The 3 others were younger. The eldest barely in his 20s, holding a bow and carrying several long feathered pheasants that trembled in the breeze. The smallest of the group was a stout little fellow with a round, rosy face, appearing somewhat disheveled yet robust like a sturdy stone. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, he donned a tattered sheepskin jacket and carried a bow, leading an injured fawn by a rope, clumsily navigating through the snow that reached above his knees. He occasionally turned back to give the reluctant fawn a light tap with a stick. The handsome young man in his 20s glanced kindly at Yang Ling and Ma Yinar and called over another younger companion, who bore only a hint of fuzz on his lips, to assist in gathering the wolf carcasses. They extracted the arrows from the wolves, wiped the blood on the pelts, and returned them to the quiver. The young man then struck the still-breathing wolf with a firm blow before binding the legs of all 4 wolves together with a rope. The burly man approached Yang Ling and Ma Yinar, scrutinizing them closely. Despite the mud smeared across the male's face, his demeanor suggested an educated man, while the female appeared disheveled yet adorned in fine fabric, her features not resembling those of mountain folk. With a hint of suspicion, he inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you to the wilds of Wuseling?" Yang Ling, noticing the man's rugged yet honorable visage, felt a measure of relief but remained cautious in this desolate wilderness. He replied, "We are siblings visiting relatives at Jinyiwei. We stumbled upon a conflict between soldiers and bandits and fled here. We are truly grateful for your timely rescue." "Huh. Sibling, I just saw you 2 sharing a kiss," piped up the small boy, stamping his feet in the snow. He had layered his legs with bindings and animal hides, making his not-so-short stature appear quite adorable. Yang Ling and Ma Yinar's faces flushed crimson, and the middle-aged man rebuked, "Enough of that nonsense. Go help your brother secure the prey." The little fellow stuck out his tongue, defiantly declaring, "It's true. They were kissing. I saw it. Big brother saw it. Second brother saw it, and even father did." The robust man delivered a kick to the backside of the chattering little fellow, chiding, "You chatterbox. I'll ensure you go home without a meal." He then turned to the two individuals, a flicker of sharp vigilance glimmering in his eyes, and inquired, "I am Han, a hunter of the mountains. May I ask who you two are?" Chapter 41. Preparing for the storm. Maliena was in a state of embarrassment. Fearing that others might misconstrue her relationship with Yang Ling as that of siblings, and thus she blushed and fabricated a response, "Uncle, I apologize. My husband and I are merely being overly cautious while out." Yang Ling was taken aback. At this moment, any attempt to clarify would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. So he chose to remain silent. The burly man, realizing the situation, remarked, "Ah, I see. You must be returning to your mother's home for the new year. The bandits have been quite troublesome. We, too, are fleeing to the city. Why not accompany us?" The man, surnamed Han, was named Han Lin, and he had two sons, Han Wei and Han Wu. The youngest was rather plainly named Mansong. It was common for impoverished families to give their children auspicious names. Though it was unfortunate that many bearing the name Mansong were often destitute, Han Lin had taken refuge in a nearby mountain hollow, where he had sheltered over 100 refugees. Their survival relied heavily on the hunting prowess of his family. This family appeared somewhat taciturn. Lacking in the art of small talk, they merely exchanged polite smiles while carrying their catch and forging ahead. However, young Mansong, leading a deer, glanced at Yang Ling and Maliena with a grin, then pulled Yang Ling aside, whispering, "Brother Yang, your wife is truly beautiful, even more so than my sister." Upon hearing this, Maliena felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks, yet a flicker of joy danced in her eyes at being called wife. This term stirred her heart, awakening feelings she had yet to fully comprehend. Yang Ling, caught in an awkward moment, cleared his throat twice. He could neither affirm nor deny the statement, so he opted for silence. Han Wu turned to Han Wei and said, "Eldest brother, after the heavy snowfall, the beasts are indeed foraging. This presents a splendid opportunity for hunting. With these provisions, over 100 people can enjoy a warm meal." Han Wei replied, "Indeed. The young ones have gone to gather dried fruits nearby. With these game, we shall have enough to satisfy everyone. We should reach Jiming Post by nightfall." Han Wu spat in frustration. Yet those old folks and children know only to gather firewood for warmth, and that Yang family's third son is utterly useless. He does nothing but eat and expects to be fed, which is infuriating. Han Wei nudged him, saying, "Cease your grumbling. Our father will hear you and scold you. Regardless, they are our sisters-in-laws. We can afford to overlook this." Meanwhile, young man Song, playfully struggling with the small deer, huffed indignantly, "I say we should not have fled back here. There were only about 30 bandits robbing our village. With our father's skills, we could easily have dealt with them." Uncle Han stood upon a rocky outcrop, heavily admonishing his youngest son, "Such arrogance. If we had dispatched those few bandits, it would have only drawn hundreds, even thousands, upon us, laying waste to our village. What use is individual prowess amidst a sea of adversaries?" With hands on his hips, he lectured his son. "When I was training at Shaolin, I heard of the time during the Jinyiwei rebellion when Master Daoyin requested the Shaolin monks to send 300 warrior monks to assist. In the end, only a little over 100 returned, half of whom were crippled. The elder monk, Master Shuyun from the Luohan Hall, who was impervious to blades and arrows, could only endure for the briefest moment before being pierced by a rain of arrows." Han Mansong, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Isn't learning martial arts rather futile then?" Old man Han chuckled softly, "Not entirely. The 300 Shaolin monks withstood the assault of over 2,000 for a whole hour. However, in a grand battle, what use are a few hundred martial arts experts?" Seeing the young lad's disappointment, Yang Ling comforted him, "Do not be disheartened. This is merely a matter of the commander lacking proper strategy. Such experts are indeed ineffective when sent into battle recklessly. However, if they were tasked with ambushing supply lines or eliminating officials, they would prove far more valuable than tens of thousands of soldiers." At this point, an epiphany struck Yang Ling. Could it be that this man, surnamed Han, with 3 sons who studied at Shaolin and now a hunter, might be his unseen father-in-law and brothers-in-law? Yang Ling felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had never met them, and they were unfamiliar with him as well. Even if Han's appearance were not so disheveled, old man Han would not associate him with his son-in-law, although he had seen his daughter's husband a few times post-marriage. The current state of the man before him was a stark contrast to the pale and wan figure he once was. Han Lin had learned from fleeing villagers that his son-in-law had recovered and moved to Jiming Post, though the man appeared vaguely familiar now. He could not fathom that this rugged figure accompanied by a woman was indeed his son-in-law. Moreover, Yang Ling had never met his wife's family, and out of fear of revealing any inconsistencies, he had refrained from inquiring about their names during their conversations. Now, with suspicion brewing, Yang Ling felt a sudden surge of panic. He nervously initiated small talk with old man Han. "Uncle Han, from where did you escape just now?" Han Lin replied. "From Pinyin Ridge. We hunted in the mountains for over 10 days, and just as we returned to the fortress, we encountered the Tatars. We hurriedly took refuge in the mountain gully with our fellow villagers. And you too, where do you hail from?" Yang Ling's heart jolted. There was no mistaking it. This man clad in animal skins, robust enough to encompass him entirely, was indeed his formidable father-in-law. He forced a chuckle and quickly rectified. "Uncle, you misunderstand. That young lady is not my wife. I was merely unaware of her background and, thus, spoke untruths to you." "Oh." Han Lin eyed him with suspicion. Yang Ling hastily clarified, "In truth, we came from Jiming Post to relay news to our Ming army, but alas, as the conflict erupted, we found ourselves lost in this forest, pursued by the Tatars." She was quite terrified, as you can imagine. "Being a man of experience, you surely understand," he said, offering a confident smile to his father-in-law. Han Lin, catching on, burst into hearty laughter. Once the mirth subsided, he stroked his beard, still uncertain of what he truly comprehended. Yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Ling recounted his message, the ambush, his escape, and the encounter with wolves in a concise manner, preemptively preparing his father-in-law for what lay ahead. In the valley, people had constructed numerous sloped shelters from dead tree trunks, utilizing the natural terrain, and covered them with leaves and snow to create temporary homes. In front of these makeshift dwellings, several battered iron pots rested atop stones, the wood crackling as it burned, with steam rising from the melted snow water within. These individuals fleeing their plight seemed to have acquired a certain expertise, as they possess an assortment of cooking utensils. In truth, their entire worldly possessions, aside from 2 bedding covers, amount to these few items. Upon witnessing Han Lin and his son return with a considerable bounty, the ragged, dazed refugees displayed a flicker of excitement, eagerly rushing to assist them in transporting and butchering the game. Although Han Lauda brought back 2 unfamiliar individuals, one of whom was a stunning beauty, these people, even the impetuous youths among them, barely spared them a glance. They had encountered far too many refugees along their journey, and the allure of beauty paled in comparison to the promise of sustenance. Han Lin invited Yang Ling and Ma Yan'er to sit in front of his humble abode, while Han Wei and his companions prepared generous portions of wolf and deer meat in a pot. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, cautiously retrieved a small pouch, sprinkling rice into the pot one handful at a time, followed by a pinch of salt, and a scattering of dried fruits collected by the refugees. The air soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking food. At that moment, a frail voice interjected, "Brother Han, will we make it to the rooster's crow today? Several villagers have caught a chill, and with no medicine or care, I fear they may not survive." Yang Ling turned to see an elderly man, leaning heavily on a cane, shuffling towards them. His square face was flushed, adorned with thick white eyebrows that extended toward his temples. Upon spotting Yang Ling, the old man froze in astonishment, and Yang Ling, equally taken aback, recognized him as the patriarch of the Yang clan, the venerable elder Yang. After a moment of surprise, the elder suddenly raised his cane and struck towards Yang Ling, exclaiming with indignation, "You ungrateful wretch! How could you sell our ancestral land? How do you justify this to your father and our ancestors? Such a significant matter. And you didn't even consult me? Have you grown wings?" Yang Ling, bewildered, stepped back, unsure of the cause of the elder's ire. "I sold my own property. What business is it of yours? Is such anger necessary? Must even this matter be scrutinized by the clan?" Han Lin intervened, grasping Elder Yang's arm with a smile. "Brother, let us speak calmly." Elder Yang, filled with resentment, retorted, "You always favor your son-in-law. This wretched child sells our ancestral property without consulting the clan, and he dares to consider himself a member of the Yang family?" Chapter 42. A heartfelt encounter. Han Lin's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Yang Ling. The more he looked, the more he found that Yang's features resembled those of the sickly new son-in-law. Hesitantly, he stammered, He is my son-in-law." Old Master Yang rolled his eyes and scoffed. "What? Do you two think you can con me? My eyesight isn't that poor yet. I've watched Linger grow up. How could I be mistaken?" "Ah, you are my father-in-law," Yang Ling exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he stepped forward to acknowledge him. It was a moment of sincerity. Could the previous explanation convince the venerable elder? After all, he had been forcefully kissed by Ma Lianer in his moment of near death, and the father-in-law happened to witness it. Old Master Yang, still simmering with anger, was momentarily distracted by this reunion. The not-so-elderly father-in-law had already received a warning from Yang Ling, and upon seeing his son-in-law lively and full of vigor, he beamed with joy, eagerly inquiring about his daughter's well-being. However, the two brothers-in-law were not so easily deceived. Upon learning that he was their sister's husband, their expressions turned somewhat unfriendly. Yang Ling, noticing their imposing fists, felt a twinge of unease. Aware that old Master Yang and the others still harbored grievances over his unilateral management of the family estate, he, seizing the opportunity to extricate himself from the two brothers-in-law, approached old Master Yang and said, "Uncle, I understand your dissatisfaction regarding my handling of the family property. May I inquire, where did our Yang family originate? Did we always possess these fields and estates?" Old Master Yang paused, unsure of his intent, and replied, "We are descendants of the illustrious Zheng Dynasty, having migrated from Shaanxi for 5 generations. When Shun Gong moved north, he brought only his wife and children, purchasing 10 acres of mountain land at Jiming Post. Now, our family has flourished, boasting over 100 acres of land, all accumulated by our ancestors. As their descendants, it is already a challenge to maintain what we have. How could we squander it?" Yang Ling had previously heard old Master Yang recount the glorious tales of their ancestors, claiming they were descendants of the famed Yang family generals from Shaanxi, directly linked to General Yang Yu of the Yuan dynasty. An ancestor named Yang Shund had migrated to this region during the Hongwu era, establishing the Huailai Yang family. Yang Ling was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. However, as the Yang family thrived, their lineage expanded, with descendants serving in various dynasties, Northern Han, Northern Zhou, Song, Yuan, and Ming, each generation producing notable officials. As such, there were many who, by mere association with the Yang name, sought to claim ties to the illustrious generals. Consequently, Yang Ling had always been somewhat skeptical of these claims. After listening to old Master Yang, Yang Ling smiled and said, "That is precisely the point. Necessity breeds innovation." When Shun Gong arrived, there were no houses or lands to his name. Yet, he built this family estate through perseverance. Is it not reasonable for his nephew to seek alternative paths and elevate the Yang family? After all, I am now serving as the postmaster of Jiming Post. Surely that is more advantageous than stubbornly tending to the fields as a farmer? Upon hearing that Yang Ling had taken up an official position, old Master Yang's white eyebrows perked up in delight, his previous anger dissipating instantly. He then inquired eagerly about his official duties. Yang Ling embellished his tale of serving as a clerk and postmaster, and before old Master Yang could respond, the other elders in the family were already showering him with praise, clearly proud to have an official among them. Yang Ling managed to pacify several obstinate elders, only to turn and find two brothers-in-law glaring at him with intense scrutiny, causing him to inwardly lament his predicament. He suddenly realized that these two brothers-in-law were not as simple-minded as they appeared. Their discerning eyes betrayed a sharp intellect. After Yang Ling had finished conversing with his kin, Hanwu approached with a broad grin, clapping Yang Ling on the shoulder with warmth and saying, "Brother-in-law, you possess remarkable talent. It has only been a little over a month since arriving in the county, and you have already secured an official position. My younger sister is still quite young. So if there are any misunderstandings regarding decorum, I trust you will be understanding." Yang Ling smiled, though with a hint of bitterness, responding, "What does the second brother say? My young wife treats me exceptionally well. We are a couple forged in adversity, and our love is profound." Hanwu cheerfully replied, "That is splendid to hear. As a scholar, you surely appreciate the virtue of loyalty to one's spouse, and I have unnecessarily worried." Yang Ling, with a peculiar expression, affirmed, "Indeed, indeed. You need not fret." However, after that hearty clap, he felt as if his arms had been dislocated, now hanging limply at his sides. He cast a troubled glance around, spotting Han Man Song beside an iron pot, grinning and making faces at him. The three brothers shared a common enmity, and his brother's bright, spirited eyes belied their seemingly honest demeanor. Yang Ling thought resentfully, "The elder brother is scheming against me, and the younger brother is not much better. My young wife is literate. How could these two brothers-in-law be uneducated peasants? My little tricks might fool my honest father-in-law, but not them." Han Wei, being more composed, noticed Yang Ling's embarrassment and approached him, saying, "Brother-in-law, both my brother and I care deeply for this little sister. As a scholar, You are surely reasonable and will not neglect her. My brother, though straightforward, has a good heart. Please do not take offense." He chuckled, placing an arm around Yang Ling's shoulder and said, "Come, let us eat something. Otherwise, if my sister learns that I have allowed her husband to go hungry, she will surely be angry with me, and I cannot bear that." In the guise of closeness, he subtly leaned against Yang Ling's left arm. And with a slight cracking of joints, the dislocated arms seemed to be restored. Yang Ling felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared imperative to expedite his training in martial arts, lest he find himself as prey amidst these scheming wolves. As evening approached, they crested the final hill, and the ancient city of Jiming came into view. Upon crossing the mountain, everyone was taken aback. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue, and wisps of smoke rose languidly over the snowy expanse. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, revealing countless corpses sprawled across the snow, as though trampled by a herd of raging bulls. Long spears pierced through the bodies, standing forlornly in the wind, while many soldiers of the Ming and the Tatars bore multiple arrows embedded in their blood-stained garments. A few stray warhorses, injured, wandered slowly across the snow, occasionally emitting mournful whinnies, adding to the desolation of the corpse-laden landscape. Observing the scene, throughout the day and night, the Ming forces and the Tatars engaged in countless rounds of fierce combat before the chicken cry post. What is the current situation? Have the Tatars retreated? Or have they captured the post? A heavy feeling settled in Yang Ling's heart. If the chicken cry post had indeed fallen into the hands of the Tatars, what would become of his beloved Youniang? This thought sent him into a state of despair, and he was about to rush down the mountain when Han Lin seized him and exclaimed, "Do not act recklessly. We must first ascertain the truth." Han Wei stood atop a height, shielding his eyes from the sun as he gazed for a moment, then exclaimed with excitement, "It is the banner of the great Ming. The chicken cry post remains under our control." Upon hearing this, the eyes of over 100 refugees rekindled with hope, and without needing any prompting, they exerted all their strength to traverse the eerie, blood-soaked battlefield, hastening toward the post. Yang Ling was acutely aware that he had been absent for a day and a night. How anxious must Youniang be? Although he had felt a sense of urgency in the mountains, his emotions were surprisingly tranquil. Now, as the chicken cry post came into view, his heart surged, and he quickened his pace. However, his boots were ill-suited for the rugged terrain, and he soon found himself exhausted, stumbling several times. Han Wei and his brothers had to look after the elderly and frail, leaving them unable to assist him. Ma Lianer, feeling a pang of sympathy, wished to help. But with the Han and Yang families watching, she felt it inappropriate to lend a hand to a man, so she averted her gaze. Han Lin observed this and shook his head inwardly, recognizing that his son-in-law's constitution was still frail. Yet, as a scholar, he had no reason to engage in rough and tumble antics. He patted the burlap pouch at his side filled with items harvested during their hunt, wolfberries, deer antlers, tiger bones, and other treasures meant for brewing medicinal spirits and soups to restore his son-in-law's health. As they approached the ancient city, the corpses and blood on the ground became increasingly numerous. The chicken cry ancient city, constructed of blue bricks, stood solitary against the backdrop of the vast twilight sky and distant mountains. One could distinctly see a partially collapsed corner of the city gate tower rising elegantly into the air, with shadowy figures moving atop the walls. As this group entered the city, more figures appeared on the ramparts, their weapons glinting in the setting sun, reflecting cold beams of light. Yang Ling feared that the guards atop the walls might mistakenly think they were Tatars and shoot arrows indiscriminately. He halted the refugees and stepped forward alone, shouting towards the city, "I am Yang Ling, the post supervisor of Chicken Cry. Behind me are villagers from the surrounding towns. Which esteemed official is on duty at the gate? Please, come forth." His gaze scanned the crowd atop the wall when suddenly a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Youniang. She stood high above on the ramparts, the remnants of the sunset casting a warm glow upon the ancient post, illuminating her figure with a golden aura. Yang Ling gazed up at her, captivated by the brilliance of her sunlit eyes, and their eyes locked, igniting a surge of emotion within him. On the city wall, Zhang Bin shouted with a booming voice, "It truly is Supervisor Yang. Quickly, open the gates." Han Youniang gazed at him with a tender expression, oblivious to all else around her. Chapter 43. The attire of the 100 households on that day. The Ming army burst forth from the encirclement of the Tatars, hastily retreating towards Jinyiwei, abandoning their vehicles and supplies at Wuzeling. The Tatars, engaging in foot combat, found themselves intermingled with the Ming soldiers, swept along by the tumultuous throng that surged forward uncontrollably. An unprecedented scene of warfare unfolded upon the plains before Jinyiwei, where commanders from both sides were surrounded by at least 100 loyal troops, while the remainder became entangled in chaotic disarray. Leading the charge were the Ming soldiers, followed closely by the Tartars, and then more Ming troops, all fleeing in disarray. Their armor askew, banners and horns lost amidst the fray, a veritable rolling mass of chaos. The foremost Tartars, reluctant to pursue, glanced back only to see a formidable tide of Ming soldiers rushing towards them. Realizing that halting would likely result in being trampled rather than killed, they had no choice but to flee desperately forward. Following closely were the Tartars who had previously occupied the flanking hills. Witnessing their comrades in front and noting the absence of a clarion call from their leaders to retreat, they too were swept along, engaging in a frenzied clash. Their forces evenly matched, rendering it impossible to discern a victor in that moment. Upon Yang Ling's urgent dispatch from the county office, County Magistrate Min could not suppress his concern and ordered that he be carried to the city walls to await developments. At that moment, he beheld a deluge of soldiers advancing with alarming speed, which startled him into action. He promptly commanded the station soldiers to prepare the cannons, readying themselves for an impending confrontation. As the disarrayed troops fled to the foot of the city walls, Magistrate Min was rendered speechless by the sight of this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. His brows twitching in disbelief, he could not ascertain whether the Ming forces had mutinied or if the Tartars had surrendered. Observing the tumultuous melee below, where combatants continued to clash with blades and firearms, he began to grasp the unfolding situation, realizing that should the gates be opened, the disordered Tartar forces would undoubtedly flood into the city, and if the over 10,000 soldiers transformed Jinyiwei into a battleground, the ancient city would surely face ruin. Min Wenjian made a swift decision, commanding Jiang Bin's troops to staunchly defend the city, forbidding entry to any. The Ming soldiers below clamored for the gates to be opened, while Huang Shangqing supported Magistrate Min as he stood atop the walls, calling down, "It is your duty to annihilate the enemy, while it is our responsibility to protect this territory. Until the Tartars retreat, the gates shall remain shut." In moments of extreme fear, courage can emerge, and the once dreadful Ming soldiers found themselves with no avenue of retreat. Casting a glance back at the once mighty Tartars, now equally beleaguered and drenched in sweat, they felt an unexpected surge of bravery. Without needing further orders from their commanders, they paired off and engaged in fierce combat. Magistrate Min ordered the 400 soldiers stationed in the three cities to be redeployed to the southern city wall, utilizing bows and arrows to assist their comrades below. Although the strikes were sporadic and the enemy intermingled, the psychological impact was substantial. Lion Mint personally led his troops to intercept the Ming soldiers at the end of Lu Valley, lying in wait like wolves. The fierce Tartar warriors met the hastily engaged Ming soldiers, causing the latter to collapse under pressure, culminating in the death of Commander Hishiji. Lion Monk, following closely, had not anticipated the battle would unfold in such a manner. At that juncture, his forces held a slight numerical advantage over the Ming, and their close combat capabilities far surpassed those of the Ming soldiers. Yet, inflicting 1,000 casualties would cost him 800 of his own. He was uncertain whether he could ensure the safe return of the remaining troops if he sought to obliterate these desperate Ming soldiers, driven by a fierce resolve. He had not forgotten that the Deputy General of Zhuolu, Shima Ing, was advancing with his troops. Although the forces of Deputy General Wei Guang had been diverted by his own maneuvering, the elite troops of the guerrilla General Yang Jialong, numbering over 2,000, were steadily advancing towards Huailai. If a swift resolution were not achieved, they would soon find themselves encircled. Thus, Boyan Monk directed his troops to execute a fierce assault, but ultimately had no choice but to regroup his scattered soldiers and begin a retreat. Fortunately, at that moment, the Ming army was also engaged in disarray, unable to mount an effective counterattack. The melee continued until midnight, at which point Boyan Monk managed to consolidate his remaining forces and retreat to safety, galloping away from the vicinity of Hulu Valley. Only then did County Magistrate Min open the city gates to allow the remnants of his army to enter. As the startled Ming soldiers hurried back to the city, lacking even the courage to survey the battlefield. In this engagement, the Ming forces suffered the loss of 2,000 soldiers, along with 300 war chariots and 800 horses abandoned in Hulu Valley. Deputy General, he held his position at Jiming Post for an additional 3 days, awaiting orders from the General of Fengshan Prefecture to withdraw back to the city. He understood that his prospects were dim, and he patiently awaited his fate. Upon Yang Ling's return, he recorded some insights he had gathered regarding the enhancement of troop quality and the utilization of firearms, which he sent to Deputy General He. In Yang Ling's view, the current situation, wherein the emphasis was placed on generals rather than troops, was fraught with peril. The confrontation of two armies should not rely solely on the valor of their leaders. A courageous general would inspire his soldiers to fight like lions, whereas a lack of leadership could scatter even 1,000,000 soldiers like grains of sand. Yet, the insights he painstakingly penned were met with scorn. The moment he departed, Deputy General, he disdainfully cast them aside, scoffing at the opinions of a mere scholar. However, the less learned Lu Gonggong quietly retrieved the missive and concealed it in his robe. Recognizing that any evidence unfavorable to Deputy General he could serve to absolve him of responsibility, this Lu Gonggong, despite his limited education, managed to draft a highly competent memorial that was swiftly dispatched to the capital. Our forces have suffered grievous losses, including the death of a fourth-grade official, all due to Deputy General He's reckless ambition and overreach, which allowed the Tatars to exploit the situation. 7 days after the conclusion of the battle, Yang Laotai, concerned about his family estate, was eager to return to Yang Xiaopeng as soon as the situation stabilized. Yang Ling exhaled deeply in those 7 days. He realized how deeply the imprint of family lineage affected an individual in this era. When one member of the family ascends, regardless of distance, they bear a significant responsibility for the entire clan. The Yang family, numbering 60 to 70 members, some of whom were branches from nearly a century ago, boldly claimed their needs for food, shelter, and other provisions upon entering the city, as if it were his duty to provide for them. Moreover, others, whether young or fellow villagers, also regarded this as a given, a notion that Yang Ling found difficult to comprehend. After finally dispatching these individuals, Yang Ling returned to the post with a sense of relief. A junior clerk approached, reporting, "Sir, there is a gentleman who wishes to see you and has been waiting in the reception room for quite some time." Yang Ling tossed the reins to a post attendant and hurried to the small reception area of the post, where he found an elderly man in a blue robe leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed. Yang Ling was aware that the tea served in his post was classified into 4 grades, and unless it was a personal visit from an official, the junior clerks would not offer the superior quality tea. Despite the 4th-rate tea being surprisingly flavorful, it seems that the individual before him is not of remarkable stature. He relaxed, smiling calmly, and said, "Sir, I am the postmaster of this county. May I inquire as to your insights?" The old man in the blue robe held a cup of tea in one hand while gently tapping a rhythm on the table with the other, appearing quite at ease. His visage suggested he was around 50 years of age, with a clear and refined countenance. His pair of phoenix eyes were slightly closed, but upon hearing Yang Ling speak, he opened them just enough to appraise Yang with a casual smile. "Ah, my young friend Yang has returned. Do you still recognize me?" As he spoke, he delicately placed the teacup on the table. Yang Ling noticed a lustrous ring adorning his finger. During that era, synthetic materials were unheard of, and the ring's warm hue indicated its substantial worth. Intrigued by this man's identity, Yang Ling gazed closely, finding the face somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Sensing Yang Ling's momentary awkwardness, the old man chuckled lightly and rose, saying, "The last time we met was also in this postmaster's office. Back then, I was a guest, and so were you. Who would have thought that within a month you would transition from guest to host?" Yang Ling exclaimed in realization, "I remember now. You are Mr. Wu Jie, the esteemed merchant from Sichuan and Shaanxi, a friend of Postmaster Ma." Wu Jie, who had previously aided Postmaster Ma in persuading the Wang family to withdraw their lawsuit, laughed heartily at the mention. However, his demeanor swiftly turned serious as he stated, "I am not merely a friend of Postmaster Ma. I am his superior. Now, young Postmaster, I am also your superior." Yang Ling was taken aback, gazing at this man whose expression shifted from warmth to sternness in an instant. A flash of insight struck him, and he blurted out, Are you not from the Jinyiwei?" Wu Jie smiled broadly and replied leisurely, "Are you not in the same position now, Lord Yang, as a Baihu?" Yang Ling was rendered speechless. The title of Baihu indicated a 6th-rank official, specifically a military position under the Wei Department. When had he enlisted and risen to such a rank? Noticing his astonishment, Wu Jie chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for surprise. The Ministry of Personnel has already issued documents regarding your appointment as acting postmaster. Soon, you shall receive your official commission. Although the postmaster is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue, everyone knows that these positions are predominantly held by members of the Jinyiwei. The Qianhu has dispatched someone to investigate your background. You are a scholar from the 15th year of the Hongzhi reign, with a reputable lineage, a descendant of the renowned General Yang from the northern Song Dynasty. I now convey the orders of Lord Zhang from the Northern Town Protectorate, summoning you into the Jinyiwei to oversee intelligence gathering in the Huailai area, with the title of Baihu, directly answerable to me. As Wu Jie spoke, he retrieved a scroll and a badge from his robe, smiling as he handed them to Yang Ling Yang Baihu. Postmaster Ma toiled for a lifetime without attaining the rank of Baihu. That you are newly appointed as postmaster. Your significant contributions to our Ming Dynasty have earned you this commendation. The Baihu of the Jinyiwei surpasses even the Qianhu in the military by a considerable margin. Do not squander the esteem of Lord Zhang. Yang Ling, in a state of bewilderment, received the waste token from Ren Yu and stammered, "My lord, I truly do not comprehend. When have I ever achieved any significant merit?" Wu Jie smiled and replied, "While it is commendable to be modest about one's contributions, you need not feign humility when it is rightfully yours. The Tatar prince set an ambush in Hulu Valley, intending to annihilate our forces. Fortunately, a secret informant from the Jinyiwei relayed this crucial intelligence. And it was only due to the swift action of Yang Yichang that our Ming army was spared from impending disaster. Is this not a considerable feat?" Yang Ling exclaimed. "What? Such a thing never occurred. Sir, you are mistaken. By the time I received the news and rushed to the scene, it was already too late. Had it not been for the Commander Baidu's relentless charge, we would have been utterly doomed." At this juncture, a chill gripped his heart, and the words he intended to utter were abruptly silenced. Meanwhile, the composed and elegant Wu Qianhu's gaze turned icy. Exuding an air of ruthless authority that could dictate life and death, he offered a faint smile and, after a lengthy pause, spoke deliberately. "The Tatar prince laid his trap in Hulu Valley, aiming to ensnare our army. It was due to the reckless ambition of General He and the timely report from Jinyiwei's Yang Yichang that our forces were spared annihilation, correct?" Yang Ling felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively replied, "This subordinate is indeed at fault." Wu Jie nodded slightly, and then, with a sudden smile, said, "You, being a mere scholar and distanced from the court's affairs, may be forgiven for your ignorance regarding certain matters. However, now that you are part of the Jinyiwei, there are truths that you must grasp." Yang Ling involuntarily responded, "My lord means to say." Wu Jie, delicately rubbing his chin adorned with a jade ring, replied leisurely, "The court requires a facade of dignity, the military seeks a scapegoat, and the Jinyiwei craves this credit. Do you understand?" Chapter 44. The difficulties of the bright moon. Tomorrow marks the 15th day of the first lunar month. The common folk, having endured the tumult of New Year's Eve, are beginning to rediscover the festive spirit. Since the melancholic departure of General He, officials at Jiming Post have gradually resumed their convivial gatherings. The long-awaited appointment from the Ministry of Personnel, as mentioned by Wu Qianhu, has been delayed for 10 days, allowing Yang Ling to witness the stark contrast in efficiency between clandestine intelligence networks and the official bureaucratic channels. Today, Magistrate Min has hosted a banquet for the military commander, despite the imperial rewards and punishments yet to be announced. However, it is common knowledge that Magistrate Min is on the brink of promotion. Although Huailai has faced defeat, the blame does not lie with the magistrate. As a civil official, he has managed to slay the enemy chieftainess prince, which, in the eyes of the emperor and the grand scholars, carries far more political significance than the actual warfare. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, Magistrate Min leaned toward Yang Ling with a jovial grin and whispered, "My dear Yang, my brother-in-law has informed me that the capital intends to transfer me to the south. I have heard it is to serve as the deputy director of the salt transport office in Haining." Yang Ling, unsure of the rank associated with this position, could see the magistrate's beaming joy, suggesting it was indeed a substantial post. Haining, being far more prosperous than this desolate borderland, warranted warm congratulations. And Yang Ling promptly offered his best wishes. "Congratulations, my lord. What splendid news. The deputy director of the salt transport office is a 5th-rank official. And for a 3rd-rank county magistrate like Min Wenjian, this promotion represents a significant leap of 3 ranks. More critically, the salt transport director holds considerable power, with the salt merchants in that region being immensely wealthy, capable of rivaling nations. Just a mere fraction of their wealth could sustain a family for generations." Magistrate Min was so delighted that he could hardly see straight and waved his hands, saying, "Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. The imperial decree has yet to arrive, so we must not speak too freely." He glanced at the officials around them, engaged in lively conversation, and added, "Once I settle in after my transfer, I will endeavor to facilitate your move to Jiang'an. I have accomplished nothing in this desolate place for 2 years, since your arrival. I have been promoted. You are indeed my lucky charm. While a transfer to Jiangnan is certainly appealing, I pondered whether I would even live to enjoy such fortune. Moreover, my current public identity is that of a relay station officer, while secretly, I hold a rank higher than yours as a captain in the Jinyiwei. Without the Jinyiwei's endorsement, such a transfer would not be easily attainable. With this thought, Yang Ling managed a forced smile, saying, "Your kindness and support toward me, my lord, truly touch my heart, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Seeing Yang Ling's distracted demeanor, Magistrate Min chuckled and playfully punched him on the shoulder, saying warmly, "A man of ambition should not be so timid. Besides, once I take office, it will take at least a year or so to find an opportunity to transfer you. If you are sincere, act quickly. By then, you might even have a child. If you are intent on this, do not dally or hesitate." Yang Ling, bewildered, could not grasp the meaning of the magistrate's words. Magistrate Min, with a sidelong glance, remarked, "You sly fellow, this matter is known by all. Do you think you can hide it from me? Ha! No wonder you are keeping it a secret. That girl is indeed youthful and fresh. But fear not, I have no interest in such affairs. Ha ha ha." Yang Ling, engulfed in confusion and eager to inquire further, found that the magistrate by Ducey had already summoned County Magistrate Min over with a hearty voice. He turned around, only to see Lu Dianshi approaching with a cup in hand, a smile gracing his features. "Congratulations, dear Yang. A double blessing has come your way. Just the other day you were appointed as a postmaster, and soon you will achieve scholarly success. When that day comes, Lu shall certainly be asking for a toast." "Not at all, Master Lu, you flatter me," Yang Ling replied with a smile, raising his cup to drink. Only then did he grasp the implications. Scholarly success referred to the honor of passing the imperial examination, while scholarly success in the context of marriage suggested a union of love. He yearned to clarify what Lu meant by scholarly success, but the revelers around him were too engrossed in their merriment, engaging in light-hearted banter with each other. Lu Dianshi, after finishing his words, swayed his way towards Wang Zhubu, leaving Yang Ling's gaze trailing after him, oblivious to the approach of Huang Xianqing. Huang Xianqing, having strolled to his side, cleared his throat and smiled. "With County Magistrate Min's imminent promotion, given your qualifications and your relationship with him, I foresee you ascending to the 7th rank within a few years. Beyond that, whether you can leap into higher ranks will depend on your fortune. You are still young. Just be prudent in your governance. When the winds of fortune blow your way, your future will be boundless. Patience is key." Yang Ling, recognizing Huang Xianqing's presence, hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Huang, for your guidance. I am truly enlightened." Noticing that no one was paying attention, Huang Xianqing suddenly lowered his voice. "However, regarding this matter, you have acted rather rashly. Though the Ma family has fallen from grace, they were once a prominent family. Now that your affairs are common knowledge, why have you not taken steps to secure a concubine? If your finances are tight, I have some savings from recent years. You may borrow them for your immediate needs." Yang Ling was taken aback. "Elder Huang, what do you mean by taking a concubine? I never mentioned such a thing, and besides, how could Miss Ma ever agree to such a fate?" His words startled Huang Xianqing, who quickly admonished him. "Hush, hush. Be careful with your words. While it may not reflect well on her reputation, no one would mock her. If this were to spread, how could Miss Ma endure it?" Yang Ling, bewildered, asked, "Elder Huang, what exactly has transpired? I do not comprehend." Huang Xianqing chuckled. "Taking a concubine is a refined affair. Why are you so timid? As for Miss Ma, we have all heard her recount her experience of spending a night with you in the snow cave." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling suddenly realized, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Elder Huang, you have truly misunderstood. My encounter with Miss Ma was purely due to the harsh cold. We had no choice but to seek refuge in the snow cave. There was nothing more to it." As he spoke, he recalled the warmth they shared that night. Even in modern terms, it could be deemed suggestive, and he found himself at a loss for further words. Huang Xianqing stroked his beard, visibly displeased. "It is indeed a fact that a man and woman spend a night together. She openly spoke of this experience, indicating her affection for you. A woman's honor is paramount. She can still seek a husband and remarry. To be wealthy is to be benevolent, to hold office is to be just, and to be a person is to have integrity. You are a scholar, surely you understand these principles. I regard you as kin, which is why I confide in you so deeply. Do not mislead yourself." Yang Ling found himself speechless, unable to muster a response. Against the backdrop of the channel wall, the snow crunched under Yang Ling's feet as he approached the 4th inn. Raising his gaze, he spotted the lanterns glowing in the courtyard of Malianer, which stirred a thought from the banquet that County Magistrate Huang had mentioned earlier. With a gentle urgency, He strolled over. The door was ajar, and beneath the lamp, he could see the warmth of the fire escaping from within. Yang Ling reached the entrance and beheld Ma Yinan seated on a low stool before the stove, her delicate hand propping her chin, the other feet enkindling into the flames. She appeared somewhat bored, her languorous posture captivating. The flickering light illuminated her porcelain-like visage, casting a beautiful rosy hue, while her enchanting eyes hinted at a mature charm. Hardships had rendered her more refined. She now exhibited a tranquility and composure that contrasted with the spirited and frivolous demeanor she once possessed. Yang Ling gently tapped on the doorframe, and upon seeing him, Ma Yinner's eyes sparkled with a fleeting joy and warmth. Eager to rise, she quickly tempered her emotions. Smiling softly, since returning to the city, it has been quite a while since I last saw you. Has the banquet concluded? Yang Ling felt a stir within and could not help but inquire, how did you know I attended the feast? Ma Yinner offered no response but instead regarded him with her expressive eyes. Yang Ling paused, realizing that she had likely been observing his every move these past days. Those words she had spoken on the night at Wuseling, were they merely jest? Having publicly shared her experiences, it was evident that she harbored feelings for him. A woman's reputation is paramount. Could she truly consider remarrying? Reflecting on what County Magistrate Huang had said, Yang Ling suddenly comprehended the myriad unspoken rules that surrounded him. Surely Ma Yinner was aware of them too. Her revelation seemed to forge an established fact, leveraging public sentiment to compel him to take her as his bride. With a wry smile, Yang Ling remarked, Miss Yinner, you intentionally shared our misadventure in the snow cave with Lord Min, didn't you? You are well aware that such frivolities can be detrimental, yet you jest with your own reputation. How could you act so foolishly? Ma Yinner paused in her task, then, after a moment's silence, she began to chuckle softly. Is being foolish truly a fault? Is it not often said that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue? Do you prefer me to be clever or foolish? Her smile bore a hint of cunning, mixed with the triumph of her playful schemes. Yang Ling, taken aback, exclaimed, how can you be so reckless with your words? You are too frivolous. Ma Yinner's hand trembled slightly. She did not lift her head, remaining rigidly bowed. Until she suddenly choked back a sob. Yang Ling, do you truly despise me? The vibrant flames danced in the hearth, and Yang Ling noticed a crystalline tear fall onto her hand, causing his heart to soften. He comforted her. How could that be? When have you ever seen me despise you? Ma Yinner laughed through her tears, of course. I have never seen it. I can tell whether you like me or not. Under the warm glow of the fire, her radiant smile sparkled with joy and pride. Yang Ling felt a sense of frustration. This girl not only bore the resemblance of a cunning fox, but her wit mirrored that of a mischievous little vixen. It was difficult to discern whether her sorrow was genuine or feigned. Her appearance hardly suggested recent tears. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Ma Yinner unexpectedly felt a rush of shyness. Lowering her head bashfully, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Brother Yang, I was in the wrong that night. You were right. If you truly cast aside your concubine, would I still be worthy of your affection? When I saw you gazing at her beneath the city walls, I realized that no one could ever replace her in your heart. I dare not hope for such a position. I only wish for your kindness towards me, and that would suffice. She stared dreamily at the flickering flames, her eyes brimming with hopes of happiness. And in a voice almost ethereal, she expressed, all I desire is a husband who cherishes and loves me. That alone would bring me contentment. I do not crave luxurious garments or sumptuous feasts. The title of a legitimate wife, if it belongs to a man who treats women as mere possessions, like my father or many men of our great Ming Dynasty, can such a title truly bring happiness? Her words flowed forth with an unexpected maturity for one so young. As she revealed her heart to Yang Ling, I grew up on the frontier. My manner of speaking and acting may not align with the propriety expected of women from the Central Plains, yet I am not a frivolous girl. Brother Yang, I shall uphold the virtues of a wife and respect your concubine. Yang Ling could only manage a wry smile, exclaiming, you, look at your usual cleverness. How can you be so unreasonable? I shall not indulge your whims. Tomorrow, I will seek out Ma Ang to forge a brother-sister bond. It would surely keep us safe from gossip. Upon seeing him turn to leave, Ma Yinner panicked, leaping up to block his path. She threw herself into his embrace, playfully chiding, you see me only once in a fortnight. I will not allow you to depart. Yang Ling, taken aback, urged her, release me quickly. Or what will others think? Yet Ma Yinner remained steadfast in his arms, her tear-streaked face adorned with a beguiling smile. The one whose reputation is at stake is I. The one drowning in scandal would also be me. I fear not. So why should you? At a loss for words, Yang Ling stammered. I am merely concerned for you. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Ma Lian'er replied coyly, "A gentleman may still marry, and I am yet unwed. I care not for the whispers of others." A flicker of disdain and an inexplicable resentment crossed her features as she abruptly recited a comment saying, "Listen to the drumbeats. The time for sowing has not yet come." Yang Ling stood there, a mixture of amusement and disbelief, as Ma Lian'er, with a radiant smile, wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice dripping with longing. "Since that night, I have yearned for your embrace, longing to hear the stories you share that both terrify and enchant me. Do you know? From that evening forth, I could never bear to leave your side." Her sincerity was palpable, although her naturally enchanting visage bore an almost ethereal allure that, due to her youth, was not yet fully manifested. In that moment, she embodied the essence of a lovesick maiden, her delicate features flushed with a tender hue, and regardless of how deeply she spoke, an enchanting charm lingered. As if she were deliberately inviting him closer, she gazed at Yang Ling's awkward expression and teasingly asked, "Do you truly wish to become sworn brothers with my elder brother? Do you genuinely want to be my godbrother?" The spark of mischief in her dark, bright eyes flickered like twin flames as she shyly lowered her gaze. Softly humming a tune, "Drywood and fierce fire make good meals. Godbrother and godsister are bound by kin." After singing just 2 lines, she could no longer suppress her shyness and threw herself into Yang Ling's embrace, summoning her courage to say, "I learned this song in the frontier. You want to be my godbrother, right? I don't mind at all." Yang Ling was utterly stunned. "Comrade, from where have you traversed?" This young lady, who presented herself as a refined maiden before others, displayed an unabashedly fiery and uninhibited nature in front of him, unreserved and unashamed. Ma Lian'er, emboldened, boldly confessed, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Her palm rested against Yang Ling's neck, warm and soft, a radiance born of the flames of the stove. Was her bosom equally warm and inviting? Yang Ling knew he should not entertain such thoughts, yet as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her graceful curves, an uncontrollable urge surged within him. He felt a heat in his lower abdomen, a restlessness that nearly drove him to capture her alluring lips in a fervent kiss. To delve deeper would mean to cross a point of no return. Yang Ling silently admonished himself and abruptly extricated himself from Ma Lian'er's embrace. Startled, she stumbled back a couple of steps, her face paling to a ghostly white, her once crescent-shaped eyes now vacant and filled with dread, as if she were a condemned prisoner being led to execution. If Yang Ling held any affection for her, if he intended to welcome her into his life, why would he treat her this way? Ma Lian'er struggled to maintain her remaining dignity, yet tears betrayed her resolve, cascading down her cheeks as a melancholic smile curled at her lips. Unable to bear the sight, Yang Ling turned away and gently spoke, "Miss Lian'er, I am not someone worthy of your lifelong devotion. Truly, my words today are not for myself, nor for your sister, but solely for you. In 2 years, at most, you will understand why I must refuse you." He dared not look back, striding straight out into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Ma Lian'er slowly approached the doorway, her once bright eyes now devoid of luster, fixated on the direction of his disappearance. After a long moment, she turned her gaze skyward. The heavens were a deep azure, a brilliant moon shining like a silver disk, casting its luminescence upon countless stars. With tear-filled eyes, she softly murmured, "When jade dew meets, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. I do not comprehend your words, nor do I grasp the excuses you seek. Perhaps for you, that night was inconsequential. But do you realize that for me, it remains an unforgettable happiness that I shall cherish for a lifetime?" Chapter 45. Spring has arrived in the early days of February. The chill of early spring lingers, yet the peach buds have begun to blossom, and tender green shoots of grass emerge from the earth. The courtyard, meticulously arranged, exudes a rich aroma of grain. The couriers have transported the grain from the storeroom to the courtyard, barefoot and wielding wooden shovels, spreading out the rice for drying. Yang Ling joined in the bustling activity for a while. Once he observed the grain evenly laid out, he slipped on his shoes and strolled out of the courier's office. His current duties are rather light. With the crowing of the rooster marking the end of the night, there are no significant tasks apart from handling some correspondence. However, under the jurisdiction of the Jinyiwei, secret intelligence flows incessantly. From the information gathered, it is evident that conflicts persist among the tribes on the grasslands. When they band together to raid the border towns of the Ming, they resemble a group of robbers, working in unison. Yet, once they retreat, disputes arise over the unequal distribution of spoils, igniting tensions among them. The various tribes of the Tatars frequently engage in conflict with one another and with other ethnic groups. It is said that the Jurchens, Western barbarians, and some minor Tatar factions, though participating in these raids, suffer heavy losses, receiving the least share of the spoils. As a result, their lives grow even more arduous, lacking iron pots for cooking, salt for seasoning, and even properly fitting clothing. Nevertheless, as the grass grows and the orioles take flight, the pastoral life that sustains the herders is on the brink of commencing, and during this season, an attack on the Ming is unlikely. The magistrate of Min County has already taken office in Haining, and the deputy is also set to return to Jiangnan soon. As for Han Lin and his son, they are mere hunters from the mountains without land to call their own. Following the battle at the rooster crowing station, nearly 30% of the couriers suffered casualties, creating a pressing need for manpower. Yang Ling has thus arranged for his father-in-law and brother-in-law to join the courier office. As for his younger brother-in-law, Han Monsong, despite his insistence on becoming a courier, his youthful visage is too conspicuous even if he were to falsify his age, and thus he must relinquish the idea. Thanks to Yang Ling's diligent efforts and the support of County Clerk Huang and Registrar Wang, the scandal regarding Yang, the courier, spending a snowy night with a beautiful woman, and the scholar's illicit affair with a charming maiden has been successfully contained, preventing it from spreading among the common folk and the military. Yang Ling ponders that after some time, as Ma Lianer grows indifferent, this matter will fade away. However, unexpectedly, Han Youniang, perhaps due to their similar ages or because Ma Lianer is the only female companion residing in the courier office, has become quite close to her shortly after moving in. While Ma Lianer avoids Yang Ling, her bond with Han Youniang deepens. Just a few days ago, Yang Ling chanced upon Ma Lianer and noted that in just over a month, her cheeks have grown increasingly gaunt, her chin sharper, and her eyes appear larger yet devoid of their former sparkle. Yang Ling is at a loss whether to feel sorrow or guilt. All he can do is ensure that those within his capacity take good care of her. His life is fleeting, and Ma Lianer still has choices ahead. With her beauty, she is undoubtedly capable of finding a loving husband. It is profoundly selfish to accept her under such circumstances without her knowledge. Such treatment is neither love nor fairness. Upon reflection regarding the young maiden, he arrived at a profound realization. From the moment he opened his eyes, she was destined to be his. Through the days of their acquaintance, he discerned that she was a traditional and unpretentious girl. Even when she was a stranger to her husband, devoid of any emotional connection, she had resolutely pledged to remain loyal to him for life. How much more significant was their bond now, imbued with deep affection? His earlier self-righteous notions were utterly impractical. If he were to pass 2 years with her in a semblance of familial affection, he would undoubtedly embark on a new cycle burdened by profound regret. As for the young maiden, she would be left with nothing but endless sorrow and an abundance of longing. Given this reality, why not traverse those 2 years together in blissful happiness? If he could grant her a cherished token of love. His eyes welled with emotion at the thought of being a husband and father. The weighty responsibilities and sense of accomplishment that accompanied these roles thrilled him immensely. Though life may be fleeting, their shared existence could still be vibrant and colorful. Should they welcome a little one, the young maiden, even in losing herself, would find solace and courage to continue living. Their child would undoubtedly bring her joy and delight. However, as he resolved to pursue this exhilarating vision, that wretched lie became an insurmountable obstacle. How could he communicate this to her? Even though she had always capitulated to his wishes, when it came to matters of life and death, the spirited girl might decidedly choose to end her own life rather than acquiesce. Was he to resort to force? Perhaps he would reconsider once he felt capable of overpowering her. With a rueful smile, he stroked his chin, reflecting on how his once frivolous nature had transformed into a steadfast demeanor since meeting her. She, the delicate beauty clad in simple attire, exuding grace and charm. As he walked, his thoughts of the young maiden brought smiles and furrowed brows in equal measure. By the riverbank outside the eastern city, the water had completely thawed, its crystalline flow dancing joyfully. He dipped his hand into the water, which remained chillingly cold, yet he had grown accustomed to it. Recently, he felt his body had become significantly sturdier. His father-in-law's herbal wine had indeed proven effective. He wondered if it was a secret recipe from the Shaolin monks. For when inquired, his father-in-law remained tight-lipped, merely stating that the wine was infused with rare mountain herbs, aimed at fortifying the body and enhancing vitality. Indeed, this herbal concoction was genuine. The first time he drank it, unaware of its potency, he indulged in 3 cups, experiencing a delightful warmth that enveloped his lower back, akin to having 2 hot water bottles placed there. His vitality surged, keeping him awake until the early hours. Every evening, the young maiden prepared a cup for him, and he found himself increasingly invigorated. A petite woman, with a basket in hand, nimbly leaped across the stones of the river, catching sight of a young man standing by the water's edge. Bashfully, she glided past him, her slender waist momentarily rendered immobile under the gaze of his bright eyes. His attention lingered on her youthful and athletic figure until a gust of wind jolted him back to reality. He gave himself a sharp slap, cursing under his breath, pondering why he had recently developed an insatiable interest in gazing at attractive women. With spring upon them, was it possible that even human nature had begun to blossom? Yang Ling glanced at a puddle ahead, contemplating the idea of idly fishing to pass the time, when suddenly he heard a melodious call, "My dear husband, are you waiting for our return?" Upon hearing her voice, Yang Ling looked up to see Han Youniang and Ma Lian gracefully traversing the mountain path. Han Youniang carried a woven basket in her left arm and waved a vibrant azalea branch in her right hand, her smile radiant like a flower. As charming as a mountain spring, Ma Lian accompanied her, clad in white garments that gleamed like fresh snow, exuding an allure that was undeniable. The two had just returned from foraging for wild vegetables, and upon spotting Yang Ling by the riverbank, Han Youniang's face lit up with delight, prompting her to hasten towards him. Ma Lian followed suit for a few steps before slowing down, thoughtfully savoring Han Youniang's words. "My dear husband, are you waiting for our return?" Recently, Han Youniang had made a conscious effort to draw closer to Yang Ling, and Ma Lian, possessing a keen intellect, understood that she was merely under the impression that Yang Ling had dispatched Youniang to care for her. However, she increasingly sensed that Han Youniang seemed intent on fostering a connection between herself and Yang Ling. Did she genuinely wish to welcome her into the Yang family? The mere possibility quickened Ma Lian's heartbeat. She was acutely aware of Youniang's esteemed place in Yang Ling's heart. If Youniang were to give her approval, the prospects would indeed be promising. How foolish of her to realize that Yang Ling, in his obliviousness, should have considered endearing himself to Youniang. If they were to become true sisters, it was essential for her to gain Youniang's approval and closeness. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a good rapport with her from this moment forward. Unbeknownst to her, Han Youniang continued to express herself with charming exuberance. Darting to Yang Ling's side and presenting her basket with pride, "My dear husband, look at all the wild vegetables I gathered. We have caddis ear, shepherdess purse, and mouse's tail grass. Oh, and look at this large sorrel. I shall wash it for you to taste. It is truly delicious." With excitement, Han Youniang placed the basket down and selected the largest sorrel, rushing to the riverbank to wash it. At this moment, Ma Lian approached. Offering an awkward smile towards Yang Ling gazed at her. Ma Lian, dressed in white, appeared far more modest than before. The gentle spring sunlight illuminated her youthful, delicate face, giving her an almost ethereal quality. The slender waist, barely graspable, was accentuated by a pale blue ribbon fluttering in the mountain breeze, suggesting that with a mere tug, her modesty might be compromised. Yang Ling couldn't help but smirk. What had been troubling him lately that led his thoughts astray? Having not seen each other for over a month, Ma Lian had not changed significantly. Fine hair was visible on her lips, and she still bore the appearance of an innocent girl. Yet, her experiences and maturation had transformed her, akin to a delicate peony, ethereal and fragile. She had grown markedly slender while he had become robust. Ma Lian, indeed, resembled what Youniang described, her chin sharp, her eyes large, her oval face reminiscent of a cartoonish vixen, her pallor almost exaggerated. Meanwhile, Yang Ling, who had always possessed an air of scholarly elegance, now stood even taller and straighter, his eyes darker and brighter, his brows brimming with vigor. Dressed in a blue robe, with lips red as cherries and teeth white as pearls, his eyes sparkled like stars, presenting himself as a refined young gentleman. The originally pallid cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Speaking of redness, it was indeed vivid, too vivid, in fact. Yang Ling felt a chill at the tip of his nose, and upon casually wiping it, he found his hand smeared with fresh blood. Alas, how unfortunate! Recently, he had attributed the dryness of his nose to the lingering warmth of the heated Kong in his home or the aridness of spring. Yet, witnessing another suffer a nosebleed was a rather embarrassing predicament. He awkwardly raised his hand, blood continuing to flow, already spilling over his lips, rendering him hesitant to open his mouth. Ma Lian exclaimed in alarm, "Yang, you're bleeding." Yang Ling rolled his eyes in exasperation. Her words were akin to stating the obvious. Han Youniang looked up and, in a fluster, rushed over, urging, "What's the matter, husband? Quickly, tilt your head back." As she spoke, she gently patted Yang Ling's forehead with her wet hand. As he tilted his head back, the sky appeared so blue, the clouds billowed like silk drapery, evoking a sense of the vastness of the universe. Just as Yang Ling pondered the heavens in silence, someone suddenly thrust a soft object into his hand. Upon squeezing it, he realized it was a handkerchief. Hastily, he pressed it against his nose to staunch the blood. The handkerchief was pristine white, exuding a subtle fragrance. This was not the scent of Youniang, whose aroma was akin to delicate jasmine. This was a refined and ethereal fragrance. Yang Ling's heart stirred. It belonged to Lianer. Once the bleeding ceased, under the concerned gazes of the two lovely maidens, Yang Ling awkwardly made his way to the riverbank to wash his face. Ma Lianer and Han Youniang exchanged glances, both feeling a bit bashful and quickly averting their eyes. Ma Lianer bit her lip, feeling a mix of guilt and amusement, tinged with a sense of pride. After a month of separation, she had not anticipated their reunion to unfold in such a chaotic manner, causing her to feel a rush of emotions. Han Youniang watched Yang Ling anxiously, recalling her father's words. The medicinal wine, concocted from ginseng, tiger bone, deer antler, and goji berries, was meant to invigorate the body, but its potency was too strong. Given her husband's frail constitution, caution was crucial. Yet, she noticed he seemed to relish it, pouring himself more each day. Would he truly be unfit to receive such nourishment? Stealing a glance at Ma Lianer, whose eyes sparkled with interest, Han Youniang thought to herself, her brother had spoken the truth. Lianer indeed harbored feelings for her husband. Her younger brother's words echoed in her mind. "Sister, I must tell you, we rescued brother-in-law in the mountains. He was sharing a kiss with that beautiful sister residing at the post station. Oh, Lianer." With a soft sigh, Han Youniang recalled her father's admonitions. "Youniang, a husband has his duties, and a wife has her virtues. Have you forgotten the lessons from your teacher? Jealousy leads to ruin." Throughout history, women who relied on favoritism have seldom met with good fortune. In our Ming Dynasty, it is stipulated that a man may take a concubine only after turning 40 and having no sons, but that applies to commoners. Officials are exempt from such restrictions. And your husband has a bright future ahead. Many women in this era willingly take concubines for their husbands and are praised for their generosity. Do not tarnish your reputation with jealousy. It would be a grave miscalculation. Our family hails from humble beginnings. Your union with the scholar is primarily due to my past act of saving Lord Yang from the jaws of death, which secured this match. You are indeed fortunate. Just observe how envious our neighbors are of this alliance. My discerning eye for people has proven accurate. Your husband is a man of integrity, treating you with genuine kindness. As long as you devote yourself to serving him and bear children for the Yang family, your position remains unassailable. Regardless of whether Miss Ma possesses greater beauty or a more illustrious background, one should not indulge in jealousy. Rather, since your husband harbors feelings for Miss Ma, it would be wiser to assist her. In doing so, you may foster a sisterly bond, and he will only hold you in greater esteem. Sighing quietly, Han Youniang reflects on the aspirations of a wife who does not wish for her husband to achieve great heights. Yet, as he ascends, he becomes a figure of renown. And therein lies the bittersweet truth. With every gain, there is also a loss. Chapter 46. The joys of the boudoir. Yang Ling stood in the courtyard, brushing his teeth with a mixture of salt and melon rind. He exhaled, his breath still carrying the lingering scent of alcohol, his head slightly hazy. Tonight, his young wife had refrained from giving him medicinal wine, opting instead for homemade sorghum liquor purchased from a local tavern, leading him to indulge a bit more than usual. Earlier, she had prepared a meal of wild vegetables and stewed a small chicken, inviting Lianer to dine with them. Before dusk fell, he had escorted her back to her quarters, and she had yet to return. He wondered what the two might be discussing, but felt little inclination to concern himself with it. As the saying goes, when a decision is not made, chaos ensues. The truth of his own situation was not something he could disclose to anyone. He could not fabricate a deceptive tale of impending demise to Ma Lianer. For if Han Youniang were to discover such a ruse, it would spell his own ruin. Lost in thought, Han Youniang entered the courtyard, with salt still in his mouth. Yang Ling nodded at her, saying, "I sent her back." Han Youniang replied, approaching him, yet hesitating to enter the house. Yang Ling rinsed his mouth, noticing her lingering presence. The expression on her face was unmistakably one of unvoiced concerns. Amused, he smiled affectionately, playfully pinching her nose, and urged, "Why do you stand there idly? Come, let us return indoors." After securing the door, he settled into the main room. Reaching for the teapot, he discovered that the attentive Youniang had prepared a pot of tea, now perfectly warmed for his enjoyment. The chair leaned against the wall, which was heated by the inn's central heating system, creating a cozy atmosphere within the room. In a fleeting glance, he observed Han Youniang's delicate fingers twisting nervously. As she aimlessly paced the room, casting furtive glances at him, her demeanor betraying an urge to speak. Finding her flustered expression amusing, he pondered. This was unlike her. What could be so difficult to articulate? He recalled hearing from his father-in-law that they were gathering funds to arrange a marriage for Han Wei. Could it be that she sought to borrow money? Despite the Yang clan's numerous mouths to feed, she had generously provided for them, worrying that she might be reproached for not adequately caring for the Yang family. Yet now, the thought of borrowing money from her natal family seemed to trouble her greatly. Not wishing to prolong her discomfort, Yang Ling took the initiative. Youniang, do you have something you wish to say? Startled, Han Youniang shook her head in a fluster. No, yes. Oh, the tea must have cooled. I'll go boil some water. Yang Ling chuckled softly. Is it that your elder brother requires funds for his wedding? I heard he has grown quite fond of the young lady Zhang, whom he met while fleeing to the city. Is he in need of financial assistance? You need not consult me on such matters. Feel free to take whatever you require from our household. Not at all, Han Youniang pouted, plopping down onto a nearby chair, casting him a playful glare. It's not about my family's affairs. Father has stated that my brother should earn his way to a bride. He is grateful for the positions you secured for him and our two brothers. Upon hearing her words, Yang Ling laughed heartily, expressing gratitude towards his father-in-law for bestowing upon him such a lovely and gentle wife. He also felt indebted to his elder brothers for having been born earlier, for otherwise, it would not have been their turn to enjoy such a perfect match. As he gazed upon his charming bride, Yang Ling found himself irresistibly captivated, momentarily forgetting the questions he intended to ask. With a joyful demeanor, he leaned closer and embraced the delicate shoulders of his young wife, planting a tender kiss upon her cheek. Han Youniang, feeling bashful, gently extricated herself from his embrace and playfully chided, "My dear husband, you reek of alcohol." In jest, she added, "If you find my husband's breath displeasing, I shall enforce a familial punishment, compelling you to stand bare in the courtyard as a consequence." Yang Ling, feigning madness under the influence of alcohol and perhaps incited by Youniang's playful banter, felt an overwhelming surge of desire and, unable to restrain himself, began to playfully caress her shapely form. Youniang, blushing deeply, squirmed to evade his advances, breathlessly protesting, "Oh, how can you punish your own wife in such a manner?" She lightly struck Yang Ling, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, but then her eyes sparkled with a daring thought. What if her husband truly did impose such a punishment? Overcome by her audacity, she covered her face, stamping her foot and twisting her shoulders, exclaiming, "You speak so foolishly, it's utterly mortifying." The sight of her youthful demeanor stirred Yang Ling deeply, igniting a fervent desire within him. He inhaled deeply, lifting Youniang's delicate figure onto his lap, and bestowing another gentle kiss upon her cheek, he returned to the matter at hand, saying, "All right, my dear, I shall cease my teasing. Now tell me, what is it you wish to share?" With a playful glance, Han Youniang smiled shyly and replied, "If you are to enforce familial discipline, I fear I might forget what I intended to say." Observing her blush and the sparkle in her eyes, Yang Ling felt his restrained desires surge once more, leaving him with a physical response that was undeniable. Han Youniang, giggling, teased her husband, her graceful form subtly shifting, inadvertently brushing against something firm. Initially taken aback, she then sprang from Yang Ling's embrace like a startled rabbit, covering her flushed face with her hands, stammering, "Husband, I shall not tease you anymore." Yang Ling managed a wry smile, feeling a rush to his head as if he might bleed from his nose. Quickly gulping down his now cool tea and clearing his throat, he adopted an air of feigned seriousness, saying, "Little one, do not delay. Tell me what it is that you wish to convey." Peeking through her fingers, Han Youniang cast a furtive glance at Yang Ling before slowly lowering her hands and, with a tone of bashful timidity, said, "Husband, I have come to learn that Sister Lian holds great affection for you. If you are agreeable, I would like to speak to her about possibly bringing her into our home. After all, your character is exceptional, and it would not be a disgrace to welcome her." Yang Ling's expression shifted, his brows furrowing as he questioned, "Who told you this? Was it Mansong?" Han Youniang hesitated, stammering, "Husband, I have heard it from others already. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. I have also heard that Brother Ma is set to depart with the Southern Army, and it would not be appropriate for Sister Lian to remain here without any formal standing. As the fateful day approaches, It becomes imperative to allow her to enter the door. Otherwise, we would have to wait 3 years. If you agree, we can grant her a title. And even if the formalities are delayed, it matters not. In ancient times, the passing of parents was regarded as a profound filial duty, requiring a 3-year mourning period. However, there were circumstances under which this could be flexible, for the ancients were not entirely rigid. For instance, there were cases like Ma Ong's military service or when an important court official was retained by the monarch for state affairs, known as diverting emotions. In common society, there was also the practice of allowing marriages within 49 days of a parent's death, referred to as breaking the mourning, based on the belief that the death of a loved one could bring forth new life and prosperity to the family. Yang Ling gazed intently at Youniang for a while, noticing a hint of grievance and jealousy in her clear eyes, but more prominently, there was concern for Ma Lianer and an unwavering trust in him. Slowly shaking his head, he replied, "Do not let the idle chatter of others sway you. I have looked into it. Every April, merchants from afar pass through Jinyiwei on their way south. I will arrange for them to assist Miss Ma in her journey home." Youniang blinked, puzzled. "But you and her." He gently pressed his lips against hers, silencing her words, then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "What exists between her and me is not as complicated as you imagine. Trust me, in time, no one will speak of it. And Miss Lianer will no longer dwell upon it. Do you understand?" "Oh." Youniang obediently fell silent, though she did not fully grasp his words. Yet, a sense of relief and joy flickered in her expression. Having aimed for a modest gain, she found herself unexpectedly gazing upon the vast expanse of Shu. What could possibly dampen her spirits? Reclining on the bed with his head resting on his hand, Yang Ling contemplated, "Youniang is aware of my connection with Ma Lianer. It seems many know of this matter. However, once Lianer returns to Jinyiwei with her coffin, all will fade away, and we shall be worlds apart. Even the most infatuated maiden will forget me, for we have not progressed significantly in our relationship. I trust that in a year or so, she will let go of this sentiment and begin anew." Yang Ling held firm to this belief, not deluding himself into thinking that a woman's affection would lead her to unwavering devotion. He was merely an ordinary man, lacking that kind of allure. Feeling an itch on his cheek, Yang Ling opened his eyes to find Youniang seated beside him, gazing at him tenderly. Her long hair, slightly damp, brushed against his face with a refreshing coolness. She had just bathed. The delicate features of her youthful face, still flushed from her bath, coupled with her soft eyelashes and glistening eyes, were utterly enchanting. In an instant, Yang Ling's worries dissipated, and he sighed, pondering how to break the stalemate. Such a vibrant young lady before him was both tantalizing and torturous. Youniang, seemingly unaware of the tension, radiated joy, her expression imbued with an indescribable charm. Perhaps even a touch of playful allure. Yang Ling blinked, questioning whether it was merely his imagination. She, clad in a short jacket, lay upon the Kong, nestled beside Yang Ling. Her hair playfully swept to the front as she began to engage him in delightful banter. "My dear husband, today, Sister Lianer and I ventured into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. Just the other day, a centuries-old locust tree was struck by spring thunder and caught fire." She recounted with a bright smile. Her petite and enchanting figure inadvertently brushed against Yang Ling's elbow, the refreshing scent of her youthful innocence wafting through the air. Yang Ling, having just cooled from his prior excitement, felt an uncontrollable stirring within him once more. As Han Youniang drew closer, her delicate face resting against his chest, she animatedly continued her tale. The uncle living in the mountains mentioned that the tree was on the verge of becoming a spirit, provoking the wrath of the thunder god. In the past, one might have been skeptical, but you, my husband, have encountered deities, so I dare not doubt. Thus, I took Sister Lianer and we circumvented the area. My dear husband, if that ancient tree survives the strike, could it truly transform into a spirit? My dear girl, he mused. Whether that old locust tree can metamorphose into a spirit is beyond my knowledge. What I do know is that you are on the brink of becoming a mischievous sprite. And as for myself, I am already primed and ready for the earthly cannonade. Do you understand, little enchantress? Yang Ling thought to himself with gritted teeth. Chapter 47. Disinterest in women. Yang Ling was ablaze with desire, and unbeknownst to him, the quilt subtly rose beneath him. However, he was aware that Han Youniang was inexperienced and somewhat naive regarding such matters. Moreover, she often lingered closely by his side, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had been consuming invigorating medicinal wine daily, leading to his heightened passions. Yang Ling endeavored to suppress his desires for Youniang and, with a wry smile, mused that perhaps she might one day blossom into maturity. He greedily caressed her smooth cheek and feigned a yawn, saying, "I just took a bath. Cover yourself with the quilt and sleep well, lest you catch a chill." But it's too warm now, she replied. One can adapt to their surroundings. Your indulgence has allowed my true nature to flourish. I no longer feel constrained by your scholarly demeanor. Like a playful child, she lay there, her petite feet waving in the air. The post station still has a fire going, and I must drink plenty of water in the morning. My throat is dry. I will change to a lighter quilt shortly. Will you not do the same, dear husband? Yang Ling propped himself up slightly, adjusting his pillow. No, no. We must dress warmly in spring and endure the chill in autumn. Changing too soon may lead to a cold. You need not change either. Wait a couple more days. Youniang pouted. It's so hot. Yet you refuse to change. You often kick off the quilt at night, and I have covered you numerous times. Having tidied her hair, she deftly pinned it up, revealing her graceful neck. Yang Ling's gaze inadvertently wandered down the opening of her garment, catching a glimpse of her tender skin. Reluctantly, he averted his eyes, trailing down her back to where her delicate feet playfully swayed in the air, accentuating the curves of her rounded form. At merely 14 or 15, her visage resembled that of a youthful apple, yet her body bore signs of burgeoning femininity. According to the elders, such curves were favorable for childbirth. Yang Ling found himself harboring impure thoughts, a frequent occurrence lately. Youniang's upper body was slender, with a remarkably narrow waist, yet her hips and thighs embodied the grace of a mature woman. Based on Yang Ling's understanding, her lower body had already matured, indicating she would not grow taller but remain delicately petite. Upon noticing her husband's fervent gaze, Youniang shyly lowered her feet, her cheeks flushing deeper. She was yet unversed in the art of seductive postures to entice a man, but her innocent gestures were all the more enchanting. Yang Ling could no longer contain himself. His breaths quickened as he lifted the quilt, turning her shoulder gently. In a flurry of delicate exclamations, Youniang gracefully rolled into his embrace, nestling against his chest, reveling in her husband's tender affection. As they lay together, exchanging sweet nothings, Yang Ling often indulged his desires, and Youniang gradually grew accustomed to his caresses. Tonight, having declined her husband's proposal to take a concubine, Youniang felt a surge of gratitude, responding with even greater warmth. Careful not to defy him in the slightest, Yang Ling embraced her slender waist, delicately tracing the smooth contours of her back, as if to quell his burgeoning desires. The young woman closed her eyes, reveling in her husband's embrace. Her delicate, smooth skin felt as fluid as spring water, and the subtly quivering muscles radiated boundless youthful vitality. Youniang sensed that her husband's actions today were somewhat unusual. With a bashful flutter of her eyelashes, she murmured, "My dear, you mustn't." In moments of desire, men often utter words they would normally refrain from, performing acts beyond their usual comport. This fervor can spark a man's intellect, driving humanity forward in its pursuit of desire. At that moment, Yang Ling experienced a sudden epiphany, devising a solution to the dilemma he had created. He tightened his embrace around Youniang and gently remarked, "Youniang, that day I was inebriated and fatigued, and when you cried, I became somewhat anxious, hence I failed to convey certain matters." Youniang opened her eyes, gazing inquisitively at Yang Ling. He, with a facade of solemnity, proclaimed, "The city god revealed to me that if one invites a monk to perform a blessing and hangs a consecrated Buddha statue, then engaging in marital relations is permissible." Oh! Youniang's lips curled into a slight smile. The notion of bearing a child for her husband to continue the Yang family lineage filled her with a sense of security regarding his affection. As her father's words flashed through her mind, following the events concerning Mal Yener, she felt a flicker of urgency regarding this pressing matter. Excitedly, she tightened her grip around her husband's neck, saying, "We have a temple in Jiming Post, but no monks. Shall we find a time to travel to the capital to seek a master?" "Yes, certainly. But what shall we do now? The arrow is already knocked and must be loosed," Yang Ling replied, his thoughts racing after over a month of invigorating elixirs. He felt a tempest brewing within him. He muttered, "All right. We will make a trip to the capital." As he spoke, he rolled over, pressing himself against Youniang. "My dear, not now," she protested, a mixture of desire and trepidation coursing through her. "Fear not, my beloved wife, if I refrain from taking your body today. It would not count as indulging in carnal desires," Yang Ling panted, reluctantly settling for a compromise. Youniang trembled with anxiety, her eyes firmly shut, paralyzed by uncertainty. Yang Ling guided her gently, placing tender kisses upon her petite earlobe, whispering softly, "Is this all right?" She opened one eye to glance at him, then quickly shut it again. Her cheeks aflame. Stammering, she replied, But doesn't this count as indulging in carnal desires?" "No, it does not." "Really?" "Of course, my dear. For I am a scholar." As Yang Ling closed his eyes, lost in the moment, Youniang's small hands were both soft and firm. though she lacked finesse. He was too enraptured to care, promising to teach her gradually in the future. The current intimacy, combined with her youthful innocence, was sufficiently exhilarating, prompting him to merely emit a satisfied hum. Youniang pondered for a moment, then paused, her small face bearing a serious expression. My husband. I can't shake the feeling that this truly doesn't count as an improper advance. She was unaware that such matters often require a period of contemplation. Yang Ling, on the verge of tears, could only grit his teeth and repeat slowly, trust me, there is no mistake, for I am a scholar. Her lips, delicately curved and thin, revealed a hint of her pearly teeth, while her eyes sparkled with allure. How had he not noticed before, given Youniang's unwavering obedience to him? As he regained his composure, he found Youniang gazing at him with wide eyes, seemingly oblivious to the situation at hand. Yet, within those pure, innocent eyes lay a glimmer of intrigue. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, blushing shyly. Youniang smiled bashfully, falling silent. Her expression was one of deep focus. The soft glow of the lamp casting a faint blush across her delicate features, her exquisite countenance exuding a gentle charm. Yang Ling felt a stiffness begin to creep into his back as he cast a wolfish glance at Youniang, who shyly inquired, My husband, are you feeling better? He squeezed her petite foot in response, to which she instinctively recoiled, bursting into laughter as if she had accomplished a grand feat like a tender kitten. She snuggled contentedly into Yang Ling's embrace, whispering, My husband, this really doesn't count as an improper advance, does it? Of course not, for my husband is a scholar. He replied. Just then, Youniang sweetly remarked, My husband, your heart is racing quite fast. Yang Ling suddenly laughed, pulling his adorable little wife closer. Realizing that Youniang merely wished to engage him in conversation, gently stroking her silky hair. Early the next morning, Yang Ling made his way to the courtyard designated for grain storage, where he found over 10 soldiers waiting by their carts, led by Shouying, captain of Bai Chun's personal guard. Yang Ling hurried to greet him, and Shouying chuckled, Yang Yichang, you are up quite early. The army's provisions have been exhausted, and I've come to fetch another 3 days' worth. Yang Ling was already aware of the news that Bai Chun's army would soon be departing back to Zhejiang. Thus their grain requisition had been planned for the short term to avoid future complications. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they were interrupted by Ma Ang, who stormed out of the back courtyard, holding his horsewhip with a disgruntled expression. It seemed he had just visited his sister. Though he appeared to be at odds with Ma Lianer, Yang Ling clasped his hands together in greeting, Brother Ma, it has been a while. Ma Ang, surprised to see him, returned the gesture. Yang Yichang. Shouying chimed in with a grin, Brother Ma, why the long face? Is it possible your sister has refused you? Ma Ang managed a strained smile. How could that be? You flatter us, sir. I must be the one to take charge of matters concerning my sister. Shouying, with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, replied, That may be true, so I shall congratulate you in advance, Brother Ma. I hope you will look after each other. Ma Ang's face briefly flashed with pride as he responded, I dare not. We are brothers serving under Lord Bai, and must watch out for one another. By the way, I must make a trip to Pudu Temple. Yang Yichang, Old Guan. I shall take my leave. As I watched Ma Ang hastily depart, Yang Ling inquired with confusion, Brother Guan, what is Ma to go in such a rush for? Shouying responded with a sardonic tone, It appears our esteemed lord has taken a fancy to Ma Ang's sister and wishes to take her as a concubine, hoping to forge a connection with the district magistrate. Naturally, this gentleman is eager to oblige. However, judging by his flustered demeanor, this particular fruit may not be so easily squeezed. It seems his sister is not a woman of simple mind. He wishes to use her as a stepping stone. Yet that endeavor may prove quite challenging. His laugh was ambiguous, leaving one to ponder whether it stemmed from disdain for Ma Ang's character or envy for not possessing a sister of such beauty to elevate his own status to that of a fourth-rank official's brother-in-law. Yang Ling felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The district magistrate had taken a liking to Ma Lianer, and recalling the magistrate's age, which was comparable to that of Ma Lianer's father, along with his rather sharp, triangular eyes, he could not help but feel discomfort at the thought of Ma Lianer, only 16 or 17, with her youthful charm, being connected to such a man. Having turned down Ma Lianer's affections, he felt a sense of indebtedness toward her, prompting his efforts to leverage his position to assist her in returning home, which he saw as a slight compensation. If she were to find a suitable husband, he would also be able to lift the burden from his heart. However, he did not anticipate that her brother would wish for her to marry a man nearing 50 as a concubine. Was it truly the fate of a beautiful woman to suffer such a fate? For Ma Ang's furious exit, It was evident that he had faced some humiliation at the hands of his gentle yet resilient sister. Should I go and check on her? Yang Ling pondered, hesitating momentarily before stopping himself. Regardless of the situation, this was a family matter. On what grounds could I interfere? Noticing Yang Ling's distracted demeanor, Guan Shuang found it curious. The butcher-turned-soldier seemed to possess a keen insight, sensing the underlying dynamics. Could it be that Yang Ling harbors feelings for Miss Ma? They reside in the same large courtyard, a common setting for romantic tales. This promises to be entertaining. Maong used to address me as Brother Guan with such familiarity, and now, with the prospect of becoming the district magistrate's brother-in-law, he is calling me Old Guan. How utterly grating. If that happens, I shall be reduced to Little Guan. I must contemplate this matter carefully. That young fellow is principled, and aiding him is akin to aiding myself. As both men were lost in their own thoughts, a small clerk rushed in, calling out from a distance, "Sir, the man from before is here again, waiting for you in the front hall." Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback by this disjointed announcement and pressed for clarification. "Who is this person you speak of?" The clerk replied, "It's the old man selling medicine, claiming his surname is Wu, and he insists on urgent matters to discuss with you." Chapter 48. The confused promotion. Upon hearing that Wu Qianhu had arrived, Yang Ling sensed that there must be significant matters at hand. Hence, he did not dare to procrastinate and hurriedly bid farewell to Guan Shuang before rushing to the front hall. Outside the small office of the station master stood two slender, spirited young men. Yang Ling assumed they were Wu Jia's attendants and did not pay them any mind, directly stepping through the door. There he found Wu Jia, still clad in a blue robe, sitting upright in a chair, yet his demeanor was markedly different from the relaxed air he had previously possessed. A sense of foreboding gripped Yang Ling. Wu Jia's current posture clearly indicated the gravity of the situation. Could it be that something had gone awry with the Jinyiwei? Upon noticing Yang Ling's entrance, Wu Jia immediately rose to his feet. Seeing the messenger following Yang Ling, he hastily said, "Lord Yang, please step into the inner hall for a discussion." Yang Ling waved his hand to dismiss the messenger, closed the door with unease, and followed Wu Jia into the inner chamber, just as he intended to greet him with the customary deference of a subordinate. Wu Jia unexpectedly turned and prostrated himself on the ground. "I, Wu Jia, pay my respects to the deputy commander of the Jinyiwei, Lord Yang." Yang Ling was taken aback, flustered, and hurriedly assisted Wu Jia to his feet, his expression clouded with confusion. "Lord Wu, what do you mean by deputy commander?" This Wu Jia, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands and replied, "Congratulations, my lord. Commander Zhang of the Jinyiwei holds your talents in high regard and has appointed you as deputy commander, elevating your rank to the 5th grade. I have come from the capital to convey this decree." It should be noted that Wu Jia, as a 5th grade Qianhu, was only a half rank below Yang Ling, making such a display of reverence somewhat excessive. However, Yang Ling was now an official in the capital, having entered the inner sanctum of the Jinyiwei at a mere 18 years of age, with a bright future ahead. Wu Jia dared not miss the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Yang Ling, in utter bewilderment, was momentarily at a loss for words. He had no clear understanding of what the position of deputy commander entailed, though he comprehended the significance of the 5th grade. After a long pause, he stammered, "Lord Wu, why would I suddenly be called to the capital for an official post?" Wu Jia nearly shed tears at this inquiry. "If you ask me, who can I turn to for answers? I am a hereditary member of the Jinyiwei and have toiled for 30 years to attain the rank of Qianhu. While there are indeed individuals in the Jinyiwei who have ascended through the ranks by merit, those who achieve such a status have typically dedicated their lives to service. Who knows from which ancestral grave you have sprung forth? I feel quite wronged." However, he dared not voice such thoughts and quickly plastered on a smile, saying, "I have been tasked with delivering the decree and traveled overnight from the capital. I am unaware of the particulars. Surely, true talent cannot remain hidden, and the court would not overlook such a gift." With a jovial demeanor, Wu Jia produced a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Ling, saying, "As you embark on your new life in the capital, you will need to purchase housing and meet with colleagues, which will surely incur some expenses. I humbly offer you 1,000 taels as a token of my goodwill." Upon hearing that it was 1,000 taels of silver, Yang Ling hesitated to accept. Wu Jia, with a serious expression, insisted, "There is no need for concern, my lord. I have spent many years in the frontier, enduring hardships. Yet, to maintain my cover, I have engaged in some private trade of medicinal herbs and goods with foreign tribes, benefiting from my status in the Jinyiwei. This modest sum is but a small token of my appreciation. If you refuse, it would put me in a difficult position." He spoke, not waiting for Yang Ling to decline, and pressed a banknote into his sleeve, feigning reluctance as he said, "Since our acquaintance, I have found a deep affinity with you. Esteemed sir, with your arrival in the capital, I shall only have the opportunity to visit your residence during my annual return for official duties. Alas, I have grown old, and after years of wandering, my legs have become less nimble. Your ascent in the capital will surely bring you great favor. I hope you might speak a few kind words on my behalf. My family resides in the capital, managing several apothecaries. If I could be recalled to the capital, it would allow me the joy of reuniting with them." Yang Ling mused. This Wu Qianhu seems to be struggling in the capital. Otherwise, with so many influential figures here, he need not seek my assistance. Yet, as a lowly clerk elevated to 100 households, it could be said that the Jinyiwei is vying for imperial favor through merit. And my inexplicable promotion to Tongji indeed seems rather peculiar. Wu Jie's return to the capital was motivated by his desire to be reassigned. And he is not the only one pursuing this path. However, these individuals, having been officials for many years, are astute in forming alliances and are particularly attuned to the shifts in court dynamics. Though Yang Ling had not yet reached his 20s, the highest authority of the Jinyiwei personally ordered his promotion to the capital, suggesting a boundless future. If he does not cultivate good relations now, who will care to embellish his achievements later? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ling inquired, "Lord Wu, I still bear the title of post-supervisor. Is there no need for a decree from the Ministry of Personnel? When may I enter the capital?" Wu Jie paused, then replied, "Esteemed sir, I was summoned to the capital with great urgency to deliver the edict and seal, but there was no mention of your schedule for entering the capital. Oh, by the way, I brought along 2 Jinyiwei captains, dispatched to escort you. You may inquire with them." Receiving the edict and seal, they proceeded to the outer hall. Wu Jie opened the door and called in the 2 young men, who were of similar height, with sharp, clear eyes, exuding a sense of competence. They were already informed of the appointment in the capital. Upon entering, they clasped their fists and knelt on one knee, greeting Yang Ling. "We, the humble officials Liu Biao and Yang Yiqing, pay our respects to the esteemed Tongji." Unaccustomed to such formal reverence, Yang Ling hurriedly assisted them to their feet. Upon inquiry, he learned that their orders were to escort him back to the capital in plain clothes, where they would subsequently meet with Lord Zhang. As for the timing of their return, Lord Zhang had specifically instructed that another party would soon arrive to welcome them, and they were to wait patiently. Furthermore, the matter of his promotion to Tongji was not to be disclosed to the local authorities just yet. Yang Ling and Wu Jie exchanged astonished glances. It is known that the Jinyiwei have 3 classifications. One is the core members who operate within the official offices. The second, like the post-supervisor, is semi-public, where everyone acknowledges the title but does not openly discuss it. The third consists of individuals like Wu Jie, who operate under civilian identities. Their true roles as secret agents of the Jinyiwei hidden from outsiders. Yang Ling's appointment as Tongji, entering the capital as an official, is now a public matter. Yet he is not permitted to inform the locals, indicating a deeper intrigue at play, with a special delegation sent to welcome him. Wu Jie was increasingly certain that Yang Ling had secured a substantial backing in the capital, and his demeanor grew ever more respectful. As for the 2 military officers, they have been assigned to Yang Ling's personal guards. Both were exceedingly delighted to encounter a superior so youthful. Within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, many descendants of historical heroes and dignitaries held positions through hereditary succession. However, these 2 were selected from the common populace. This situation is akin to comparing an individual with a university degree to another with merely a vocational diploma, regardless of the latter's superior capabilities. The path to promotion is fraught with obstacles. Now, serving under this remarkably young lord, who possesses a promising future and shares a humble background, their prospects for advancement have significantly increased. After bidding farewell to Wu Jie, Yang Ling arranged for Liu Biao and Yang Yiqing to settle at the post station. Reflecting on the fact that he had ascended to the rank of a 5th-grade official and held a prestigious position within the Jinyiwei, a sense of bewildered joy welled up within him. Unable to contain his excitement, he hurriedly made his way to the courtyard, eager to share this news with Youniang. Men in love resemble children. When something splendid occurs, they are eager for their closest ones to be informed without delay. As Yang Ling exuberantly approached the 4th courtyard, he caught sight of Ma Lianer, who had just stepped out with a basin of water, spilling it with a splash. Clad in an apron, her dark tresses wrapped in a white cloth, with her sleeves rolled up and her bare arms resembling pale lotus stems, she stood there, The chilly weather had left her skin reddened from the cold, and her simple attire of cloth and skirt possessed a unique charm. Her eyes were slightly swollen, as if she had recently been weeping. Upon noticing Yang Ling's approach, she was taken aback and, not wanting to be seen in her disheveled state, quickly turned her head and slipped back into the courtyard. Yang Ling, recalling the news he had just heard about Bai Dusi taking a concubine, promptly followed her inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Ma Lianer, realizing that Yang Ling was right behind her, felt a surge of panic. She hastily picked up another wooden basin from the ground and rushed into the house. Yang Ling's curiosity deepened. Why was Ma Lianer so fearful of being seen? Without a second thought, he followed her inside. Flustered and embarrassed, Ma Lianer placed the wooden basin on the table, turned to shield herself with her form, and exclaimed in a flurry, "Why are you chasing me?" Yang Ling raised his hands in surrender, replying helplessly, "Why are you running? Is there something scandalous in that basin?" Ma Lianer's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are, a meddlesome pest?" Her face aglow with embarrassment, she hastily draped the tablecloth over the basin and plopped down on the Kong, curling her legs beneath her and wrapping her arms around her knees, resting her chin atop them. She gazed at Yang Ling and asked, "What do you want? Do you have something to say?" Yang Ling noticed that she was wearing a pair of white shoes, typically donned during mourning for her father. Her curled legs accentuated her straight limbs, creating an exquisite half-circle reminiscent of a compass drawing. A fleeting glance left him captivated, prompting him to avert his gaze back to the covered basin, where he suddenly realized that she had likely been washing intimate garments such as waistbands and chest wraps. Women are often reticent about such items. Even Youniang avoids washing these personal belongings in his presence. No wonder Ma Lianer had scurried back in a fluster. She must have been anxious to conceal them. He sat across on the chair, pondering for a moment before saying, "I heard that Brother Ma visited this morning." Ma Lianer cast him a meaningful glance, her lips curling slightly as she replied, "Haven't you already encountered him?" Yang Ling's face flushed crimson, awkwardly stammering, "How do you know?" Ma Lianer's eyes twinkled with an enigmatic smile as she remarked, "I heard you saw him this morning." Yang Ling let out a bitter laugh and said, "Why is it that you are so unaware of my troubles? It is said that your brother is pressuring you to marry Lord Bai." Ma Lianer rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Why should I be anxious? No matter how greedy my brother may be, if I refuse, would he dare to force me into becoming someone else's concubine?" Chapter 49. A bond forged over 3 years. Ma Lianer felt a sweetness in her heart, surpassing even the taste of honey, as she noticed his concern for her. Just as comforting words were about to spill from her lips, a thought struck her. Yesterday, her younger sister had subtly hinted at her willingness to accept her. She wondered whether her sister had mentioned it to this callous gentleman. His anxiety for her today indicated that he was not entirely devoid of feelings. Thus, her devotion to him was not in vain. "I might as well," she murmured, gently biting her lower lip, casting a half-smile at Yang Ling. "Perhaps I should provoke him a little. If it could awaken his awareness, that would be splendid. Alas, I truly wonder what I might have owed him in a past life. As a mere woman, I find myself compelled to seek his favor through all manner of bending and accommodating." Ma Lianer cast a sorrowful glance at Yang Ling and sighed, "What can I do? As a woman, no matter how eloquent my words, I can hardly stir the tides. With an elder brother's authority weighing upon me and a high official's status looming large, what recourse do I have?" Seeing her eyes brimming with tears, Yang Ling spoke solemnly, "You are your own master. If you are unwilling, who can compel you?" Originally, Ma Lianer sought only to evoke Yang Ling's sympathy for her plight, but as the conversation unfolded, it unearthed her own heartache, and her emotions began to spiral out of control. With a heavy heart, she lamented, "Is there truly such a thing as a free woman? Do women possess the right to choose their husbands?" Her voice gradually diminished. "I wish to choose someone. For him, I would forsake my own reputation and corner myself into a desperate situation, merely for the sake of love and companionship. Does he even appreciate my feelings? Perhaps in his eyes, I am merely a scheming, shameless woman. If he were to accept me, that would be one thing. If not, others would merely laud him as a hero, celebrated and adored, while I, the woman left behind, would bear the burden of shame and scorn." With her cheeks flushed, Ma Lianer shot a resentful glare at Yang Ling, declaring, "You share a profound bond with my younger sister. I discerned that the day you met beneath the city walls. Very well, I would willingly become a concubine, attending to your household, yet my desires remain unfulfilled. I have brought this upon myself, now that my reputation is tarnished. who would still wish to take me as a wife?" Yang Ling remained silent for a moment. Then, overwhelmed with regret, he replied, "You are exceptionally intelligent and beautiful. Not every man is swayed by such frivolous talk." Ma Lianer chose not to respond to his words, instead continuing her melancholy reflection. "The official in Jiangnan has taken 3 concubines. I have heard he treats his concubines with great severity, while his wife is fearsome indeed. As for me, I now find myself without the option to become a concubine. I have brought this calamity upon myself." Yang Ling fell into silence, finally exhaling deeply and murmuring, "Lianer, it is not my intention to force you down this path. It is fate and destiny. I truly harbor unspoken burdens." Upon hearing this, Ma Lianer lowered her gaze, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to hope, having reached this point in their conversation. If Yang Ling still sought to reject her, she would be left in utter despair. Since that night spent together in the snowy cave, Ma Lianer has indelibly etched Yang Ling's image into her heart. He is indeed the suitable partner for her. Had she never met him, she might have settled for just anyone in the future. However, now that she has come to know him, how could she ever deem a common man, who views women merely as playthings, worthy of her regard? Yang Ling respects her, understands her, and does not perceive her as a wayward woman. Witnessing his tender affection for the young lady, his unwavering commitment, she is convinced that if she were to manage a household and serve him sincerely, he would genuinely cherish and protect her, never belittling her due to her status as a concubine, nor abandoning her when her beauty fades. Is such a husband not deserving of her heartfelt devotion? Yet, she has wagered everything on her virtue and has lost, tragically so. As Yang Ling observed her tears cascading down her cheeks, her once vibrant face now devoid of life, resembling a stone sculpture, he found himself at a loss for words. After a long sigh, he lowered his head and said, "Lianer, you must observe the mourning period for your father for 3 years. I propose a gentleman's agreement. If, after 3 years, I have not fallen into disgrace, I will take you as my wife. Of course, to be fair, you must remain unmarried during that time, allowing you the freedom to choose another should you find someone you desire." Ma Lianer suddenly opened her eyes wide, desperately blinking away her tears, unable to believe her ears. "Really?" she asked incredulously. Yang Ling, with a self-deprecating smile, affirmed, "Indeed, as long as I have not fallen from grace and can provide for you. No one will stand in your way should you wish to enter the Yang family." Ma Lianer transformed her tears into laughter, leaping to the ground in joy, eager to embrace him. Yet, upon receiving his promise, her audacity and boldness seemed to vanish, replaced by a bashful demeanor. Biting her cherry lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief, she softly addressed Yang Ling. "What if you do fall from grace? Do you think your official title is so esteemed? Humph. Do you truly believe that I, a mere girl, am so enchanted by you that I cannot distinguish between the ranks of postmasters and district officials? You, who are so oblivious to the affections of those around you." Yang Ling chuckled awkwardly. "What of the current officials? By the way, there's something I ought to tell you. I had intended to wait a couple of months until the fur traders returned from beyond the pass at dawn to arrange for your journey home. But," he recounted the news of his promotion to the position of deputy commander of the Jinyiwei and his impending departure for the capital. Upon hearing this, Ma Lianer raised her brows in delight and exclaimed, "Wonderful. I was just worried that my former superior would cause you trouble, but now I need not fear him." However, after a moment's thought, her expression shifted to one of concern. "But wait. Advancements in the military are no trifling matter. There must be something amiss." Yang Ling chuckled. "I too find it strange, but I cannot see it as a bad omen. Who would go to such lengths to bestow upon me a high position while simultaneously plotting my downfall?" Ma Lianer, now fully embodying the role of a future bride, pondered seriously, shaking her head. "There is a saying that the path of officialdom is fraught with peril. Do you understand? Let me think. Given your achievements, it is improbable that you would ascend 3 ranks directly to the center of power. It is highly unlikely that anyone in the capital would be so benevolent as to elevate your status without cause. We must consider this carefully. We cannot allow ourselves to be deceived." As Ma Lianer pondered further, she increasingly sensed something amiss. Such fortuitous circumstances were rare in this world, and undoubtedly a significant factor lay obscured. The fate of Yang Ling's journey to the capital, whether it would bring misfortune or fortune, must be intertwined with this elusive factor. Observing her seated at the edge of the Kong, her delicate brows knitted and her lips moving in whispered contemplation, Yang Ling could not help but chuckle softly. "It seems you are on the verge of becoming a fortune teller. Why fret so? Once I arrive in the capital and meet the esteemed Lord Zhang, the enigma will naturally unfold. No amount of speculation will alter the truth, so why indulge in paranoia? Maliena shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "You are quite carefree. Do you not realize I worry for your well-being?" After a moment's thought, she added with a hint of trepidation, "But what shall I do while you are in the capital?" Yang Ling replied, "This afternoon, I will seek the assistance of County Magistrate Huang. With his help, in 2 months, when the northern merchants descend southward, he will assist you in returning to Jinyiwei." A shadow passed over Maliena's eyes as she lamented, "Does that mean I shall not see you for 3 years? Will you forget me in that time?" She contemplated her future, pondering whether, after escorting her father's coffin back to their hometown, she should journey to the capital to see him. If he were to rise to the position of deputy commander, no one would dare threaten him. And it was unlikely he would be assigned to such a sensitive post as the Northern Pacification Office. However, if he were to serve in Jinyiwei, then, well, she resolved to wait until she had more concrete news of him. In the grand tent, Bai Chun, with a genial demeanor, addressed Ma Ong, saying, "Ma Ong, our army shall soon return to Zhejiang. You know, after your father's passing, it would be inappropriate for me to. Ha ha ha. If the scholars of Jiangsu and Zhejiang were to catch wind of my intentions, they would surely report it, and I would be unable to act. I wonder if today you might broach my feelings towards your sister?" Knowing his sister excelled in both archery and music, and possessed unparalleled beauty, Ma Eng believed she would undoubtedly favor a heroic figure rather than settle for a mundane life. Therefore, when Bai Chun expressed his affection for Maliena, he had not sought her opinion and readily agreed. However, to his surprise, when he approached his sister with this matter, he was met with tears and reproaches, leading him to retreat in dismay. Now, confronted by Bai Chun's inquiry, Ma Ong's expression stiffened as he stammered, "This humble servant merely explored my sister's sentiments and has not yet mentioned your honorable intentions. Nevertheless, given your esteemed position and authority, I trust that my sister, who has always admired heroic men, would not decline your proposal." Bai Chun's keen eyes remained fixed on Ma Ong's countenance. Upon hearing his evasive response, his expression darkened. After Guan Shouying's return today, he had carelessly mentioned rumors that the esteemed Yang Yi and Miss Maliena were romantically entwined, with intentions of taking her as a concubine. This news displeased Bai Chun greatly. Yet, recalling that Maliena resided at the post station, he reasoned that idle gossip was inevitable. In terms of status and influence, he surpassed Yang Ling in every regard. If Miss Ma truly desired to become his concubine, he would surely stand a better chance. Reflecting on Maliena's captivating beauty, he had dismissed the rumors lightly. However, seeing Ma Eng's troubled expression now made him suspect that perhaps Miss Ma had indeed transgressed propriety and had developed an inappropriate relationship with Yang Yi, causing a knot of unease to form in his heart. Upon noticing the somber expression on his face, Ma Ong felt a chill run through him and quickly remarked, "In matters of marriage, it is said that a daughter cannot decide for herself. As the saying goes, an elder brother is akin to a father. What I have expressed is essentially the intent to marry off my sister. She excels in equestrian skills and archery, and being confined within the city must have left her quite despondent. Recently, the newly appointed county magistrate Zhang hosted a banquet for you. It would be prudent for you to extend an invitation to him for a hunting expedition tomorrow. I shall accompany my sister, and upon our return, I will publicly announce her betrothal to you during the feast." Upon hearing this, Bai Chun's gloomy demeanor dissipated, and with a hearty laugh, he replied, "If that is the case, then I shall entrust this matter to you. Please take my message to Master Zhang at once." Ma Ong bowed respectfully, saying, "Certainly, my lord." Bai Chun waved his hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need for formalities. From tomorrow onward, we shall be family, so why maintain such politeness?" Chapter 50. A harmonious atmosphere. Upon hearing the news that her husband was to take up an official position in the capital, Han Zhongyang resembled a jubilant magpie. Yang Ling, witnessing her unrestrained delight, found himself momentarily shedding his doubts, allowing a sense of elation to envelop him as well. He could feel Youniang's joy, and it was a sweetness he was eager to share. Her cheeks flushed a radiant red, akin to ripe apples. She exclaimed, "I knew it all along. My husband is the most promising scholar and shall surely attain a high office. When father returns, I shall tell him. He will be overjoyed." Yang Ling smiled as he drew her into his embrace, whispering gently, "Your happiness is infectious, but do lower your voice. Just a quiet word to your father will suffice." The official correspondence from the capital specifically advises against publicizing this matter. The fewer who know, the better. Youniang remarked that it was customary for officials of the Jinyiwei, and although she felt a twinge of regret that her husband, now a high-ranking official, could not bring glory to their hometown. She obediently replied, "Very well. I shall inform father discreetly and keep it to myself." The more gentle and compliant she became, the more Yang Ling felt a pang of guilt. Though the promise he made to Ma Lianer was but an illusion, a castle in the air, he couldn't bear to keep it from Youniang. Sighing deeply, he buried his face in her neck, caressing her delicate skin, and cautiously said, "Youniang, there is another matter I must discuss." Startled, Youniang's body trembled, her face igniting with embarrassment, and she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. After witnessing the alarming weapon her husband possessed the previous night, memories of the indiscreet remarks made by aunts and matrons at her wedding flooded her mind. Who said maidens do not harbor romantic notions? Yang Ling had been asleep for quite some time, yet she found herself resting her cheek on her fragrant palm, gazing dreamily at him for nearly half the night. Now, being held so intimately by Yang Ling and hearing his suggestive words, her thoughts began to wander into improper territories. A shiver ran down her spine, and she bashfully inquired, "Husband, what is it?" Stammering, Yang Ling relayed the news that Ma Ong intended to marry his sister to the district magistrate as a concubine, as well as the 3-year agreement he had made with her. After sharing this, he stole a glance at Youniang, only to see her shoulders slump and her delicate face marred by a hint of despondency. Feeling remorseful, Yang Ling said, "Youniang, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. However, the 3-year agreement with that magistrate was merely a formality. I never intended to bring her home. With you, I am truly content. Please, do not be upset." Initially, the news saddened Youniang, yet reflecting on her husband's character, she recognized that he was not the sort to indulge in reckless pursuits. A man of his stature undoubtedly had several wives and concubines at his disposal, and if he wished to take a concubine, he need not seek her approval. His current caution, fearing her displeasure, should remind her to be grateful. Father was right. The more her husband cherished her, the more she must engage in self-reflection, never allowing herself to grow arrogant in her favor. Moreover, who could blame her husband for spending a night with another? Empathy dictated that if she were in his position, she would also be unable to marry anyone else henceforth. It would be unjust to ruin Ma Lianer's life forever. Upon reflecting on this, young lady Yu lifted her spirits and said to Yang Ling, "My dear husband, I am not a jealous person. This is merely a matter of fate between Sister Lianer and you. Since it is so, let us approach a respected elder in the county to settle this matter with the Ma family." Yang Ling sighed in relief and responded, "It is unwise to speak of it now. The magistrate is a person of stature. As long as Miss Ma has made her decision, she would not dare to force a marriage against her will. Miss Ma will soon return to her ancestral home in Jinyiwei, a place filled with talented and noble families. In 3 years, she may very well find a more suitable match. Why should we bind her to this fate?" Although Han Youniang was reluctant to share her husband's affections with anyone, she did not appreciate his belittling remarks. In her heart, her husband was the most capable and considerate man. If one day Lianer truly found someone else, it would only signify her lack of discernment. Hearing Yang Ling's words, she cast aside her jealousy and retorted, "Humph. If that were the case, it would only mean she is unfortunate. Who could compare to my husband?" Yang Ling felt a warmth in his heart at her words and teasingly replied, "Since I am such a splendid husband, how about I find you a few more sisters?" Han Youniang, aware that her husband was jesting, could not help but exclaim in a fluster, "No, no, no. Our pot cannot cook for so many people." Yang Ling laughed heartily at her panicked reasoning, but she quickly added, "Besides, you are in poor health. I worry for you." Yang Ling's laughter abruptly ceased, and after a moment, he indignantly asked, "What, do you think I am weak?" "No, no, no," Han Youniang replied with a smile, her gentle voice reminiscent of soothing a child. "You have misunderstood me. I meant to say your health is just fine." Before she could finish, Yang Ling seized her lips in a kiss, internally reflecting, "This little girl has become spoiled, daring to tease me. Today, I must assert my authority, or I shall soon lose my standing as a husband." However, after a brief kiss, Yang Ling felt a stirring within him, and he gazed longingly at Youniang's delicate lips, pleading in a tone of desperation, "My dear wife, I cannot endure this. Please assist me, O Youniang." With a playful laugh, Han Youniang promptly jumped off his lap and fled, her voice echoing from outside, "Spring brings a fiery spirit. Do drink some tea, my dear husband. I shall take this opportunity to wash the blankets." Such was Yang Ling's endearing assessment of his diligent little bee of a wife. He was forbidden from taking any action, for it was deemed unsuitable for a man to engage in such tasks. Growing increasingly bold from her pampering, the spirited young lady added, "Men are clumsy in their efforts. When they claim to help, they only complicate matters further. My esteemed husband, you would do well to remain seated and let me handle this. Yang Stanggong sat quietly for a while, observing Han Youniang rummaging through boxes and organizing items for their journey to the capital, reflecting on his own responsibilities. He realized it was prudent to tidy up the accounts and arrange the secret correspondence of the Jinyiwei, so as to avoid any last-minute chaos during their transition. He excused himself to Youniang and hurried back to his office. Yang Ling meticulously sorted through the letters and had just locked them in a cabinet adorned with a goldfish lock when he was startled by a muffled knocking at the door. Hastily slipping on his shoes, he rushed outside and opened the door to find Ma Yin'er, who, with a towel wrapped around her hand, was holding a steaming small iron pot. Yang Ling was taken aback and quickly invited her inside. Ma Yin'er placed the pot on the table. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she said, "I noticed you were still handling official matters this evening, so I prepared a little something to eat. I hope it suits your taste." Yang Ling, no longer the aimless individual he once was upon arriving in this era, understood the significance of a woman cooking for a man. In his mind, it was as clear as day. Ma Yin'er was assuming the role of a devoted wife. He recalled having tasted a similar dish during a banquet in the county, what they referred to as dabianlu, or hot pot. Lifting the lid, he was greeted with a fragrant broth filled with vibrant mountain greens, dark mushrooms, tender venison, scallions, and ginger slices, all of which stirred his appetite. "Delicious. This is even better than what the master chef at Hong Inn Tower makes," he exclaimed, and Ma Yin'er beamed with joy at his praise. She retrieved chopsticks from her sleeve, eager for him to sample her creation, when suddenly Han Youniang's cheerful voice echoed from outside, "Husband, my brother has brought back some rare items from the capital." As she entered, Han Youniang spotted Ma Yin'er and paused, taken aback. Though Yang Ling had given Ma Yin'er his consent, her status remained that of an outsider. And being caught in this situation left her blushing furiously. Yang Ling, equally unprepared for this unexpected encounter, found himself in a moment of silent surprise as the three exchanged glances. Then, with a bright smile, Han Youniang exclaimed, "Sister Yin'er, you're here too." Relieved. Ma Yin'er responded somewhat bashfully, "Youniang, I made hot pot this evening for Brother Yang to try. My culinary skills cannot compare to yours, but if you don't mind, you should join us and taste it as well." Noticing the items in Youniang's hands, Yang Ling, unable to discern them in the dim light, inquired, "Youniang, what do you have there?" Han Youniang replied, "Husband, these are items my brother brought from the capital. They are called sweet potatoes, said to have come from foreign lands. When boiled, they taste sweet. You should try them. And oh, Sister Yin'er, you should have a taste too." Upon seeing what she held aloft, Yang Ling leaned closer, examining the sweet potatoes. "Indeed, these are sweet potatoes," he mused. Curiously, Han Youniang remarked, "Husband, you recognize these as foreign goods? My brother mentioned they are grown in the south and are quite rare here, though not expensive. I thought we might sample them." Yang Ling quickly masked his surprise, saying, "Oh, I encountered these while attending a market trial in the capital. It seems they may have been stored for a winter. They have lost some moisture and will taste even sweeter when roasted. Indeed, this crop is easier to cultivate than the grains we have here and boasts a substantial yield. One might wonder why it isn't planted in abundance, as a single acre could yield a considerable amount of produce." Han Youniang curiously observed the item in her hands and remarked, "But how can this be sown without seeds? Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether it is suitable for our land. The farmers rely on their harvest for sustenance, and who would dare to take the risk of cultivating it?" Yang Ling then recalled the crops suitable for northern cultivation, such as corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, which he had never encountered in Jinyiwei. The local agriculture primarily consisted of wheat, millet, beans, and sorghum. It appeared that with maritime trade, these foreign crops had infiltrated the Ming Dynasty, yet their propagation remained limited. If these crops were to be widely promoted, the impact on agricultural production across the Ming would be monumental. Yang Ling understood that farmers held their land in the highest regard. If they were suddenly presented with unfamiliar crops and asked to replace the grains they had cultivated for centuries, few would dare take such a risk. During this visit to the capital, it might be prudent to seek an opportunity to propose this idea to the court. If it garnered attention and the court took the initiative to promote these crops on a large scale, he would indeed consider it a commendable contribution to the nation and its people. Elated by this thought, Yang Ling realized that he had not eaten yet, and Youniang had likely not taken a bite either. With a joyful demeanor, he took the sweet potato from her hand, broke off a generous piece, and affectionately placed it in her mouth, saying, "Do try it. See how delightful it is." A fleeting glance caught his attention. He noticed Ma Yin'er gazing at him with envy, assuming she too was intrigued by this rare delicacy. He promptly handed the sweet potato to her, smiling. Here, you must try it as well. It's quite sweet. Ma Liana responded with a soft her eyes filled with affection. And just as she brought the sweet potato to her lips, Han Youniang uttered a small sound, her expression turning slightly peculiar. It turned out that Yang Ling had hastily stuffed a large piece into her mouth, and feeling awkward with her cheeks puffed out. She had eaten too quickly and nearly choked. Seeing this, Ma Liana quickly set down her sweet potato, assisted Youniang to sit upright in her chair, and then offered Yang Ling's teacup, saying, "Sister Youniang, have a sip of tea." Youniang accepted the cup and took a few sips to soothe her throat, regaining her composure. With a hint of embarrassment, she glanced at Ma Liana and said, "I hope I haven't embarrassed you, but this truly is sweet. Sister Liana, you should try it too." Ma Liana nodded and accepted the sweet potato, but she handed her chopsticks to Youniang, gently saying, "Sister, do sample my culinary skills. I'm not much of a cook, so please don't laugh at me." The two women, one savoring sweet potatoes and the other enjoying hot pot, suddenly found themselves engaged in cheerful conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yang Ling stood aside, blissfully unaware that the two legislative bodies had just reached a consensus on issues concerning national sovereignty and joint governance. Chapter 51. 5 arrows in a row. As the first hints of spring emerged, the snow melted and the ice dissipated, revealing lush green grass across the plains, while the distant mountains remained cloaked in a pristine white. On this day, a gentle spring breeze wafted through the clear azure sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The newly sprouted grass carpeted the land, soft and moist. The military commander, along with the newly appointed county magistrate Zhang and several local officials, rode their horses past Jinyiwei Mountain, arriving before a sprawling grassland where a few birds flitted gracefully close to the ground. County Magistrate Zhang, a scholar who achieved his degree in the 12th year of the Hongji era, though nearing his 30s, exhibited remarkable skill in horseback riding and handling the war horses of the military. Riding alongside him, the commander turned with a smile and remarked, "I have long believed that the equestrian and archery skills taught in the academy were merely ceremonial. However, I recently heard from your esteemed teacher that you, Master Zhang, can draw a bow of 200 stones and never miss a target within 100 paces. Truly, you embody both literary and martial prowess." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Ma Liana, who sat astride a chestnut steed, clad in a dark green hunting outfit complemented by a matching silk cloak. Adorned with white bow shoes and a white belt, she also bore a small curved dagger resembling an ornamental piece. With her bow slung across her back and a quiver at her side, her attire radiated a captivating charm reminiscent of the nomadic tribes beyond the frontier. The spring breeze danced around her dark green cloak, accentuating her graceful silhouette in a manner both alluring and modest. The youthful curves of her form, partially concealed by her cloak, were enchanting. The commander could not help but fantasize about soon holding this enchanting beauty in his embrace, stirring a longing within him. He felt disinclined to engage with the county magistrate, wishing that only he and Ma Liana existed upon this vast grassland, sharing the earth as their bed and the sky as their cover, reveling in the night. However, being a dignified official of the court, he was aware that Ma Liana was not yet his concubine, and even if she were, he ought to maintain decorum among his colleagues. To solely focus on his beloved would be unbecoming of his status. Upon hearing the commander's flattery, Magistrate Zhang modestly smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "You honor me too greatly, my lord. Though I did practice archery and horsemanship at the academy, I cannot compare to you and the valiant generals of the military. As for the 3-stone bow, I am indeed capable of drawing it, yet hitting the target each time? Haha. I believe General Bai is unaware that the targets in our academy in Fujin are quite large, measuring a full yard in diameter." The commander was initially taken aback by the mention of the enormous target, then burst into hearty laughter. The surrounding officials, mostly from the north or military leaders, couldn't help but smile, some hastily coughing to mask their amusement. The notion of a target so vast made the claim of never missing a shot within 100 paces seem less impressive. Meanwhile, Ma Liana on her horse wore a faint smile, lost in her own thoughts. Her brother, Ma cautiously observed her expression, believing that she had been moved by the commander's impressive demeanor and gallant aura. Relieved, he felt reassured. Earlier that morning, he had coaxed her to join him for a spring outing, claiming it was an invitation for a hunt. With her heart now belonging to another, Ma Liana felt joy and wished not to create tension with her only kin. Moreover, during her time beyond the Great Wall, she had almost practiced horseback riding and archery daily, But after returning to the Central Plains, she had not indulged in these pursuits for quite some time. Therefore, she gladly acquiesced to her brother's invitation. However, as she rode out of the city on the warhorse her brother had brought, she was met with a large gathering of military personnel and local officials, including the commanding officer, which made her comprehend her brother's intentions. Ma Lian'er felt inclined to turn her horse and leave, but in front of so many oblivious officials, such an action would be excessively discourteous. She feared that if she departed, speculation and gossip about her would inevitably arise. Previously, she could dismiss the opinions of others with disdain, but now that she considered herself a member of the Yang family, she dared not act as recklessly as before, and thus she reluctantly stepped onto the grassland. After receiving an implicit acceptance from the young lady the previous night, Ma Lian'er felt secure and sweet in her heart. Her future marriage into the Yang family seemed like a foregone conclusion. Enveloped in her emotions, her clear, sparkling eyes glistened with joy and shyness, reflecting her exquisite features with an ineffable charm. She noticed the fervent gaze of the commanding officer upon her. He, aware of his status, dared not approach her for conversation. And even when he stole a glance, it was only under the pretense of speaking to another, as if he feared losing his esteemed general's dignity. She found his hypocrisy amusing. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. The thought of Yang Ling filled Ma Lian'er with sweetness. He cared not for others' opinions or observations of him. On the day they returned to the city from the mountains, officials Min and Zhang awaited them at the city gates. Yet upon entering, Yang Ling merely held the weeping young lady tightly in his embrace, comforting and teasing her, oblivious to the world around them. The way he gazed at her was as though she were the treasure of his heart. This thought ignited warmth within Ma Lian'er. If only one day he could look at her with such tender affection, she would be willing to wait, be it 3 years, 30 years, or even a lifetime. Lost in her reverie, she couldn't help but smile softly. Jiang Bin, who had been observing her intently from the side, was captivated by her blossoming smile. The day Ma Lian'er returned from outside the city, disheveled and dirty, she had already seemed celestial in his eyes. Now, adorned with light makeup and dressed in fitted attire, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Heaven forbid, what a magnificent young woman it would be to have beneath one's embrace. Jiang Bin swallowed hard and shot a resentful glance at Bai Chun, contemplating, if only he were a general too, he would surely court such a lady, for his life would not be deemed lived in vain. Word of Bai Chun's desire to take Ma Lian'er as a concubine had reached him through the soldiers in the commanding officer's ranks. Today, Bai Chun had invited local officials for a spring outing, and curiously, he had brought this singular woman. In truth, he was not alone in his assumptions, as most of the officials present had surmised something of the sort. Suddenly, a plump roe deer sprang from the thicket ahead, darting towards a nearby mountain cove. Guan Shouying called out loudly, "My lord, look over there." A roe deer. The men, all armed with military bows, readied their weapons. Yet, among the officials, none made a move. The personal guards released a flurry of arrows merely to block the deer's escape route, directing its panic elsewhere, as the prey was clearly intended for the general to pursue. The unfortunate deer, startled by the guards' precise archery, scurried about in fright. At the forefront of the gathering, the military commander, Bai Dusi, and the civil official, Zhang County Magistrate, both held their bows and arrows, yet neither took action. They engaged in a display of false modesty, insisting that the other should take the first shot to gain the honor of the first hit, exchanging pleasantries that lacked genuine enthusiasm for the hunt. Ma Lian'er, witnessing their hypocritical pretense, felt a wave of disdain and turned her head away, finding no joy in their ostentatious display of civility. Zheng Shaopeng, the personal guard of Bai Dusi, galloped forward and addressed the two gentlemen. "Honorable sirs, today Miss Ma is the only lady among us. I propose that she take the first shot. Clad in armor, her skills with the bow and horse must be exceptional." Zheng, renowned for his marksmanship, hitting targets effortlessly within 100 paces, felt a twinge of apprehension as he faced the deer a mere few dozen steps away, fearing a misfire would lead to ridicule. Thus, upon hearing Zheng's suggestion, he felt as if granted a reprieve. He clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. A lady's prowess should not be underestimated. Let us witness Miss Ma's skill." Bai Dusi was pleased, his triangular eyes softening as he finally had the chance to converse openly with Ma Lian'er without fear of mockery. He turned to her with a smile, saying, "Miss Ma, may I request that you showcase your talents?" His words prompted the crowd to part, allowing Ma Lian'er to step into the center. In truth, the suggestion for Ma Lian'er to shoot first was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea from Zheng Shaopeng, yet Bai Dusi seized the opportunity to charm her. Unbeknownst to Ma Lian'er, She suspected that Baidusi and his guards had conspired to set this stage, fueling her distaste. Narrowing her eyes like a crescent moon, she smiled and replied, General Bai has faced countless battles, his aura formidable. And Master Zhang, you can hit a target with remarkable precision. I am but a novice with a bow. I wouldn't dare embarrass myself before such esteemed gentlemen. I am eager to witness your remarkable skills. Her voice was soft and sweet, deliberately infused with a slight tremor, which, coming from such a beauty, rendered it irresistibly enchanting. Mong immediately sensed trouble. He knew his sister's temperament all too well and recognized that her tone indicated her patience was wearing thin. As he contemplated intervening, he noticed Jiang Bin, who was nearest to Ma Lianer, nearly losing his balance upon hearing her captivating tone, almost toppling from his horse. At that moment, everyone was drawn to Ma Lianer's words, and with all eyes upon Jiang Bin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment despite his thick skin. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and promptly replied, Master Zhang, your words remind me of the valiant spirit of women who do not yield to men. I am reminded of Madame Yang, the wife of the courier chief. In the heat of battle, when the Tartars besieged the city, she donned male attire and bravely assisted our troops on the ramparts, demonstrating a spirit akin to that of Hua Mulan. Madame Yang once shot an arrow that struck down a Tartar challenger at the foot of the city walls. When I descended to collect the bodies, I observed that the arrow had entered through the nape of his neck and exited 3 inches later, piercing through completely, a truly remarkable marksmanship. Haha, what skill! The captain, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, the courier chief's wife, seemingly delicate, possesses extraordinary martial prowess. Miss Ma, you need not decline. Why not showcase your own skills? In truth, he was not overly concerned about Ma Lianer's archery abilities. He merely sought to amuse her and lighten the mood, even if she were to falter. It could be laughed off. After all, she was a woman. Ma Lianer held deep gratitude for Han Youniang, regarding her as the closest of sisters. Yet, the human psyche is intricate. Subconsciously, she feared that Youniang might garner greater recognition than herself. The prospect of Youniang eclipsing her future standing filled her with insecurity. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Bin mention Youniang's remarkable archery, a competitive spirit ignited within Ma Lianer. She promptly ceased her demurrals, deftly retrieved her bow and arrows, and, with a swift motion, extracted 5 arrows from her quiver. The onlookers gasped in surprise, uncertain of her intentions. Some of the less skilled scholars quietly snickered, assuming she had no understanding of archery. With a firm grip on the reins, she urged her horse forward a few paces, relinquished the reins, and, with a flourish, held 4 arrows poised in her right hand, resting 1 arrow on the string. Drawing a deep breath, akin to cradling a full moon, she released the bowstring with precision. Before anyone could turn to see where the arrow landed, Ma Lianer, as if performing a magic trick, swiftly knocked another arrow, her movements remarkably quick. The sound of the bowstring resonated as 5 arrows flew forth in a spectacular display, each arrow seamlessly following the last, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Once the 5 arrows had been released, Ma Lianer casually slung the bow back over her shoulder and turned her horse around. A radiant smile gracing her face as she declared, Alas, I have missed. The crowd, still in awe, lifted their heads to witness the 5 arrows embedded in the ground, forming a pentagon around a trembling roe deer, the spacing between the arrows nearly uniform, as if meticulously measured. After a brief silence, one of the captains exclaimed, The legendary rapid-fire technique. It is said that even the Tartars' renowned archer can only shoot 9 arrows in one hand, yet Miss Ma has achieved 5 consecutive shots. How extraordinary! The crowd, regardless of their understanding, erupted in praise, and the captain, both astonished and delighted, spared no compliments. Ma Lianer cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Bin, her large, glistening eyes radiating a hint of pride. Just then, a rider galloped from a distance, prompting everyone to turn their attention. As the rider approached, it became evident that he donned the courier station's uniform and was mounted on a courier horse, racing forward with an anxious expression as he surveyed the crowd. As soon as Ma Lianer recognized Han Wei, the elder brother of her childhood companion, she hastened a few steps forward and inquired, Brother Han, what brings you here? Han Wei, his face glistening with sweat, appeared to be both anxious and fatigued. He raised his sleeve to wipe the perspiration from his brow and replied, Miss Ma, I have been searching for you in great distress. A eunuch has unexpectedly arrived in the capital, bearing the emperor's decree that Yang Ling must return to the city immediately. My sister and brother-in-law instructed me to convey this message to you, but I was unaware of your whereabouts while hunting. I have scoured the vicinity in vain. Before he could finish, Ma Lianer gasped in alarm, tightened her legs around her horse's belly, and galloped away towards the dawn without a backward glance. The officials exchanged glances in confusion, while the county magistrates whispered among themselves, their expressions peculiar. Upon hearing that Yang Ling had departed, Ma Lianer felt a sudden urgency and left without so much as a courteous farewell. Although she had no familial ties to Yang Ling, the notion that their relationship was devoid of affection was hardly credible to anyone. The expression on Bai Duxi's face turned ashen, his triangular eyes gleaming with a fierce light, his body trembling slightly. Maong rode up beside him and timidly addressed him, "Master Bai?" Bai Duxi let out a cold laugh, turned sharply, and drew his bow, the string lamenting as he released a sharp arrow that struck down a roe deer, which had been ensnared within a cluster of 5 arrows, rendering it motionless on the ground. Chapter 52. Naively entering the capital under the blazing sun, the streets were bustling with an increasing number of pedestrians. Suddenly, an unusual procession appeared at the North City Gate, consisting of 16 fully armored soldiers of the Ming Imperial Guard, each adorned with a waist sword, escorting a brilliantly lacquered carriage into the city. All were mounted on magnificent, tall white steeds, their saddles opulently designed, and the armor worn by the mounted guards was far more exquisite than that of the border troops. The carriage entered the city without pause, proceeding directly towards the postmaster's office. Inside the post office, Yang Ling was engaged in a leisurely conversation over tea with Liu Biao and Yang Yiqing, attempting to glean as much information as possible about the capital and the Jinyiwei from them. At that moment, a courier rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, an official is coming to submit a petition, and the convoy will arrive shortly." Yang Ling was taken aback. Although the post office held the duty of receiving passing officials, it lay just beyond the rooster's crow from the territory of the Tatars, and it was rare for high-ranking court officials to visit. If an official were indeed coming to submit a petition, the scale of the convoy must be considerable. Who could it be? Liu Biao and Yang Yiqing hurriedly followed him out, only to see a carriage approaching slowly along the post road, flanked by 8 magnificent warhorses. The knights atop were clad in full armor, exuding an impressive aura. Upon noticing the yellow flag atop the carriage, Liu Biao quickly stepped forward and whispered to Yang Ling, "My lord, this is someone from the capital." Yang Ling nodded slightly, standing solemnly at the entrance as the carriage came to a halt before him. The curtain was drawn back, and a man in his 50s, with a gaunt face and dressed as a palace eunuch, emerged, bowing slightly. Yang Ling exclaimed, "It is Eunuch Liu." With a warm smile, Eunuch Liu addressed Yang Ling, "Young postmaster, it seems we are truly destined to meet again so soon." Barely a month has passed since our last encounter. Yang Ling welcomed Eunuch Liu into the grand hall, still uncertain of his intentions. As a newly appointed 5th-rank official in the Jinyiwei, he found it unusual for a palace eunuch to personally appear. Typically, eunuchs left the palace on imperial orders for military oversight, tax collection, or procurement of palace supplies, rarely visiting officials of lower rank without a formal decree. The 16 warriors stepped into the hall, taking positions on either side, hands resting on their swords, eyes fixed ahead. Eunuch Liu approached the center of the hall, turned, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "Yang Ling, postmaster of Jiming County, receive the decree." Yang Ling was taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment as he realized the emperor had sent a decree for him. The notion of receiving a decree, as depicted in films, left him uncertain. Fortunately, Eunuch Liu was accustomed to such situations. After all, few officials had truly received a decree, and many ministers had stumbled through their first experience. With a gentle smile, he held the yellow silk delicately and said softly, "Young postmaster, kneel to hear the proclamation." Grateful, Yang Ling cast a quick glance at him, then promptly knelt, saying, "I, Yang Ling, humbly listen to the decree." Kneeling for the first time made Yang Ling somewhat uneasy, yet he deemed it a customary practice. As he lacked the courage to resist, Eunuch Liu slowly unfurled the yellow silk and proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven." The emperor proclaims, "I have heard that the success of the 3 dynasties in attaining the realm lies in winning the hearts of the people. Hence, the people are the foundation of the nation. In ancient times, the sages proclaimed, the path of the great way is for the world to be shared as one." Liu Gonggong recited this with a rhythmic cadence, his head nodding in emphasis. Yang Ling listened to Liu Gonggong's recitation of classical prose. Although he grasped the meaning, it was quite laborious for him to follow. After a considerable time, he finally heard Liu Gonggong reach the crux of the matter. Thus, the people are the sovereign of the nation, the Son of Heaven governs on behalf of the people, and a ruler must uphold trust and foster harmony, selecting the wise and capable. The current crown prince is intelligent and eager to learn, having heard of the talent of Yang Ling from Xianzhou, who is both virtuous and capable. It is my decree that Yang Ling be summoned to the capital to serve as the crown prince's tutor. Upon receiving this edict, he must proceed immediately without delay. Thus decreed, in the 18th year of Hongzhi, in the 2nd month, Yang Ling was left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't the position of crown prince's tutor held by a deputy of the Jinyiwei? Suddenly, he recalled what Ma Lianer had said that night: promotion in the officialdom is no child's play. There is a saying that the path of an official is fraught with peril, based on your merits. It is impossible to ascend 3 ranks in one leap to the center of power. It is unlikely that anyone in the capital would be so benevolent as to elevate your position without reason. We must ponder this carefully, lest we fall into a trap. In that moment, Yang Ling understood, and it was no wonder the Jinyiwei had rushed to elevate his rank. They must have heard that the emperor intended for him to serve as the crown prince's tutor, thereby adding luster to his reputation. Although the position of crown prince's tutor was technically a 6th rank official, in essence, it was merely a classmate of the crown prince. Once the crown prince ascended the throne, how could those closest to him not be favored? Yang Ling, who had originally been a mere minor official in the Jinyiwei, found that this appointment transformed him into a central operative within their ranks. With a single decree, he had allied himself with the future emperor's trusted confidants. Certainly a fortuitous turn of events. Seeing Yang Ling still kneeling in confusion, Lu Gonggong softly urged, "Yang Yichang, why do you not accept the edict and express your gratitude?" Realizing his oversight, Yang Ling quickly exclaimed, "I, your humble servant, accept the edict with thanks." He took the imperial decree from Lu Gonggong's hands, and, noticing that Lu Gonggong did not require him to kneel thrice and bow 9 times, he rose to his feet. As Lu Gonggong presented the decree, his demeanor shifted from haughty to amiable as he addressed Yang Ling. "Mr. Yang, I, Lu Jin, am a servant by the side of the crown prince. As you become his tutor, we should cultivate a close relationship." Yang Ling was taken aback and stammered, "Lu Jin, you are Lu Jin?" Lu Gonggong blinked in surprise and asked, "What, Mr. Yang, have you heard of my name?" Yang Ling nodded, then shook his head, at a loss for words. Lu Jin, the inspiration for the notorious eunuch in the new Dragon Gate Inn, known in legends for his ruthless demeanor, stood before him, an unimposing old man. Thanks to novels and television, names such as Wang Ji, Wang Zhen, Lu Jin, and Wei Zhongxian were familiar to Yang Ling. Each of these grand eunuchs was depicted with extraordinary martial arts, youthful appearance, and eccentricities. Now, witnessing the unremarkable Lu Jin in person, Yang Ling momentarily mistook him for a namesake. Lu Jin cheerfully remarked, "As I serve the crown prince, it is rare for me to come to the capital. You know my name, so it is a surprise that Mr. Yang has heard of me." Indeed, the scholar need not leave his home to know the affairs of the world. Now that you have accepted the imperial decree, I suggest we set off immediately. In contemporary times, the crown prince is martial in nature, excelling in wielding weapons and marching in formation. The missive presented by Sir Yang to General He has been brought back to the capital, much to the delight of the crown prince, who is contemplating employing your methods to train the Divine Machine Battalion. It is imperative that the crown prince does not grow impatient. Lu Jin, in his current duties, remains quite cautious and diligent. He now serves in the drum and bell department, which holds the least authority among the 24 internal offices. The crown prince Zhu Zhao is known for his capricious temperament and love for martial pursuits, while the emperor dotes on this cherished son. Thus Lu Jin dares not be negligent. Yang Ling summoned the young maid to begin packing their belongings. The two, Lu and Yang, publicly claimed to be servants of the Yang family, although the local post station staff found this peculiar. Lu Gonggong was oblivious to the Yang family's circumstances and did not take offense. After Yang Ling had made all necessary arrangements, Ma Lianer had yet to return, prompting him to ask the young maid to send a message to her elder brother outside the city, so she would not think he had departed without notice. At this moment, 3 horse-drawn carriages were traversing the winding mountain path. The narrow road was flanked by 16 guards, 8 in front and 8 behind. Leading the procession was Lu Gonggong's vermilion carriage, followed by 2 carriages dispatched from the post station, the front adorned with a tall pole bearing the character for post. While behind were Lu Biao and Yang Yicheng seated on the baggage cart. Han Youniang gazed silently out the window, having never been separated from her family since childhood. Embarking on such a distant journey filled her with a childlike excitement just days ago when contemplating her arrival in the capital. Yet now, as she truly departed, her heart felt hollow. Alas, her father had become a courier, constantly on the move. This time, she left without even a glimpse of him, unaware of when she might reunite with her loved ones again. Yang Ling, sensing her reluctance, softly reassured her, "Do not worry, once we settle in, I will find a way to bring your father and the others to the capital." Youniang responded with a soft gently resting her head on Yang Ling's shoulder, her large eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Yang Ling tenderly stroked her back, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. What exactly is the role of a crown prince's reader? He had no recollection of the original scholar Yang Ling from Xianzhou and was utterly ignorant of the 4 books, 5 classics, and the 8-legged essay. He could only hope that the title of reader was merely a nominal role, one that allowed him to accompany the crown prince in his studies. His understanding of history was painfully simplistic, aside from Zhu Hongwu, the founding emperor, the Yangli emperor, and the last monarch, Chongzhen. His knowledge of other Ming emperors was severely limited. Now he found himself inexplicably thrust into the spotlight of this historical stage, surrounded by figures of immense power from this era. Could he truly navigate these waters? Yang Ling felt adrift, yearning for a simple life with his wife and children, wishing to enjoy a few blissful years. However, he was now thrust into a position of responsibility. Acutely aware of the adage that serving a prince is akin to courting danger, for the sake of his own safety, he had to take his role seriously and actively seek to understand this era. As he organized his thoughts, fragments of information about this time period flowed through his mind. It was now the 18th year of the Hongzhi era, with the reigning emperor being Hongzhi, of the Zhu clan. His knowledge was limited, and he could not recall the emperor's full name or details of his life. The crown prince Zhu Hozhao was known for his flamboyance, indulgence in pleasures, and a certain foolishness, yet he was quite handsome. Regarding his life and deeds, Yang Ling had a vague recollection that he met an untimely demise. Lu Jin was labeled a treacherous minister. The details of his rise and fall remained obscure, but it was clear he did not meet a noble end. Yang Ling, feeling utterly inadequate, could only lamentingly assess himself as a complete failure. With such meager information at his disposal, could he truly foresee the future, navigate through calamities, and grasp the course of history? After a moment of discouragement, he suddenly revitalized. Straightening his back, why concern himself with matters such as Emperor Zhengde or the treacherous Lu Jin? His life was as fleeting as the grass. Such matters were beyond his worry. His sole ambition was to journey to the capital, to mingle among the high-ranking officials in Beijing. Emboldened by ignorance, Yang Ling began to adopt a blindly optimistic attitude as he prepared to plunge into the capital with closed eyes. Ma Lianer, like a gust of wind, swept into the station and swiftly galloped out again, heading towards the northern city. The sound of her horse's hooves, as large as bowls, pounded against the bluestone pavement, echoing like rain. As she exited the city at full speed, the carriage was already lost to the vastness of the wilderness. Ma Lianer, holding the reins, paused for a moment beneath the city gate, opting not to take the winding mountain road, but instead cutting through the unplowed fields, seeking a shortcut ahead. Her dark green cloak fluttered in the air, and her heart raced with urgency. Had her resolute elder brother truly not spared a moment to wait for her? Why was he departing in such haste? This parting would mean a 3-year separation. With the wind at her back, she skillfully guided her chestnut horse, which soared like an arrow, racing towards the end of the tilled land where a small river awaited. The horse leaped across, splashing fragments of jade in its wake. In the distance, she caught sight of a carriage meandering along the mountain path, which sent her heart soaring with joy. With a flick of the reins, she pursued relentlessly, the horse and carriage navigating different elevations along the river. The terrain shifted ahead, revealing a semicircular valley. The carriage took a turn, with one side flanked by a steep cliff. The soldiers on the mountain path and the bored Lu Biao, perched atop the carriage, noticed the chestnut horse racing up the hill. Lu Biao stood up and shouted, "There's a young lady chasing us down the mountain." Yang Ling and young lady Yu hurriedly emerged from the carriage, spotting a red horse and a green figure approaching gracefully. Young lady Yu gasped, "It's Sister Lianer." "My lord, Sister Lianer is here." Yang Ling quickly instructed the driver to halt, standing atop the vehicle to gaze down the hill, while Ma Lianer reined in her horse, both remaining in a silent standoff. A sheer cliff obstructed their ability to draw closer. Ma Lianer gazed longingly for a moment, witnessing Yang Ling wave at her before signaling for the carriage to continue. Yet he remained at the front, watching her intently. Overcome with emotion, Ma Lianer abruptly drew a small curved knife from her waist, swiftly cutting a lock of her hair and tying it to an arrow shaft. As the carriage moved slowly onward, it would soon vanish from her sight the moment it turned out of the valley. Suddenly, Ma Lianer tightened the reins, her legs gripping the horse's sides, and with a resounding whinny, the steed echoed through the valley. Yang Ling and the band of warriors turned their gaze into the gorge. Witnessing the chestnut horse rise on its hind legs for a fleeting moment before galloping forward with astonishing speed, hurtling towards the sheer cliff ahead, a mere 30 yards away. The rapid approach left no doubt that both horse and rider would collide with the rock face if they pressed on at such a pace, prompting gasps of alarm from those on the mountain. Suddenly, Ma Lian'er's swift steed executed a near 90-degree turn, releasing the reins, drawing her bow, twisting her body, and knocking an arrow all in one fluid motion, each action executed with grace and precision that captivated onlookers. Lu Biao, Yang Yiqing, and several soldiers could no longer contain their exuberant cheers. In the households of the high-ranking officials in the capital, many kept a few Mongolian warriors, who were renowned for their prowess in archery and horsemanship, having witnessed the legendary skills of the great Yuan cavalry in their prime. The Mongols' equestrian and archery techniques were unparalleled, and Ma Lian'er's skill in managing her horse and drawing her bow mirrored that of those exceptional warriors, rendered even more enchanting by her youthful femininity. Just as Yang Ling's carriage was about to navigate around the rocky cliff ahead, vanishing from Ma Lian'er's sight, 3 arrows struck the flagpole before him, landing a mere arm's length away. The arrowheads vibrated with a faint hum, startling the coachman sitting beneath the pole, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. The carriage moved slowly, and the lush grass at the cliff's edge obscured any view of Lian'er below. The 3 arrows were aligned perfectly on the pole, with one arrow adorned with a single strand of dark hair, fluttering gently in the breeze. Han Youniang tenderly caressed the silky tress, feeling a pang of envy as she remarked, "My lord, Sister Lian'er has cut her hair as a vow." Yang Ling playfully brushed her nose, turning to gaze at the 3 arrows firmly embedded in the flagpole alongside the strand of hair, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Pondering, a strand of hair, a bond of affection, 3 arrows, 3 years, surely this girl is not as obstinate as Youniang. Chapter 53, The Brocade-Clad Commander. By heavens, Yang Xiangong, you have lost again, Lu Jin exclaimed, clapping his hands in hearty laughter, his delight unmistakable. During their uneventful journey, Lu Jin frequently invited Yang Ling to his carriage to engage in a game of chess to pass the time, though Lu Jin's skills were not particularly exceptional. Upon discovering that Yang Ling's abilities were even more lacking, he became an avid chess enthusiast, deriving great pleasure from relentlessly besting Yang Ling day after day. Yang Ling scoffed. "This game doesn't count. I captured your general, and you cheated by delaying a move. Otherwise, with just a horse and a cannon, you could never hope to defeat me. No, let us start over." Lu Jin quickly blocked his hand and, with a triumphant grin, retorted, "Dignity, my dear Yang Xiangong. One must maintain dignity. Today, I have won 3 out of 4 games." At this moment, the future power broker, still unestablished, was no different from an ordinary person, reveling in his victories with a swagger. Having spent considerable time together, Yang Ling's initial apprehensions faded, and they now interacted like old friends. Lu Jin, while speaking, lifted the curtain to gaze outside, cheerfully announcing, "We have arrived. We will soon enter the city." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling also peered out the window, witnessing the encroaching twilight, with the grand and solemn city gate looming ahead. Yang Ling lifted the curtain and stepped outside, standing atop the carriage to observe. 16 Imperial guards cleared the way, and the city guards dared not obstruct their passage as the procession boldly entered the city. Lu Jin emerged beside him, hands neatly tucked within his sleeves, smiling broadly as he remarked, "Yang Xiangong, behold the capital of our great Ming Dynasty. What are your thoughts?" Yang Ling surveyed the Beijing of the moment. Although the city was bustling, with houses densely packed and pedestrians thronging the streets, most buildings were scarcely more than 2 zhang in height, save for a few distant taverns and the grand residences of noble families. His gaze was drawn to the resplendent architecture bathed in the fading sunlight, which unmistakably belonged to the imperial city. Lu Jin inquired, "Yang Xiangong, shall we first seek an inn for the night? The day is waning, and tomorrow at the 3rd watch, I shall await you outside the Meridian Gate to introduce you to His Majesty." Before Yang Ling could respond, a voice rang out. It was Lu Biao, who had stealthily approached. "Young master, the venerable Yang Taijun has sent word that he has already arrived in the capital and purchased a residence on Hugua Temple Street for your stay. Shall we not return home directly?" Both Yang Ling and Lu Jin were taken aback. Lu Jin's expression darkened slightly. He had assumed Yang Ling to be a mere impoverished courier and had not contemplated profiting from him. However, seeing this unexpected turn of events, it appeared that the Yang family was far from destitute, and Yang Ling's silence felt rather inconsiderate. Was the news he delivered to the emperor not worth anything? As Lu Biao spoke, he removed a heavy bundle from his shoulder and placed it onto the carriage, which thudded ominously, indicating the weight of its contents. With a grin, Lu Biao addressed Lu Jin. This is a small token of local specialties that the venerable Taijun instructed me to bring for you. Please accept it. A humble gift from the countryside, though it is hardly worthy of your esteem. Lu Jin, eyeing the hefty bundle and estimating it to contain at least 200 taels of silver, immediately brightened, turning to Yang Ling with a smile. Yang Xiangong, you are too kind. The palace lacks nothing, yet such rural delicacies are indeed a rare treat. He, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Yang Ling understood that it must be the secret preparations of the Jinyiwei, and he hurriedly smiled, saying, "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. I am simply glad that Lord Lu enjoys it." Lu Jin, with a beaming expression, replied, "Indeed, we relish local specialties. Since Sir Yang has a destination, we shall return to the palace to report. Tomorrow morning, we will await your arrival outside the Meridian Gate." With that, Lu Jin cheerfully directed the convoy back to the Imperial City, while Yang Ling's 2 carriages turned toward Hugua Temple Street. Upon returning to his carriage, the young lady faintly heard some sounds. Joyfully, she embraced his arm and said, "My lord, have we secured a residence in the capital?" Along the way, the young girl pondered deeply, aware that her husband now held the esteemed position of a 5th-rank Jinyiwei official and was a close attendant to the crown prince. She felt she must conduct herself with propriety to avoid bringing shame upon him. She had heard that the wives and daughters of affluent families would remain seated quietly in their carriages when venturing out, thus throughout their entrance into Beijing. She had maintained her composure, not daring to lift the curtain even once. As their carriage traversed the bustling streets, she remained oblivious to the sights of the capital. Yang Ling gently kissed her cherry lips and said, "Indeed, it must be the arrangements of the Jinyiwei." Then, leaning closer to her ear, he added, "As we have just entered the city today, we shall not dine out. Instead, I will accompany you for an evening stroll." Upon hearing this, the young lady's expression brightened, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I have yet to see the charm of Beijing. I truly wish to experience it. However, without my lord by my side, I would not dare to venture out." Yang Ling chuckled and replied, "You are not afraid of the Mongols, yet you fear strolling through the streets of the capital?" The young lady innocently responded, "My lord, if you do not take me out, what would a woman dare to do alone? I would become the subject of ridicule." Yang Ling reassured her, "You need not worry about such customs. If you wish to go out, we shall explore the streets and shops." As he spoke, he gazed at her enchanting appearance, secretly contemplating. Had it been modern times, she would don a t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied in a ponytail, embodying a fresh and lovely young woman with whom one could enjoy a movie, sip coffee, and haggling with merchants. However, he mused, in those days, how fortunate would he have been to possess her? The young lady, feeling his intense gaze upon her, blushed even deeper, shyly lowering her head as she whispered, "My lord, we reside on Hugua Temple Street. I wonder if there are eminent monks there." As she spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her unable to continue. Yang Ling felt invigorated, and a warmth spread through him. The previous night, he had sweetly coaxed and persuaded her until she timidly learned to play the Shao beneath the moonlight, an experience of delightful intimacy that was hardly fit for public discussion. After a long and tiring journey amidst the throngs of people, he had refrained from close affection with her. Now, upon hearing her words, Yang Ling felt an irresistible yearning, akin to the intoxicating allure of jade being cracked open. In the throes of passion, he would sweep her into his embrace. And she was indeed a true gem of a maiden. When they entwined, the experience was boundless and exquisite, beyond words to describe. Yang Ling chuckled mischievously, saying, "Yes, indeed. Tonight we shall seek out a grand monk for a blessing, and I shall let you witness my little monk." The young lady urgently replied, "Husband, that is not permissible. We must certainly meet the grand monk. The little monk has but a few years of cultivation, and I cannot risk your life recklessly." Yang Ling's lips curled into a strange smile as he remarked, "Must we meet the grand monk? However, how can my little monk become a great monk without the blessings and nurturing of my dear wife through a heartfelt embrace, enduring trials and tribulations?" Although the young lady was innocent, she was not devoid of wit. Sensing the peculiarity in her husband's words, she blinked her charming eyes, gazing at him in bewilderment. Yang Ling, with a playful grin, embraced her and whispered softly in her ear. The young lady gasped lightly, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment as she playfully struck him twice, biting her lip and casting a flushed glance his way. She scolded, "Husband, you are to meet the emperor tomorrow. You need to rest well. I shall not meet any monk tonight." Yang Ling laughed. That simply will not do. I must see if there is a temple nearby. Tonight, my dear wife must welcome my little monk into her home. Hearing her husband speak such shameless words, Han Youniang felt her body weaken, breathing heavily as she nestled against him, too shy to respond. Yang Ling lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, looking outside to see a bustling street filled with pedestrians and shops, indicating a lively marketplace. Curiously, Han Youniang peered outside, spotting Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing walking alongside the carriage. At a distance, a figure stood at the street corner, and Lu Biao swiftly gestured to him. The figure nodded, his left hand hanging at his side, responding with a few quick gestures before turning to leave. Their movements were rapid and fluid, and had it not been for Han Youniang's keen eyes and meticulous mind, she might have overlooked it. She curiously turned back and asked, "Husband?" Just as Yang Yiqing called out from outside, "We have arrived home. Please disembark, young master and lady." This interruption caused Han Youniang to swallow her words. Yang Ling lifted the curtain again, revealing a courtyard with a spacious front area adorned with 2 rows of dragon claw locust trees. The small courtyard was clean and inviting, appearing to have been recently renovated. Han Youniang joyfully jumped down from the carriage, taking in the sight of her new home. The courtyard featured a well, a flower bed in the center, with wing rooms on either side, and directly ahead stood a 3-room house with green tiles. It seemed the previous residents were a well-off family, though she wondered how the Jinyiwei had acquired it. Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing began moving their luggage into the house. Although the courtyard had only recently been purchased, all necessary household items were already provided, saving them considerable time in shopping for supplies. With the day still young, Han Youniang eagerly began to exercise her rights as a housewife, enthusiastically arranging her new home, momentarily forgetting about dining out or meeting the Grand Monk. Yang Yiqing, with a mysterious expression, leaned closer to Yang Ling and said, "Sir, the Commander Zhang has heard of your arrival in the capital and wishes to meet with you. Shall we go now?" Startled, Yang Ling sprang to his feet. The highest-ranking officer of the Jinyiwei wanted to see him, and he could not afford to be negligent. He quickly informed Han Youniang and, accompanied by Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing, made his way into the bustling street. Yang Ling had heard from Lu Yiqing and another person that the office of the Jinyiwei commander was not situated within the confines of Beijing, but rather in Tianjin. However, the most critical department of the Jinyiwei, the Northern Pacification Office, was indeed located in the capital. Consequently, the Jinyiwei commander often spent more than half of the year in Beijing, fulfilling his duties. The Northern Pacification Office was positioned to the north of Dong'an City, adjacent to the main gate of the Eastern Factory. In the vast expanse of Beijing, aside from the Imperial City, this area was the most serene. As one turned onto that street, it was as clean as a bone gnawed by a dog, devoid of any human presence. Curious, Yang Ling peered into the Eastern Dispatch Office, pondering whether the agents, the clerks, and the overseers within truly possessed the remarkable skills portrayed in films. Unfortunately, as dusk approached, he saw no one except for 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Proceeding further, he arrived at the Northern Pacification Office, which appeared much like any other official establishment, with 2 large stone lions flanking the entrance and Jinyiwei guards standing sentinel. Accompanied by Lu and Yang, Yang Ling entered the Northern Pacification Office and stepped into a grand hall. On the white wall stood a vivid painting of a descending tiger, its fierce demeanor and poised claws suggesting an imminent pounce. The hall was quiet and graceful. Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing hesitated at the entrance, respectfully allowing a Jinyiwei officer to invite Yang Ling inside. As he stood in the hall, admiring the majestic tiger, a hearty laugh erupted from behind him. "Ah, Yang Tongji, what a misfortune. The pacification lord has taken a party to Jin Ling. I am Jini Qianhu Yuyong, here to welcome you, sir." Yang Ling quickly turned, repeatedly expressing his apologies. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. This man indeed wore the distinctive flying fish robe of the Jinyiwei, adorned with a spring knife at his side, signifying his rank as a Qianhu. However, the individual before him had golden hair, blue eyes, a prominent nose, and remarkably fair skin, an unmistakably European man. Observing Yang Ling's astonishment, Yuyong chuckled and spoke in a thick Beijing accent. "I am Yuyong. Now that you have arrived in the capital, I shall host a banquet for you on another day. Haha, I look forward to serving alongside you in court, and I hope you will lend me your support. By the way, the commander has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, follow me to meet him," he added. Yang Ling cupped his hands in gratitude and followed this foreign Jinyiwei through the hall. The corridors on either side were lined with rooms, and Yuyong led him to a door, opening it with a smile. "Please, enter, sir." Yang Ling nodded in thanks as he stepped inside, where large candles illuminated the room. A middle-aged man dressed in casual scholarly attire sat behind a desk, smiling as he set down a scroll upon Yang Ling's entrance. Yang Ling immediately recognized him as Zhang Xiao, the highest-ranking leader of the Jinyiwei. He quickly knelt on one knee, performing a military salute. "I am Yang Ling, here to pay my respects to the commander." Zhang Xiao squinted, assessing him with a satisfied smile. "Ah, indeed, a promising youth. Please, sit, Yang Tongji." "There is no need for formality." Yang Ling discreetly observed the commander. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a genial demeanor and refined bearing, showing no trace of the intimidating authority that typically accompanied one who held power over life and death. At the doorway, Youniang respectfully addressed, "My Lord Admiral, Lord Yang. I shall take my leave." With a gentle smile towards Yang Ling, he softly closed the door. Zhang Xiao, observing his peculiar demeanor, chuckled. Youniang is a descendant of the mixed-race people. It is said that his ancestral home lies by the Rhine, where he once belonged to the local nobility. During the westward campaign of the Yuan dynasty, thousands of golden-haired, blue-eyed slaves were captured, among whom were his forebears. Presently, there are over 1,000 households like his residing in the capital. Yang Ling then felt enlightened. Zhang Xiao seemed quite pleased with Yang Ling, smiling as he remarked, "You, Scholar Yang, are a man of exceptional talent and knowledge. Once you enter the Eastern Palace, you shall surely be valued." "Splendidly so." Yang Ling, taken aback, inquired, "My lord, what is this Eastern Palace you speak of?" Zhang Xiao paused, then burst into laughter. "Ah, it seems I misspoke. Ahem. The current crown prince is still quite young and has a penchant for novelties. The Eastern Palace, as the noble lords and ministers often refer to it, is commonly dubbed the 100 Pleasures Garden. I simply spoke without thinking." Yang Ling wiped the sweat from his brow, humbly replying, "My lord, you flatter me. I am but a mere scholar, and to serve as the crown prince's reader is already overwhelming. How could I dare to aspire for more?" Zhang Xiao smiled. "A hero is not deterred by humble beginnings. Besides, do you know that the crown prince's grand tutor and lecturers are all esteemed scholars? However, there has not been a reader by the crown prince's side. Yet, he has taken a liking to you, and his majesty has summoned you to the capital. The Eastern Palace cherishes you, and thus his majesty cherishes you as well. Tomorrow, when you present yourself, his majesty will grant you the title of Jinshi. Thereafter, you may no longer refer to yourself merely as a scholar." Yang Ling stammered, "My lord, I am but a humble rooster crowing at dawn. How could I possibly ascend to such heights and serve as a reader in the capital?" Zhang Xiao laughed heartily, his joy apparent as he exclaimed, "To ascend to such heights? It is not merely that. Though you dwell in a remote area, do you not know that the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, the 3 judicial offices, the inner court, and the supervisory court are all embroiled in conflict, with half of the officials in Beijing caught in the fray, all because of you, Scholar Yang?" Yang Ling was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Just last night, I learned that Southerners are quite capable of drinking. The men can hold their liquor, and even delicate beauties can down a shot of white liquor in one go," with astonishment. Chapter 54, Destiny in the Buddhist Realm. The inspector of the Jinyiwei, Zhang Xiao, remarked with a smile, "The young prince has invaded our borders, with victories reported from both Shui County and Qi County. However, the forces in Huilai have suffered significant losses, resulting in the death of a commanding officer, and the military supervisor, Lord Yi, was tragically trampled by the chaotic troops. The 3 legal departments delivered the imperial decree to General He for sentencing. Unexpectedly, upon his arrival in the capital, General He shifted the blame for his underestimating the enemy and advancing recklessly entirely onto Supervisor Yi and Eunuch Liu. As general, he was recommended by the Ministry of War. If he were to be penalized, they would undoubtedly face accusations of poor discernment in their appointments. Thus, the Ministry of War staunchly defended General He, accusing the military supervisor of lacking military acumen and meddling indiscriminately. This incited a shared animosity among the officials of the inspection court and the eunuch offices, leading to a relentless exchange of accusations between the 2 factions. The eunuch office, comprised of a group of castrated men, inherently possessed little military insight. However, upon Eunuch Liu's return to the capital, he brought back a letter. Zhang Xiao, upon reaching this point, smiled at Yang Ling and said, "That would be the letter you penned to General He." Yang Ling replied, "Indeed, I humbly shared some of my modest insights with General He. Yet I remain perplexed as to how this letter found its way into Eunuch Liu's hands." Zhang Xiao shook his head, saying, "The intricacies of this matter elude my understanding. Eunuch Lu serves the crown prince and has a close acquaintance within the palace named Zhang Yong, who possesses some military knowledge. Upon seeing your letter, he esteemed it highly and promptly incited the eunuch court to censure the Ministry of War, alleging that the soldiers lacked strength and the scouts were ineffective, attributing the failures to the ministry's poor command. However, the Ministry of War is responsible for troop mobilization and appointments, while the actual training and command of the troops fall under the jurisdiction of the Five Armies Command. Consequently, the Five Armies Command, which was originally unrelated, became embroiled in the fray, leading the four departments to engage in a tumultuous exchange of blame. Yang Ling remarked, I truly did not anticipate such entanglements arising from this situation. However, you mentioned that the Ministry of Works is also involved. I am curious as to how matters of military affairs pertain to the Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiao responded, they are unrelated, originally. However, your letter mentioned the exquisite use of firearms and their significance in future military endeavors. A certain Wang Shoren from the Ministry of War, upon reading it, found it to be quite insightful. In a moment of scholarly fervor, he presented a lengthy memorial to the emperor, expounding on military governance and asserting the urgent need for improvements to our firearms. He also noted, with some criticism, the insufficient allocation of firearms to the Northern Army. In my view, while his observations are indeed pertinent, the timing of his proposal was rather ill-suited. Upon hearing the name Wang Shoren, Yang Ling felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately recall the specifics. Nonetheless, as he had an impression of him, it was likely from historical texts he had encountered. Although he was but a minor official in the Ministry of War at present, he would likely achieve significant accomplishments in the future. Thus he resolved to keep a mental note of this individual. Zhang Xiao remarked, in this situation, the Ministry of Works, fearing that these bureaucracies might shift the blame for the military defeat onto them, has resorted to lamenting to the emperor about insufficient funds, the poor quality of troops, and the challenges of producing firearms. Zhang Xiao, stroking his chin contemplatively, added with a hint of amusement, indeed, the ministry's memorial was only submitted to the inner court yesterday. I suspect the Ministry of Revenue, which oversees finances, has caught wind of this and will soon counter with their own memorial. Yang Ling, both amused and exasperated, responded, how could this happen? I truly did not anticipate such an uproar. Had I known, I would have refrained from sending that letter. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xiao continued, have you ever attempted to catch crabs? When a basket is filled with crabs, there is no need for a lid that cannot escape. For as soon as one attempts to climb out, the others will cling to it, dragging it back down, resulting in none escaping. This is similarly true in the realm of officialdom, and it is hardly surprising. He continued, even without your letter, they would find another excuse to evade responsibility. However, this incident has inadvertently elevated your status. Now, all 6 ministries are aware of your name. The Crown Prince has heard of you and requested your appointment, leading to your summons to the capital for scholarly service. After sharing a laugh, Zhang Xiao's expression turned serious as he stated, the intrigues of these officials have no bearing on my position within the Jinyiwei. I have called you here today for a specific reason. Are you aware of it? Yang Ling replied, I would be grateful for your clarification. Zhang Xiao pondered before explaining. The Jinyiwei operates independently of the 3 departments, overseeing both civil and military officials, as well as the populace. The Eastern Depot, however, is tasked with supervising officials and the Jinyiwei. Whenever significant cases arise from my Northern Pacification Bureau, the Eastern Depot dispatches personnel to attend the hearings, effectively holding greater authority over us. Yang Ling, perplexed by his statements, listened as Zhang Xiao continued. Nevertheless, many descendants of meritorious officials are employed within the Jinyiwei, and a considerable number of officials from the Eastern Depot were once officers from our ranks. Thus, the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei are inextricably linked. When it comes to power dynamics, the Jinyiwei is not necessarily inferior to the Eastern Depot. Thankfully, our 2 entities have always maintained a harmonious relationship, devoid of any discord. Casting a glance at Yang Ling, Zhang Xiao added, since the end of last year, the emperor has increasingly sensed his declining health. Recently, he has expressed intentions to re-establish the Western Depot, tasked with overseeing the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei. Currently, preparations are being made discreetly, with personnel largely drawn from the military, creating a separate faction, entirely independent of the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei. Yang Ling, taken aback by this unexpected revelation, took a moment to reflect before realizing the underlying implication. The emperor, feeling unwell, was already contemplating succession. Although the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei are his most trusted organizations, their power is considerable. Furthermore, as per Zhang Xiu's words, while there exists a supervisory role between the depot and the guard, they function almost as one. The emperor's apprehension about this led to the intention of re-establishing the western depot, deliberately avoiding drawing any personnel from the eastern depot or the Jinyiwei, thus aiming to balance the powers of both, ensuring that the authority does not slip away from the new emperor upon his ascension. Zhang Xiu remarked, "The young prince's safety is a responsibility I, as a member of the Imperial Guard, must take with utmost seriousness. However, since your majesty harbors doubts, both the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard must tread carefully, avoiding any suspicion. It would be ill-advised to place personnel too close to the Crown Prince. As you are currently serving as the prince's tutor, you are indeed a close aide to him and must bear this responsibility. Do you comprehend my intent?" Yang Ling, well aware of his implications, understood the intricate dynamics at play. The Imperial Guard and the Eastern Depot were intertwined, sharing the reins of power. And with the impending establishment of the Western Depot to oversee the Eastern Depot, the Imperial Guard had taken it upon themselves to be vigilant. Naturally, they were concerned about losing their grip on power. The prince's current entourage consisted solely of eunuchs who, though potential allies, were unlikely to support another faction that could threaten their own dominance. Given that Yang Ling lacked a solid foundation in the court, supporting such a figure would elevate him tremendously, yet he could not detach himself from the looming influence of the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard. He was indeed the most suitable candidate. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Yang Ling felt a sense of unease, akin to sitting on needles. For one who aspired to ascend the ranks, such opportunities and support were rare, yet it also meant that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of others, making a peaceful existence for the next few years exceedingly challenging. Understanding the precariousness of his situation, Yang Ling exclaimed in a state of panic, "I am grateful for your kindness, but I am still young and fear I may not live up to your expectations." Zhang Xiu gazed intently at him for a moment, sending shivers down Yang Ling's spine, before breaking into a smile and casually remarking, "In this world, the emperor reigns supreme, as long as one is close to the emperor. Nothing is beyond possibility." With a slight smile, he continued, "Speaking of the Western Depot, it reminds me of an incident. In the third year of Changhua, when the southern barbarians revolted, the Duke of Xiaoqing, Li Jin, and Minister Cheng Xin led the campaign to quell the rebellion. They captured countless men and women, bringing a multitude of slaves back to the capital to distribute among the nobility. Among these captives was a man with the surname Wang and a girl with the surname Ji, who were sent to the inner palace. The man was castrated to serve as a eunuch and the girl became a palace maid. Pausing for effect, Zhang Xiu lowered his gaze towards Yang Ling and asked, "Do you know what became of these two?" Before Yang Ling could respond, Zhang Xiu continued, 10 years later, when the Western Depot was first established, it gained immense power, overshadowing both the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard. The head of the Western Depot was none other than Wang Ji, the eunuch captured a decade earlier. As for the girl with the surname Ji, she began as a palace maid, then became a lady-in-waiting, eventually being granted the title of Shufei, and later elevated to empress, the very mother of the current emperor. He clapped his hands in amazement, exclaiming, "What a remarkable twist of fate. Imagine the captives taken from Daitengxia, who perished under the indiscriminate lash of soldiers during their transport. This hardly merits attention. Who would have anticipated that among them two individuals would find their way to the emperor's side, spawning the grand tales that would follow?" He smiled and remarked, "You hail from a scholarly background, and the civil officials regard you as one of their own. The internal officials, the supervisory court, and the Ministry of War hold you in high esteem, while the Jinyiwei and Danshang provide you with considerable convenience. Your opportunities are boundless. Should you earn the prince's favor when he ascends to the throne, it would herald your moment of glory, heralded throughout the realm. Yang Tongji, would you still belittle yourself?" Yang Ling gazed at Zhang Xiu's amiable smile, momentarily lost in thought, as if he could see Yang Paichong gesturing forward, calling out, "Amir, charge." Amir surged forth, not towards a splendid future, but toward his beloved. Upon departing from the Jinyiwei Basin Fusi, the sight of lights illuminating the streets filled Yang Ling with longing for his young wife awaiting him at home. The thought of encountering fortunes and transforming like a dragon faded into the ether. 2 years had passed, a precious time that should be spent cherishing his delicate spouse. In the capital, 2 grand temple fairs are held, known as the East Temple and the West Temple. The East Temple, located near the Four at Longfu Temple, opens its market on the 9th and 10th of each month. The West Temple, the Dalangshan Hugua Temple on Hugua Temple Street, holds its market on the 7th and 8th. Today is not a temple fair day. However, These streets have long since evolved into a vibrant commercial district, bustling with tea houses, taverns, and shops. Yang Ling and his young wife enjoyed a cozy dinner at a restaurant before making their way to Hugui Temple. He certainly would not bring along the two companions, Lu Biao and Yang Yiqing, as they dined in a nearby alley, but upon exiting, the two took a wrong turn. Thus, they inquired passers-by for directions. Upon learning that this young couple was heading to Hugui Temple to pay their respects, the pedestrians expressed surprise but kindly pointed the way. This expansive temple, once a distinguished site with 10 halls, has now been transformed into a lamasery. The people of the capital have long held a notion of reverence tinged with distance toward the peculiar deities worshipped by the lamas. They hardly dare to partake in the lamas' rituals. Only during temple fairs do visitors seek out the unusual sights within. Consequently, the temple's incense offerings are scarce, starkly contrasting with the bustling activity seen in other temples. However, the Han people are not as rigid in their religious beliefs as their Western counterparts. Each holds their faith without conflict. The fact that this young couple's visit to a lamasery seemed somewhat peculiar did not deter others from accepting their path. Over the years, many lamas from Qinghai, Kan, Tibet, and even beyond have been granted audiences with the Ming court, as their presence is treated with the same significance as local officials. Consequently, the emperor bestowed several temples upon them, allowing those lamas who wish to remain in the central plains to reside therein, Hugui Temple being one of them. Although the temple lacks a thriving incense trade, it benefits from imperial support, ensuring that the lamas do not lead lives of hardship. As Yang Ling stepped through the grand entrance of the Hugui Temple, he was greeted by a luminous interior, bustling with a few visitors, most of whom appeared to be elderly individuals seeking respite from their wanderings. They sat in the corridors, engaged in casual conversation, while the imposing doors of the Vajra Hall stood wide open, yet eerily devoid of any comers or goers. Turning to glance behind him, Yang Ling noticed Han Youniang shyly lingering a few paces away. Amused, he couldn't resist the temptation to jest, "My dear, why maintain such distance while we stroll together? I find myself turning back to gaze at you so often that my neck may well become twisted." Han Youniang, blushing, approached his side and whispered reprovingly, "Husband, do keep your voice down. One might overhear and find it amusing. As a woman, I cannot walk alongside you as equals." Yang Ling chuckled, "Very well. Then you may follow behind. The Buddha once said, after 500 lifetimes of turning back, one may encounter a fleeting moment together in this life. Henceforth, you shall trail behind me daily. I shall turn back to glance at you countless times, 5,000, 10,000, striving for us to be united as husband and wife in our next incarnation." Youniang, blushing and smiling, shot him a playful glare. Before she could respond, a rather discordant voice interjected, "What an amusing notion. I have only heard of the notion of 100 years of cultivating fate, 1,000 years of nurturing bonds, and 10,000 years of forging connections." Yang Ling turned to see a youthful scholar, his face delicately powdered, clutching a gilded fan. He wore a robe reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty, cinched at the waist with a brocade sash, and atop his head rested a hat adorned with a crystal. The young man, slightly taller than Youniang, possessed bright, expressive eyes. As he spoke, his voice, still caught in the awkwardness of adolescence, emerged with an unpleasant squawk. "But I am curious, which scripture recounts your 500 glances? Could it be from the 3 returns and 5 precepts, the Amitabha Sutra, or perhaps the 42 chapters sutra?" With a flourish, he unfurled his decorative fan, whimsically waved it twice, then, feeling the chill, snapped it shut. He then continued, "Today, it seems we two have brushed past one another, yet I wonder what compels you to frequently glance back at me." Chapter 55, Western Clergy. Yang Ling's gaze shifted, and he noticed that beside the delicately adorned young gentleman stood a middle-aged man clad in a soft hat and flowing robes. This individual was fair-skinned, exuding an air of grandeur, and bore a striking resemblance to the young man, suggesting they were indeed father and son. However, the middle-aged scholar was somewhat portly, and despite the chill of early spring in February, beads of sweat appeared on his delicate skin. Yang Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was utterly ignorant of whether the statement in question truly derived from Buddhist scriptures. Upon hearing the young scholar rattle off several unfamiliar Buddhist classics, he recognized the depth of the young man's scholarly prowess and his substantial knowledge of Buddhism. Thus, he dared not respond thoughtlessly, instead offering a nervous chuckle. "Ah, well, I do enjoy reading, yet I lack profound understanding, so I cannot recall which scripture that reference belongs to." The young scholar's dark eyes darted about before he suddenly grinned mischievously, saying, "I see now, my good fellow, you were simply fabricating tales to amuse the lady. Truly quick-witted. I admire you." The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "My son, do not speak so frivolously." Although he reprimanded his son, his tone was light-hearted, clearly indicating his fondness for the boy, a warm paternal affection evident in his demeanor. The young scholar, undeterred, retorted, "Indeed, sister, your husband often speaks nonsense to entertain you." Youniang blushed, playfully chastising him with a gentle retort. Her face flushed with warmth as she cast a sweet glance at Yang Ling, her tender feelings all too apparent. The youth exclaimed, "In this world, the beauty of flowers, the moon, and the spring breeze is indeed exquisite. Yet how can they compare to the lingering affection reflected in a woman's brows like spring hills and eyes like autumn waters? When you gaze at your husband, your smile is so sweet and lovely. I can see your husband is handsome and charming, surely skilled at charming others. You must keep a close watch on him, lest he be tempted by others." Youniang huffed softly, ready to counter his statement, but suddenly recalled the stunningly beautiful Maliener, whose allure had even stirred her heart. She had willingly chosen to follow Yang Ling, content to be a minor concubine. It was possible that her husband indeed possessed the ability to captivate, leaving young women smitten and entrusting their hearts to him. Contemplating this, she cast a resentful glance at Yang Ling. The middle-aged scholar affectionately ruffled his son's hair, playfully scolding, "Nonsense." He then turned to Yang Ling with a smile. "My good sir, my son is merely being mischievous. I hope you will pardon him." Yang Ling quickly replied, "Not at all. Your son is remarkably clever and knowledgeable, like an unrefined gem destined to become a scholar of great renown." Upon hearing this, the young scholar wore a peculiar expression, half smiling, half serious. Noticing that the middle-aged man seemed uninterested in further conversation, Yang Ling said, "I must take my lady to the temple to offer incense. I shall take my leave." The middle-aged scholar nodded. "No trouble at all. Please go ahead." As Yang Ling and Youniang walked a few steps along the long corridor, the young gentleman suddenly called out from behind, "Hey, brother, you haven't told me why you turned back to look at me over 500 times in your past life." Yang Ling turned back with a smile. "Well, there are only two types of people who compel one to glance back ceaselessly, a breathtaking beauty or a rogue who owes money. I wonder, young brother, which category do you belong to?" He chuckled lightly and swiftly led the young maiden away. The young scholar, fanning himself with a gilded fan, pondered thoughtfully for a while. This unparalleled beauty is not suitable. The insolent debtor also seems inappropriate. Ah, this rascal is playing tricks on me. Realizing this, the young scholar, filled with indignation, hurriedly pursued him. The middle-aged literatus, unable to intervene, could only shake his head in resignation and waved his hand gently. Around the corridor, shadows of more than 10 men, seemingly tourists, emerged quietly, discreetly following behind. The middle-aged scholar sauntered along, accompanied by an elderly servant dressed as a retainer, who caught up to assist him and whispered, "Sir, it is getting late. We should return." The middle-aged scholar smiled and replied, "Ah, this child seldom has a companion to banter with. Let him enjoy this moment a while longer." The old servant nodded and assisted the somewhat portly middle-aged man as he trudged into the golden hall. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the direction of the heavenly king's hall, causing the scholar to tense up, quickening his pace, and anxiously said, "Let us go see what has happened." Upon traversing the hall, they beheld several high-crowned, red-robed Tibetan monks standing on the platform before the heavenly king's hall. Below the steps stood 5 individuals clad in long robes, one of whom lay on the ground. As the two parties engaged in a heated argument, the young scholar, along with Yang Ling and the young maiden, craned their necks to observe the spectacle. Surrounded by 6 or 7 robust men who, while appearing to be mere spectators, subtly shielded them within their midst, the Tibetan monks shouted in a rapid, unintelligible manner from the steps, while the tall, slender men below gesticulated vehemently, countering in an equally strange tongue, their fury evident. Yang Ling, spotting the Tibetan monks on the platform, realized they had mistakenly entered the wrong temple today. Upon noticing the long-robed figures below, with prominent noses and deep-set eyes, all of European descent, his curiosity deepened. The two groups of foreigners argued animatedly for a while until a tall Westerner suddenly stepped forward, his face flushed as he bellowed, "In all the world, is there no land but the king's? On all shores, is there no subject but the king's? You drive us away without reason." The young nobleman exchanged glances with his father, unable to suppress a chuckle. The Tibetan monks, equally incensed, retorted in Mandarin, It is not that we refuse to harbor you. You Western monks harbor ill intentions, bringing a sick person who may spread contagion. The Westerners vehemently shook their heads, insisting, no, 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 his illness is not infectious. It is not the plague. Both parties engaged in a stuttering debate in broken Mandarin, while Yang Ling and the others gradually discerned the situation. It turned out that these foreigners were missionaries from Spain and Portugal who had been in the Ming Dynasty for 3 years. Recently, they had successfully converted their first disciple, a beggar afflicted with an incurable disease, whose body was in decay and on the brink of death. They had brought him back to the Guoguang temple, eager to care for him while imparting the doctrines of Catholicism. The Tibetan monks, concerned about the potential contagion from this patient's illness, had attempted several negotiations to no avail and subsequently expelled them. Upon witnessing that the foreign missionaries were assisting a Han individual, Yang Ling, despite recognizing their ulterior motive of expanding their congregation, deemed it a noble deed and approached them to engage in discussion. However, the foreign monks proved to be utterly unreasonable, completely disregarding the compassionate tenets of Buddhism. The young scholar whispered a few words to his father, gestured for a servant, and issued a quiet directive. The servant hurried to the platform and relayed a message to a lama in charge. Upon hearing that the benevolent individual below was willing to donate 3,000 taels of silver for incense offerings, the lama's expression brightened, and he readily acquiesced to their request for sheltering the Western missionaries. This expansive temple, sprawling over 10 courtyards, had no difficulty in accommodating them within a separate courtyard. Their exaggerated efforts to expel the Westerners stemmed from their perception of these foreigners as peculiar and uncouth, yet they regarded the fair-haired, blue-eyed monks as even more uncivilized and barbaric. With a place to stay secured, the missionaries could hardly contain their joy. They eagerly approached the generous benefactor and the straightforward Yang Ling to express their gratitude before retrieving their belongings from their previous lodgings and moving to the rear courtyard. The tallest among them, seemingly the leader of the group, repeatedly thanked Yang Ling and the young scholar in halting Mandarin. Yang Ling felt a profound curiosity towards these missionaries. In his recollection, the early Western missionaries in China had been relatively civilized and upright, their arduous journeys to the East driven by fervent religious zeal. Thus, he engaged them in polite conversation. These missionaries, dispatched by the Vatican to propagate their faith, often faced obstacles, with few willing to engage with them. Upon hearing Yang Ling's initiative to converse, one missionary, clearly elated, stammered an introduction about his circumstances. This missionary, named Shasage, along with a dozen others, had been sent by the Franciscan Jesuits to the East. Initially, they had journeyed through India, but their efforts to spread their doctrine met with little success, and several of their number were killed by locals due to doctrinal differences. Subsequently, they learned of an even more powerful and civilized nation further east and departed India by sea for the Ming Dynasty. However, upon reaching Malacca, they were detained by local indigenous forces. They eventually bribed the guards and, with the help of local merchants, clandestinely made their way to Japan, leaving a few missionaries behind while the remaining 5 landed in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, thus arriving in the Ming. Yet, spreading the gospel in Han territory proved to be quite challenging. For the common folk, a deity capable of creating women from men's bones seemed far less impressive than the legendary Enwa, who fashioned humanity from earth. Moreover, this foreign god forbade the unfortunate men and women from understanding propriety and moral integrity, leaving them to frolic naked in orchards. Such a half-hearted deity clearly lacked the allure of the amiable Tathgata or the formidable Taishang Laojun, who could vanquish demons and spirits. Consequently, these 5 missionaries spent over 2 years in Jiangsu and Zhejiang without converting a single follower, ultimately arriving in the capital in hopes of being summoned by the Ming Emperor, seeking the opportunity to convey their teachings. In order to gain the acceptance of the Han people, they have adopted the wearing of long robes and have immersed themselves in the study of the 4 books and 5 classics. To align with the Chinese worldview of a round heaven and a square earth, they even redrew their world map, placing China at its center, demonstrating their earnest efforts. Regrettably, upon learning that they were not envoys from a foreign nation, the officials of the Ministry of Rites promptly expelled them, leaving them yet to meet the emperor and nearly reduced to a state of beggary. The young scholar, intrigued by their tale, could not resist interjecting, "Where is your country? And how vast is it?" Stammering, Sussy replied, "It lies far, far to the west, accessible only by a long, arduous sea journey. Our nation was once quite small, not even as large as Jiangsu and Zhejiang. But 20 years ago, the Queen of Castile wed our King of Aragon, and our two realms have since merged, resulting in a significant expansion, now surpassing Jiangsu and Zhejiang in size. Chapter 56. A Night of Enchantment. The young scholar could not suppress a chuckle and remarked, "After all that effort, it seems we are still discussing the Jiangsu region. How is it that women can ascend to the throne there? They marry, and can even bring a nation as a dowry." Yang Ling smiled at him and replied, "In Western countries, it is indeed possible for women to be monarchs. Do not be deceived by the small stature of Franco. Their naval forces are remarkably formidable, currently dominating the seas with few rivals." He continued, "One of their most renowned activities is bullfighting, far more captivating than the childish pastimes of cockfighting or cricket battles. A skilled matador can pierce the heart of a 1,000-pound bull with a single thrust of his sword." Saska, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "How astonishing! Have you visited our land? Few in the Ming Dynasty are aware of our affairs. God bless, there are even whispers that we are cannibals." He shrugged innocently and added, "Heaven knows. Our journey eastward left us most apprehensive of encountering flesh-eating savages." Yang Ling erupted in laughter, while the middle-aged scholar observed him with keen interest. A smile playing on his lips, the young scholar, feeling a pang of competitiveness upon hearing Yang Ling praise the prowess of Franco's navy. Initially intended to mention the grand fleet of Zheng He that traversed the seas 7 times, but was suddenly intrigued by the mention of matadors. He eagerly inquired, "What is this matador? Pray tell, is it as entertaining as it sounds?" Just as Yang Ling was about to respond, he noticed Youniang standing nearby, curiously listening to their conversation. A chill ran through him. As a humble scholar from the mountains, how could he possess such intricate knowledge of foreign lands? Though he was not particularly concerned about Youniang's potential suspicions, he wished to avoid any lengthy explanations. Therefore, he chuckled and said, "Bullfighting is no mere child's play. It is quite perilous. If you are interested, you might pay a visit to these Western monks and inquire further. My wife and I have matters to attend to and cannot linger too long. We must take our leave." The young scholar rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Is bullfighting truly so remarkable? When I am older, I shall partake in it as well. Not only will I fight bulls, but I shall also challenge tigers." "Humph. They underestimate me." Saska, overhearing, quickly interjected, "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I have a few small gifts for you." He hurriedly retrieved a small box and, with great care, presented several exquisite glass trinkets and a prism, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today. These are tokens of my gratitude." The young scholar, filled with curiosity, took the delicate objects without hesitation. The middle-aged scholar, clearly unfamiliar with such items, stood by his son, his expression one of intrigue as he observed. Saska, beaming with delight, explained the uses of the prism and the pocket watch to the young scholar, who then rushed to the side to examine the prism under the light, bubbling with excitement as he shared his newfound discoveries with his father. Upon seeing his belongings, Yang Ling pondered quietly. Most of these missionaries are well-versed in philosophy, physics, and chemistry. If the Ming court could truly value their presence and utilize them as conduits to enhance the cultural and technological exchanges between the East and West, perhaps we would not have faced the isolationist policies that ultimately led to the Qing invasion, resulting in the deaths of over 100 million Han people. Moreover, we would not see our compatriots subjected to such dire fates. Given that the emperor favors the crown prince, and this future Emperor Zhengde possesses a penchant for amusement, I might seize this opportunity. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace and perhaps weave some subtle insinuations." With this thought, he leaned towards Shasage and whispered, "Mr. Shasage, I humbly seek a cross from you. I possess a modest knowledge of your country and your doctrines, and when convenient, I shall convey my thoughts to the court, hoping to arouse their attention to permit the establishment of churches and the promulgation of your teachings." Shasage, taken aback yet elated, stammered, "Are you a court official or a noble? Can you truly meet His Majesty?" Yang Ling quickly replied, "Lower your voice. There is no need for doubt, Mr. Shasage. I am to meet the Emperor tomorrow." Shasage's face brightened with joy as he eagerly removed his cross from around his neck and hurried to fetch several exquisite artifacts from his chest. Realizing that they understood the efficacy of sweetening their approach more than merely preaching divine love. With great reverence, Shasage presented the gifts to Yang Ling, saying, "You are our esteemed benefactor, and we sincerely hope to gain your assistance." Yang Ling smiled and nodded, addressing the young scholar, "Young brother, until we meet again." The young scholar, intrigued by the novel Western curiosities, waved his hand in response. As Yang Ling turned to depart, he glanced back at Shasage and added, "By the way, if the missionary wishes to spread the teachings, it might be prudent to first engage with the elderly ladies in the neighborhood. Success may come more readily that way." Shasage. Puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Yang Ling shrugged, chuckling, "Cultural contexts differ. Here, these feudal traditions dictate that women are often more inclined to embrace such matters." With a light-hearted farewell, Yang Ling and the young lady exited the Hugua temple. After strolling down the street for a while, Youniang suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Glancing back at the temple with a shy demeanor, she stammered, "My lord, are we not to seek the Buddha statue?" Seeing her muster the courage to speak, Yang Ling found her bashful expression utterly charming and could not resist teasing her. "No, it is getting late. Let us postpone our visit for another day." Youniang tugged at his sleeve once more, pouting and lowering her head, silent as a dejected little one. Yang Ling, amused, whispered with a laugh, "My dear, are you so eager for your husband to tease you? Come, let us return. I have already acquired the Buddha statue." Youniang fetched the foot-soaking water and knelt beside him to remove his boots, asking, "My lord, please tell me, when did you acquire the Buddha statue?" As she immersed his feet in the warm water, she gently massaged them, her eyes lifting to meet his gaze. Yang Ling withdrew the silver cross from his pocket, playfully swinging it before her charming face while holding onto the chain. Young lady's eyes lit up as she quickly wiped her hands on her garment and picked up the cross for closer inspection, with her long eyelashes fluttering. She scrutinized it for a while and, furrowing her delicate brow, asked curiously, "Husband, what kind of Buddha is this? It's quite peculiar, wearing so little clothing." With a flicker of mischief in his eyes, Yang Ling casually replied, "You see, even the arhats in the temple are often bare-chested. This Buddha simply reveals his thighs." "Oh." Young lady tilted her head, studying it further, then, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Husband, is this bare-legged, bearded Buddha truly divine? Has it been consecrated?" "He has indeed been consecrated. What more could be needed? If he were any more exposed, he would be entirely unclothed," Yang Ling explained. "This deity is called Christ. You see, the highest officer in our brocade-clad guards is referred to as the superintendent, who oversees the management of the guards. Quite formidable, isn't it? As for Christ..." He suddenly chuckled, realizing he should not jest too freely. In the past, he had been a skeptic of the divine, yet since his reincarnation, he found himself wary of making light of certain matters. Lowering his gaze, he observed young lady diligently washing his feet. Her lovely face adorned with the demeanor of a devoted wife, her rosy lips slightly curled, exuding an indescribable allure. This young and beautiful girl, regardless of her hardships and poverty, had steadfastly followed him, regarding him as her heaven and her destiny, never uttering a word of complaint. He had meandered through life aimlessly, drifting into his current position, yet without young lady's tender support, unwavering and selfless, he pondered whether he would have already succumbed to decay. As he grasped the silver chain and gazed at the pure silver cross, Yang Ling was suddenly reminded of the solemn vows exchanged during countless weddings. "I willingly become your wife, in this life, whether in joy or sorrow, in wealth or poverty, in sickness or health. I shall remain faithful to you, never depart, forever by your side." Among those who once spoke such words, he wondered how many truly upheld their promises. Nevertheless, Yang Ling had no doubt that the innocent young lady, who neither understood nor articulated such sentiments, was embodying these very vows and would continue to do so. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Young lady, we have supported each other through thick and thin and shall remain inseparable. You shall be my most cherished treasure." Feeling a surge of warmth, he suddenly stepped into his slippers, bent down, and lifted young lady into his arms. She let out a startled cry and exclaimed, "Husband, what are you doing?" Gently placing her on the bed, he spoke softly, "Rest comfortably. You have endured so much hardship and suffering for me. Today marks our true wedding night since you became my wife, yet I have no red candles or guests to celebrate." As you entered her home, "I must ask you to unveil your own veil, and tonight, I shall wash your feet as an apology and service." Upon hearing this, young lady's face filled with alarm, and she quickly protested, "No, husband, you must not. It is a woman's duty to serve her man. It is only proper. If you wash my feet, it would bring misfortune." Yang Ling clasped her delicate feet, submerged in water, and declared with an unwavering tone, "Sit still and refrain from idle chatter. Young lady's feet are so exquisite. It is indeed a blessing for my husband to wash them. This is not a misfortune, but rather an addition to our fortune." The young lady's feet recoiled slightly, her toes curling gently, as she allowed him to caress them tenderly. Those slender, jade-like feet were a vision of beauty, their arches gracefully shaped, devoid of any protruding bones. Soft sobs could be heard from above, as tears fell one by one into the basin. "Yang Ling, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Young lady, why do you weep? Today is our joyous occasion. You must be cheerful, lest it bring misfortune." "Oh." The young lady hastily wiped her tear-filled eyes and said, "Husband, what time will you rise for court tomorrow? I wish to awaken you." Yang Ling pondered for a moment before responding, "It will be at the third watch of the tiger." "Hee, silly girl, at this moment. We are in the midst of our springtime revelry, and you still think of such matters." The young lady bit her lip, smiling shyly. Just then, Yang Ling playfully tickled the sole of her foot, causing her to withdraw it in a fit of giggles, a soft exclamation escaping her lips. When he looked up, he beheld her willow-like brows arching and her cherry lips slightly pouting, a charming expression of both delight and displeasure that stirred his heart, finally revealing to him the true essence of seduction. Night had begun to unfold,